Good morning, Tahiti. Crosby Colapinto just making the call on social for the WSL. If you didn't get the news, it's on. Finals day. Katie Simmers, she's going to be in the finals, the women's finals, with Molly Picklum. Look at this morning at the end of the road. There's Molly. What a warm-up that's going on right here. Helmet check. Picklum's good. World number one, Yago Dora. We're going to see him in the round of 16. And defending champ, Italo Ferreira. Looking good. We're going to start the day with this dangerous wild card, Kaoli Voss, coming up in the heat with Batman number 23, Jordy Smith. That's how we're going to start the day. And what a day it is. The swell has filled in. The beautiful both ocean as well as landscape here in Tahiti, the end of the road, Taupo'o. And we are happy to be here, Kaipo Guerrero, along with Stace Galbraith. Stace, we waited for today, and it looks like things are showing up and looking really good.
Yeah, what a start there to the morning. It was sort of, we woke up, the ocean was really loud. We're kind of wondering how big is it going to be, and it's looking perfect out there.
Yeah, we got a lot of surfing to do. So men's round of 16, men's quarterfinals, men's semifinals, women's finals, men's finals. Buckle in. We got a full day of action here at the World Surf League. The final stop of the regular season. So we're still in that sprint for the final five, as well as seeding for that final five, in which this, Stace, is an ultra important heat for Jordy Smith.
Yeah, this is the kind of heat that you probably don't want a few lay days leading into. If you're Jordy Smith, you probably would rather the comp just get over and done with, because this is arguably the hardest heat of the round. And having Cowley out here, first heat of the day, is only going to make that task even harder for Jordy. You know, the sun's only been up for about 40 minutes or so he hasn't even really had a chance to really get a look at the lineup and what the waves are doing, whereas Cowley's so connected to this place. He doesn't need any sunlight to get his day started.
Well, Cowley did knows this reef like no other, and so the decided advantage to the wild card 23-year-old Kaoli Voss, already a gold medalist, and also someone who's performed well. This is Cowley's fourth appearance as a wild card in this event. Remember, he was a runner-up back in 2022 in this event. So Cowley, danger man when you talk about the end of the road here.
Yeah, and he's definitely got something to prove here as far as a CT event win. He mentioned it in his posted interview earlier in the week, as we see action here, Kipes.
Here we go. Starting, and the way he's always been doing it. Kaoli Voss already is going to put Jordy Smith back up against the rope. Just the talent of this Tahitian to go back and forth and to speed up and slow down in the barrel. That skill set's just amazing.
Yeah, he is really obviously out here. It's so special. He's so special to watch, and his connection with this place is unbelievable. His hair's still dry.
How is that?
I don't think you could have a better way to start your morning.
Well, that's certainly going to set the scale for this morning. Let's take another look at it, Stace.
Yeah, and another thing I guess that's going to favour Cowley today is just the direction of the swell. It's south-southwest, so we're going to probably see a few more running long waves. We have seen some pretty open wide barrels as well this morning, but there's definitely been that characteristic for the wave to kind of feather off just towards the end of the barrel. So him being on the front side here, that's just a dream come true. Such a, yeah, like I said, beautiful way to start the day. You're stoked with that.
So we're waiting for that opening score to set the scale of where we're going to go with the numbers. Of course, each heat has the individual scale within the heat, but there is an overall scale for the day, given the criteria.
Yeah, for sure. You want to, the judges have got a very important job to set the tone for the day in this first heat, because every single coach, every single surfer in the draw is watching this heat. And it's a really good one to observe, just given the differences in how these guys surf, not only their stance, but also their styles. Completely different. Jordy's probably going to sit and wait for the bigger waves, where I think we'll probably see Cowley rack up a really high wave count here.
Yeah, so there you go. What would have been a wave of your trip, maybe a wave of your lifetime for a normal surfer, a 5.83 for Kaoli Voss. And that illustrates to me, Stace, that the judges know there's going to be much, much more today.
Yeah, we have seen some great rides in the warm-up for sure, and this one, would be in there, but not on the top end of that. And yeah, pretty good wave as a judge to start your heat and your scale. 5.56, it's right in the middle, and you're really easy to go up or down from there. We have seen some quality waves in that more west direction, and they're a bit more critical and a bit more round. And I think once we start seeing them go through, that's where we'll see the scores start to increase.
This is where Kaoli gets dangerous under priority. Pulls in, pulls up, finds the morning funnel, comes out of the cone, no problem. Gets a nice carve on that JS surfboard, combos it up, looking super confident, this man.
Yeah, looking unbelievable. Second wave of the heat for him, and that's probably part of his game that we haven't seen so far this week, because it's been 10 to 15 feet to get this comp started, and then it's been pretty small. But his rail game over the last couple of years, he's not just tour ready in the tube, he's definitely tour ready on the face, and we saw it there with that carve. That was amazing surfing.
Yeah, he's got a great performance act going on too that he's been working on. Let's check out our IC replay. I want to see this again. Wave number 2 for Voss.
Yeah, and it's a great leave there by Geordie. There's just no point in George sort of trying to out surf Cowley on a wave like that. Geordie's really going to have to let the waves be the the master today and steal the show, whereas Cowley just has that advantage. Like, he can ride these waves, he can get really deep, and it's such a dangerous position for Geordie to be in right now. Cowley Vast out there was second priority. I think we're going to see a lot more of this from Cowley in the next couple of minutes.
And this is just going to mount pressure on Jordy Smith with Cowley just sneaking under priority, and he's going to keep on dropping numbers. Jordy's going to hear that from the on-site tower. Let's go out. Oh, let's hang on right here, actually, as we wait for Jordy Smith to have his opening ride. Priority with Smith. Still waiting for a second score for Cowley Voss at the moment. Jordy knows this game, though. 18 years on the championship tour, Stace, knows how to structure heat.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, Jordy is not going to be too concerned with these scores that are coming in. It's more just that rhythm that Cowley's building. We saw Jack Robertson do it the other day against Baron Mamiya. Jordy, a super cool customer, but it just, with that early start and early completions, and you watch that momentum start to creep up. That's probably more the danger here, not necessarily the scores.
Yeah, let's go out to the channel with Chris Cote. Chris.
Good morning, team, and look at what we have out here. The sun just popped over the mountain. Waterworld is starting to fill in. You can feel the energy, the excitement, the vibe is up out here in the channel. And you can see behind me 2 titans of Chopo right now in the first heat of the day. It's like we're just going off the rails on the crazy train. Right at the wake-up call. Jordy Smith going up against Cowley Voss. I mean, you guys said it already. Like, how did Jordy Smith sleep the last 4 days knowing that he was going up against one of the best to ever do it out here? But guess what? Jordy's one of the best to ever do it as well. So this is a great way to start finals day.
Hey, Chris, Mono report right now. What kind of energy are you feeling out there?
Actually, I'm seeing that it feels like the swell's filling in, like with every set that comes through. The first couple waves we saw when we got out here, proper 4 to 6, like good, tidy barrels. But then the sets have just gotten a little bit bigger and a little bit bigger with each one that has rolled through. So I feel like it's just going to intensify throughout the morning and into the afternoon.
Great news. Thanks for the check-in. Chris Cote, he'll be out on the channel all day long, finals day, giving us the reports, giving us the interviews. We're taking it to you from multiple angles for this finals day. Last day of the WSL regular season series.
Yeah, really, really exciting day lined up. What do you reckon? Surf coming up with the sun, Kaipo?
I love it. Yeah, I think so. I feel that we're going to see more energy come through. Hopefully, we'll see more waves coming from that more westerly, southwesterly aspect. I mean, I'm a big fan of that West Bowl and seeing what that produces. But right now, we're seeing all the surfers sitting a little bit deeper, a little bit more on the south end of the reef.
Yeah, for sure. And like I said, we haven't had a heap of sunlight this morning. We got started as early as possible, so we've definitely seen some good sets. And it's and Jordy would have noted that as well. That's why you can see him there. The anchor's out. He's waiting for one of those bomb waves.
Yeah, last wave for Cowley Voss was a 5.5, so Cowley in a lead over Jordy Smith. Let's hear from Cowley Voss and some of his thoughts.
It's something special for us and for everybody. It's like the bringing the good vibe here, like the good energy. Everybody is like 100% committed. We hope to have the best waves to have the most, like the best show ever. And yeah, we have the best surfer in the world right here, and then doing what they love and in the best conditions we can have. And that's why everybody is frothing, and we love like Kaylee Slater, Medina. I was so small. I was at school, and then watching Medina's winning here, it was inspiring me. And now I have the opportunity to put the jersey, so it's a good example. And also example, I always hang out with annoying Jeremy since I'm a kid. And then I had a hit like a couple years ago with him. First time I win the trials. So these kind of moments, it's unreal, and then we all want to see this and live this. So yeah.
Yeah, living his dream. Just 23 years old, like I said, gold medalist, the pride of Tahiti, if you would. We need him on the championship tour. this guy right here. But he's got some work to do on the Challenger Series. Started off with a runner-up finish in Newcastle, so that was a nice start for Kyle Vos. Since then, he's had 2 throwaways. He's number 12 on the Challenger Series. At the end of that series, we take the top 10, so he's got a little bit of work to do. He's got his 2 throwaways. After his performance here, he's going to have to get laser focused on Portugal and Ericeira.
Yeah, exactly, which is just the, you have to be the full act. You have to be, to qualify, you have to be really well-rounded. And then once you get to the tour, you have to be really well-rounded. And that's the hallmark of every champion. He's obviously a champion at this spot. That's been proven. He can ride any wave out here he wants. But to get on the tour, you've got to learn to surf waves like Bells, like Ericeira, like all these different sort of, contrasting waves around the world. So, and he knows that. And I think in Newcastle was a really good example of how hard he's been working just on his face surf. And yeah, great result there. Got a 2nd place. So, yeah, but couldn't get 2 more different waves in the world that what he's going to compete in the next couple of weeks. Very, very contrasting.
Yeah. Well, he's got great guys in his corner. There's Jezza, Jeremy Flores, former champ out here in Tahiti, representing France for all those years before moving over here to build a life here on Tahiti Island. Just an incredible surfer. Has won at France, won at Pipeline, won here at the end of the road. I mean, the guy's won in the important places.
For his level of Born in Jezza, he's looking fired up. He's been buzzing around the jet ski all day, every day. Marco Mignot helping out Vahine, obviously in Cowley's corner. He's just, he's all over it. He's still got that high energy froth, You can see him punch in the air when someone wins a heat. He cares so much about everyone that he's looking after, and he's just full of knowledge, and he's done it all. Like you said, the 4 events that he would have written down as a kid that I want to win are those events.
Yeah, that he won.
And the victory in France was unbelievable. That was really just to top off what was an amazing career on the World Tour for Jeremy, and he's still absolutely ripping. And it's good to have him around and see him doing his thing.
Yeah, the ultimate mic drop. After all those victories, here in Tahiti at Pipeline, just being a great World Tour surfer, doing that last victory over there in Hossegor. Here's our Championship Tour rankings. The race to the WSL Final 5. Kanoa Igarashi, he's not in competition anymore. That makes it a little bit dangerous for the surfer representing Japan. Griffin Colapinto wants to get above that Final 5 cut line there with performance here.
Yeah, it's going to be an amazing day. We've got some amazing matchups. Every single one of these surfers that is still lit up in white obviously has a possibility, and the individual draws that they have in this contest coming up are so hard. Not one of these guys has an easy heat coming up later in the day, so it's going to be a crazy day of viewing. If you're Kanoa Igarashi, I don't know what you do. Do you watch? Do you just tune out? What's the strategy there? I do not have the slightest clue.
Well, you want to be number 1 going into the Lexus WSL Finals in Fiji. Why? Because world number 1 with that title match. If you win that first title match, you win a world title. If you fail to win that first title match, then it goes best 2 out of 3. Remember, top seeds, number 4, number 3, number 2, going into those matches have first priority straight from the bat. So we're going to get going. There's not going to be any games getting played at the beginning of all these matches. Surfers are going to know who has priority and going to get going from there. Smith prowling for his opening ride. Down to little under 23 minutes. Takes a look at that one. Says not up to snuff. He's going to hold on to priority.
Yeah, speaking of starting the heat with priority, we did hear Renato on the mic this morning on the Tiara announcer sort of saying to the surfers and coaches, we won't have any restarts today unless you literally don't have an opportunity to ride a wave.
Right.
Which is, again, that just plays into, again, like your strategy of your heats. You do see some surfers, they love to paddle someone up the point, flex on them and sit on them and, try to control it from the very start. But with no restarts in the heat, everyone wants the most time on the clock, so I think that's it just puts a little bit more emphasis on getting your heat started today rather than playing that strategy game.
Yeah. Well, good morning to another character in our broadcast team, Strider Wazalewski, in the channel, in the water. Morning, Strider.
Good morning, Kais. How you feeling?
I'm feeling awesome. I'm excited for today.
Yeah, it should be a banger. I mean, the swell's rising, and I mean, you can see those double ups out here. There's waves coming in over the back of the previous swell, so that means that new swell is just arriving and just stacking in, so should be a banger for the finals today.
Yeah, looking forward to that. And I asked Chris the question. I'm going to ask you. What's the Mana report? How's the energy feeling out there?
Deep. We got deep Mana right now. You can feel it. Like we were talking about, those swells are coming up, and it's more west. So it's really drawing us into the pit even as we talk, which means that the current is kind of running up that way. And for us, you know, to be where we are right now, it's a little sketchy because the big sets that do come, they have this, like, well, I'm just gonna go over this one. When they do come, they've got just a lot of deep energy, and we can feel it coming. Right now, I feel like they're a little deep on the bowl, so the west bowls are kind of gonna pop up in front of them. They're gonna make them come to the corner more and try and backdoor these sections.
Morning, Strider. How you doing?
Yeah, really good, Stace.
When does this opportunity come for Geordie Smith? You've spent more time on the water this last week than anyone. You're so locked in. What do you think for George? How much longer does he wait for that west bowl to come?
Well, he's been pretty deep on the bowl, so you know, there's like it's just a matter of being there when it happens, and I don't think he's hustling to, you know, make sure that he's in the spot or winning the heat. I think he's letting it happen because I feel like he's just thinking about the final five and everything else that's going on there. But you know, when it arrives, he'll be on. I mean, he's been drawn into the deep part of the reef by Kaoli. Now Kaoli's let him kind of have his space again. So now he's just moved back over. So when the swell does arrive, when the next set arrives, he's going to be on. It's just picking the right one. And I think as we go through the day, it'll get more and more consistent. But right now, it's a waiting game.
And with Kaoli obviously having such great knowledge of this reef, how much influence do you think his positioning, like under Geordie right now, is messing with Geordie? Like, do you think Kaoli's got that ability to drag Geordie off his line, or is Geordie too stoic?
No, 100%. He already dragged him. He drug him up the point into the corner because Kaoli was looking for those runners, those backup scores. He knows how to find those double ups that'll lock in, and he can run the whole length of the reef in the barrel. And that's how, you know, Gabriel Medina won back in 2014. He just knew and where to pick those deep wins, and that's, you know, Kaoli's backup score back in that corner. And so Geordie was kind of like, oh, is that where I should be? And he's paddling up the reef and getting towed up the reef. So yeah, great insight right there. It was just pretty fun to watch. And look, here he is again, the local boy, just getting piped.
Oh.
Are you kidding me? Come on.
Oh my!
Are you kidding me? He was in the foam ball, riding the foam ball in the midst of the wave, and the wave was so hollow and grinding that it just sucked out over the whitewater section, and he went right by it. And this guy's on fire.
He's just having fun.
Look at him. That's a specimen right there, boys.
Wow, I love the comparison, Strider, that you made to Gabe Medina. It seems like it's the same tactic, it's the same like skill set and ability that Kaoli has, Stace, to be able to do that under priority. He just snuck that one in, but the uncanny ability to time himself in the barrel is just amazing. That stop and go that he's able to do, that speed control, the whole gamut, Kaoli Voss.
Yeah, exactly. The whole positioning, the setup, like that wave, it probably would have been too foamy for Geordie to ride, but probably had the characteristics that Geordie's been looking for, a bit more of an open, wider barrel. But I really think Kaoli's one of the only servers in the draw today that would have been able to sort of manufacture that score, because it wasn't a perfect wave by any stretch. How's the poker face on it?
Look, Geordie looks at it, and then Kaoli says, okay.
But the problem was it had all this turbulence on the inside, which would have been so hard to deal with backside and the little chandeliers that it made. I mean, I think Geordie actually would have been fine in that wave from the boat angle. It looked a lot wider than this front angle, but this drone shot's going to look so sick.
Gonzo.
Wow.
And reappears. So probably going to improve upon his 5.5 is what I'm feeling with this surfing like this.
Yeah, for sure. So we see the slow-mo replay here, and it also too just the momentum this is going to create. Like, he's ridden 3 waves, and characteristically they've all been different. So he's got so much intel now about the ocean and the reef and the waves. It's like he's not going to get a massive score here. He will improve most likely, but it's just all the information that he's getting out of every wave that he's ridden is just setting him up to just have so much control in the back half of this heat.
And crossing through so many chandeliers, so many ridges, 7.5 comes through, and that is danger. When you get 7.5s under priority, your other competitor kind of not even looking at it, and you pull off a 7.5.
I don't think Geordie would be letting any expletives go with the 5.83 or the 5.5, but I think he definitely would have had a little word to himself after that one.
Yeah.
Because he looked at it, he identified that was the wave, but it just maybe he thought that turbulence on the inside was going to be worse than maybe what it was, which is sort of rare for the first wave of the set to have that much turbulence. Like, usually it would be a lot cleaner than that. So, yeah, tough one there for George. I could definitely understand both perspectives there.
And like Strider said, you know, Cowley also doing a mission of trying to pull Geordie further up the reef and out of position, a la Medina. We've seen Gabe do that a number of times and then dart back and be able to execute and actually be able to have just the ability to take off deeper and ride the barrel a little bit deeper up on the reef. I feel Cowley's got that same strategy, and it's working. It's pulling Geordie out of position, eating up the clock, doing everything he needs to do. Looking at CT by the numbers, excellent waves in 2025. Look at the numbers and look at these guys with all the 8 and above scores throughout the year.
Oh, that just makes me so happy. Geordie's had the greatest year. He's at the amount of years that he's been on tour and everything, you know, his personal life and young family and everything, like, he's just having the best time. And to see him like reflecting in that in his scores too, and his surfing and the amount of you know, events that he's winning. It's just, yeah, it's been a remarkable year to be a fan of Geordie Smith. He's been on fire, and to see his name right on the top of that pile with all those other, you know, much younger dudes, he he must be really proud of that.
Yeah, 8 CT wins for Geordie Smith, but 2 of those 8 happening this year in El Salvador as well as Western Australia. Number 2 in the world coming into this event. Geordie Smith wants to be number 1 for that Lexus WSL Finals. Crosby Colapinto grabbing his jersey. He's going to have a challenge up against Leonardo Fioravanti in the second heat of the day. Fioravanti will be in red.
Yeah, this will be a heat that needs to pay attention to that no restart rule. Both of these young fellas pretty feisty.
Yeah.
And it has been, you know, there's been moments where it's obviously been slow depending on what kind of strategy you want to elect to use. And with both of these guys being natural footers, you know, there's probably only been 2 waves in this heat that they would go. I think one of Cowley's waves that he went earlier was pretty well for Goofy's only, that really long kind of thin running wave. I think they'll be looking for more the style of wave that Geordie's looking for, and just with that positioning and with obviously the call at the start, there'll be no restart today. Yeah, I'm excited to see who does end up on the inside in this next heat.
Can you expand upon, you know, a goofy foot preference on a wave versus a regular foot preference on a wave on a day like today?
Well, it's like me and you, brother. We just sit on different parts of the peak.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I think it's all about the takeoff. Like, goofy footers have this amazing, you know, we talk about Gabe a lot. He's so good out here. On the waves where you can get a little tighter in the takeoff, you can sit a little bit deeper and then run from behind. You're not necessarily getting barreled at the start, but you can sort of set up that end bowl. But as a backsider, to take off that small and narrow and then try to pump through the inside, like, sort of, that's kind of reserved for John and Kelly level of backside tube riding, like the top echelon. So it's just that harder kind of wave to ride. So then characteristically, as a natural footer, you probably have the ability to get higher scores out here because you have to go the gnarlier looking waves.
Yeah. And
then you have the ability to slow down, which is, you know, basically everything is just the opposite in a goofy footer. And they can still extract big scores, obviously. But, yeah, it's just 2 totally different styles and what's available out here.
Well, we're going to take a break right here from the first heat in the morning. Geordie Smith, he's in a combo right now. Cowley Voss with his tube riding skill in the lead. Ah, the beautiful Whenua, the island of Tahiti. Postcards everywhere you turn, whether it's to the ocean, to the valleys, to the mountains, or to the beaches. This is an absolutely beautiful place as we're enjoying the view from the Tahiti flight cam. Welcome to finals day at the Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC. And I see a wave coming through right now for Jordy Smith using his priority. The big brew plants it in the pocket, and he's just going to get a pocket ride there. Goes for the second section. Another just stall attempt for Jordy Smith. He'll get on the board. He's trailing Kaoli Voss currently in a combination. He'll at least get out of that combination with that ride, Kaipagura, along with Stace Galbraith. So that's the start for Jordy.
Yeah, I was just sort of thinking as that beautiful view was coming in, it's a hard place to concentrate, and I think Jordy probably would agree after selecting that ride. Unfortunately, not really the start he was looking for, but I will say that was kind of like cloud break practice.
It was.
That wave was long.
Yeah, that was a long wave in context of what we usually see here. So that second section kept on giving. Wave drawing off the reef right now. Kaoli Voss with priority. He's going to hold court out there. He's got heat control. He's got the lead over Jordy Smith. He's going to maintain control of the lineup. Another look at Jordy.
I like this for Jordy in that now he can go back to Cowley and play the game that Cowley's been playing to him, because unfortunately this wave, you can see him setting it up beautifully, trying to slow down, but just didn't quite get that deep in the barrel on the second section, and the same could be said for the first section as well. Unfortunately, the wave just didn't play out.
Yeah, looks like.
And yeah, it's just like I said, he can go back out now and start to play that game of hopefully, just trying to put that rhythm back into Cowley. But unfortunately, he's chewed up 27 minutes on the clock, so it's yeah, not the way he would want to start it for sure.
Hey, Strider, what do you think about that?
Oh, poor choice.
Yeah.
Sorry, I think he's still comboed.
Yeah, he is.
You know what? It's just been so tactical by the Tahitian Kaoli Voss. Just sucked him into the corner, made him think about those inside waves. Got that 7-5 on a runner, on that place on the reef where he knows exactly where to be, and then went back there and just made Jordy get sucked back into that corner. I mean, if a big set came, they both would have got caught inside, and Kaoli would have been fine with it because it just eats up more time. And then, for Jordy to pull the trigger on a wave like that, just hard to watch. And then Kaoli, right after that wave, sprinted back to the real peak, 50 yards over. So he had him baited for the whole time waiting, then got back on. Now he's in the zone, so if a good one comes, he's going to be perfectly positioned again.
He's kind of like a schoolyard bully at this point, isn't he? He's just having fun.
Yeah, he's at the tetherball court just banging it out, pow, right into people.
Oh no, and all these boys, and even Vahine and her sisters, that they're all very much lots of jokes. There's always a game, and Cowley just keeps that same energy going into a heat. He's just having the time of his life right now.
Yeah, so yeah, like Strider said, I mean, the feeling Jordy did not break the combo. He did not. 2.83, so probably still needs 2 waves, and there's Vahine Fierro.
Pimp my ride. Look at that thing.
Oh, wait a minute.
Best mono in the world.
Yamaha. That thing's got guts, and it's with a custom wrap. That's incredible. Is that her sister Kohai right behind her?
I think so. I couldn't quite see in the glare, but I think so, yeah.
Jordy trying to get back in the game. That's not going to do it. So Jordy's, not desperation, but things are tough. Here we go. Kaoli Voss finds a set, pulls up, high tight, second section, gets through there, kicks out early, wants to maintain control of the lineup. And I don't see where Jordy Smith is. But kicking out early, I would think that's, there you go. So, yeah, Kaoli's smart playing the game right now. He's going to get priority back.
He's surfing a flawless heat. Like, even just got a little look at that one. Even he can make a mistake out here, which that wave was, but it didn't cost him at all. There wasn't a bomb behind it, and he still regained priority. So, yeah, like, this is just playing out perfectly for him at this point. He's doing a great job.
So, yeah, just an update on our final 5 rankings as we sprint into the Lexus WSL finals. Jordy loses here. Iago Dora will be the #1 seed when we get to CG.
Wow, what an amazing year he's had. And it was a shaky start, but once he got going, he was pretty hard to beat.
He's looking at a half-a-point ride.
George is just trying to find some rhythm here, and second priorities trying to have a go. This wave looked like it was going to stand up really well, but it just didn't quite hit the reef perfectly. And then, yeah, Cowley knew that.
And that was just smart, you know, kicking out early, regaining priority, regains heat control. Jordy Smith still in the two-wave combo. Cowley has a stranglehold on this heat with that priority as well. Under 5 minutes remaining. It's going to be really, really tough for Jordy Smith to come through this heat at this point.
Absolutely. It's going to be real tricky for George. He might be thinking about travel agency phone calls at this point.
Yeah, that's true. And then we'll see how the rest of that final 5 rankings shake up too, with Jordy Smith potentially bowing out in the round of 16, taking an equal 9th out of Tahiti.
For sure, and I think all the focus today is going to be around sort of 4, 5, and 6 on the live ratings, and there's obviously some surfers that are a bit lower than that are still a chance. So, you know, 1, 2, and 3, I'd be surprised to see them change. You know, Jordy would have needed a huge result here, and then if Italo, also very capable, obviously, is defending champion, but you know, he's got to get through a lot of guys to get to that point. So to see a shake-up in that 1, 2, or 3, we would need to see basically an event win, either from Jordy or Italo, to surpass that person that's in front of them. So yeah, obviously possible, but there's only one result there that could make that change, whereas below that, it's kind of just who finishes higher, and there's sort of 3 guys in that position, and there's even people further back that could, you know, get a result as well. So yeah, going to be really entertaining. And
you don't want to have an early celebration as a Yago Dora, but knowing that you're the #1 seed for the finals, that's, and given the rule change this year that he just needs to win that first title match for a world title, you're in a really good position.
Even, you know, to put yourself in that position is a massive achievement in itself, and then to have that opportunity, he must just be, obviously watching this heat very intently, but then reflecting on what an amazing regular season he's had, and then after this event he's got one more big one to go, one more heat, and he could be a world champion.
Just 3 minutes remaining. 3 minutes.
3 minutes remaining.
So obviously, like you said, Kipes, it's not done for Jordy, but it's at this point in the heat, just with how sort of, there's been some good waves, but it hasn't been super consistent. It's going to be a pretty tall order here for Jords.
Yeah, and we'll see #1 on the rankings, #1 in the world, heat number 5 of this round of 16. Yago Dora will be coming up against another Tahitian wild card, Mihimana Bray.
Yeah, it's like I said, there's some crazy matchups. Those surfers that are in those vying positions have to get through, and we're very, very, very lucky to have the office ahead, Kipes.
Yeah, and also, you spoke about some of the scenarios. We've got to still do the math and see how today pans out. But Jordy is not guaranteed the second seed position, so he can fall further down the ladder, and his maiden world title would be, that much more of a journey for the big South African, who's had an outstanding season this year, by the way. 2 CT wins, incredible performances, and we saw the numbers, with excellent heat, excellent wave scores throughout the season.
I'd say, and there's been a few recent years as we just see a bit of frustration there from George, understandably, where Jordy had great end-of-year ratings on the CT, top 10s and top 5s, or maybe a few years ago now, but he never really had those. I can't think of a season where he would have dropped that many excellent scores in recent memory. Like he's really found some awesome rhythm this year. So look, the disappointing one here for him, but overall his regular season has been insane, and it's been a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, and the vibe that he's brought is, has been pretty lighthearted, actually, just having a good time through each of the events. Not traveling with a huge entourage, sometimes just with his dad, So, yeah, we'll see how this plays out.
Wow.
And that's good signs of the day right now, as you see these barrels drawing off the reef here. Cowley behind the peak.
Be a victory lap here. Wow, look at this wave.
Stands up. It's a tall one.
Whoa,
big barrel for Cowley Voss. And again, the Tahitian making it look so easy.
Whew. Oh my goodness. The way he toyed with that off the bottom was elite.
That was a gnarly wave.
That was a gnarly wave.
I want to see it again. I see replay right here.
Oh, I might just let the wave do the talking here. Wow, just the line off the bottom, you know, it was so critical, like how low he was in the face and that ability just to rip it up. Big hugs there from Jeremy, and deservedly so.
Well, Carly Voss, get ready for the quarterfinals. Jordy Smith's going to look into his flights over to Fiji for the final out of this event, but Carly Voss continues to do incredible surfing here at the end of the road and finishes off the heat with a 7.93. Carly Voss 15.43 heat total. What a start for the Tahitian, and what a start for the day. We're coming back with more action from the Lexus Tahiti Pro after this. As part of the global WSL One Ocean Initiative, we are participating with Tahiti Surf Club in consultation with the community of Teaupo'o at Mahora Beach, combating coastal erosion by restoring natural vegetative barriers through replanting of native species, particularly the naupata and ri'i plants. The coastal experience has been severe as the erosion from large swells and rising sea levels over the years have impacted these beach. These native plants will help with that erosion. Thank you to Yeti. Thank you to everyone over at WSL One Ocean. And thank you, Maruru, to the Tahiti Surf Club for that participation. As we come into the second heat of the day, here around the 16 for the men, is Leonardo Fioravanti coming up against Crosby Colapinto. Winner moves on to the quarterfinals to face Carly Voss, who won the opening heat of today. Glassy conditions remain here. And we're going to have a quick replay here, Stace Galbraith, of Crosby's opening ride.
Yeah, Cros is looking to get things going there. Unfortunately, that wave just sort of ran off on him and had a bit of a kind of a thin lip line and sort of didn't really give him the chance to scoop up and under it.
Well, it's a good morning here. Welcome to the set, Kuiper Girls, Stace Galbraith and Surfline's Shala Perry. Thank you for joining us. Shala, you were telling us about the swell, anticipating the swell for today. What happens and developmentally to make a wave like this in the South Pacific?
Wind over water, Kaipo.
Wind over water, that easy.
The larger the area of wind, the longer it blows, stronger it blows, larger the swell is going to be.
Okay, we're going to get into more tech talk when we talk about the development of the swells here and what we're anticipating through the day. But first, the day started off with a win for the local boy. Carly Voss is with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, team. Kali, good morning. You just ate world number 2 for breakfast out there. 4 impeccable rides. Did everything go according to plan this morning?
Yeah, I came here super early, do my warm-up session, and then I went on the shore, do my warm-up 30 minutes before. Yeah, the routine, try to keep the routine on point, and went in the water. I know it's a tricky conditions today. It's in between, so you gotta be smart, I guess. I tried to be smart on this heat, and no, I started good and I finished good, so I was happy. I'm happy.
Now, you obviously had a couple days to think about that matchup with Jordy Smith. Do you see names before you go out into these heats, or do you see colors you need to blast through?
It's a good question. I don't know. I know I'm with some of the best surfers in the world for sure, and this is my dream. That's why I'm more happy to be in the water to go against them, because this is what I want to. And then when I was in the water on this heat, I was looking at his back, Jordy, and I know he's number 2. So it was I was happy and proud to be in the water right now, and that makes me want to be in the tour so bad. So join also the boys, my friends, Alan and Marco. I've been hanging out, training every time with Marco and Jeremy. So now a good crew, and I want to join my friends. So yeah, I hope to get it this year.
Well, currently number 12 in the Challenger Series, but what would a win here do for you and your campaign?
It's a boost of confidence, I think. Boost of confidence for sure. And at home, it's always special to compete at home. And if I can win, it will be amazing again. So I'll try my best. Let's go.
Nice and smooth. Kali, moving through into the next round.
As this reef absolutely wired, Stace, and that was really evident in how he was able to navigate up and down the reef in that opening heat today.
Yeah, he was all over it, and it's a cool thing there. Said he was staring at the back of Geordie's number. Geordie 23, obviously a huge fan of Shane Warne, and I'm sure Cowley is too. It's it's cool though. Like, he's a wild card. He doesn't have his number, and you know, it's still kind of just one off being a full-time guy. He's really close, but they're those little things that you kind of, you know, as being a youngster, you look at them and you go, I want that. You know, I'm going to have this number. You start thinking about these things, and oh my word!
Oh my word! That's
Getting back to this tech talk about the swell. Obviously, it's not that technical. It's just wind over water at this point, Charla. What about the surf idioms around the world that exist? One massive one that I think we can all kind of attest to, but I don't know if there's any scientific to back this up. The sun coming up and it bringing the swell with it. Is there any truth to that, and have you done any studies on it?
I won't say that it brings the swell with it, but it increases the quality rating at least a couple of steps.
The quality rating?
Yeah.
What's the quality rating?
How it looks.
Okay.
all right. Hey, that was a big set that came through talking about swell. Strider, you were right there.
Wow, we're still right here. We're just dealing with the aftermath. Are you kidding me? Whoa, that was radical. Crosby took a look at one on the inside, turned around, got an 8-footer on the head. That thing was just mental. But you know what? Crosby just ducked over the second one, paddled right back out. No assistance needed. He's an animal, but well, we're just trying to stay in position. As you can see, there's some white water around us, and it was just like throating. That thing was just, it was so fun to watch. Beautiful swell like that. Let's get back to tech talk, because I love it. I love listening to Schaller and everything he's got to say about, and the good question of the sun. I love it. Good coming up and affecting the lineup. I am frothing right now. It's like cappuccino water.
Thanks, Strider. And we're watching on the replay. Every surfer has experienced this in one way or another, where you paddle for a wave, you don't catch the wave, you turn around, and there's a wave twice as big as the one you were paddling for right in your face. And that's what happened to 66 Griffin Colapinto.
It's like, I think, you know, like, Crosby would have not been surprised there. Like, just, you do that, and especially here, you turn around and go, yeah, of course. That's, you know, that was coming. But, yeah, it's been an interesting week of waves. What about the wind for this afternoon? Like, because the wind on day one, it had a pretty dramatic effect on, like, ripping a couple of feet off the top of the swell, it felt like, because we still woke up the next morning and it was firing, but that afternoon before, it kind of had that, you know, unfortunate sort of wind on it. Is that the same for the Savo, or?
No, if I was going to compare wind to one of the days previous, it'd be day 2.
Okay.
Where we had that more easterly flow come up through the middle of the day. It blew pretty good, but it was from a good direction, and then we saw that wind start to go a little more northeast and die off through the end of the day. So we're either looking at that or the potential, there's a little bit of potential it may just go completely glassy for the last hour or so of light.
Yeah, that would be beautiful. We'll see if we have any takers here on this wave. 26 minutes remaining, no notable scores on the board. And with that, let's hit the Surfline forecast, and you can talk to us about all the data that you presented to us, Schaller. Take a look.
Let's give it a rip, Kaipo. All right, so it had an area of low pressure passing below New Zealand. It lifted across the Southwest Pacific towards us. Also had a little storm near the North Island, New Zealand. So a couple of different swells running today, primarily out of the south-southwest. Also a little bit of southwest swell mixing in there as well. That size is going to come up through the morning. It's going to top out this afternoon. As we just talked about with the wind stays, we're going to see easterly winds go a little bit northeast as we move through the back half of the day. So really nice conditions, slate for today, and could see things really look pretty good for the very end of the day. So through the morning, as that tide turns out, got low tide around 8:30. The tide's going to push. It's going to help the surf out a good bit. And then as we move into the afternoon, we're going to see this swell peak, size in that double overhead range, occasionally pushing towards triple overhead on the face. So it should be a little bit less of that in-between size and really be something good to look at. As we look at tomorrow morning, still going to be good. Nice wind first thing in the morning. Wind gets sketchy. You're going to see side onshore to onshore flow in the afternoon. Down Friday, back up Saturday, but we're looking at southerly onshore flow for Saturday. So a lot of size, but pretty raw through the end of the window.
And that is how you do a Surfline forecast. Coming back to the flotilla in the channel. Thank you, Charlotte Perry, for talking us through that. And that's exactly why we targeted today as you know, the go day for finals day. And even on Surfline now, with, you know, if you're a premium member, you get to see those long range forecasts. You guys make it easy. Put stars now by certain days to target in your week.
Yeah, I call them the days to watch. So if there's a notable day in the forecast, we'll star it. We'll add a little bit extra info and just kind of speak to those days that you're not really going to want to miss or you're going to want to pay attention to.
44 minutes. 44
Yeah.
minutes remaining. Units to Vancouver.
Tomorrow's going to be a day not to miss, I reckon. That's
You out there?
Commentator size tomorrow. The logos were the green. They weren't like in that life-threatening kind of area of like, yeah.
We love mere mortal size here in between competition days because the surf's still incredible.
Yeah.
It's such a good time. It's such a good vibe.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if we have a mix of like these, you know, epic, gnarly, crazy days for us to watch, but then having the normal human days in between are welcome.
Yeah, very, very much so.
You guys get a couple waves to the break?
I mean, yes and no. It was kind of like almost flat, and obviously too with like the lot of surfers still left in the draw. So it's a respect thing too. You know, like with 16 men and 2 women still left in the draw, it's still a pretty busy lineup. But
I've been getting all kinds of waves.
Comp's over tomorrow. We're out there. you got that big yacht.
I've been getting all kinds of waves, man. It's psychic. Like it's been human size, you know. So yeah, just long, you know. 2-3 hour sessions, warm water, good vibes.
Finish it with Song Crew.
What else can you finish with Song Crew for dinner? Yeah. And you know what? And the small days, the wind stayed variable all day long, so it was classy all day long, which was really cool. Like it is right now. But what we don't have right now, guys, are any meaningful scores between these two. So Stace, now it's a 22-minute heat. We started with 35 minutes, but now we're down to a 22-minute heat.
Yeah, it's getting down to like NSSA 20-minute beach start vibes. The boys haven't really got anything on the board yet, but I don't think they'll be too worried. Like Crosby got a crazy one on the head. Cowley's last wave in his heat was amazing. So we've definitely seen them out there. It's just the consistency of those waves is probably the one thing they'll want to be wary of. Like you said, the clock's counting down, and it seems to be moving pretty quick through this heat, and with nothing really on the board yet. I still think we'll see the lads like look to get a bit more, you know, less selective. They'll try to just get something going, but they know very well to keep an eye out the back because there's still some quality waves coming through.
Schaller, you mentioned the low tide. Right now, local time is 7:50. Low tide about 8:30. Is the outgoing tide, does that affect the consistency sometimes?
It can, especially like the front end of the swell when you have the tide drawing out or about to bottom out.
Yeah.
A lot of times it'll tend to slow down a little bit as the tide turns. You know, akin to flipping a light switch sometimes. It'll start to pour in a bit more.
Yeah, because that's what I feel. I feel like with a drawing tide, you have energy going out across this reef, really shallow reef. And speaking of the reef, as we have this above you, Charlotte, can you talk a little bit about the bathymetry of this wave and what makes it draw so much and so square and hollow?
It draws so much, gets so square and so hollow because you're coming out of such deep water into such a shallow, abrupt reef shelf. So you're just pushing all of that deep water ocean swell right onto the shallow reef. And the thing that really stands out about the shape of the reef is just how uniform it is. It's such a perfect bend in the reef, and it just makes that unbelievable shape.
Yeah, I feel it's a combination of like a reef pass and an underwater ocean cliff.
Yep.
Like, because the drop-off's incredible. It's crazy.
It's insane. Yeah, even in the pass, it's super deep, and then you go 3 miles offshore, and it's a mile deep.
Yeah.
So
you drop your iPhone in the channel, and there's no way you're going to get to the bottom to feel it.
Don't. I've got PTSD. Already done that once.
You already done it? There's the bottom right there. So it's a live coral reef, and it's full of life. But it's also, I can attest to this, very sharp. If you just touch it, you're going to get a little slice.
Yeah.
So what you don't see on a lot of the surfers is the men and women sacrifice. Like every single surfer has like little reef cuts on their hands, on their feet. You know, you can get them on your back.
Yep, line it up. But you see the consistency of those like bigger west direction sets, Charlotte. I'm like curious to know, as we'll see live action here.
Bras. And nothing going there for Crosby Colapinto.
Like with the storms that you presented on the graph earlier, and like, what's the ideal scenario? Is it that one local kind of patch that we saw, or not local but closer, and then the deeper one that comes around the bottom of New Zealand? Or can you still get crazy west swells that get really close to the bottom of the South Island of New Zealand? Or is that going to be more like south-southwest?
Those are generally going to be more south-southwest. Like if you're right up next to New Zealand, you can have more southwest, but that south-southwest is that typical direction as you kind of come around the south of New Zealand. When you have those lows flared near the North Island, occasionally they'll slide over and they'll phase together with the storm system that's coming from the south. That's what happened with the toe swell that peaked just before the event and was coming down for the first couple of days. So actually a really similar pattern with this setup. It just didn't come together quite the same way.
Hey, Schaller, let's take a look and give people a perspective of exactly where we are on Earth. The virtual eye bringing us down to Tahiti Island.
Yeah, just so right there in the subtropics. So we're down on the south end of Tahiti. Down at the end of the road here, you have the river running right there, creating that channel, the pass and the reef. And right there, there's that kind of notch, but right there, that top bend is, we got the Judges Tower there in the lagoon. And yeah, you have everything coming into the takeoff out of this. So you're facing almost southwest to west-southwest there, where it bends in. So have all this energy coming in from deep water, feels the bottom, stands up so abruptly. So when you get those big sets, they just kind of come out of nowhere. So stands up, shelves, and
equals this.
Unbelievable tube.
Mid-sized tube here for Crosby Colapinto as we come back to live action. And Cros will get pretty much, you know, the start of actual meaningful scores right now. Small barrel, but a quick barrel, but gets him on the board in his challenge up against Leonardo Fioravanti. We'll see how that plays into the math. Crosby already with a 3.17. Actually, this is the 3.17, Stace.
Yeah, that's just going to feel nice just to get one on the board there. They've had a couple of, you know, false starts and no one's had a completion yet. So Crosby will feel good about that one, but he would definitely be hoping that he doesn't have that come the end of this heat.
Under 17 minutes remaining. Now focus lies on Leonardo Fioravanti with priority, the 27-year-old representing Italy. Fioravanti with 7 years on the championship tour. You can see him there deeper on the reef, number 46. Actually, Fioravanti back in 2023 with his best result here in Tahiti. Semifinals, taking a loss in that semifinal to Jack Robinson in 2023. So he's had success here. Wants at least a semifinal, if not more, for Leonardo Fioravanti. Well, we got everything set right now. We're wading through this lull before we get on action again. Kaipo Girl, Stace Galbraith, and Charlotte Perry. You guys, we're going to take a little break right now, but we'll be back with more action here. Finals day at the Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by...
The Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC, is brought to you by IC Sunglasses, the official eyewear of the World Surf League. By Yeti, built for the wild. By Lexus, experience amazing. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by the Tahiti government, official tourism partner of the Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC.
Back at the end of the road, the flotilla out in the channel. The Ava Hawaii, the channel here at Galpo. We're in the round of 16 for men's heat number 2 with Leonardo Fioravanti and Crosby Colapinto battling for a spot in the quarterfinals. Kaipo Girl, Stace Galbraith, as well as Charlotte Perry talking you through the action. And we are waiting still for another exchange. It's been a slow heat, on heat, off heat. How's that rhythm of the ocean, Charlotte?
It's leaving a little something to be desired right now. We're really looking forward to seeing that tide turn around, a little more of that swell starting to move in.
Do you feel responsibility for the slow heat at all? Being surf like that?
Personal responsibility. I got like 4 more gray hairs in my beard.
Don't internalize it. It's not your fault. We don't worry about the weather. We can't control it. We can look to our best to predict it, but we certainly can't control the ocean. And that, like, Leonardo Fioravanti realizes that too. He's asking for time, Stace.
No, that was Tishala. I think not only are you responsible for every CT being absolutely perfect, you're responsible for every person's surf around the world.
Absolutely.
You know, that's on you. That's a big job.
Hey, but we love Surfline. We love your forecast. Being a premium member is definitely worth it because you can schedule your day long term, schedule your week. You know, a lot of us surfers, we just try to work around the good swells.
100%. Dial it in.
It's the way to live. Well, Leonardo Fioravanti still stays with that positioning and the patience in this matchup. But think about Leonardo. All he needs is a 4-point ride to turn the heat. So.
Yeah. And so I think he's asking for the time there, not so much about Crosby and his position. He's asking for the time in relation to, am I still going to just, you know, sit and wait and, you know, look for that kind of knockout punch wave that we've seen a couple of them, but Charlotte's jinxed it and there's not that many of them just yet. But they're coming. They're coming. We think they're coming. And so he's just like, okay, 12 minutes. He's arguably one of the smartest competitors on the tour. He knows how to manage the clock so well. And so I think he's more just thinking about himself here going, you know, where do I want to be? And you can see his position looks pretty good. Like, he looks like he still wants to sit a bit wider and wait for those bigger ones that we have seen. So I think that he'll still probably play that game for another little, you know, the next little while, because Crosby doesn't really have anything, you know, too substantial just yet.
Yeah, let's get Strider Wozlowski in on this conversation. Strider?
Just watching the heat, watching the positioning. You know, they've been back and forth, but they're just not in the right spot for most of these waves. And like, this was just a horrible decision right there from Leo Fioravanti, probably just thinking, oh, I got to get something going. But this whole heat has been in the middle where they're sitting, and they need to be either, if you have priority, another like 10 feet out and actually in the position for one of those bombs, or another 30, 40 feet over and inside on those runners. So these guys have both been sitting, to me, in the wrong position throughout the heat. So that's why we saw that big bomb go unridden, and we've seen some grinding perfect ones on the inside ledge go unridden. So I think there could be an adjustment. Hopefully now, maybe somebody will kind of find a different place to sit and get involved in this heat. But so far, it's kind of been a comedy of mistakes and errors for both of these surfers.
Strider, how much do you think that's because day -1, or day -2, day -1, and day 1 were absolutely bombing 10 to 15 feet bigger, so it was just all outside? And then the last couple of days have been kind of small, so everyone's been on the inside. And now today's that in-between size, so the boys haven't really had the reps out here at that size.
Well, I think, you know, they know where to sit when there's a pack in the water. So, you know, due time will give you the positioning. I mean, we saw Kaoli know exactly where to go on the inside and exactly where to be on the outside. That's just time spent. So, you know, that's something that these guys are going to kind of wind into and get better at as their careers extend. Looks like Crosby's taking a look at this one, found himself a little wedge, beautiful positioning on the board. Oh, and he goes over the handlebars right at the end there. And that was that middle peak. So hard to be in the right spot out here, but there is a right spot. You just have to consistently understand the lineup. And we'll see if they can do some adjustments and get to their spots, because right now, both of these surfers are having a tough time finding the position.
Thanks for the reporting, Strider Wozlowski. And we did see, you know, a turn of priority. While that report was happening, Crosby Colapinto did get priority, but was not really able to execute on that without the completion, 1.17. So the situation remains the same between Leonardo Fioravanti and Crosby Colapinto. This is what happened here with Cros.
I think he would have been, you know, in a great spot, obviously, if he had made this wave, just with how the heat's shaping out, and just getting that one on the board would have been amazing. But unfortunately, you know, that wasn't a bit too big of a set wave, but you can still see a pretty violent dismount there for Cros. And yeah, as Strider said, that there is a spot, and as hard as it is to find it, it is just one of those things where you have to make it work. And this comes a great looking wave here for Leo.
Paddling out to it, meeting it, getting right under the hook. Very difficult. I was just going to say, anytime you're paddling out to a wave here, especially when it starts drawing off the reef, you're putting yourself in a tough position to whip it around and to have the proper velocity to get back down the wave face. And that's what happened to Leo.
And to be honest, I deserved that commentator's curse before, because I tried to make fun of Charles' forecast, and I talked up Leo Fioravanti's heat strategy, and he went on a pretty average wave, very average, poor wave, I really think, and I was expecting him to wait for this wave in the spot, and like you said, he wasn't. You know, that was only 4 minutes ago that he asked for the time.
Yeah.
And so that's just those heats, like, you know, that wave, I felt like it was kind of, we haven't seen one for a while, you know, and it's like, Leo's the kind of guy I would have thought might have just got the anchor out there, and then he would have been in a better position for it rather than, like what you said, paddle out to it, which is always going to be so hard to do out here.
The heat-to-heat difference is astounding right now. Remember, Carly Voss won the first heat of the day with a heat total of 15.43. Right now, Crosby Colapinto is in the lead with a two-wave total of 4.5. That's how quickly things change out here going from heat to heat.
I think kind of as Strider was alluding to, though, there's probably been 15 points worth of waves in this heat, and it's just the boys have sort of just been, you know, out when they should have been in, they've been in when they should have been out, and they're just kind of out of rhythm with those sets, which again is testament to someone like Cowley, who has just got, you know, such a good relationship with this place.
Yeah, the Ocean is a rhythm play, isn't it? And that's really evident in this heat. Schaller, thank you so much for coming in, but also thank you for all the intel that you've been giving us throughout this entire event. We made it to finals day, my friend.
We're here. Thanks for having me.
Surfline's Schaller Perry, who's been helping us out throughout the entire event, and thank you for joining us for finals day as well. Remember, tune in because we are aiming to run straight through into both the men's and the women's finals today. This is just the beginning of the road here. A beautiful morning in Tahiti.
Yeah, it's been an amazing start, and yeah, we've seen some amazing waves. The weather's unbelievable. Had a bit of a moment yesterday afternoon where I thought it was going to rain, but other than that, it's been absolutely stunning out here. Great kayak weather, and then obviously today's just a perfect day to host the finals. The size is still there. We've seen some crazy waves on the West Bowl, and I think as you know, as the day rolls along, we are expecting, as Charlotte said, to see, you know, that swell reinforced. So we're yeah, we're in for a great day. Call in sick.
Call in sick. All right, well, we've got to take a look at our, you know, this is the race. It's the sprint to the Lexus WSL Finals. Taking a look at our current live rankings. Remember, the lowest, Jordy Smith's already out of competition. The lowest Jordy can drop is number 3. And that is only if Griffin, Ethan, or Italo win the event. So that's the current kind of race that we have going on. Remember, Griffin Colapinto, Jack Robinson, still chasing after getting above that cut line for the final 5, Stace.
Yeah, like we kind of alluded to earlier, that top 3 spots is going to take a big win to shift it up there. But the results between surfers in 5th, 6th, and 7th, you know, particularly 5th and 6th, excuse me, 4, 5, and 6 is super close. And then Jack Robinson at 7, he's got a bit more work to do, but he's right there. And then in this heat, Leonardo Fioraventi is also in contention, but he definitely needs to make it out of this heat and a few more. As we see Italo there warming up, he's looking so fired up. Seen him walking around with his headphones yesterday on. He's locked in.
Here we go, Leonardo Fioravanti gets a pump in before grabbing the rail, dragging the body, gets behind the curtain, the spit comes. Leo comes out after the spit, just needs a 3.97 to take the lead. I think he just took the lead off of Crosby Colapinto.
Yeah, I think so too.
Richard Dog Marsh.
The dog father getting into him there, barking in Italian.
And Fioravanti with a swift paddle back out. Be really nice to get, you know, any of those fractional scores out of his scoreline too, to back up what he's already got on the way.
I'm sure these boys would have loved to put on a huge total. They had amazing warm-ups, both of them so impressive. Absolutely charging so hard on those warm-up days. But this heat's a scrappy one, and now they've just got to figure out, you know, this is just the heat they're in and the decisions they've made and put them in this position. But someone's still got to win it, and this is a great wave here for Leonardo. He'll be stoked in the context of this heat about that wave. And just had that, like, beautiful head movement there where, like, you see, like, the best guys in the world, they just have this really nice ability just to kind of keep the head tucked in, but without it looking weird, because if you leave your head hanging out there, you're obviously going to get it cut off. And he, you know, did that amazingly.
Here's the smart surfer we're talking about. Get the back up.
Yeah, this is the Leo I was expecting.
So anything over a 1 is going to really help him there. So that is a great backup, smart surfing. Previous wave was a 5.33, and Leo will now also ditch that fractional score he has in his scoreline, and he's going to make the need for Crosby Colapinto that much higher.
Yeah, and this is exactly the kind of competitor Leo is. He knows how to turn a heat around in a minute. See if we can do some lip reading here.
Oh,
Dog's asking what's that, because that wave was so far in you can't see it.
Yeah. So he's telling him the score.
And I would say Leo's probably saying back, okay, well, even if he's not saying it, he's internalizing, you know, okay, that was a 5. This next one's probably a 3.5. There it is, a 3.87.
Yeah.
And now it's like, that's the beauty of having a coach in the water. And I think it's like, it's easily the funnest part of the job when you are coaching, to have that kind of, in this moment, having that, being ahead of the curve with the scores and just being able to judge yourself and your coach being a good judge of your surfing. You could be like 60 seconds ahead of the game, which with 2 minutes left is really important.
Yeah, the CT by numbers career at the end of the road. Tiaopo'o, 4 events here. His best finish back in 2023. That was that semifinal with Jack Robinson. Heat winning percentage right down the middle, 50%. Best wave score, 9.23. And look at that monster best heat score, 16.93 for Leonardo Fioravanti.
Yeah, he's such an awesome tube rider. He's obviously had big results at Pipeline and a semi-final here. But, you know, he's still got so much that he wants to achieve. And, you know, he mentioned it in his interview to start up the year. You know, an event win would be amazing. And this is a place where if he was on the top of the podium at the end of the week, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
He's just had a scrappy one right now, but he's definitely got the skills to do it.
Came so close at the start of the season for a win. Actually, in that final with Baron Mamiya was tied. And had to go
shake hands and split it down the middle.
Had to go the single highest wave score in that final to begin the season, and it went Mamiya's way. But talk about a comeback.
Oh,
Leonardo in that final was the comeback kid. Looked like he just barely didn't get across the line.
Totally, and he would have taken so much out of that, even just the position that he put himself in to be in that heat the way that it finished, because Barron was running away with it. So 30 seconds on the clock here.
Yeah, you called it though. He put together just the way he constructed that heat. He was really behind, was super patient, you know, made some errors as far as wave selection, but made up for it when it counted. This is Crosby in the final 15 seconds. He's got to go on this wave. He needs a 6-point ride. Let's see what he's got. Colapinto gets a pump, gets the cone, spit comes out.
Wow.
Wow. Well, things that make you go, Tommy Witz likes it. Talk about doing it in the final seconds. That was 10 seconds on the clock when he got to his feet. 6-point ride. Came out after the spit, Stace.
The judges had an early one for Heat 1 of the day today. Not this one. That's why they're on the big bucks. It's an exciting finish. I would love to see every single angle possible, which we will have. This is the angle from the channel. He did so well to read that wave. You knew that he needed the score that was kind of big, and the wave wasn't huge, and he just sort of made the right decision not to pump too much there, because otherwise he would have been obviously a bit too far out in front of it. He did a great job to slow down. Awesome drone angle there, just over the foam ball. If I'm being super critical, I would have liked to see him probably put on the handbrake a little bit more just here. And that's the only reason why I'm skeptical on the score. I think it's going to be right around the number. I think it's the best wave of the heat. But, you know, is it going to go all the way to a 6? Crosby's feeling pretty confident. And it's certainly the best wave of the heat. I just don't know by how much.
6.03 is the need. And Leonardo Fioravanti, who had the previous best score, 5.33, that's going to be the comparison. Crosby talking it over with Coach Tommy Whitaker. And we just await the official announcement coming from the beach and our beach commentator Cedric when the judges push in their numbers.
It's
go out on a limb for me, Stace. Did you get it?
Yes.
Yes, I like that.
It's a funny one. It's kind of like surf forecasting and idioms that happen in surf. You've got no control over the spit of the wave, but that thing spat so hard.
Got it. You called it. There's the number. 6.17. Needed a 6.03. Got the 6.17. 10 seconds remaining on the clock. Crosby Colapinto has just earned his spot into the quarterfinals. That was clutch.
Wow. I feel like I've seen Leo in this position so much in his career, and I feel for him there. But to be honest, none of those boys really grab that heat by the horns. And it's, you know, sometimes you just have those heats, and Crosby will be stoked.
Well, we have a quarterfinal set here. We're going to set up more quarterfinals as the round of 16 continues. We're going to bring in Joe and Flick for the call when we return to Tahiti, the Lexus Tahiti Pro.
Italo Ferreira just moves on a different type of rhythm.
Reckless abandon is what Italo Ferreira is. Ferreira, just a ball of energy.
He's trying to stay in the zone, and he's got Red Bulls everywhere.
He's willing to sacrifice his body, his boards, everything for the win.
And the persona that you guys see, you know, the rock star that's necessary for this world is somebody that's different from the human that he is. Deep individual, you know, operates on a lot of feeling, and the best do that.
You can see how much it means to him.
Let him celebrate, you guys.
It's so unique. It's so fun to watch. When the Italo show's on, it's something you don't want to miss.
Your Honor, and good morning, everybody. The round of 16 continues at the Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC. Italo Ferreira, 2019 world champ. Gold medalist at Tokyo 2020, takes on Indonesia's Rio Waida for a spot into the quarterfinals. Thanks for being with us. We already set up a first quarterfinal of the event. Joe Trappell with Felicity Palmatier, who enjoyed her time on the CT in the Eddie Aikau event. I could go on and on, Flick, but this is the day we've been waiting for. Multiple lay days, and we've got a great clash with Italo and Rio again. First thing comes to mind is what they did in the pool at stop number 2 this year.
Yeah, so this is a rematch, and this is exciting. Totally different wave. Couldn't be more contrasting, really. So, and conditions are absolutely beautiful this morning, and the swell's on the rise. We've seen a couple of nice sets started to roll through, so I'm excited to see what Italo and Rio get up to.
The Colapinto brothers have thrown some buzzer beaters against Leonardo this year. Crosby just did it, and he's on the boat with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. You know, Steelers Wheels has a song called Stuck in the Middle with You, and it seemed like that was the theme song for that heat.
Oh my gosh, I was so stuck in the middle. I think we kind of both were, because going into that heat, at the end of the Cali and Jordy heat, there was a bomb on the second ledge, and it was kind of like interesting to like where to sit, because there's so many waves that come in and kind of hit the middle and are a little bit almondy, but I ended up getting that last wave. We kind of both like had a lot of opportunities, but we're just kind of getting stuck in that like in between state with the almond barrels kind of hard takeoffs. So, and then the end, I gave him his 5, and then that 6 came to me at the end, so I was super stoked.
Yeah, I always love to watch the breakdown between coaches and friends out there. You were making some movements, looked like you were grabbing your rail, making some sound effects. What did you take away from that heat, and what did your coach tell you in the channel?
Tommy was like talking to me, but I couldn't really hear him. Like the Aussie accent, I was like overheating in my wetsuit and just trying to like stay in my zone. I couldn't really hear. I just kept going, what? And so I was just trying to stay in my little headspace, and then just at the end, just going like, I was getting work that whole heat, so I was just like, all right, like Joe Poo's been like testing me this heat, and I'm ready for the wave if it comes. And then it ended up coming at the end, so I was just like, wow, it's pretty special, you know.
Well, you gave your friends, fans, and family something to really worry about for about 34.5 minutes, but congratulations on the buzzer beater to start your finals day.
Thank you. Mom, Dad, sorry, probably stress you guys out there, so next heat we'll do better.
Thanks so much, Chris. Thanks, Crosby. And I think his parents are accepting that apology. They're so proud of him. Mitch Colapinto, Camille, raising incredible boys. As we look like we could get a start to the heat, it is Italo Ferreira, defending event champ, locking in a nice pace on that Timmy Patterson surfboard. Comes out into the bright sunshine and starts off with a make. He's been so consistent with his wave selection, not just in this event, but in the big sessions in the lead up to opening days. We have to break down the race to the final 5. Congrats to Iago Dora. He's in yellow in the Lexus WSL finals. We'll see where Jordy ends up, if he'll stay in second, or if he'll drop to third. You can see Italo in the third spot now. If he wins this heat over Rio Waida, he will officially clinch his spot in the final five.
Wow, I mean, it's a big heat right now. And also, you know, I rewind to last year, finals, trestles, what Italo was able to do from that, you know, 5th seed all the way up to number 2 in the world, facing off against John, and that role he got on. So, I mean, 1 heat away from officially clinching, and he's off to a great start because, I mean, this morning it has been that little bit slow. We just heard Crosby talk to how difficult it is right now to find that place in the lineup with this rising swell. And I think that Italo's on the right move. If the wave comes through, it's on that inside ledge, you take it. He's already had a completion. It's going to be feeling good because, yeah, we have seen those sort of longer lulls in the heats.
And just a quick congrats to Leonardo Fioravanti on a stellar season on tour this year. Had the runner-up again at Pike, lost in a tie-break to Baron Mamiya, and was up to number 9 in the world in that last heat. He had an outside shot of getting into the final 5 today. But now he'll complete his season as world number 9. Another great year for the Italian, as he will now prepare for his wedding day in about a month from now, back home in Italy. Italo, Rio Waida, looking at this one. Priority is with the Indonesian. He takes a long look at that one and loses priority.
Wow, this is definitely a bit of a mistake here. He'll know that for sure. And, I mean, Italo got a completion, you know, first wave of the heat, and now he's just been handed priority, essentially. So things are going Italo's way, and Rio's, he's probably going to be pretty disappointed with that.
Tough one there for Rio. Just handing priority to a world champ like Italo Ferreira. Italo's first number, a 4.83, and for the first 7 events of this season, they both shared the same coach with Reynolds Hayes. After Margaret River, then Rio decided to do things on his own, and he still is doing that here in Tahiti. No coach here today. Reno still backing Italo in this world title campaign, and they're very close to guaranteeing that spot into Cloudbreak. He's been in the finals format 3 times, and he's been one of the most dangerous low seeds in that finals format.
Yeah, I think Italo, if he, I mean, I just think of the word momentum, and he gets fired up by his own performances. I think there's no one more excited than the surf than what Italo is. You know, I even think back to this event last year, and this was sort of that moment in his career. I mean, he hadn't had really a result. He was almost, you know, didn't make the cut at Margaret River, and it was this event where he just got on that roll. And that's what happened, you know, at finals last year too. And, you know, everyone was saying, you know, it depends on what the swell forecast is like and how he, yeah, performs in that opening round heat. And if he's on a heater, he's going to go all the way to the finish, and he did.
Strider Raspberry Wazalewski in his favorite spot in the world in the channel at Chopes. Waz, we see Italo on that 483. Did you see any other waves from him before we got started this morning?
You know what? I watched him manifest that exact wave before the heat started in the channel. I'm like, you know, how you feeling? He's like, yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm like, how's the shoulder? He's like, all taped up, so I'm locked in. So he still has his carrying an injury. But then he started to do this. And I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, I'm tube riding. So he's sitting in the channel, bobbing his head, breathing through the barrel, just like he did on his first wave. So he's just manifesting, you know, the type of waves he's going to ride, which means long, threaded the needle barrels, which is something, well, we love to see. So, you know, little warm-ups in the channel, they can be pretty telling, pretty fun to watch.
Yeah, such a big part of this game is the mental game, right, Strider? Obviously dealing with being brave on the big days, but also visualizing success before it happens.
Yeah, you know, I think seeing it is believing it and manifesting, you know, the end results. Also being smart in the heat. I mean, understanding the heats that you've watched, how many waves have come through, how many big waves have come through, and how many have ran on this reef. So, you know, we saw Cowley and, you know, even Crosby at the end of that heat. Those were inside runners on the inside ledge, getting 6s and 7.5s out of that pocket. I mean, 2 7s are going to win most heats. So these guys, you know, probably paying attention now to the damage that's been done and the heat strategy prior, and, you know, taking mental notes, watching.
Strider, 10 years on tour for Italo. He's 30 now. We've kind of watched him grow up on tour. Some of your favorite memories and ultimately the evolution of Italo in his career. What stands out?
Just the reality of his comfort level within the chaos of, say, Brazil, you know, like the year before when he was just really reveling in it, and you could just see him rising to the occasion and feeling, you know, that mental energy. And then also, you know, there's resilience to come back from kind of the depths, you know, like last year when he won the event here and he was back in the winner's circle, and his emotion that he showed after, you know, having a tough year, like he's all of a sudden, like, you know, mentally to battle through and to get back into the driver's seat after having, you know, really, you know, what you're expected to have a world title every year as good as he is, and then you're like sitting there looking if you're going to make the cut. And, you know, for him to mentally get back into the game, to win this event, and to see the look in his face and his eyes, to see that he could do that and to get back into the driver's seat, was an emotional moment for him and for me, just sitting there to be able to share that. So for me, I love his comeback bite. I love the fact that he can rise to the occasion, and I'm honored to share those moments with him.
Gosh, great story time with the Waz in the channel. We'll check in with him throughout the entire day today. It's been wonderful watching Italo from Rookie of the Year in 2015, World Title 2019. But Flick, this is how he started.
Yeah, this was just the perfect goofy wave, right? He took off deeper on the reef. It was that smaller inside ledge wave. You can just see on your forehand, you really have the ability to just generate that speed and thread the tube so easily. You know, you just compare it. I mean, right now we've got that direct comparison with Rio on his backhand, and that would have been a really difficult wave for Rio to ride. And yeah, Italo just absolutely picking the eyes out of that. Great wave selection, and just to get things started, because it has been that little bit slower. So we see Rio maybe having a look, but will Italo use priority?
Italo will, in fact, get his second wave here. He's way out in front, so he'll see if he could slow down enough towards the West Pole, and he finds a way to pack it, completely disappears. Well-timed pace on that one. Bit of south in it, got him in nice and early, and he got to really anticipate that thing opening wide down on the end pole. So 4.83 start, second scoring ride coming in, and with a priority mistake from Rio, he took advantage of it right there.
Yeah, he's put himself into such a good position in this heat. I mean, another completion, and that wave, that really interesting angle. You mentioned it, Joey, let him in super easily. You're thinking, hang on a second, he's super far out on this one, but that west just jacked up, and out the back, it looks like Rio.
Looking interested. Real White has to just go straight. So a look where he lost priority. And second wave, he's not in position to pull in, and he's got to step off. You'll see that power of this wave just push him towards this inside shelf. He knows he's got a lot of water to deal with here. Stands on his sharp eye and then tries to push under and laying flat at the same time. You're not really diving deep right there because you'll go straight into the reef. Red Bull ski moving closely, and there's the grab for Rio White, and they'll put him back into position.
Yeah, wow, this is going to be a bit time crunchy too. I mean, chewing into another, minute and a half, almost 2 minutes on the clock. A couple of little mistakes there from Rio. He's going to know that himself. But now, you know, Italo paddles back out. He's got priority again. Locked in another number, another completion. So Rio's got a bit of catching up to do as we look at this second wave of Italo. Picking here, hang on a second, this wave isn't going to tube. It hits that west bowl really nicely, and he's able to eject just before that thing closes out. So interesting couple of waves, and then Rio takes off out the back on this set, and just that bit too deep. And yeah, it's going to take about 2 minutes off the clock for him right now.
Stellar job from the Tahitian Water Patrol. A great crew once again on hand for the event. As you see the positioning now for Rio, that means he's going past the judging tower, through the lagoon, and then they'll step on the gas and start whipping back out to the buoys. Takes about 90 seconds, sometimes a little bit longer depending where they're positioned on the reef. But now they're in nice deep water and they start to gun it right there. Rio's just taking in the deep breaths, and he's going to try to forget about the first 10 minutes.
It's always fun when you're on the ski like this and you're going super fast. I feel you can almost, I mean, you're obviously so locked in, but he's kind of had a wipe out. He got a bit pounded and a bit held in that position. You're jumping on the back of the ski, you got a high heart rate. He's going to jump off, he's going to be fired up. He's still got, I mean, he's still got a lot of time. By the time he gets out the back, I mean, we can just see that, we could just see the jet ski in that right-hand corner of the screen almost. So he's going to have a lot of time. but he definitely is going to know he's made a couple of mistakes.
So with 18:35 on the clock, Italo trying to accomplish back-to-back wins at the Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC. His first start here, 2015, he actually had a quarterfinal. Repeated a quarter in 2018, but before this win, look, he had 3/17ths, so this one felt extra special.
That's crazy to me because, I mean, that performance from last year is just burned into my brain. That win, his make rate was incredible, right? I think it was up until the final that he had his first fall, and last year, just the speed that he was surfing with. I mean, he's carried it through to this event too. Just the ability. I mean, obviously he's on his forehand, so you know, a little bit of an advantage there. But just the speed that he carries, the way he threads the tube, and just that momentum that we were speaking about before, he just carried it. I mean, it seems to me he's sort of locked into that same gear this year too.
There's always those event wins that are just gigantic. The legacy of this event, to be a part of it, you know, to win last year in 2024 for Italo. Everyone will remember the waves are pumping, and they'll remember who was in the final with him. You know, John Florence, who is always going to be a favorite in waves like this to win the event, you know, and that stopped John twice in finals of coming very close to winning this event. That's still something John wants to accomplish in his career.
It's crazy when you say that he hasn't had a win here, because, and then for someone like Italo, on the other hand, for him to get a win, obviously, like you said, everyone remembers the waves and everyone remembers who he matched up against. You want to be matched up against the best, you know, when you think about that conversation of the best evers out here, you know, you think Kelly, you think John, you think Owen, you know, the Irons brothers, that there's so many names that come to mind, but to be matched into a final with John out here and then to get the win, it's sort of extra special, I think, because, you know, you want to be matched up against the best. So for Italo, and that was his breakthrough result, and then he went on to win Brazil after that, and it set him up for a finals appearance, you know, at Trestles. So, yeah, super special win for Italo here.
There's those mornings when you can kind of tell if Italo's in that winning type of rhythm, you know, where he just starts rampaging. He's an energy guy, you know, when he figures it out, he's jumping up and down, he's rapping to himself in Portuguese, he's punching the walls, you know, all to keep himself in the zone. You know, it goes back to his world title win in 2019. That was a pipe Masters title was on the line, but he didn't have any previous great results there. And kind of like in Tahiti with his win, when he's feeling the energy and he's connected, you know, you can kind of forget his previous history in an event, and you just can look at him in the face and go, uh-oh, he might go all the way today.
Oh, you could, the morning of finals last year at Trestles, you could just see it. He was so fired up. I mean, I remember, I think, you know, those intros, was it Chris Cote was doing the intros, right, between each surfer, you know, on that podium before they ran out for the heat. Italo, headphones on, rapping, you know, you could see it. He was visibly charged. And, you know, from that first heat all the way through to the, you know, those final heats with John, you can't take your eyes off the screen because he's just so entertaining in every way possible. And last year he was like that here. And, I mean, for me, I think we're already seeing a charged up Italo this morning.
Love it, Flick. 15 on the clock, and heat number 3 of the round is 16. Italo out front. Heat 4 getting ready to go. Marco Mignot is looking for Rookie of the Year. It's between him and Al Cleland, but he's dealing with a past champion, Jack Robinson, coming up next. Great opportunity to download TrueSurf. It's for free from the App Store or Google Play. There's new updates like graphics, upgraded waves, including real whitewater physics. Easy on those foam climbs. There's new replay cams, including a POV view and much more. You can tap WSL events to play the virtual Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC. Remember what the judges are looking for. Deep barrels on the foam ball. And hey, it's a video game. Do a huge air over dry reef, like Gabe Medina does, or Freddie P back in the day. Download it now and play. It's free on the App Store or Google Play, and you'll get real live conditions like we have for Italo and Rio Waida here in the round of 16. Look at that beautiful ocean surface glistening in the morning light. Judges Tower is looking nice there. They've got the best view in the house. They get dropped off in the boat every morning. On those bigger days, it's pretty turbulent, so you got to be careful where you're stepping on the ladder. And now we've got a great opportunity to check out the channel from the Tahiti flight cam.
Oh, it's just such a stunning day in Tahiti right now. It really is heaven on earth here. I mean, we had a couple of lay days and a few of us managed to make it over to Moorea, get on the car ferry and have a couple of nights over there, really experience what it was all about. Got to interact with a few whales and had a really, really good time, Joey. It just, this place, I can't sing the praises high enough. It's my favorite place on earth.
And the look on your face tells the whole story. You're refreshed, Flick. Yeah, just feeling this really good feeling in French Polynesia. And that, like you mentioned, there's a lot of different islands here. Tahiti's the biggest island and has the biggest population. As Jack showing up, checking in. Floating little Red Bull athlete zone. Puts on the jersey, and remember, we had a few different scenarios unfolding this morning. Leo Fioravanti outside the talk now for the title race, with him getting knocked out by Crosby on the buzzer. But Jack is still trying to just stay in the zone to see if he could put himself into the final five for Cloud Break.
It's a bit of a tough situation. He's really only in control of himself. A couple of other scenarios coming up at the end of this round. You know, Heat 7, Heat 8, both have Ethan and Griff. And, you know, I think if they're advancing through, things are getting a lot trickier for Jack. Jack really, he needs to keep running his own race out here, essentially win, and then he needs Griff and Ethan, I think, to not progress. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's good. We'll dive into that as that unfolds. Yeah. The easy one will be to see what Jack does in the next heat. Then we'll see how the points change. But yeah, with Jack, Griffin, Ethan, still with a chance to compete for a world title. Well, there's a lot of news that will be released in this round. Now with 10:15 on the clock, Rio Waida finished off his season really well last year. Cloud Break was the season finale. Was able to finish runner-up in the final to Griffin Colapinto. Hard-working surfer, first to ever represent Indonesia on tour. Always traveling with his brother, Ryuki. Ryuki rips as well, but his first job is to make sure he's not missing his brother's clips. And there have been some tough losses for Rio this year. Remember one on the Gold Coast where he lost early, and then the free surf session he put on for the next few days was like a movie part. Giant airs, just insane rhythm, like he'd win the event. And he's just been trying to understand the process of bringing out the best in himself in the heats. Those post-heat sessions feel great, but he wants to do it when everything's on the line. There's Ryuki there, caddying at the moment. Not worried about the clips. He's got to make sure he's got that backup board ready.
Yeah, I think the tough thing can be, you know, Rio had his best year last year. You know, he had the breakthrough semi-final at Bells, then he had, the 5th in Tahiti last year, and then the 2nd. And you're thinking, okay, I've like finally cracked the code here. I've made my first final, finals day. I've made my first final. And, you know, I just kind of, at the beginning of this year also, he had that match up with Italo. He's cracked a 2nd again. You're thinking 2nd event of the year, okay, I've got this momentum going. So I think it's just, you're trying to find your place on tour. You're trying to crack into that momentum, and momentum can come and go as well. And it's one of those funny things, and it's so hard to sort of slip back in and try and find it. And sometimes you can just keep having these poor results. You're like, what's going on? And I think that's kind of what, Rio was scratching his head at the beginning of the year, kind of being like, what is going on? Like, how come I can't slip back into that momentum? And sometimes all it can take is one result or changing something up. And, it's interesting, hearing you say that he's not working, with Reynos right now and trying to do things on his own. Like, obviously taking a lot of good information from Reynos as we see Italo.
Lock in with some speed. He's really deep now, wide open. And how about that read from the defending event champion? Managed his speed well, got the biggest barrel so far of this matchup, and getting one step closer to clinching his spot in the final 5.
Wow, okay, well, biggest, best wave of the heat so far. You can see that had a lot of west in it. When that just sneaking out before it closed out on that end section. That was epic to see. It's just a sign of that swell sort of pushing in as well, but that thing was very round. Yellow just threaded this thing beautifully. Takes off, nice entry, little double arm drag there, and then just the clean exit. So just beautifully done here, good positioning. And I just love that he stalled so that he had to sort of project through that section, and he really got the maximum amount of time you could get in the tube. You can see him double arm stall here, and then really having to pump on the gas here just to make it through this section. So this is the best wave of the heat so far, and Italo really starting to make a run for it now with almost just over 6.5 minutes left.
Italo feeling great, but he's watching Rio Waida try to get barreled here. Let's go the rail, sets up that one pump, a tough section on the foam ball, especially for the backhander there. He gets gobbled up very quickly on just his second wave scored. His third real look in the matchup, down to 6:25 remaining. For Rio, he'll try to scrap under this one. He's already done one trip around the lagoon with the water patrol. And numbers now in for Italo. It's a 6.5 to go with his 4.83. And now Rio needing 2 waves to break this subtle combination that he has on top of him.
Yeah, it's a soft combo. I think, you know, he can easily break this, especially as we speak about it here at Waves Like Chotes. Things can change so quickly, and you can easily break the combination. But Italo, that's 3 waves, 3 makes. You know, he's progressed. I mean, the 4.8, the 4, the 6.5. You know, hasn't had a fall yet, and he's just looking so switched on. I think right now it's tough for Rio because Italo's going to hold priority, and you know, you just think back this morning. I mean, we have seen long waits between sets, so we might only see one more roll of the dice here for Rio.
Rio Waida celebrating his second CT final at stop 2 in the wave pool system in Abu Dhabi, and then had a 5th place finish in Portugal. Was still a contender inside the top 10 picture, and then a series of 17ths have happened from El Salvador all the way through Jeffreys Bay. Guy that likes to spend time learning, focusing on what he needs to do to accomplish all of his goals. As we look back on what's been a stellar year, Barron winning at Pike, going back-to-back. Rio a part of this final with Italo. And then got a 5th place finish when Dora and Ferreira were in the final in Peniche.
Yeah, and then we moved to El Salvador. Jordy Smith got that iconic win, the first one in a few years, so that felt good. And then down under, Jack Robbo ringing the bell back home in Australia.
Felipe Toledo on his comeback season to the tour had a classic with an old rival named Julian Wilson. Julian caught 17 waves in that final, so the most of the season so far. Jordy picked up his 2nd win the same year, first time he's ever done that. Now in his 18th year on tour. Then the Dora story came true at Lowers, his 2nd win. Cole Hausman, another rematch with Griff in a final, and an emotional one for Connor O'Leary at Jeffreys Bay. As we get right back into live action. Rio Waida trying to break the combo here. Grabs the rail, nice and deep. Staying nice and hollow, but he gets tripped up on the exit. His best wave so far, but loses it on the way out.
Well, I mean, he had the right idea, right? He knows how much time's left on the clock. He sort of had to make a move to break this soft combination. If he was coming out of that one, he probably would have done it. He only needs one more wave. That was just... it's going to be really tough. Nothing has sort of gone his way in this heat, and he's going to be feeling it here. He's going to be jumping on the ski. It's another 1.5 minutes off the clock. Let's have a look what went wrong. He definitely had the right idea, just trying to get something on the board to break this combination. So he just gets hung up on that foam ball and flicked around. So right now, I mean, he's only got 1.5 minutes left on this clock by the time he makes it out the back. It was a really tough moment, so he had the right idea. If he comes out, he makes that, he breaks the combo, gets back out the back, one more potential set. He creates that opportunity for himself.
Great job for the Water Patrol. A lot of members of the David family out there. And another guy that's out there, Thierry Dominique, has been one of the pioneers of tow surfing here at Teahupo for many years. Tom Survey, a Hall of Famer photographer, captured a bomb. It looks like a crystallized ice water. The way he captured this, just a giant tow set. Thierry got one of the waves of his life. We're going back to like 2004 in those sessions, and he's often been just a big part of the Tahitian Water Patrol with all of his knowledge of this reef and seeing it as big as it gets. 2 minutes to go with Rio still not dropped off yet. We're getting closer to the party starting for Italo. A lot of things to celebrate for this man this year. Obviously, it's still a great year that's still continuing and looking like it will extend to Cloudbreak. But also him and his partner expecting their first child, a baby boy, that he was really proud of to release on his Instagram, giving him extra motivation to bring it all home this year.
It's really cool. I think to, you know, the guys recently on tour who have become dads, you know, you had the Ryan Callanan, Connor O'Leary, Jack Robbo, John, and just, you know, Kelly. But, but talk about the younger guys at their first child and how you see them come back and how they talk about their experience post, the birth of their child. And they talk about, wow, I thought surfing was everything. And it is, up until that moment. You know, the career it is, and then you have this life outside of you and you're like, wow, it's just like changed my total perspective on everything. And I'm looking forward, obviously already we've seen those emotions from Italo, but I really am looking forward to seeing him step into that new role and what kind of surfer that's, maybe going to change him a little bit. Or yeah, it's just interesting. You've heard Jack talk about it, John talk about it, and Connor, Ryan. It's going to be really cool.
Yeah, I mean, speaking straight to that, Connor O'Leary, becomes a dad, wins his first event, at Jeffreys Bay. Great job to Connor again for a great year on tour. 30 seconds to go. Big congratulations to Italo Ferreira. What a season he's had. We talk about how dangerous he's been in the final 5. The last 2 years specifically, where he started off in the first title match and he's finished runner-up in the world. So even that we're at Cloudbreak, he still looks like one of those guys that will have enough energy to come from deep. Just have to find out what seed that he will be in. But as we count this one out, a big congratulations to Italo Ferreira clinching his spot in the final 5. Can't wait to see what he does at Cloudbreak.
Wow, this is going to be deadly. It's super exciting. Him on his forehand. I mean, just watch where he's able to position at chokes, how deep he can come from behind the section, the drive. I mean, if he gets on a roll, same thing again, same story. I mean, watch out. I mean, imagine you've got 2 goofs now, confirmed. This is exciting.
Yeah, and both Brazilian. Iago guaranteed to be the #1 seed at the Lexus WSL Finals. We'll see where Jordy ends up. We'll see where Italo ends up with seeding, and we'll find out who will take the last couple of spots. Still plenty of the story to tell for Cloudbreak. Up next, Jack Robinson and Marco Mignot. Here we are in the round of 16. Heat number 4 features a past champ. Jack Robinson, representing WA, has always been a favorite at slapping waves around the world. Getting a huge win over Gabriel Medina, not last year, a year before, when a spot in the final 5 was on the line. It's a final that we will never forget. He's taken on a rookie named Marco Mignot, who's got a lot planned for the day as well. He's looking to take the Rookie of the Year honor. It's between Marco and Al Cleveland Jr.
Yeah, this is an exciting heat. I mean, these 2 guys, Jack, obviously, so much experience out here. He's had so many crazy moments. And then Marco, first event here and rocked up. Obviously, we had the toe swell, crazy big day. And he managed to get a couple the second afternoon. That absolutely blew me away. So I'm looking forward to seeing this matchup. Obviously, a lot on the line for Jack as we look here, see what happened at the start of the heat. And Marco just taking off here. Oh my goodness, going straight over the handlebars there, head first. That is scary stuff out there. It is super shallow. So Marco there, just a small wave, and hands priority to Jack.
You're making a big point right there, Flick. It's always a reminder, even on smaller waves, sometimes those cause the most injuries out here, and you got to really be careful how you fall. .23 start for Marco. This one's rolling in underneath. And Jack Robinson will hold priority. Jackson red. You see Marco, the rookie, over there in the blue jersey. And winner of this one moves on to the quarterfinals. As we're setting up the back half of the draw, let's catch up with the defending event champ. Italo's with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, team. Italo, we're used to seeing you go out there and catch about 50 waves and just get spit out of each and every one. You had to do that one on the strength of 3 waves. So what was the morning like for you?
Yeah, that was slow heat. I surfed in the morning. I had like some bad wipeouts because the waves kind of between the small, like perfect, and then medium, like good. So we always like on the between, you know, and then you can see something on the inside that you can make like 6 something, but the bigger ones you can make like 7 or 8 or 9s, depend on the size of the wave. But it's pretty hard to decide if you stay on the inside or on the outside. But yeah, I tried just to play the game, and yeah, I tried to get better.
The game worked, you got barreled, and guess what? With that win, you are now officially clinched the WSL Final 5. So congratulations there. You got more work to do here, but how does that news get you?
I know that was a pretty special, you know, because in the last couple months have been my life have been crazy, you know, like everything on the same time, and but feel like so stoked and glad to live in this life, you know, and enjoy my moment. Try to be like always like the best that I can, you know, and on the last couple 2 Final 5s I had second, and then it's time to turn this, you know, and then yeah, be careful guys, I'm here.
Setting his intentions right there. Congratulations, moving through today and officially clinched for the upcoming Lexus WSL Final 5.
Italo on fire.
That's why they call him Bravo. He's a Brazilian slang for I'm the man.
Italo's fired up, hyper. He's ready to go.
When Italo gets into this kind of form, you can tell he doesn't even have to think. He can just react. He could basically do anything he wants. Looks like the alley-oop rotation, easily landing that one.
Woo! So fast, so electric.
Ferreira ain't done yet.
Supersonic into the air.
Let's go. Ferreira, he is having a hell time out there.
You're going to go to Portugal with a yellow leader jersey on. Your number 1 in the rankings, Italo.
The defending event champion. Good wall there. He goes upside down. Lightning in a bottle.
You can feel the energy coming off the sand.
Talk about going big and going home. I mean, he's leaving nothing on the table right now.
Asking for the 10. The crowd wants the 10. Have you ever seen a surfer run into the crowd with 21 minutes left?
That guy's a madman.
The coil, the wind up, the speed, the ramp. Of course he rides out of it.
Italo Ferreira, you have clinched your spot in the Lexus WSL Finals. Rolling right in with Jack Robinson. He is getting coned. He gets puffed out. Subtle little celebration from Jack, as he'll be getting his second scoring ride of the matchup against Marco Mignot. His opener, 5.33, and that was a dreamy one, Flick.
Oh, 2 completions already at the start of the heat. You know, today's been a bit slow, so I just think you want to make the most of those opportunities. Jack knows this reef so well, and he's capitalizing on it. I mean, that second one underneath priority, sniffing on the way back out. So, I mean, let's have a look here. We'll dive into this. So Jack, utilizing that priority. Beautiful, just pump in the barrel. No grab rail. That was the first wave. Let's dive into the second one. So first was a 5.33. Then he's backing it up here with this one. So, I mean, this is a great start to the heat. It's just control automatically. You know, it's probably going to put Marco into a bit of a soft combo. And, I mean, this is what Jack needs. He needs to sort of be in control of his destiny, and right now, well, try it as best he can. He's doing that right now.
He's such a special athlete, and just, you know, it's been a long time coming. We've been following Jack's career since he was about 10 years old, you know, destined to reign and be in the position that he is in today. And he's made a big impact, you know, globally. Entering different lineups, he always starts with respect. Watching Jack pull into this one under priority, he'll just keep getting barreled. A couple of fives to start, he'll just keep on swinging.
This does stuff to your opponent, right? I mean, Jack staying busy. He's had these waves under priority, these last two. Marco's sitting out the back thinking, hang on a second, he's just getting these underneath me. There's been a couple that have slipped through. And Jack right now is just inching, you know, sort of running, not running away, but he's walking away at the moment with the lead. He's just ever so slightly improving. Let's see. So on the inside here, that beautiful west bowl, just demonstrating the beautiful backside technique there.
And now Marco is trying to make sure Jack doesn't just run away with this thing. Nice clean takeoff. He's slowing things down. It's already spitting behind him. You can see that tip of the JS throughout that ride. So he was probably hoping to get a little deeper, but still, nice start to get into the game here.
Yeah, this is cool. I mean, a little bit more consistency here. Marco going to keep at pace. He's had a completion. You can see he's fired up after that. So, I mean, like you mentioned, Joe, he probably would have liked to have been a little bit deeper. You can really see here how much he's putting that weight on that back foot and then just arm barring there, trying to maximize the time in the tube. But he's keeping at pace. That's what he needs right now. I mean, Jack's sort of had those few completions. He needs to get a score on the board. He's done that.
Well done to Marco in the Rookie of the Year race with Al Cleland Jr. And what a big rookie class we had to kick off the season. You know, reflecting back to the first half before the cut with George Pitar, Edgar Grangia. You know, a lot of people were picking Jackson Bunch to go all the way. All had some great moments in the first part of the season. Then we really got to narrow in on guys like Joel Vaughn, who was actually the lead of the Rookie of the Year into the last event of the regular season. But Joel Vaughn lost to Jake Marshall in the elimination round, and then we saw Marco take the lead. So he's still out in front. Al has to have a few things go his way, and we'll keep you posted on that. Representing Sayulita, Mexico, waving the French flag on tour. Marco speaking a lot of languages, and he jumped on the team with JS Industries a few years back. And Jason Stevenson and the crew, they always have like a team training week every year at the start of the season on the Gold Coast, where they've got, you know, Aki showing up, Joel Parkinson, the 20-plus team riders, Groms Pro Juniors, and I think the reaction of Marco showing up for his first team training was how consistent he was with big full rotations and just going above the lip, where they're like, wow, he can do this maybe better than anyone else on the team. And then we saw him do that effectively multiple times this year. Portugal full road, big one, clutch against Griff in El Salvador. It was a big reason of how he qualified for the Challenger Series, and that's just been a secret weapon all season long.
Oh, for me, it was early. Watching him there and the full rotations and the variation we saw in his air game, that was insane. And for me, I was like, wow, okay, this is his kryptonite.
You can only win Rookie of the Year once. Let's break down the scenarios for Rookie of the Year. If Marco loses to Jack, that's equal ninth. If he gets a fifth, that's a quarter. Al Cleland would then have to make the final to overtake. That's if Marco loses in those rounds. If Marco gets to the semifinals, then Al's got to win the event. If Marco finds himself in the final of the Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC, he will officially win Rookie of the Year.
Al's got a bit of work to do if he wants to take that Rookie of the Year title from Marco. Marco just put in such a strong performance throughout the year. I mean, initially when we'll have a look here what happens, if anyone's having a look, it looks like Marco may be looking. But yeah, initially at the start, I mean, straight out the gates, you know, we had that performance from Al at backdoor and in the heat against Jack Robinson, actually. And I mean, straight away I was thinking, wow, okay, Al is here and he has arrived. But then, yeah, slowly Marco, Joel Vaughn, you know, sort of edging ahead. But yeah, we've seen some amazing moments from the rookies on tour so far. I mean, I think to that rotation from Joel Vaughn that we had as we look to the channel, and Jeremy hands to the head.
I think he was hoping for a blocking call. to go against Jack Robinson. Jeremy in the corner of Marco Mignot. As we'll open up the IC replay, see what Jeremy saw here.
Yeah, so, I mean, Jeremy's seeming to think that Jack, you know, maybe blocking a little bit there so that Marco couldn't take off.
And I think those are veteran moves where Jack knows how to sit without moving his arms to kind of hold that position. I think it's a great call to let it go. Jack with priority just wants an update on his scores and what Marco needs as he's chasing a 7-4. And as we're on this Rookie of the Year topic, let's take a moment to congratulate Aaron Brooks, the 18-year-old, taking the Rookie of the Year honor in 2025.
Wow, she has had a pretty impressive year. You know, I think what was cool for me to see is, okay, everyone, she's had all this momentum behind her before she qualified. You know, there was a lot of hype, and for good reason. And then she came on and she wasn't getting the results she expected. She was sort of maybe a little bit open with that. And then, you know, the breakthrough moment at Burley, she started dropping 9s for those backhand hangers. And then everyone was like, okay, this is the kind of performance we're looking to see from Erin on tour. And obviously she's, you know, impressed us since then. And yeah, Rookie of the Year, Erin.
Impressive
surprise,
year.
surprise.
First time on tour, you know, where you're trying to figure out everything at all the spots. Working well with Shane Dorian at Pipe and Jake Patterson for the rest of the season. And like you mentioned, semifinal Gold Coast, semifinal in Portugal, semifinal in Rio de Janeiro. A very successful year and went crazy in the early rounds of this event. And well, for a moment there, we thought she was going to go all the way.
Oh, just with that hunger she has inside her, she's got so much more to give. Let's just not forget she's only 18. There's a lot more of Erin Brooks that we will be seeing. So I think, you know, early stages this year, you know, she's so young, early stages of her career, she's got so much more to give. And now she's got all this experience as well from all the different stops, from, you know, where to stay, her favorite places to eat, the people she wants to hang with, and all those things you've got to figure out. And next year, I think, I mean, she's going to be just even more deadly than what she already is. And yeah, I mean, it was cool to see her in, you know, our chokes and just her forehand barrel riding, the technique, surfing beyond her years there. And you know, she came into this event with still maybe an outside shot at qualifying for those finals. So yeah, congrats, Erin.
Tour's in a great place. Women's Tour expanding in 2026. That'll be fun to see who comes off the Challenger Series and who will receive those wild cards as well, as the tour will kick off at Bells Beach next year in April. So we're talking 7 months of off season. Gonna miss these guys, but the Challengers is going to be really intense to watch. As we'll check in with Strider.
Oh, hey Joe, how's it going?
Really good. Yourself?
Yeah, not bad. It's a beautiful morning out here. It's been a slower pace than, you know, I would like, but when they come, they're really fun to watch.
Hair's looking great, man.
Hey man, you know, I actually washed it last night.
It's all part of the job, yeah. But on days like this, it makes things interesting with tactics, wave selection, because you don't know how many choices they're going to get, right?
Yeah, it's been really interesting, you know, to start out the heat. You know, Jeremy, you know, identifying that obviously Jack, one of the best to ever do it out here. And by the way, Jack's got the AI spray on the bottom of his board representing Andy Irons. So down below, trying to pull that mana up to his, you know, heat and everything that's in it. But, you know, Jeremy identifying that he's so good out here that, you know, he's got that his guy, his horse in the race, Mignot, needs to look at every single wave. I want you looking at every wave. You never know. If that corner backs off and you thought you were too deep, if you're not right there, you can't see it. And that's exactly what Jack's done. So he's basically doing exactly what, you know, Jack is doing exactly what Jeremy told Marco to do. So, you know, that's why he's got all those scores on the board already. And Marco really, you know, he has been incredible throughout the warm-ups. On the big day, he was sending it. So, you know, he's got the capability to give him a run for the money, but he's got to sit deep on that ledge and really stay behind the curtain as deep as possible, because that's the most important part of these tube rides, is the way that they're seen and how deep you can sit in the barrel and where you can navigate from.
Strider did bring up Andy. I'd love to hear a great Andy story as far as a big performance you've seen in the water. It doesn't have to be Tahiti, or even just a great experience you had together on land. Hold that for just a moment as Marco does take a look. He'll let it run through this reef. Smart leave by Marco. And back to Waz, remembering the great AI.
Yeah, you know what? Andy is one of those guys that he just never doubted and he would never count himself out. And one of my favorite moments, to be honest, was when he told me to F off. And it was in France, and he was, you know, Slater was just about to win a world title, and it was kind of a matter of time. And we had hats and champagne bottles and T-shirts and the whole deal. And if Andy lost the heat, Kelly won. And Andy won the heat. And he came straight up to me after the heat, you know, behind the scenes, and just said, it's like, yeah, that's right. Put the champagne away. It's not over yet. And it was just so cool to see the grit of Andy Irons and what he stood for. And he was always there to let you know. And that's, you know, my favorite part. What was on his lung was on his tongue.
Beautiful, Strider. I love that one. That was amazing. He brought us all there. Goosebumps here in the booth with all of us. Gosh, we miss him dearly. Andy made an impression at every stop on tour. I mean, he's a 3-time world champ, and especially when it came to going here at Tehupo, one of the all-time greats in free surfs, multiple-time champion of the CT event. His last win here in 2010 over CJ Hobgood in the final. A big inspiration for Marco and Jack. Marco watching Jack take this one. Robinson, a couple of pumps on the backhand, comes out with a breath of the wave. Was hoping to break one of those fives open. But Jack coming off a win. He's only been here a few times. He's had a 17th and 9th and 1 win, but an incredible winning percentage. One guy that's ahead of him, the great AI, when you talk about CT by the numbers, heat winning percentage, just behind Andy. 79% is Jack Robinson.
Wow. I mean, I know for a fact that, you know, Andy is one of the surfers that Jack has tried to emulate. You know, he's been pretty open about favourite surfers that he looks up to, and you see a lot of Andy and Jack's style, especially on the backhand, the way he stands tall in, you know, pits that we've seen him out here at Chopes, you know, pipe, backdoor. I see that reminiscent in his surfing. So Jack would like that stat, I think, just to know he's just 1% behind. It'd be really cool, especially we see here this one, just Jack utilising that priority. Beautiful little hula hoop there, technique with that hand grab on the rail. Comes out with the spit, so he's maximised the tube time. Anytime you see that, he's riding that foam ball. So nice depth in the tube there. Will it, you know, surpass his other two scores? Probably not.
Yeah, probably a throwaway. But for him, it's a rhythm thing. He's getting barreled still. He's really, really comfortable. Yeah, it will be a throwaway. 417, 383 before. So Jack hasn't added one into his top 2 since his second wave. Marco will hold his position with priority. Yeah, and then you go to the connection with Andy with Eric Arakawa and surfboard. So in Jack's contract, he rides Sharp Eyes for the majority of the year, and then in waves like Pipeline, waves here at Tahiti, you know, he's jumping on Arakawas. As see Marco trying to angle in there. He'll hold back. And when you ask Eric about significant moments and surfers that he's worked with in his career, things he's most proud of, you know, one he talks about is Andy's run into the title race in 2003 with Kelly, where Andy ordered a bunch of boards, ordered 2 6.6s, but Eric had a feeling he might need another one. And Andy broke both 6.6s on the way to the final, and that third one Eric kind of felt he needed to make was the difference in him winning pipe in the title that year. As we look at Marco Mignot trying to drive over the foam ball, but loses his rail. Down to 12 minutes and still chasing a 7.4.
Yeah, that was a tough read on that wave. That one, yeah, had a little bit more size. It was a little bit taller, but just a little bit crumbly, not so open. You know, we've seen Jack's been sniffing those ones that have come in a little bit, you know, closer to that inside ledge. They've stayed very round. That one, you know, a little bit taller, but just not that opening that Marco's looking for.
Marco trying to chase down the Rookie of the Year award, so he wants to win this heat. Jack's trying to chase a spot inside the final 5. So much on the line here at the Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC. Kicked off the season at Pipe, and Jack Robinson already gave us a 10-point ride for this beast of a wave. Crazy bomb drop, held on, got puffed out, ended up losing this heat. Sal Cleland Jr.
This thing was crazy. The heat was crazy. The waves were pumping. I mean, I'm going to, it's one thing getting a 10, but another thing getting a 10 at backdoor when it's absolutely honking like that, conditions like that. I think, a 10 is a 10. And you score a Yeti full of all that Yeti gear.
Gosh, you love that. That's been happening all season long. We love it. Jack got the Yeti. Tundra 110 filled with Yeti signature products. I loved his version of the Jack Robinson Yeti as told by Series earlier this year that dives into his support crew as we look at one of the greats out here. Two-time Pipe champ, Tahiti champ, France champ, Olympian, super coach Jeremy Flores signaling to Marco Mignon.
Yeah, the move in. Move in.
And he's listening. The Marco in blue there starting to adjust his position under the priority of Jack Robinson. For a guy like Jeremy with all of his success, he knows how to win with or without priority, especially on a reef like this. So he's thinking with his heat strategy, looking at more options for Marco in his rookie season of what he should do at the moment. Now tell him to hold his position.
I think too, obviously Marco this is wide open still. I mean, he's 7-4, a high score, in regards to, even if you look at the scorecards today, yeah, it's a higher number. But, you want to give yourself that opportunity. There's plenty of waves. Looks like there's one going to move to this sort of this west bowl here. It's going to stay super open potentially. Jack having a look.
Jack with priority, nice angle on this one. No grabs, just driving, and then it's a wide open pit. Easy make from Robbo. Fun little way to kick out. He had so much speed on the takeoff, and I love how he just sets his feet in the wax, doesn't grab the rail. Trying to see how hard he's got to drive to maximize the scoring potential. His last two have been throwaways. Let's see how he does here.
I feel this is going to improve the situation. I mean, Jeremy wasn't wrong. Moved to that inside shelf, the west bowl, I mean, getting Marco to shift, and then, unfortunately doesn't have priority and Jack's taking off on that one. But Jeremy's definitely got the read because this was beautiful. I love that takeoff where it wasn't the grab rail from the beginning. I think of, people like John doing that, especially out here, and then setting the rail and just how open that wave stayed. Really just watching this wave aesthetically, it was a beautiful thing to watch. Just stayed super hollow, super round. Those ones on that west bowl just tend to do that. They really throw over, and just that beautiful angle from behind from Sam water camera. And
Sam
beautiful.
Smith doing a great job out there. Swimming all day long in the free surfs afterwards. He's got that big water housing. It looks like an ice chest. Nice white box. Puts himself in the best spot to get the visions from the channel. All those shots of the coaches. Sam Smith doing a great job. There he is right there, always happy. Loving life. Big shakas from Sam. He's been a part of this for a very long time. Gets fired up in the morning, putting in all of his gear, and he thrives off that adrenaline and getting the best shots of the world's best surfers. And like you thought there, Flick, it is going to make improvement. In fact, the best wave for Jack in the matchup is 6.17.
Looks like Jack having another look here on that inside ledge.
Might as well keep on swinging. There he goes. Big drive. This one is over the foam ball and doesn't make this one. And that's that smart head for Jack. He's like, if I want to get more, I know what I have to do. But pays for it there.
Smart surfing, and that's his first fall, right? And first not making this heat. But I guess he's kind of going with that same feeling from the 617. Just you could see him trying to emulate the same takeoff, the same feel. It had the same look to it, that wave. If he's coming out of that thing, he's definitely improving again. Just right now, it's making it tricky. He's making it tricky. He's asking some questions from Marco. That same beautiful technique, you can just see, oh wow, just got slapped super hard. But just utilizing that same technique, the takeoff, not grabbing the rail yet, sets the line. This one super deep and just gets absolutely walloped. But he makes that. He's going to put just another probably point in front of Marco. And this is going to be difficult for Marco. I mean, rookie right now hearing Jack, you know, a bit of wizardry going in on the inside, you know, just creating that bit more space between, you know, both the competitors right now.
Jack doing a good job to get the 617 and keeps swinging under priority at the moment, Strider.
Yeah, we were just watching from the channel, seeing this, a lot of frustration out of Jeremy because, you know, he's watching Marco kind of just a little bit, you know, in between, like we've seen some of the other athletes in that last heat, you know, and the way that things roll through, and it's really hard to watch because when you see these nuggets coming through on the inside that are hitting the ledge and it's opening up wide. I mean, Jack found that last wave. They did not make it, but oh my gosh, it was just insane, the technique to come underneath that thing so late, whip the hula hoop in there where you throw the hips into it, and then be riding on the foam ball. And then at that last moment, he looked like a ghost rider. He was just like flying through the air in the mist. He looked like it was just so cool looking, even though there wasn't a board with him. It was one of the coolest things I've seen today. So, you know, and his rhythm is insane. He just keeps doing it. He just keeps, you know, taking the escalator ride back out, nice smooth rhythm, right back into another one. And, you know, it doesn't matter whether it has priority or not. He's got what is just kind of the ocean's just giving him the waves at the moment.
Strider, options for Marco now. He has priority. You know, we've got Jack, one of the best tube riders in the world, with 5s and 6s. He needs an 8.24. Is there something on the inside shelf that can give him that score?
You know, I think so. I've been seeing these ones that just run down the reef, and with those runners, you know, you can sit back there behind the curtain, completely disappeared from view from the judge's angle, and just be riding in that edge of the foam ball. And then at that last section, always kind of gives it the hook. You come over that foam ball, it spits, you come out behind the spit, you're going to get the big score. I mean, we saw 7.5 on it already from Kaoli in here, so yes, there's points in here to be had.
Good man, Strider. 2:45 on the clock here. Jack Robinson looking for a spot into the final 5. He's told us he's had some up and down moments this year. Had the Big Bells win, then 33rd loss at Burley Heads. No one saw that coming. As you see, the official world #1, Yago Dora, will be grabbing that same color jersey in the Lexus WSL Finals, where he will make his first appearance in that format.
He is 2 waves right now away from a potential world title, which is absolutely incredible. I think, you know, especially think about the trajectory of his career, the last couple of years, how close he's been to being in that world title conversation. Pipped at the post, you know, a couple of years ago by Jack in that quarterfinal that they had, that duel last year as well. He was right there in that conversation. So, I mean, he's going to be deadly out there too. On the forehand, cloud break, the speed he surfs with, the variation in his surfing. He has the potential to go to the air as well. I'm really looking forward to seeing that.
Wall starting to grow off the reef. No one in position. Minute 35 to go. Wide open pin. So great when you see the wave just breathe. Couple puffs of spit from inside the barrel. Marco thinking about maybe what could be his last wave of his season. He's hoping that it turns the heat and he could get to the quarters. He does have priority. The Rookie of the Year race. He's got the lead at the moment. But things will be interesting for Al if he ends up going down in this heat. Focusing on it again, it would be an equal 9th for Marco if he loses in this last minute. And Al would have to make the final to overtake him. Marco's been clutch all year, working with his coach, Jason Aparicio, and then getting a lot of insight from Jeremy Flores here in Tahiti. Grabs the rail, he's still not in it yet. Pulls in, wide open. It's a solid K for Mignot, and he has a big flyaway. In a heat where he was just waiting for the right wave to come through, he turns in his best inside the final minute.
Oh, that's, I mean, best wave of the heat. I mean, come on, let's compare it to Jack's 617. This thing was a bigger set wave, and I mean, it was an open tube, beautiful technique that he demonstrated. He was so deep. He was so deep in this thing. Is it 2 points better, 2.5? It's the best wave of the day so far compared, you know, obviously different heat. rewind to Cowley 7.5, but in the context of this heat, that was a great wave. It's exactly what he needed. This is going to be super exciting. I mean, it's got to be the best wave where it lands.
So huge for the title race as well, and Jack with his ability at waves like Cloud Break. We'll see where this one ends up. One more look at this one on the IC replay.
This makes it so exciting. Look at the little hula hoop maneuver, as Strider likes to say, and then, oh my goodness, he rode that foam ball like it was a bucking ball. He was as deep as you could get on that thing. I mean, just the foresight here to get that pump in, knowing that this thing was going to reel off down that reef. You cannot be deeper than that. That was absolutely incredible.
What a ride for Marco Mignot to try to get the score on the last moment in the dying minutes of the matchup. Numbers locking in for the rookie, a 7.5. Not enough. He finishes off his year with a bang, with a crazy one, but not enough to turn the heat against Jack Robinson. Jeremy Flores giving him props there on an incredible season and almost upsetting one of the favorites at this event. Wow, that was a close one. Jack barely hanging on, still with a chance to put himself in the final 5. Things are getting exciting here at the end of the road. World number 1, Yago Dora coming up next against Mihimana. We'll bring in Kaipo and Stace for the call.
Welcome back to Finals Day here at the Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC. World number 1, Yago Dora, out in the water, round of 16 matchup against the local boy, Mihimana Bray. This is going to be a battle of 2 goofy foots out here at the end of the road. Swell filling in throughout the afternoon, anticipating a glorious Finals Day here in Taupo. Kaipo Guerrero, that's Stace Galbraith, and Stace. Kind of tight heats this morning, but I think this heat we're going to see a little bit different of an exchange because we have 2 goofy fish in the ride.
Yeah, I think you're right, Kipes. And yeah, we've seen some great heats this morning and some great matchups. And that last one was no different. The crazy finish there from Marco. Didn't quite get the score there, but Jack on 2 rides certainly looked pretty in control. And it was always going to take a big score there from Marco at the end, but he certainly did his best on that last ride.
This is what they're looking for. This is the last regular season event, and we're going to crown both men's and women's champs, where they're going to take home this beautiful Tahitian trophy, as well as a title that goes down in the history books when it comes to professional surfing. This is kind of one of the highlight events of the entire year. You win in Tahiti, you've made a name for yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's like Tahiti, you think about places, you know, obviously Hawaii is another place where all the surfers want to prove themselves, but the Tahiti's, you know, right up there on that same pedestal. The variety of waves at this particular spot just in itself provides, from like 2 foot to unlimited. Yeah. However big it was the other day, 20 foot, 25 feet. Like, it's just, this is a spot where you want to be, you know, knowing that you're a good surfer at. And yeah, you know, if you took home that event win and you got that trophy on the cabinet, it's going right to the top.
Yeah, so far this was transpired. Yago taking off, pin drop, and that's the 0.17, and then having to duck dive through this empty wave, showing the potential that we have here on Finals Day.
Oh, poor Strider.
Of course, coming back to live action, and Yago caught behind again. But we've had some great past champs here. I mean, talk about Owen Wright, Gabriel Medina, Julian Wilson, Kelly Slater, Jeremy Flores. Jack Robinson still in the draw. Italo Ferreira still in the draw. They're past champs out here. So Yago Dora wants to add his name to that list. He's already clinched the #1 seed for the Lexus WSL Finals.
Yeah, that's just amazing, and it kind of rolls off the tongue pretty easily, doesn't it? World #1, Yago Dora. He's such an exciting surfer. He's provided us so many highlight moments over his career, both in the jersey and outside of it. And yeah, I think you're spot on, Kipes, with the call. I think we'll see the we'll see the goofy footers look to ride a lot more waves, and even someone like Yago, who he's been here a lot, he's still not as experienced as some of the other guys in the draw. Even obviously Mihimana, a really dangerous local wild card. But what Yago will pick up on that maybe some of the other surfers throughout the day haven't had when they've just sat and wait is that they're not really figuring out that spot on the reef that they want to be on. So with a few hit and misses, I think Yago will take a lot out of that and position himself accordingly, because as we saw at the start, even a couple of minutes ago, both surfers, including the local, out of position for what was an amazing wave. So it just goes to show how tricky it is at the moment, just in between the two sizes.
Yeah, Yago Dora, this is his 6th start in Tahiti as far as competition. Had the first couple of years, just 17s, trying to figure out this place, and then the last 3 years, 22, 23, 24, he was able to make the quarterfinals each of those years. So improving his approach here to the end of the road and learning on the go. Mihimana, this is his 3rd time competing here on the CT level. Came through as a wild card, both in 23 and in 24. Of course, in 23, he made the quarterfinals. 9th place in 24 for Mihimana Bray, the 21-year-old local boy. And that's hard to come through with the trials here,
Oh, big time. Really, really stacked draw.
There's Mihi. Let's hear from Jack Robinson. He's on to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, thank you, team. Congratulations onto the quarterfinals. Jack, I'd love to hear what is going on in your mind as you prepare to surf, and what is always going to be a tough matchup against a guy like Marco, but what are you seeing before you paddle out?
Yeah, everybody's tough, but yeah, not too much going on right now, just here, just right here. So yeah, just surfing, yeah.
In the moment surfing, I saw a cool moment. Your wife is sitting in the channel, and I saw her wave at you in the middle of the heat. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. What does it mean to you to have that support from the channel?
Yeah, it's the best, So yeah, it'd be cool. My son will be out here next year, so yeah, he's on the beach right now. But yeah, it's good support, good team. Yeah.
Now, I know you have a huge day of surfing ahead of you into the quarterfinals. What do you see transpiring for the rest of the day? What are you visualizing?
Just surf. Yeah, that's it.
Surf, get barreled, win heats. Congratulations.
He's gone into cyborg mode. He's winning the comp. I can't see him losing.
Yeah, no. He just goes in. He's the surfing shaman, right? So he goes into shaman mode right there when he starts whispering and stuff.
Yeah, I agree.
And he's getting centered.
No, I got chicken skin. Like, he's gone into that, get out of my way mode. And it has a certain level of zen to it. He mentions being in the moment, which is a pretty common, phrase that a lot of the surfers throw around. But he's going into warrior mode, I reckon. He's looking gnarly.
Tiny squeeze right there for Yago Dora. Goes complete on the barrel, and that will be the first meaningful score of this heat.
And just back to Jack, last point is, you win a heat like that, where it's kind of a flip a coin on the last wave.
Yeah.
You get this certain, the fear of loss kind of goes out the window, because you're kind of thinking, well, it could have gone either way on that last score. Why not go all the way? So, yeah, I agree, Kipes. Once he starts whispering, you better watch out.
Exactly. And he will not let out a yell until he wins. And then it all comes out. So Jack Robinson does a really good job of containing his emotions, I feel. So here's another look at Yago.
Look forward to seeing him later today. And then this is a nice completion here from Yago. Won't be a huge score, but again, like what you brought up earlier in the heat, Kaipo, I think these guys will try to ride a lot of waves. Yago's already up to 3 waves. And that's the first sort of meaningful one. It's the first score the judges will actually watch a replay on. The other two have just been less than 1 point rides.
Yeah, a couple of offers to start off. Mihimana with 25 minutes on the clock and priority. Mid-range score on the way in for Yago Dora. 4-point ride for Dora.
Last of yellow.
Talk about Yago Dora. He's going to clinch the #1 spot going into the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji. Let's take a look at our live tour rankings. Shaded out of the surfers eliminated from competition in the white. The surfers who are still remaining. Opportunity for Jack Robinson and Griffin Colapinto to get into that final 5.
There really is, and it's going to be super exciting. The unfortunate thing, or fortunate, for Kanoa Igarashi, I guess there's still a lot of things we need to work out here, but just a quick look at the draw, depending on how everyone progresses, there's a very strong chance that those surfers will match up well before the final because they're all on this side of the draw.
Yeah.
Except for Jack, sorry. Ethan and Griffin are on this side of the draw. So, yeah, it's going to be... we might get to see, which I hope we do, a heat to decide that final spot.
I think we will. Yeah. We'll look further into the brackets, but you pointed it out, and sometimes there's going to be those must-win heats for these surfers to make their final 5 situation. Yago Dora has had an incredible year, 2 CT wins this year, just coming off another finals appearance in J-Bay. It's definitely been his year. We see him right now in that yellow leaders jersey. This is the first time, you know, in Yago's 7-year CT career that he's worn that yellow leaders jersey. So this is a once-in-a-career type of opportunity for someone like Yago Dora. Let's hear more from Yago Dora himself.
2 years in a row, just like almost reaching that finals and not getting there, just like by 1 heat each time. And it's weird how things happen, and I don't know, I never like overthink it too much. I was just like, it's not this heat that made me lost. It's like the whole year. It's not like, oh, this heat itself made me not achieve my goal or something. Maybe I should have made a heat in Margaret River or in Bells or something, and I would have been there. Maybe it wasn't this heat itself. That's the beauty of competition to me. Like, I love surfing itself more than anything, and competing is what makes me want to like be better each day and keep improving and keep working on things that make me a better surfer, and that like also translates into my personal life.
Yago Dora reflecting on the past year and looking forward to the upcoming year. That's when we caught up with Yago Dora at the start of the season over in Hawaii and at Pipeline. And you know what? He prophesized it. Here he is now. No one's going to knock him off this pedestal right now. #1 seed no matter what going into the 2025 Lexus WSL Finals Fiji.
What an amazing spot, and just some, you know, such wise words there, talking about breaking down his you know, short fallings in those couple of years in a row. It isn't the last heat. It's the whole year. It's the whole year. And then, like what he said, how to get better is you just keep getting better at your whole act, you know, personal and professional life. And look at where it's got him. It's yeah, like I said earlier, it sounds really good. World #1 Yago Dora. He's such an excitement machine, and I love watching him surf. I think he's having a career-y.
Yeah, and you know, and regardless of the result here in Tahiti, Yago is on the precipice of a world title. Mihimana Bray looking at that one, decides to pull back. Mihimana with priority, just took a peek at that. Was that a peek? Was that a paddle? It looked like it was probably a peek.
Yeah, I'll let Ratso be the judge there, or the priority judge, should I say. I think they'll be watching replays on that one.
Yago's giving some signals to the tower and said, hey, come on.
I wouldn't be surprised to see it flip. I know the judges for sure will be watching a replay.
Here we go. There's a couple.
Oh, yeah. For me, that's a paddle. There's legs involved. For me, it's like there's not a rule that says this, but once the kick goes in, which there was, I think that's a paddle. But that, again, that's just my personal opinion.
Yago is saying, look at yellow jersey, give me priority. He paddled. How many? It's sign language right now for Yago Dora. And Mihimana, on the other hand, is just trying to lay low in the bushes right now, kind of hide out and not let the judges, you know, really spot him. Mihimana's like, what? What are you talking about, bro? Like, geez.
Yeah.
I'm just out of the way right here. I'm paddling away from you. And no sell yet for Yago Dora to the priority judge.
It's you know, it's we can poke fun at it, which we do, but it's so crucial. Like,
it is.
These rhythms, these things that can happen at these certain moments in the heat.
Like that.
Yeah, you know, like, I don't know, snap a board, get the next one on the head, I don't know. Like,
it can turn kind of like the overall vibe of the heat, I feel, you know, and just your forward momentum. And for someone like Yago Dora, he might be upset not getting that priority call, but he can't be frustrated.
Nah, and that's the thing too, is like he can let himself get worked up over it, but I actually think he's someone that gets a bit better with a bit of fire in the belly. So it's sort of like almost And I would almost say Mihimana's probably better with second priority on a day like today because he can be a bit more flirty with the lineup, whereas now he looks like he's locked in and he's sort of out of position. You can see him moving a lot to this wave. He's not on the spot that he wants to be. So kind of might have almost been a blessing in disguise for either surfer that didn't go that way, but this is definitely a paddle here and a wave.
Here we go. Pulls up, pulls in. It's a nice funnel through the inside section. Fades off the bottom, snaps off the top. Mihimana uses priority in a big way. We can already hear kind of the background claps coming from the local crowd in the channel.
And this is where Yago's going to not get frustrated because that was obviously a nice wave and one of the better waves of the heat.
Yeah, and he had to come to it too, which was really impressive. Just being on, head on the swivel, but having to position himself, not being in the spot right when the wave came through.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, that was an interesting little moment in time in that heat. So it's kind of game on now. Both these boys have got one on the board that'll, have a score they can keep building on. And Yago definitely forcing the issue there, but he didn't really have to. He was always going to go that wave. Really nice tube ride, great positioning. Couple of turns just to really feel the board out. I still think the waves are good enough that the judges won't consider those turns much in the scoring side of things. Maybe if it was a super, super slow heat, they might. But I still think there's enough quality waves out there that this is just a bit of keeping the blood in the legs for me here at the end of that wave.
Yeah, it illustrates control right after the barrel ride. That hey, look, I'm in complete control. I'm able to bang out a couple of turns. Yeah. So, yeah, score comes in at a 5.6 for Mihimana Bre. And priority with Yago Dora. Let's go out to the channel for a tour with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, team. We're talking field level, 50-yard line at the Super Bowl right here. This is the best place ever to be a surf spectator. So the wave is right over here, but right behind me, that's the Red Bull Athlete Zone or the Red Bull Athlete Boat. So basically that's where the surfers stage themselves before they go out to the heat. They got to come over here to our Marshall boat. They get their jersey, then they have a couple more minutes to regroup, prepare, and they head out to the lineup where their pit crews are basically waiting for them. And then if you go this way, this is the spectator zone. Right now you got about 1,000 Mihimana Bre fans going wild every single time he stands up. So you've got locals, you've got some tourists who have just, rented the water taxi for an hour or so to come out here and see the greatest show in surf. Mountains, beach, tower, it's all happening right here in the channel. Truly the best place in the world to be a surf fan spectator.
Chris Cote, surfer, skater, bass player, DJ, journalist, and now a boatman, Stace.
Yeah, I was a huge fan of that song on Andy's section in the movie Escapes My Mind. Maybe campaign 2? Anyway.
You're talking about Cut You Up.
Yes.
Yes, Chris's former band. Now you can check out Chris playing that bass in Sunbender. They're just dropping some tracks right now. No E in Sunbender too to make it extra core, Lord.
Oh, yeah, you got to mix it up a little bit. But he's right. It is the best show. Look at that wave running through the inside. Bit too much sort of foam on the face of that wave, but just the shape of it, the swell is still holding. We're expecting it to kind of hopefully pick up throughout the afternoon. It just incrementally, but it's still. Yeah, good to see that swell's still there, and there's some amazing rides going down. And I just went out to the tower actually in that last break, and the view from there, and what the judges and every angle they've got it's so impressive. And you can see how easy it is to get kind of caught out in between the spots, like we've sort of been talking about all morning. It's like quite a complex little lineup. It's definitely as I think we were speaking to earlier, just the time in the lineup is just so important here, even though it's like you could throw a net over the takeoff areas. It's not very big, but it's still just the shape and what direction the swell comes in and all that really influence how the wave actually, hits the reef.
Well, Yago Dora just needs a 1.61 to turn the heat into his favor. Obviously, he's going to want way more than that. He's got priority, and he may have a couple of opportunities hitting the reef here. Positioning is ultra important, I feel, at this size. So he gets to the inside ledge, wants to be a little bit on the back door on this one, looks down the line, realizes that one's going to funnel off, and he's a bit too deep. You can see the west component of that wave from above. Paddles back south on the reef, reposition himself for one of these inside runners, and it may be Mihimana under priority. No, wave's going to pass under both surfers.
Yeah, you saw Jack Robinson in that last heat, you know, how he kind of managed the inside ledge. And I think what was most impressive actually about that heat that we just watched before was the waves that he let go. He let some waves go that had like amazing sort of height to them, but he would, you know, he knows exactly what he's looking at. And the waves that he let go would definitely, they just feathered out. They were great leaves.
Well, right now it's the wild card up on top of world #1. Can Yago Dora come back? Right now it's Mihimana in the lead with this 5.6.
That wave is so powerful, so much energy. We call it the mana. There's so much mana there. Tapuna is the training grounds. This is our gym, you know, and this is the best place you can get ready to surf a wave like Chopo. A lot of swimming, a lot of apnea training. Really help us to be in our bubble and to don't think about the session, just think about our body. We are more focused and we are more motivated to go big and to push our limits. That wave is so powerful and so magic. There's literally two mountains, the real mountain and the mountain of water, you know. And when you get cut by a big set, and you see nothing, just you and those two mountains. It's the best feeling in the world, you know.
Beautiful, challenging, glorious, dangerous. All the words that you can use to describe here. Kaupo, Pereure, Chopes, whatever you want to call it. It's a miracle of the surf world, and Tereva David giving us some local insight there, Stace.
Yeah, it's amazing to see all the different versions of this place that we've got this week, and particularly earlier in the week when it was really big. Uncle Poto's out there looking after everyone, and that's like a big part of what all these guys are about, you know, like so welcoming and sharing the lineup with everyone. And yeah, they've got an update on their Instagram recently if you want to go and check that out and see what those boys have been up to. But yeah, it's been an awesome experience so far this week.
Yeah, Vatia Poto David, the first Tahitian to qualify for the championship tour, and had just so many years. He's turned now to one of the lead water safety experts out here. Learned a lot from training in the early days with Brian Keolana and the Hawaiian Water Patrol. There's been a really good kind of cross-pollination between the Hawaiian Water Patrol and the Tahitian Water Patrol, and both operating in heavy water and developing, you know, really those rescue and life-saving techniques.
Yeah, it's it's been an awesome advancement in the sport, and yeah, it's quite confronting when you see a rescue go down, but when they do them and they do it well, it's another level of, you know, professionalism and like athleticism. Like to drag someone up out of the water is a really hard thing to do, particularly when there's a 20-foot wave behind you. And these guys do it, so well.
That was a quick shot of Poto right there on the ski. A man quoted to say, "I just need one shaka, one hang loose of water to go over." He glides over that inside shelf there. Top speed. Oh, that is Stace, so and I've been on some terrifying ski rides with that man.
I have too.
There he is.
Last time I was here, he took me out to the tower, and it was bone dry, low tide, and we were flying. And there wasn't the buoys in the reef, there was just the star pickets.
Oh, that's actually our scene, Parehoe, another, Tahitian legend, one of the original pro surfers to take to a global stage from Tahiti, spent so many North Shore seasons. And yeah, I mean, the Tahitian Water Patrol is actually, you know, just full of water people, men and women. Incredible. Yeah. And the read that they have here.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, you come to a place like this, and you're not getting a rental car. You're renting a boat or a ski, and it's just aqua world.
It's actually better if you are serious about surfing and coming to Tahiti just to catch the bus out here. The car's not going to matter as much as your ski or boat.
Yeah.
You get the ski or boat, life's good.
Yeah.
Cole Hauschman suiting up. He's coming up against Jake Marshall. It's California friendly fire in the round of 16, heat number 6. There's Jake.
Speaking of jet skis, I'd say Cole's got the coolest looking jet ski. Maybe second to Vahina, actually.
Yeah, Vahina's got this.
green wrap.
There's kind of a ski flex out here sometimes,
massively.
too.
Yeah,
like, it's
for
like,
sure.
you know, you pimp my ride.
Yeah.
But it's not cars, it's skis.
Yeah.
You know, you see some, some guy putts by in, like, an old Sea-Doo or something like that. You're like, oh. You got a Red Bull ski, you got some Yamaha, though, with some guts on it right there. That's the game changer.
Pimp my ride with a big muffler, maybe.
Both those got speakers on his. He
I
can
know.
blast some sounds, you know?
Kendall Jenner on holiday in the Bahamas. Play some tunes.
All right. Mihimana wants to get rid of a half a point, wants to actually get a second score on the board. 5.6 is what the Tahitian holds. That's enough for the lead. Yago Dora being very patient. He has to be patient. I mean, he hasn't had really that many options, and it's down to 7.5 minutes.
Yeah, yeah, it's a tricky one. It's just an experience thing. Like, he doesn't need to be looking at a wave like that right now in this heat. And he working with Michel Perez, you know, you could see Jeremy pretty fired up in that last heat. I think Michel would be sending some daggers his way too, just going, hey, you've actually got a lot of control in this heat.
Yeah.
And use it. 7.5 minutes out here at this particular wave is a really long time.
Yeah.
And so he looked like he was going to just get a 1.
There he is, the Spartan.
It's good to see Michel healthy. Had a bit of a stack the other day, but he's all good, and
he's a warrior.
Oh, he's a machine. Yeah, and he's such a good surfer, such an amazing surfer to watch. Obviously out here and you know, places like Margaret River and other waves around the world. Like such a talent, and represented Tahiti on the tour for such a long time.
Let's hear from Yago Dora coming into this event, number 11 on the championship tour.
Yeah, I can't wait to put the yellow jersey on. It's been a lot of work and dedication to this moment, and yeah, I think I just feel grateful to be in the position I am right now and to have the opportunity I have being in the yellow jersey, one event prior to the finals, and yeah, just set myself in a good position for the finals, and yeah, just grateful, and I really try to enjoy it the most and enjoy this event and do the best I can.
There you go, just taking it pretty casual, actually.
Yeah, he's been looking pretty relaxed around the event side. Even saw him and Geordie Smith walking to dinner the other night, world number 1 and 2.
Oh, eating together?
Well, I don't know if they sat down together, but they were hanging.
Huh?
You know, I'm not too sure that we're going to end up with a crazy rivalry between those two as far as, you know, like off the water antics. I think it'll all strictly be in the heats.
Yeah.
They look pretty casual together.
Yeah, at the end of the road, you got everyone's. You don't have a ton of different dining options, so everyone tends to kind of cluster together at the snack, which actually makes some delicious poisson cru and lemon chicken. 2 recommendations.
Well, it's also can be 1 recommendation if you get option number 1, which has them both on the same plate.
There you go. 5 minutes for Dora. 1.61 is what he needs, but that's a deceiving need for Yago Dora, in that once Mihimana catches another wave, that need's going to increase. So he's got to play his cards right here. A tour veteran, someone who knows how to construct heats around him.
Yeah. This is a very, very committed sort of reposition here from both surfers. Mihimana really far in, so he's obviously looking to kind of play that sort of, you know, keeping Yago guessing game, which he's doing. Yago's basically mirroring his movements just 20 meters further out, and this is him looking to go this wave.
All right, so Yago Dora, way to the south, has to pump through this first section, lines up a barrel, takes a high line through that. Dora comes off the bottom. He's going to take the lead, but the math is really going to come into play on what the need for Mihimana Bray is going to be once this score checks in. Down to 4 minutes, and Bray's going to control the heat in the final 4 minutes with priority.
He is, and although he'll be in second, he should almost treat priority like he's in first.
Yeah.
So don't let Yago sit on his own, because this is just a full scrap out heat. This score's not going to be huge. It's going to be enough to get Yago into the lead. He's chasing a 1.6, and that wave unfortunately just didn't do what we would have hoped for Yago to get a huge score. And so, you know, Mihimana needs to, obviously, he knows better than anyone what Yago Dora is going to be capable of with second priority. So you cannot give him any breathing room.
I think, I'm just guessing, but I think Mihi's going to need like a 3.5 when these scores settle in.
Yeah.
That's going to be my guess. It depends on, we're still waiting for that score for Yago Dora, but you kind of got to feel these things out sometimes too, and, you know, as a surfer, and just almost like premeditate on what you need to do. There you go for Yago Dora. And actually Mihimana needs much less than that. That actually came in lower than I thought at 3.33. So 1.73, you control these last 3 minutes. This is danger signs for Yago Dora.
Yeah, it is. And it's something that, like he said, coming into this week, he just wants to surf as best he can and have a great week here. And, you know, these heats can happen like this sometimes, and just to not get that many opportunities that are great and not really surf your best is, you know, whether you win or you lose, you just want to get a couple of sick tubes, really. And that hasn't happened so far for either of these two. I mean, Mihimana's had one nice one, I should say, sorry, but Yago hasn't really found that wave that he's looking for yet. But here we go, second priority, important wave here for Yago.
Yeah, needs to better, a 3.33. Starts off with a stall, gets the tunnel vision. That one clamps on Yago Dora. The situation remained the same, 2 minutes, 25 seconds. Control of the heat now to Mihimana Bray. Small score needed. Clock ticking down. The Tahitian in a really good opportunity right now to close this thing out. Yago might get a wide one here. I think that's too far inside, actually. So
you can see Mihimana repositioning here.
Now this is the Tahitians' heat to lose at this point. You have 2 minutes. Yep. You need under a 2-point ride. If you execute on that need, you're going to leave very little time on the clock for Yago to respond. Here we go. Decision time. Wave looking good for Bray.
1.73 is a requirement.
Doesn't go.
Just looking. Oh my goodness.
Sometimes heats can be high scoring and dramatic, and sometimes heats can be low scoring and just as dramatic. And I feel like we have some drama coming down in this final 90 seconds. So does Michel Perez. He's saying, you just needed a 2. Why didn't you go?
Yeah, it depends. Like, oh, I don't know. That wave didn't have the nice draw on it. It looked like it kind of might have like run up and off the reef a little bit. And even being on the front side, you can handle that a lot easier, kind of like Yago's 3.33 did. But if it clamps on you, like Yago's 0.9 did, you'd be kicking yourself. So I think in this situation, you've got to just trust the surfer's instinct that's looking down at the wave. It's obviously, you know, just from the channel, you win every heat, right? It's like, yeah, well, that wave did this. But from his position, if he thought that's what it did, you just got to back the surfer in here and just hope that another wave, you know, presents itself.
And here it is. Got to keep his wits about him. Dora. Mihimana uses priority. Airdrops into this one. Oh, no. White water. That's not going to be it. Handing over priority to Yago Dora. Heavy.
Brutal. That's, yeah, not the play, unfortunately. And I think Michel Perez's hands will remain on his head.
20 seconds. This is a no-brainer for Yago.
Yeah, Yago's
just got to
catch
go.
His wave. He's got to catch it, though.
Not going to get it. Mihimana will get a chance on the inside. Here we go. Bray in the barrel, needs to come out of this one, does come out of this one, and that's going to turn the heat right there. That is a cruel turn of events. Oh my, the Tahitian wild card likely to advance into the quarterfinals right now. We're going to have to wait for the score to make it official.
Yeah, I love Michel Perez. Like, that's the sign of exactly the kind of person you need in your corner. Like, celebrate this win for sure, but there'll be a big debrief after this heat, and that's why someone like Michel and Jeremy and these guys are just, they're just so stoic, you know. They know the long game. And Mihi could win this event after the siren here for Yago, unfortunately, with a nice tube ride.
Yeah.
Yeah, so getting back to it, Mihi has the ability to win the event, right? So take this win but focus on the big goal.
There you go. Mihimana, 11 seconds on the clock at a 5.17. That's enough to earn a spot for Tahiti in yet another quarterfinal. Is going to be Mihimana Bray into the quarterfinal. Yago Dora walking away #1 in the rankings with an equal 9th out of Tahiti. More action when we return at the Lexus Tahiti Pro.
The Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC is brought to you by IC Sunglasses, the official eyewear of the World Surf League. By Yeti, built for the wild. By Lexus, experience amazing. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by the Tahiti government, official tourism partner of the Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC.
A happy Mihimana Bray coming to the channel with some congratulations. Mihimana just took out Yago Dora. Mihimana on to the quarterfinals here at the end of the road. The Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC. Did it with 11 seconds on the clock. Clutch performance by the Tahitian wildcard.
Such a good feeling. Like, you know, you can be critical of the performance and all that, but a win's a win. And, you know, for him to be competing at home here, obviously means a lot to him for sure, and the crowd and everything about it. And he's on to the next round, and he can fix up anything that, you know, obviously went down in that heat. But, you know, for the time being, he's the winner.
Another big heat on the way. California friendly fire. Cole Hauschman coming up against Jake Marshall for a spot in the quarterfinals, and that surfer will meet Mihimana Bray in that quarterfinal. Let's see how that transpires out on this reef pass. But first, let's hear from a happy Tahitian. Mihimana Bray, straight out of the water, straight with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, team. Mihimana, can you remind me, what color was the guy's jersey that you just surfed against?
Yellow jersey, #1 in the world. Yeah, it's an honor to share it with him. Yeah.
An incredible heat right there, literally leaving it down to the wire. Can you talk us through that last 30 seconds where you had one opportunity that it didn't quite go your way, and then just a miracle happened?
Yeah, I know. You know, it's the ahupo, it's the mana. We're starting the day now. It's not done. You know, I just want to keep focused. But yeah, that was like a gift, you know, from God, from Te Ahupo, from my home, and I'm super happy because, yeah, I went on that first one. That was like a bad one, and I saw Yago. He was a little bit way out, and I thought he was going to go just to block me. He could have gone, but, yeah, he was a little bit, like, too high, and I just went for broke, you know. I had to go.
Well, you know, I know you're working with Michel Perez, absolute legend. He's probably going to have some, you know, talking to you after this, but it felt like you had about 50 other coaches working for you in that. What does that sound like when you hear every uncle, everybody out here calling you in?
You know, that's what I live for. Those moments like this, last second, beating the #1 in the world, everyone cheering around me, like it's crazy. It's my home. I've been doing this my whole life, and yeah, I don't know, yeah. I'm super blessed and thankful for this moment right now, and I hope to keep going.
The mana is with Mihimana Bray. Congratulations, moving through.
Yeah.
It was an awesome interview.
Well,
sick.
The mana's right in his name, right? But to put things into context, for Yago Dora being eliminated, that's not going to change anything. Yago Dora already accomplished his mission. Yago Dora will be the #1 seed at the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji. So for someone like Yago, sure, it might be disappointing, Stace, but really there's no ramifications for this loss in his pursuit of a world title.
No, for sure. And that, like, with the changes that have been made, which we've spoken about, that's every surfer's dream. Going to Fiji #1, and Yago looks like he's done that. But yeah, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, after you.
Cole Hauschman and Jake Marshall just hustling out there, you know, and both putting themselves out of position, to tell you the truth, with that opening set.
No, for sure. There's, yeah, like you said, California friendly fire, but as far as, like, the rivalry is concerned, like, oh, no, I'm going to get this wrong. Jake's from Encinitas, right?
Yeah, Jake's from Encinitas. He's 26-year-old.
Encinitas versus San Clemente, that's game on.
Yeah.
That's like, you know, two rival towns, the two big surf towns in the area. Two completely different support crews here. It's going to be an exciting heat to watch.
Regular versus Goofy, all in the mix here.
But yeah, what I was getting back to, like with Michel Perez's frustration, it comes from a point of like just belief. Oh wow, this wave looks great.
Jake on the inside with open priority, just got underneath Cole, but not able to execute on that positioning. So he did win the battle for the wave, but the wave did not perform. So Cole Hauschman now is going to sit comfortably with priority. Cole will also know that Jake, you know, is just going to get an O for a fractional score on his opening ride. So early advantage to Cole Hauschman.
Yeah, that was crafty there at Jake, just to get up and under Cole there. And Cole kind of knew it too. He's like, dude, you're probably not going to make it from this position, but Jake, if we'll get a moment to look at the wave. I actually, you know, to put a positive spin on it, depending on what this wave did, I know Jake's only going to get a 0 point whatever for it, but for me, there's probably a 5 in that for Cole. And the fact that he wasn't on that wave is that's kind of a win. From what we've seen in these heats, like look at the last heat we just watched go down.
Yeah.
If you had a 5 in your scoreline, you're absolutely cheering. So, yeah, a bit of a bummer there for Jake. I don't think he was ever well positioned enough to get score for him, but hey, at least Cole didn't get it, and you can see what people have done recently with second priority out here. So I think it's not all bad news there for Jake.
Yeah, still plenty of time. 27 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock, and you're right. The last heat was won by a pair of 5s. Let's take a look at our championship tour live rankings and the race to the WSL Final 5. Still got Ethan Ewing coming up, as well as Griffin Colapinto. We've already seen Italo Ferreira and Jack Robinson advance out of their heats.
Yeah, so coming up in the next heat, world number 5 versus world number 19, but the number next to Al Cleland doesn't really reflect where his rating would be when it comes to a wave like this. So, you know, Ethan versus Alan in that next heat is monumental. Like, all the guys that have, obviously everyone that's made the cut and made it to this point in the year is amazing, but when you look at certain matchups in this draw, Ethan versus Alan out here to make a spot into the final 5, like, you know, it's a tall ask for Ethan, but he's had experience doing that before. He had a really good heat against Michelle Perez out here, I think in 2023 or 22, and so he's been in this position before. He won't be worried about who he's surfing against. Skill set is really high out here.
Yeah, well, remember in 2023, Ethan Ewing injured himself out here and had to come back from a fractured, you know, a broken back, basically, and still is nursing that broken back, qualifying for the WSL Finals at Trestles, surfed his way to number 2 in the world, too.
He came in with the best haircut that year.
Speed cut.
Kind of speedy, Ragnar looking haircut, and he was, and like, the fact that he came back from a broken back and he was actually looking bigger than when he was before the event.
Yeah.
And he was just, you know, those injuries, you know, you've seen plenty of people do it, but to come back from that, and what I mean, we've seen plenty of people have an injury and then get a big result, but the fact that he can sit there and say, I had a broken back and then surfed a month ago and then surfed my way to number 2 in the world, like, that's just an amazing effort.
Jake Marshall pulling into that one, and you know, I really didn't see a future in that one, but just like you said, staying busy under priority right now for Marshall. Using his priority is Cole Hauschman, tucks in, the big guy from San Clemente, powers through that wave. Talk about a tube manual, and like in a manual stick shift, he had to power through that, and that was just all strength. Joey from IC right there, who sponsors Cole, pretty excited about that.
Yeah, that was like a car with no clutch. How hard he had to push through the gears on that one. He's got every bit of the wave on his body at some point in that ride.
He's strong, you know what I mean? That comes from strength training. Cole Hauschman puts a lot of time in the gym. Cody Farah, his trainer. We'll go through some replays here, starting with Jake Marshall.
What didn't you like about that wave, Uncle?
There was no exit. And you know what I like about this one?
There wasn't an exit, but he made one.
Power. Busted down the door. Kicked it in. That was pretty impressive.
And Jake, unfortunately, has been lagooned, which is not great. Just, you know, you don't want to be going the long way around out here. You want to be trying to get back in the lineup, obviously, as quick as possible. But unfortunately, after just going that small insider, which had heaps of punch in it, heaps of power, yeah, washed him in a little bit. Then he got Cole's wave on the head, and it was a done deal. But yeah, there was probably only a shacker's worth of water when the ski got to him. I actually don't know if the outside ski might have even had the chance. He was looking so dry on that inside section. I guess first we'll make sure he's all right, which he looks fine. And then yeah, now he's just got to go the long way around.
Yeah, getting lagooned, getting over that almost dry reef, getting washed through there. So much punch in this wave. Well, Cole Hauschman punched through that barrel for an exit and the completion, but still low scoring ride at 3.67, but does get him on the board.
Yep, and he's got 60 seconds to the lineup for himself right now, or 90 seconds, depending on how far around they have to go. The tides just come off the bottom of the low, and it's you know, the tides are quite big at the moment for Tahiti standards, and yeah, there's definitely a couple of coral heads sticking out in there.
Yeah, hopefully this tide push, and as well as, you know, Charlotte Perry from Surfline was showing me, of all things, satellite imagery of swell lines coming through. And, you know, what he was telling me, anywhere from, you know, 10 to 11 o'clock today, we're going to see more swell energy. on the way. I was looking at like
live satellite,
just the satellite
lines coming
tracking of wave energy. They have so many tools there at Surfline.
I'd be using that for my heats if I was on the world tour.
Yeah, get the Surfline guy in your corner.
Yeah, a little side deal.
Oh, chains out for Alan Cleland Jr.
You can relate to that.
I like my chains, sure. Ethan Ewing and Al, like you said, this is going to be a great matchup. Looking forward to heat number 7.
So excited to be on site to watch this one go down. It's going to be great viewing on the TV and live. It's it's two completely contrasting styles of surfer, you know, like
and personality.
and personality, like, you know, but both super respectful, like both great blokes. And Al definitely has enjoyed his first year on the tour. He's everywhere he's been. He's had a great time and got some great waves. And I'd say this trip for sure couldn't dream of a better way to finish the year with the waves that everyone got at the start of the week.
Yeah, dream-like stuff. Scary, but sea monsters. But these guys were all going for it. Really, really impressive. Al Cleland Jr. already impressive surfer, just 23 years old. Still in the the race for Rookie of the Year as well.
For sure, very important race that's going on there. Marco Mignot's obviously bowed out.
Cole just gets under the lip, takes the high line, and that one eats him up, grabs that Mayhem board out from underneath his feet. I like what he was able to do, however, by just barely getting under that lip, getting some travel time. Foam got under his board, though.
Yeah, that was really well done. Again, a really, really difficult wave to ride. Not super critical in the shape of the wave, but still how he managed to, like you said, bust through that first chandelier, and you can see the red jersey like traveling through the wave. I was thinking we were going to get a repeat of the first wave.
Yeah, here it is.
That was sick. Just got a little bit too much on him there, and then couldn't get high enough over that foam ball, and unfortunately just got detonated. But yeah, luckily enough for him, he didn't get pushed too far in.
Yeah, and that's actually a great thing that you pointed out, because he's still going to be in play. Even though he's under the priority of Jake Marshall right now, he can take, actually, for a goofy footer, actually, I feel like he can take these inside runners, position himself on the inside of Jake Marshall, and just manufacture a score, get a score, while not holding priority. I feel it, when you look at the entire spectrum of today, much easier to do on your front side than on your back side.
Yeah, for sure. There's, like what you mentioned, there's a lot more variety of waves you can sort of keep chipping away on and keep kind of exploring different parts of the reef on, whereas on the backhand, to get a real solid score, it's sort of like a certain type of wave that has a certain critical nature to it. It's obviously not the size as day one, but there's still a difference in today of what those south ones with the ones that are a bit more west in it.
Yeah, Cole Hauschman, a sophomore on the championship tour, but just in this short time at his performance of Tahiti, look at the CT by the numbers. Average heat score for the big man from San Clemente, it's a monster number, 15.07, and it puts him up with the greats.
Yeah, that's amazing. I'd like to see how many heats he's surfed in total. Maybe I can pull that up later. Versus the King on the second row there at 15.88 over probably 100 heats at Tahiti, maybe.
Yeah,
it's like those numbers are outstanding, and they're outstanding for Cole as well. It's it's like what you said earlier, Kaipo. This is a place where you want to be, known that you perform at, and to have that be on that list already, it's a huge win.
Cole had 2 excellent heats last year here, and then also when you look at the entire kind of CT career, just 2 seasons on the championship tour, Cole Hauschman, already 2 CT wins. That's a fast track when you look at the history of surfers coming on the championship tour.
Yeah, big time. Yeah, there's event wins do not come easily, and he's had some big ones, and he's got them over his childhood friend and sort of mentor and rival and everything that Griffin is to Cole. They're so close, but also too to have that over someone that's older than you, particularly coming on a few years later than what then they qualified. That's a big feather to have in your cap. And he's obviously right up there with Geordie as being one of the biggest guys on the tour, but he surfs so nimbly.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like he carries his weight. He's so light on his feet.
For 6'3", 200 pounds, he's able to really tap dance when he needs to, but then also exert power when he needs to. So having that range, I feel, equals, that's been the success of Cole Hauschman, is actually having that range where you can be the power surfer when there's power, but when it's a little softer, you can still kind of tap dance through there and have that have those nimble feet to you.
Yeah. And yeah, getting back to his CT wins, like the fact that he won Bells as a rookie on tour, it's arguably one of the hardest waves to surf as a rookie. And yeah, he just looked like he was born to surf that wave.
All right, waves comes through, not able to get into that one. So still, gosh, another really slow, which equals a strategic heat when it comes to priority and wave selection.
Yeah, exactly. And like the really, really quality waves have been slow, but there's those, like what we've seen, there's always these exciting moments where there's enough waves kind of on that inside shelf to, you'll see the surfers like exploring it now, like Cole, he's a lot further in than Jake. And they're great quality rides, but the judges are kind of keeping them kind of low because there are those bigger sets still coming through. I think of someone like Jack Robinson, he had a couple of sixes, but they were still great waves.
Cole pulling up, high, tight in the barrel. Nice high line exit. That's going to get rid of the 1.43, chip away at his lead over Jake Marshall.
I hate to be stoked not to just get the lip in the head on that one. Every wave so far he's had to muscle through. That one would have given him a much cleaner and nicer vision.
Of course, you know, this is the Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC, and Lexus having some beautiful automobiles here. This is the GX, offered in 6 grades, premium, premium plus luxury, and the new Overtrail packages, 18-inch wheels, 33-inch all-terrain tires, 3.4-liter twin turbo, produces 349 horsepower and plenty of torque, 479 pounds of torque. Tow your ski, tow your boat, get to the beach. Lexus GX, all-time all-wheel drive, 4-wheel drive. I love that car. I want one.
You'd look good in that, chains out.
Thank you.
Windows down.
Of course. Waving at everyone. towing my new stickered up ski.
Doing manies.
Last score for Cole Hauschman, a 4.5. Hauschman in the lead, 4.5, 3.67. Jake Marshall being patient with priority. Cole taking another chance here under the priority. Finds this inside little drainer. Drops to the bottom. Hesitates on that bottom turn. No barrel on offer. He kicks out quickly.
Yeah, Jake Marshall showing his experience there. He didn't even flinch at that wave. He knows what he wants. Knows what it's going to take. He's probably a little shy though to be too creative with his wave selection. With a nice little spit on the exit there for Cole on the wave prior, and this is front on angle. This is the 4.5. But yeah, because Jake's already kind of had one flogging and one lap around the lagoon, he's probably thinking, okay, I don't want to do that again. Oh, I'm going to try to really get myself in the swing of things here and get a few completions with just a nice kick out into the channel.
We'll take a break right now as we wait for Jake Marshall to use his priority. Cole Hauschman in the lead in this Heat 6 of round of 16. Heat 7, round of 16. Alan Cleland Jr. coming up against Ethan Ewing. Heat 6, round of 16 for the men out in the water. Cole Hauschman. Whoa. Looking at this barrel. It's a roomy one, and he makes the exit. The powerhouse.
Yes.
Already in the lead over Jake Marshall, but that's going to help his account in this Heat 6 of the round of 16.
Yeah, what a great wave. Father Sean there in the black rashy, stoked on that one. What a view. That's a sick ride. Love the claim too. Had a bit of Aaron Brooks about it. Just thank you. And
I mean, my first thought is, where was Jake? It's a big set wave. Driving through, wide open pit. I mean, the kick-out's just as important for me, Kaipo. That kick-out was mad. Love this angle from behind the wave. But it came out like in front of the spit, but still a nice tube, and you know, a great score in the context of the last couple of heats that we've seen. Oh, how's that angle?
Channel angle pretty tight right there.
Joey and the IC crew just showering everyone in buff.
Joey and Allison, owners over at IC, who support this and also support Cole Hausman with a signature shade. They did a special Tahiti one, and that was going to be a collector's item. And speaking of collecting, Cole Hausman collected a score. 6.17 for the big man from San Clemente.
Yeah, stoked on that. Just to get yourself to a couple of waves on the board and, you know, some time on the clock now to kind of manage the heat. Jake, obviously, can do it in one wave, in 9.67, but he'll most likely, you know, his game plan at this point is definitely to do it in two, chip away at some more manageable scores, but that'll just leave Cole in a really good position. You know, the priority will switch at some point, and he can kind of manage it out from there. So, yeah, Jake, he's got to find some rhythm here. Had some great waves in the warm-up in the days leading up. And he knows he's got it in him to sort of turn this heat around. But once the clock goes under 10 minutes, Kaipo, it just seems like the time just evaporates when you're in Jake's position.
Yeah, when you're trailing. But Jake Marshall, gosh, in the warm-up days, the huge warm-up days,
charging.
Yes, a charger. And he doesn't really get that reputation a lot. I think he flies under the radar where people don't realize how hard charging this surfer from Encinitas is, but he was putting his head down on absolute sea monsters, haunted houses, whatever you want to call it, just drawing all the water off this reef and funneling down the reef, just square, loud barrels.
And he's like credit to him and his ability to surf all around the world. Like I remember when he was really young, like how good he was at Haleiwa and Sunset, and then you've seen that transpire into his heats. You know, like him beating John at Sunset, like I don't think anyone saw that coming. You know, I certainly didn't. And when that went down, you kind of like, oh wow, he's actually, you know, got that whole package. And then the heat he had at Bells this year was obviously, you know, by the numbers, his best heat ever on the tour. And then you see him warming up in the free surfs in you know, 10 to 15 foot like tow wave chopes, and he's paddling into these things. It's like, yeah, he really doesn't have a chink in his armor. It's just, you know, like everyone on this tour, they're just trying to find that consistency.
And pretty versatile. I mean, this year he made the quarterfinals at Pipe, then he made the quarterfinals at Bells, and then he made the quarterfinals in Saquarema in Rio. Those are so different waves that take such a different skill set at each and every one of those waves. And Jake made it to the finals day in those three separate events.
Yeah, totally. And he's had a few years on the tour now, and he's kind of experienced it all, like some great results and some great heats. He's been cut and made it back on. And so I think in his mind, he's ready to turn those, you know, fifths into thirds and thirds into a finals. And you know, so with this being the last event of the year and, you know, a pretty large off-season from World Tour competition, I certainly, goes without saying, this is not how he wants to end his year, how it's playing out right now. He's really, really, you know, hoping that some sets start pouring in.
Cole under the priority. Just sniffing this one out, seeing what happens.
Just practicing the kickouts, keeping them sharp.
That fade to kick out was pretty tight, you know? Faded down and then kicked out. But an interesting conversation also, Stace, is for someone like a Jake Marshall and the Cole Hausman, their season's going to end after the finish of this event.
Yep.
But I'm going to be interested to see how many CTers are going to get into, because of course we have the addition to the Challenger Series, so end of January, beginning of February, we have a pipe event.
Totally.
So I'm going to be interested in how many CTers come to Hawaii and put in some more time at pipe, because that's where a world title is going to be decided upon in 2026. So that's going to be an interesting thing to kind of scope out.
And I think Jake will be at the table for that. He's an intelligent young man. He's a part of the Surfers Committee, and that's a conversation they are having right now, because there's every single surfer on the men's tour who's going to want to enter that event. But it's for the Challenger Series, guys.
Right.
So there's going to have to be a limit.
How many they're going to allow
That's
in.
right. You know, so obviously I know the Hawaiians, you know, which is always a great part of those events over there. They'll get their look in, as it should be around the world with local surfers at events like Waves that they, you know, rule essentially. So that'll be a portion of the event. And then how many CT guys and girls are going to get into that pipeline contest is going to be very, very interesting to see. So, yeah, I'm sure Jake's got a pretty strong opinion on that, but he won't be worrying about that right now. But it is a great topic for sure.
Of course, yeah. As it goes into New Year's, keep tuned to WorldSurfLeague.com for all those updates as we look through the Challenger Series. But let's talk about the Championship Tour rankings here, because this is stop number 11, the final stop of the regular season of the Championship Tour, and it still is that race to the WSL Final 5. And here they are. Here's the sprinters: Jack Robinson, Griffin Colapinto, Ethan Ewing, Italo Ferreira, still racing to clinch spots in that Final 5.
Yeah, and like you said, this heat in the water right now doesn't really have a huge effect on or doesn't have any effect at all on even the top 10. But the next 2 heats coming up are going to be 2 of the heats of the year, as far as you know, performance and what it actually matters for the final rankings to how we're going to wrap this thing up.
Griffin Colapinto doing his prep days.
He, I think he would have enjoyed those days off. You check out his Instagram. Him and Crosby just put out their demo reel of them getting hammered in the lead up to this comp, and yeah, to give the nervous system a bit of a relaxation time, I think would have been cool. And then obviously Ethan and Simon breaking down what they're seeing, and I think Ethan's got one of the best people here to have in his corner about the lineups and about the spots. And yeah, I think one thing that you don't get to do here at this event, I mean, the surfers can go out to the tower, but I don't really see them doing it. So when you're watching the lineup from the boat, you do get a sort of a, you know, obviously a much different look at the lineup. And, you know, you saw it actually cost Iago Dorian that last heat.
Yes.
With how far in there are still some rideable waves. And, you know, you and I might disagree on the Jake Marshall wave, his wave where he kind of got hammered and didn't make it. And maybe there was an exit, maybe there wasn't. But just the shape of that wave and the intensity of it, that if he had have made a wave like that, there's a good score in that. And you don't often see those waves from the channel because you're just a little bit too far out.
Yeah.
So you just get to see everything. You get a very, very mixed version of what's actually happening out there.
And there's, you know, the flotilla, but also, you know, you got the judges tower. You also have the mountain and some of the peaks there that you can triangulate, you know, as far as lineups. And then I've even heard surfers on a clear day like today look down at the reef, and there's a couple of cracks and indicators actually in the reef.
Yeah.
Of where, you know, where the waves are going to be breaking.
Yeah.
Or where the optimum position is out there.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, here at this event, you know, Kai Lenny made a great point about the buoys being a great indicator as well.
Yeah.
They just got to make sure they don't move.
Yeah. And
which, when it was 10 to 15 feet on that first day, they're probably moving around a bit.
They're moving around. So down to 3 minutes, and now Jake Marshall is going to be a little bit more difficult for the surfer from Encinitas to do this in 2 chunks. He's going to need 1 wave of a 9.67 as this clock starts to burn down.
He needs to start doing the Kelly thing.
We've seen Kelly do that. Splash the water.
Splash the water.
Use the priority. Get a wave, and then on the way back out in the final 20 seconds, spin on a wide west peak and do it. I mean, we've seen the magician that Slater is do that, but...
Did it hit Ethan a few years ago, and it was just, yeah, a masterclass for Kelly, and just so cruel for Ethan.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah, can happen. You don't
Does
need
it
a lot of
begin
time
with the water
out here.
splash, though? I don't see a water splash happening.
No, he's got to start doing the water splash.
And you can actually see him with head, you know, hands on the head, and he like realizes the gravity of the situation right now and how, you know, minimal the opportunity. Cole Hauschman just sitting right in the flank, right in the zone, also with Jake Marshall, who has priority just to, you know.
He won't even see a set coming with the size of the chassis on Cole Hauschman.
Yeah,
if he's sitting directly behind him like that. It's just an unfortunate heat, yeah, like we were talking about earlier. Such fan of, you know, Jake surfing and how far he's come along, but he just has not had the opportunities in this heat to show what he's capable of. And he knows it. All of his mates know it. Like, that's just not how you want to finish your year. Like, even if he just gets 1 wave here to just, you know, get a score and have something on the board just to finish his season. Yeah, not the way you want to wrap it up. There's a minute 30 on the clock, and yeah, we haven't seen a score that big, I don't think, in the event. Maybe 1.98 at all.
Yeah.
And that was earlier in the week, obviously. So, yeah, it's a tall ask to do it in 1, but stranger things have happened.
Well, flying from above this Tahiti flight cam, you can see down to the bottom, and it just illustrates how shallow it is right here, the live reef underneath these surfers, glassy conditions. Jake taking a peek over there, and you can see that wave, how it drops. It's really easy to hit bottom here.
Yeah, yeah, particularly at this size too, because you kind of got to be in and under it, and you can see a splash of the water there from Jake.
Yeah, a little bit of frustration.
Not the Kelly kind.
And he realizes it. I mean, he's just, and this is, you know, this is the reality of professional surfing. You're dealing with waves, you're dealing with swell, you're dealing with tides, and there's times that the opportunity may not come at all, you know, and you're holding on to priority, and there's no reason for him to go on, you know, anything less that's going to even kind of get him in the realm of turning the heat. So he had a forced hand right there.
Yeah, well, he kind of...
Cole did get the 617 under priority, so I'm going to give him that.
But he also paddled up the inside of Cole to start this heat, and it didn't really work out for him. So, you know, that's a sick inside drainer.
There you go.
There you go.
That's the way to end your season, though.
Getting tubed. It's a bummer for Jake. He needed one more of them, and it's a different heat. But, yeah, that doesn't feel like 35 minutes ago we had that first little tussle for that first wave. But essentially, that's what set up the rhythm for this heat. And Jake was on the wrong side of it, unfortunately. But stoked for Cole Houshman. He surfed a great heat, and then, yeah, he's moving on.
Yeah, 2 buffet for Cole Houshman. Just gets another one when he didn't even need the score. A little frustration from Jake Marshall, but he can hold his head up high. He's had a great season on the championship tour. We're going to see Cole and later. We're going to see Cole in the quarterfinals, actually, and we'll see Jake in 2026. So congratulations from Griffin Colapinto. Cole Houshman, 4.53 checks in for Jake Marshall, and 3.77 not going to count for Cole Houshman. As we look at the final numbers here, Cole Houshman with a 10.67 heat total onto the quarterfinals. We're on to more action here at the end of the road. We'll bring in Joe and Flick to talk you through all that action.
The Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC, is brought to you by Mophie, empowering you to live a life untethered. Power On. By Vini, official telecommunications partner of the Lexus Tahiti Pro. By Air Tahiti Nui, official airline partner of the Lexus Tahiti Pro. By Banca de Tahiti, official bank partner of the Lexus Tahiti Pro. And by Lexus. Experience amazing. Your Honor, it's about 10:40 in the morning local time here on the beautiful island of Tahiti. Ethan Ewing and Al Cleland Jr. hit the round of 16. Al Cleland trying to go for a final appearance to take Rookie of the Year off of Marco Mignot. And Ethan Ewing, current world number 5, is still looking to try to clinch a spot in the Lexus WSL Finals. Joe Turpel with one of the hardest charging surfers in the world, Felicity Palmatier. Flick, this is a big one for Ethan Ewing, big one for Al Cleland Jr. Neither of these guys want their season to end today.
Oh, there's so much on the line, and I just think about Ethan right now, knowing, you know, he's, you know, a couple heats away from clinching, and then you got Al on the other hand, knowing that Marco's now lost. So for him to get that Rookie of the Year, all he's got to do is make that final.
What a story. Al Cleland, the first to be full-time representing the wonderful country of Mexico on tour. His father, a pro surfer from San Diego, went down to Pascuales, met his wife, Al's mom, and Al was born and raised in Mexico, fluent in Spanish, happy, the mascot of the tour, meets everybody behind the scenes. Everyone's getting behind this man with the way he treats people on land. Heavy water conditions. When we knew Al made the tour, it was basically like, I can't wait till Tahiti to see what he's going to do.
Oh, yeah. I think this goes well into his wheelhouse. I mean, you think back to his performance in the Olympics. You know, he got the equal 5th here. We know he charges. How he carries himself on land is how he approaches the surf, which is, he doesn't hold back. So, yeah, I can't wait to see this heat unfold.
At one point, I looked over my shoulder and I saw a vision of you standing straight up, getting spit out of a beautiful barrel. Does it take a minute or two when you're just sitting out there to kind of remember the best place in the entire world?
Yeah, it's definitely, you can kind of get lost and forget, like, the feeling or, like, how good your life is getting barreled in a jersey, you know? Yeah, it's the hardest part. It's, like, not wanting to stand tall in, like, every wave, you know? Like, you're trying to get a score, so, like, half the time I was like, I could have been deeper on that one, but I was, like, standing up, so, Yeah, it's fun though, just enjoying it. You know, like this is like the last event of the year for me, so everything's just icing on the cake.
Love it. So quarterfinals coming up. What are your goals for the rest of the day here today?
Yeah, just get more barrel, and hopefully that leads me to a final. I mean, this is the dream, last day of the year, so let's go.
That's the equation. Barrels, scores, finals. Good luck.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Oh my
Chris.
gosh.
Up and under. Ethan Ewing, Al Cleland Jr. getting things started in heat number 7. That was wonderful, just hearing the channel start to erupt. You hear like drum beats playing, guys like just chanting when you see that wave pulling off the reef. It was Ewing that wanted to really get position, and that's hard to do, especially against Al Cleland. Remember how Cleland started the matchup with Baron Mamiya. He wasn't afraid to go up and around to get that pole position, so Ethan had to stand his ground. Thing is, though, starting off with an incomplete score.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting start to the heat. Obviously, that didn't come easy. You know, just holding that ground off Al, because you mentioned that heat that he had with Baron. He didn't give up from the start to the finish. He won that in the last 20 seconds. Let's have a look. Opening wave here for Ethan. You can see him trying to drive down the line, but that one just stretching out, running off down the reef. Didn't really have a clean exit either. So, you know, right now, I guess you could say advantage Al.
Al now will have priority. Ethan Ewing takes a look to see if he could turn in a score after the fall. That one kind of ran down the reef, but Ethan decides to wait for a better opportunity. Talked about what's on the line for Al. Now we open this up, Flick. Ethan Ewing, world number 5, surfing for a spot in the Lexus WSL Finals. And right now he's in the 5th spot. This was always going to be a nervous day for Kanoa Igarashi, who was knocked out in the elimination round. And watching Al get started. Grabs the rail, nice little pump and driving. An easy make for the Mexican. He will kind of throw down the down carve to enjoy the ride out of that pit. First wave, a make for the rookie.
I love the barrel, but I equally as love the down carve. It's just so cool. It's so stylish. Andy was really good at doing that. There's something very cool, calm and collected and so in control. Let's have a look here. So gets a couple of pumps while holding that rail. Barrel stayed nice and open. You could see once priority was established too, Al just shifted just down the reef that little bit more to position for this wave. So he had his eye on it. He knows, he's identifying what kind of waves he wanted. You know, he put that little bit of space between himself and Ethan on the reef. Great read here. And so far, advantage Al. Capitalizing on that little error from Ethan, and at the priority, got the job done.
Well done for Al Cleland Jr., who's already built a big reputation for himself in big hollow waves, but he showed what he was made of last summer when he won the U.S. Open of Surfing. The final day, it was like 1 to 2 foot, maybe occasional 3-footer on the face, and he proved that he had a great, reliable small wave game when he beat his good friend Marco Mignot in that final last year. They both took those results to qualify for the CT this season. Al getting the call up once John Florence made the announcement that he was taking the year off competitively after his performance in Pipe. As we were getting into the Ethan Ewing story, been through a lot here in Tahiti in his career, breaking his back before the event started. That was that famous story where he went all the way to runner-up in the world at lower trestles. But focusing on the live rankings, he's on the hot seat at world number 5.
Whew, is he ever? I mean, right now, if Ethan wins this heat, he will pass Kanoa on the rankings and bump Kanoa down to 5th place, which is big news. I mean, this is a scary day, you mentioned it, Joe, for Kanoa to be watching, I mean, this heat unfold right now. But then, alternatively, if Ethan and Griff win their heats, their round of 16 heats, Kanoa will be eliminated from the finals. So these 2 heats right now are so crucial for Kanoa. I don't know what you do if you're in the channel, if you're at home, how you break that one down, because this is really nervous times. He is not in control of his destiny, as we see the other guy, Griff, coming up in the next heat against Zhao, who can also play spoil.
I mean, if you're Kanoa Igarashi and you have an opportunity to make a fantasy surf team to help you keep your spot in the final 5, you might pick Al Cleland, you know, you might pick Joao Chianca as your spoilers. Well, you know, I mean, those guys are going all out today.
You think about the performances we've seen from both of those guys. In particular, I mean, Al before the contest, the toe swell. You know, as we see Zhao coming up against Griff. But if you think about Zhao's performance before that event, before the event, incredible, pushing the limits.
And just borderline, just insane, really. The wipeouts he's willing to take. And after a few beatings, to be in a post-heat interview and say, I hope there's toe sets when I go out again. And then to go back on the reel of the free surf, that what Griffin went through, they're pretty much on par there of maybe some of the heaviest wipeouts we've seen in the last week or so. And you'd think like, okay, why would Griffin do that with a world title on the line? You know, why is he going over the falls on 30-footers over Eli Olsen? Why is he jumping out of the sky on a borderline toe set the day after? And then he answered it quickly, you know, getting the wave of his life is just as important to him as winning a world title. And he proved that. There's the whole pay-to-play statement, and man, he went all in that definition.
Also just spoken like a true surfer. If there's amazing waves right in front of you, you have the potential to get one of the best waves of your life, if not ever. And I mean, it was right there for the taking. That opportunity was there, and both Griff and Zhao just capitalizing on it. You know, just they were out there paddling when those toe sets were coming through. What we saw from them, the performances were insane. The wipeouts were even crazier. But that's it. You're on the edge of the wave of your life or the wipeout of your life, and I think that's what's so incredible about this wave.
Looking at Ethan Ewing when it comes to, you know, waves of Pipeline or waves in Tahiti, you know, he's not often in that favorites category. However, when you see him ride the barrel, he carries the same style that he does when he's laying the rail over at, you know, events that you expect him to do well. We're talking, you know, a Bell's victory, a win at J Bay, all the classics. That's when he's always in the morning show conversation of like, okay, he's probably going to win. And I found it interesting and maybe relatable to maybe what Mick Fanning went through. You know, he went through the same thing. When he was showing up at Pipe and Tahiti, he was never one of the favorites to win. I'll tell you that story in a second as we look at CT by the numbers.
Yeah,
2 heat wins at Chopes for Ethan in his career.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy when you think about the caliber of surfing. You were just touching on that. But, I mean, we also touched on, you know, this event has created a lot of emotion for for Ethan as well, you know, with a break of the back and then having to recover after that. And sometimes locations like that, when you have moments happen, you know, that can be a little bit of head noise in there and you're trying to sort of, you know, not think about that, but it's always there in the back of your mind. I mean, having a back break, I mean, that's one of the gnarliest injuries you can do, and then to try and recover from that and knowing what could have maybe potentially been, that sort of head noise sticks with you, and to sort of overcome that is a tricky thing to do.
It really is tricky, and I was curious too of like, what does that feel like? You know, for Mick Fanning in his career, he was a favorite everywhere, but when it came to Tahiti or Pipe, you know, he'd be left out of that conversation, sometimes unfairly. He had a couple early Pipe finals, but asking Mick about it this morning was like, what was that like? And he was like, well, I knew I wasn't the favorite. You know, he kind of owned it, and that's why he put so much time to work hard at, you know, not just Chopes, but also Pipe. He remembers his first final out here. That was against Damien Hobgood. That was in Mick's first world title year in 2007. Said he remembers paddling out, and he goes, I have zero chance here. You know, the Hobgoods had such a built-in reputation of being the favorites from day one at this venue, with CJ and Damien just owning it, you know, in the free surfs and in competition. But as the years went on, he just kept reminding himself that all the hard work he's done, the waves that he's caught out there were building his confidence up, and that anyone could win if you're on the right waves. He was able to get his win out here in Tahiti, and probably his favorite runner-up in that final was his all-time rival of Joel Parkinson that day. I think they still argue over that trophy, but it was fascinating to just get through that headspace of a 3-time world champion Mick, where he was able to own that place of going, I need work here, and I'm going to put it in, and he got the big trophy.
I think you're pretty honest with yourself too, and you get to that level of surfer, you know where your weaknesses are. As we see Al, a little look in and out, but you know your weaknesses, you can pinpoint that. And I think, you know, one person that comes to mind, or women's side of the draw, as we watch this set roll through, you know, I think I just want to touch on it again, is Gabriella Bryan's performance. and just seeing that clear evolution in her surfing and just being so open and honest about it. But that second day of competition we had here where the women, you know, it was basically, we had that one heat of the men and then it was all women throughout the day. It was just so cool to see when you know that there's visible, you know, weaknesses in your surfing and you want to improve on them. And that day we were able to see that with Gabriella, so that was really epic. As we see Ethan
with priority, grabs the rail of that Darren Hanley. Beautiful line that he's chosen here, and a nice make for Ethan Ewing. You hear more screams from the channel. Next wave will be for Al Cleland Jr. Locks in, there's the stall, disappears, and he also gets the make. Couldn't help himself on that little down carved slice. And now back to business for Cleland. That score going with Al's 5.67. Ethan only had a 1.07 before that. So Cleland doing a good job to keep himself out in front. Al passing Jake the Snake Patterson, who picked up Al to coach.
Wow.
Through the season.
This thing was incredible. I mean, wave of this heat so far. Big set wave. Ethan rode this perfectly, and he was nice and deep here. It's fully shacked, and I mean, I love the exchange because directly behind that we got to see Al. So let's break down this one from the channel first. Ethan, just such a cabin, that one. It stayed so open, and directly behind him was Al. So Al backed up, is backing up his 5.67. See that takeoff just slid down the face there and just catching the foam ball there at the end. So Al's backing up his 5.67. I think Ethan's got the jump here though, best wave of the heat. As we take another look from this angle, just beautiful down carve there to finish and a little grab rail to kick out. So definitely got a heat on the hands now.
Nice little back and forth shootout we got to see from Al and Ethan Ewing. Strider, what'd you see?
I like the pace. I like to see two waves. I like to see those things rising up on that outer ledge like that. So, you know, hopefully those are, you know, positive signs to move through. We got some beautiful waves there. You know, there was a pretty solid wave that Al had to begin with too. So I like the good positive signs of swell pushing in right now. Oh my gosh, here comes another one. Look at these waves. So yeah, I think the comparison there, obviously I think Ethan was deeper and I think he surfed the wave better. But I loved Al Cleland's down carve and driving up out of the bowl. I mean, I know you know, it's not scoring, but the look on his face and the way that he did it was just such a surfer's feeling. You know, it was something that as a surfer you can really appreciate, harnessing all that power and using it for that down carve and then driving off the bottom like that. It was so fun to watch.
Thank you, Strider. Yeah, it's like the reward from after the pit. You're going as fast as you'd ever want. You still got a nice corner bowl to play with, and Al on both of his waves has laid it down before getting that out the back. Excellent scores continue for Ethan Ewing. You know, before this event this year in Tahiti, he had never had a score in the 8-point range or better. He had 2 of them in the opening round. Adds another here in the round of 16.
Yeah, this is great to see. I just love the exchange, the 1-2, right? You could see the difference between the waves. As soon as we saw Ethan's, I'm thinking, okay, best wave of this heat so far, without a doubt. And then Al here locking in his 6.83. So I think, you know, we've got a heat on our hands now. Al's got these couple of scores. Yes, he's in the lead, but Ethan's sitting there with that excellent number and priority. So there's kind of positive signs, I think, at the start of this heat. It seems like we're in a good rhythm with waves now.
Break this one down for us, Flick. I see replay, both these guys.
Yeah, let's have a look. So automatically you can see Ethan already in the tube, delaying the time. Al, just that little bit shorter tube time. Obviously, to Strider's point, the beautiful down carve to the grab rail bottom turn. Not getting too many points for that, but very stylish. You could just see Ethan's time in the tube. Definitely a lot longer, but nice to see the 1-2 next to each other.
Al asking for an update on the scores from the tower. You'll hear he got a 6.83. He's out in front, but doesn't have priority. Al Cleland's actually looking for his first quarterfinal of his rookie season. He's come very close. He's had multiple nights this year. Right now, he's putting his head down, paddling. It's up to Ethan if he wants this wave. Ethan looks for a moment and decides not to go. Chianca just mind surfing that one all the way through. Al's looking at the tower to see if they're going to change priority. Nothing changing at the moment.
It's hard, those decisions, and especially at a slab wave like this, because sometimes you might lose for just almost a look and a potential paddle because it's so last minute, you know what I mean? Like, you don't have that much time to react. So you can almost balk someone into pulling back by just having a look. So I think at a wave like this, you know, the priority, it comes into sort of consideration a little bit more. Whereas, like, you know, a wave like Bells, or, I mean, priority's staying the same right now, but a wave like Bells or Margaret River, you've got a lot more time to think about it. So it's a lot easier to make that call.
Great point, Flick. Yeah, it's like, it's such a short ride. It gets really steep, and the surfers don't have a ton of time to look at it. Sometimes they want to look over the edge first to see what it's going to do down towards the West Bowl, and sometimes it'll cost you priority. Ethan doing a good job to hang on to it there. So he'll hang on to that big number, 8-5. You can hear Al, he just wants to hear it again. He's looking for some information to keep his head in the game. So Al needs to make the final to pass Marco Mignot for Rookie of the Year. Ethan looking for his first appearance in the quarters here in Tahiti. But if he also makes that happen, he will pass Kano Igarashi on the live rankings. A lot on the line for the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji, with Griffin Colapinto and Joao Chianca on deck coming up next. A lot of the story to tell to see who will be in the world title race in these last two heats of the round of 16. Al Cleland out in front. We'll be right back.
In the 80s, there's this crew of surfers. Yeah, these surfers. They decided to draw a line in the sand to protect the waves they loved. From that first wave save, the Surfrider Foundation has grown into a coastal protection powerhouse. We take on the big guys, the major polluters, the powerful corporations. You name it, we've been there. Become a Surfrider member today, because the ocean needs more friends.
Heat 7 continues. This one's starting to bowl up for Ethan Ewing. Craps around the takeoff. He's got a great vision of the exit. And with that cool, comfortable style, he has another great make here to get rid of a 1.07. World number 5 needs a 4, but he's going to watch Al here. The Mexican looking to slow down, spitting all over him. He's going to find a higher line exit. Always makes it look like he has more time in there. He adjusted, which is always impressive backhand, where you go from a lower road, move up high to avoid the foam ball taking you down. Cleland with a crazy reputation of charging so hard, willing to take crazy beatings. We've seen a lot of that throughout this waiting period. But Ethan's just so smart with his read here today.
This feels very similar, you know, to that 8.5. Just a beautiful read by Ethan on this first wave of the set. Just, I mean, he's in great form, and then behind him we see Al take off. I mean, the difference is for me right now, just positioning on the takeoff. Ethan's just been able to position that little bit deeper, maximize the time in the tube. Al being that little bit wider and having to slow down. So you can see here, Joe mentioned it, really pumping on the brakes here. There's just that positioning on the takeoff, and Ethan, I mean, and the wave's ever so slightly different too. So great positioning by Ethan, and he's going to come out with the advantage here.
9:23, another great back-to-back that we just saw, Strider.
Yeah, you know, beautiful waves, like both of them having like enough surf and enough draw reef to show that they had the draw to make that barrel happen. But I feel like the second wave has got something less in it, and so that first wave just has a deeper draw, and it's almost like, I don't know, I hate to say it, but like Alan is almost going to have to stop and wait and not take that second wave so that he's in priority for the next good one that comes, because he's been on the second wave of each set, but he hasn't been deep enough. I feel like either he's got to sit further back and try to, you know, ride the foam ball through it and try to get that bigger score, or just wait it out so that he has priority for that first bigger wave, because so far, each one has shown to be a much better, deeper, throw to your tube. And that's the moneymaker. You can see Ethan having a higher scores on both waves.
It's interesting, Strider, too, and you think about Al's approach, in the early rounds, sometimes falling on the bombs, because you know how sandy he is. It almost doesn't feel like he's trying to, kind of harness it in a little bit, knowing that maybe he lost those opportunities by maybe charging too hard in those previous days.
I don't think that he ever doesn't charge too hard. He's always going to want it, but I feel like what's happening is he's putting himself on those other waves that are just not giving him the opportunity. He is going to want to be as deep as possible, always in charge. But what's happening is the waves today, as the day goes on, it was 17 seconds yesterday as an interval, and this morning it was like a 16 to 15. Now it's coming in at about a 2-second interval. So the waves are looking tall, but they're very approachable. And so with that, I feel like he's kind of in the mindset of that 17-second interval, but if he could just trust himself a little more and get a little bit deeper, he'll thread that needle and ride that ball and come through and get those bigger scores.
Thank you, Strider. Ethan Ewing with priority and a serious lead at the moment over Al Cleveland Jr. They've been going back-to-back on those last two sets. The previous one, Ethan got an 8.5 over Al's 6.83, so a bit of difference there in separation. And then his last wave, he got a 7.73 compared to Al's 7.33. So much closer, almost exact same number on that last set.
Yeah, so really splitting hairs there. And this is great for Al. It makes the heat really exciting as we come down to these final minutes, right? I mean, Al really still has really kept himself in the game with that last score, the 7.33. So I think to Strider's point, though, the hard thing is going to be trying to be on that first wave of the set. If that's the game plan, to put himself on there, because that is the better wave of the set at the moment. Let's have a split screen here. Let's break down these two waves. Super similar score here. Really splitting hairs. You can see Ethan already in the tube, just maximizing that time. And whereas Al having a pump on the brakes, very similar again to the 8.5 versus the 6.83. Just in my eyes, I think that just the similarities there is wave choice and then also the positioning from the takeoff.
Yeah, like the breakdown flick, and also like Ethan Ewing getting the better of that last exchange. I just love how deep he was at the start. That super critical takeoff and always making it look smooth. Ewing with priority, 8.5, 7.73. Heat win here moves him from 5th to 4th and moves Kanoa down to 5th. So I should say Ethan would move up to 4th if he wins this heat, and Kanoa Garashi would move down to 5th. Being a bit more vulnerable in the world title race. All roads leading to the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji. And remember, Griffin still has some work to do as he has Joao Chianca coming up next.
Yeah, oh, wow. Okay, this is it's getting super interesting. It's getting exciting for us. But on the other end of that, Kanoa right now is thinking, oh, man, are you kidding me? Just watching this unfold, the way even surfing, it's going to be really nervous times for him. And then, the next heat, he's got Griff as well, which potentially could inch him completely out of this. So these two heats right now, really, really big implications.
Lexus WSL Finals Fiji opening day is, 2 weeks from today. So the top 10 from the women and the men, 5 from each. 10 surfers will be fighting for a world title at Cloudbreak. First time ever the title showdown being in Fiji. And Ethan wants to be there. You think about Ethan's year, some big performances, some tough losses. Think about Jack Robinson's year, a little bit of the same. The Bells Trophy, some 33rds in the mix. For the Aussies, we're so used to having contention in there every season. And it's been over a decade since Mick Fanning won in 2013. That was the last Australian world title for the men.
Yeah, it's been a while between drinks, Joey, for sure. I think interesting for me, Ethan's kind of had a very consistent year. I think he's had 3 semi-finals, 4 quarterfinal finishes. And then Jack, I think about him, it's like he's had these wins, and then he's, the next event, he had the win at Bells, and then he got the 33rd on the Gold Coast. It's just, Jack's kind of had this really high moments and really low moments. Ethan's kind of been super consistent. And, you know, the seeding coming into this event speaks for itself. You know, Ethan is up there, Jack outside. But, I mean, there's still a shot right now. I mean, it's looking pretty good for Ethan. There's 3:20 on the clock. He's holding priority. But you can't count Al out. I go back to that last heat he had with Barron. He didn't give up till the last 20 seconds. And there's no shadow of a doubt in my brain that he's not going to get sendy if the moment presents it. He is going to be sendy if the moment presents itself. He's not going to hold back.
That's what makes him such a fun athlete to watch. 3-minute mark to see if this will be the last seed of the season for Al Cleveland Jr. Chasing an 8.9. That would be the best score of the heat so far. Ethan's best wave, an 8.5 that he got on wave number 2. And Al doesn't have priority, so he might have to see what the second wave of the set has if they get another chance.
Definitely seeing some smiles from Al right now.
He's smiling, but he also knows this is it for the Rookie of the Year race. If he doesn't get a score to take the lead off Ethan and win it, Marco Mignot will be the 2025 Rookie of the Year.
Wow, and that's pretty incredible. I mean, you just think back to, you know, rookies that we've had before. You know, I think Connor earlier, I think Owen Wright, you know, and the trajectory that they go on their careers. And yeah, it speaks volumes to the surfer. It's not an easy thing to do, because think about the men's rookies class this season was giant. So yeah, this is a big moment if Al loses this and Marco ends up getting that win.
Marco Mignot watching this one go down. Al's one of his best friends, with Marco being what he calls himself, a French Mexican representing France, but growing up in Sayulita. They would have seen each other all the time growing up. They got to share the final together at the US Open, and this is one of those moments the following year. They're the two last rookies standing in the Rookie of the Year race. You know Mexico's proud of that one. Minute 20 to go.
Wow, you just want to see one more set, don't you? You just want to see one more. I mean, they've had some great exchanges. The two numbers here, I mean, for both guys that are counting, were both back-to-back set waves. I mean, to have one more moment here would be pretty cool, as it looks like that's Marco on the back of the ski with Jeremy, right?
That's right. They're counting down the seconds. Let's see if it will be a Rookie of the Year celebration for Marco. 50 seconds on the clock. Al needs an 8.9, and he was hoping to crack the quarters for the first time this season. 9th at Pipe, 9th in El Salvador, 9th on the Gold Coast, 9th at Margaret River, 9th in Rio. He was so close this year to a final series appearance. There's the jersey at Griffin. Joao Chianca already shown that he wants to go ultra deep to control the start. They got to make sure they give these guys some room. 10 seconds on the clock. Al's starting to move. Ethan's getting closer to him. And now with Ethan with priority and the countdown, he will officially pass Kanoa Igarashi on the live rankings. Kanoa goes to 5th, Ethan goes to 4th, and officially Marco Mignot has won Rookie of the Year.
Wow, this is exciting. I mean, these heats right now, these are the ones we were waiting for all morning. We wanted to see what happened as we watched Al just take his final wave in the CT jersey for this year.
Well done, Al. What a great year. Gosh, giving us so much entertainment, from big 9.5s at Pipe to start, hitting crazy, scary sections at big main break and doing the splits. And finishing runner-up in the Rookie of the Year race to Marco Mignot, as he gives a big hug to Jeremy Flores, who also accomplished that in his career. More action to come here in Tahiti right after this.
When you're really connected on a wave, it's kind of like a spiritual moment. Like some higher power is taking your body and using it. I work so hard to get all aspects of my surfing to the highest level that I can and create no weakness, because then I feel like I deserve it. That's how much I want it.
Let's go!
Sometimes a loss is a good thing. It just keeps you hungry.
That was my biggest dream ever. I don't want to let that kid down.
The male pro Portugal champ.
Seeing through all the adversity that you went through, on the other side, there was something beautiful. One of the things I see in Cade that I also had in myself is overcoming the nerves, harnessing them, turning them into fire. What motivates me to care and give back is just like how much I love these guys. They push me just as much as I push them. The more you care, the more focused you are.
Love seeing Griffin pull up in a Lexus Surf LX. It's a one-of-one SUV, seamlessly combining innovation and performance for the ultimate coastal lifestyle. Built perfect for a surf trip and everyday commute. Equipped with a custom-built surf rack, there's a ladder, pull-out system, roll cage, a drawer system, providing the perfect balance of luxury and surf. Griff taking on Joao Chianca, USA versus Brazil. And Griff trying to keep his head down to stay in the world title hunt. He knows he's got some work to do with some heat wins. Remember, Jack Robinson still looming behind him on the rankings, so a few stories to tell there, Flick.
Yeah, this is obviously another big heat. We saw one just go down before with Ethan progressing, jumping up and knocking Kanoa down into that 5th spot. So this one obviously big implications as well. Let's have a look here. Opening wave for Griff. Smaller one, does well to tuck inside this, become really compact. And looks like he gets another little bonus section here. So smaller inside wave, but Griff just getting the feeling here, just getting connected. Was relatively deep on that one, but not going to be a giant score because, you know, obviously a small wave, but getting things started. And he's had a couple of waves on the scoreboard right now, and you know, a little bit of an advantage right now for Griff.
Griffin gets the 4.67 and a 0.5. First wave for Chianca. Late takeoff, controls it off the bottom, spits a few times, and he comes out.
Those takeoffs are impressive. That was so late, so controlled though, and because he took off so deep, it just positioned him, or so late, sorry, it positioned him so deep in the tube. So, wow, okay, I think advantage to Joao now. This, as we see Griff just having a little in and out look, but that was so well done. And these guys here, I mean, we talked about it before, 2 of the most sendy guys in that free surf, those couple of tow days that we had before the event, the warm-up surfs, these guys were absolutely going for broke. Let's have a look at this takeoff. Just all fins almost disconnected. They reconnect. He finds the flow again, finds the exit. This angle, oh, just so beautiful to watch. And then you can really see him riding that foam ball, maximizing that time in the tube, using his arm to slow down. Just, this is a thing of beauty, this takeoff. He's so incredibly late. He already has that hand on that rail. And you can see just the side of the rail of the board connected. It's going to be a great score for Joao. And definitely advantage to Joao now. So, just beautifully done.
Such a great way to maximize scoring potential, where he's like, if I fall out of the sky and hit that judging component on a critical takeoff and then be completely gone, where the panel's not seeing you out front and then trying to slow down. It's like he'll start off in the barrel because he can control an airdrop back end. Chianca, 7-point ride.
Flat 7. I mean, great start to the heat. And yeah, that's a good point, Joe. I mean, if you really delay that takeoff, I mean, you can have some extra points there up for grabs for sure.
Let's catch up with Ethan Ewing with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, team. Hey, on behalf of surf fans everywhere, thank you for that heat. How fun was that to watch? And for you guys out there going wave for wave for wave for wave, 2 of the best exchanges of the day so far.
Yeah, that's how you want it to go. Definitely wasn't expecting those waves because heats before was kind of like in between and super hard to read. But yeah, that makes our jobs easy, just getting waves like that. And yeah, you just want consistency and everyone to get good opportunities. So yeah, that was really fun.
And when you're going against an adversary like Al Cleland Jr., one of the hardest charging rookies on tour, you know you're going to have your hands full. Let's talk a little bit about the rookie class. You got Marco Mignot. He just sealed the deal, getting Rookie of the Year. You've been going against these guys all year long. Give us your take on the 2025 rookies.
Yeah, they came on super hungry. I remember when I came on, I was like, yeah, just super, I don't know, not very confident, but these guys are coming on, yeah, super strong, and especially Al, he's had so much support out here, and he charges super hard, so yeah, I knew he was going to have put up a good fight, so yeah.
All right, quarterfinalists, what do you do from here on out?
Probably just go home and try and get the feet on land for a bit, and then, yeah, come back out kind of early and just keep watching, yeah, try and get the most of it.
Keep doing what you're doing. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Ethan. Way to go back-to-back with someone who's favored in slabbing conditions. That was Al. Ethan showing that he's put in the hard work. Griffin on a roll. There, that red jersey burning bright through the lip, and he will get a classic make. Just had the rhythm, had a clear shoot out there, had to change directions in the pit. Joao's turn. A big cave. Chianca comes out with style.
Oh, this is cool. I think this is promising signs. I mean, the last heat we had those back-to-back exchanges. This heat now, we've already had one, and we've definitely got a heat on our hands. Zhao's locked in the 7. Griff has just locked in a great score, followed by Zhao straight behind. So, I mean, I think we could start to see maybe a little bit more of this swell potentially starting to fill in.
Strider, how good was that one?
Oh my gosh. I'm just one-arming the paddle right now because we're a little deep in the pit, but dude, it's so fun to watch these two guys. These two guys have been the standouts of the surfs, all the free surfs here, and watching these guys having to all end up in a heat together. I mean, it's just a treat for all the viewers. These waves are coming in, they're just technically threading the barrel. I thought this drift had actually fallen off on his, and he made it. It was so sick. And then, you know, Joao's just been taking off so late and just dropping in underneath it, creating the drama, creating the score, and then having the ability to come out of those things. This is my favorite heat of the day so far.
Thank you, Waz. Front on angle here at Chianca's drop flick.
Yeah, this thing, I think, visually and aesthetically, the wave was very round and very circular. Like, the barrel stayed open. Griff, probably longer in the tube and actually had to pump to get through it, right? So it's going to be cool to see the breakdown of these two waves. I think Zhao's wave, bigger, more open barrel, and he was riding the foam ball there. When you compare it to Griff's, it was that longer tube where he really had to, you know, pump while holding that rail to go drive through the barrel. So this is going to be a great breakdown, and I'm looking forward to seeing these scores come through.
When you break down commitment and difficulty in the criteria, judges are always evaluating the wave size, the thickness of the wave, hollowness, steepness, and really the surfer's level of commitment and execution of their rides. That one thing Griffin did well with that foam ball ride was speed generation inside the tube. That was a real technical aspect of this ride.
You can see it here. I mean, he's got the hand on the rail. It's a strider's term, the hula hoop. You know, using that, really just trying to drive through that barrel, whereas Zhao, this wave almost looked a little bit bigger, the second wave of the set. It stayed really open, but he really had to try and just use the whole side of his body to really maximize the tube time. So it's going to be interesting because both are appealing to that judging criteria in different ways. I think, you know, Griff just getting that little bit more tube time, and the fact that he really had to drive through it could maybe be an advantage.
Yeah, touching that foam ball, doing a floater inside a wave.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
That's pretty awesome. And also Joao Chianca on his degree of difficulty, that stalling technique that he used on what looked like a slightly taller wave. What a great back-to-back for two of the best in backhand tube riding on tour, both doing it with such style. There's those components right there, Flick. And now scores are coming in. Almost the same. Joao Chianca, 7.67. Colapinto's jackpot, 7.77.
I like it. I think it just shows that there's a couple ways to do it. They're appealing to both, you know, different types of that judging criteria. Spoke to that bigger wave from Zhao, more cylindrical barrel commitment there, but then Griff, just that length of tube and really having to drive to get through it. So two different ways to do it, very similar scores.
Now looking at the numbers, Chianca out front, Griffin chasing a 6.9, and there's an award you can only win in your first year on tour. Let's hang out with Marco Mignon and Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, team. Well, the rookie class for 2025 for the men was one of the most radical groups of surfers we've ever seen come on the championship tour. But at the end of the season, there can only be one rookie of the year. It's this guy right here, Marco Mignon. Congratulations.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. super happy to get Rookie of the Year. You know, it was a tough battle between Alan and Joel. I mean, we really went big. I mean, we had no choice. This tour is, the level is so high, and yeah, we showed that we could surf, you know, and it was a last little battle with Alan. Like I've said, it would have been me or him. I would have been super happy. But yeah, no, I'm just super happy. A beautiful year, a lot of learning still to do, and yeah, no, it was a goal that I put in my notebook, and I achieved it, which I was super happy. So now, yeah, time to reset, and it's going to be a long off season, and let's go for 2026.
Now, beyond the ratings, you actually had some of the biggest heats of the entire season against the biggest names in our sport. You had that self-belief from day one all the way to the end.
Yeah, no, I think it's something I've always had. It's self-belief in the way that I just feel like I could beat anybody, you know, in my mind. And yeah, I felt like this year I was going all in my heats, and it paid off. So I'm super happy. Like I said, there's a lot of levels in this tour, so I had no choice.
Well, congratulations again. Season's over, but I know you got a lot of surfing in your future. What do you do between now and the beginning of next season?
Just prepare, work on my weakness, have fun, party a little bit, have fun. Yeah, just enjoy some time with my family.
All right. Congratulations again. Our Rookie of the Year, Marco Mignot.
Thank you so much, Chris. Marco brought us so much entertainment this year. 24-year-old from Sayulita, Mexico, representing France so well this season on tour. Big quarterfinals in Portugal, and also more recently at J-Bay, where he took out event favorite Jordy Smith. A lot of great words for the rookie class that he was a part of. Writing down that goal, journaling, something that Griffin does quite a bit. Manifest things to happen. He will open up about tough losses, post it on the internet. He's been sharing that journey with all of his fans around the world. Meanwhile, Joao got this one.
Wow. We're witnessing that technique. Yes, it's a smaller wave. Will it improve on the situation? You know, maybe not. But just that technique that he had there, that was a clear demonstration of, you know, we keep saying it, the hula hoop. But he had the grab on the rail and just the ability to weave through such a small tube. That technique was impeccable.
And that score is not going to change anything in the top two. But for our enjoyment flick, it was great to see how mobile you can be backhand. You know, on the foam ball, he knows when to stand up and let go of the rail. He can drive and change directions on the fly. Fearless here at Chopes, and this wave's done a lot for him in his career. And even when Joao fell off the tour in his rookie season, those heartbreak losses, but also he's proud of himself, losing to John twice in absolute battles at Pipe and Bells Beach. And he came here to rinse that one off with his brother. Here's Griff. Not pulling in on the takeoff, trying to slow down, putting himself really deep. What a great read for Griff. Nice casual style off the bottom. He's a guy that definitely flirts with letting go of the rail a lot. And a different style of barrel riding when he had to anticipate a big wide open end bowl.
That was cool. That was a different sort of wave, takeoff, not in the tube initially, but he could just see this big cavern about to unfold. And it was cool because he came from behind it. It broke in. You saw him shoot through that section. That barrel just staying so wide. Let's see it from this angle of the channel. See him just start to set this one up. Beautiful snap into the tube. Those ones that just hit that west bowl, they just elevate. They just get so big and just coming flying out with so much speed. So he's chasing a 6.9 Griff right now. And, you know, start thinking about Joao 7. Where does this land compared to that? Joao 7, pretty small wave, but real technical takeoff. Griff chasing a 6.9. It's a pretty nicely surfed wave.
Yeah, good breakdown flick. It's a difference to the scores there and what made that last wave difficult compared to Joao's, where the technical aspect of being deep on the takeoff sliding in. We saw Marco not get the score against Jack for having to like move down the line a bit and then pack the end bowl, where he came up just shy when he was chasing that excellent range score. I mean, Griff right now needs a 6.9, so he's not chasing excellence just yet. But he definitely put himself incredibly deep over what's almost dry reef. You're not measuring that end section in feet, it's in inches. Griffin starting to circle around Joao a bit. taking a look and holding back. 17:25 on the clock. Both these guys have famous brothers. Griffin's famous brothers coming up next. Rookie of the Year last year, Crosby Colapinto taking on local hero Cowley Vost in quarter one. And Joao's big brother, one of the best big wave surfers of all time. That session they had here when Joao fell off tour was really important for kind of Cianca's recovery mentally of falling off the tour. It was absolutely maxed out and pumping, and I think the big brother knew best. He's like, one way to forget about it is to get the waves of your life. But it really built that relationship that Cianca has. You know, all those sessions, you're just making a little deposit in your bank of like what's to come. And Joao's the surfer he is today because of those early sessions with his brother out here. Meanwhile, Griffin needed a 6.9, gets a 6.97.
Just by a whisker. That was pretty impressive. But I mean, you know, you just got to draw those comparisons to Joao 7. I mean, that thing was crazy well read and really picked the eyes out of it, super deep on the tube. So, I mean, this is so incredibly close. You look at the heat totals, 14.74 to 14.67. And I mean, you're splitting hairs at this point, aren't you?
Yeah, and I think the breakdown of it just getting there is sort of the reaction of like the takeoff not being as technical as Joao's, but he did put himself really deep. And so it is just enough for the lead change. Going with Griff 7.77, so Joao with priority needs a 7.08. Cianca also looking for his first quarterfinal this season. These two in their third matchup together on the championship tour level, both winning one apiece. Cianca, his win on his comeback after injury, the famous interference call at El Salvador, and then more recently, Griff got him at Saquarema's home court earlier this year. Cowley Vost preparing for Crosby up next. You're watching the Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC. Griffin loves showing up in his Lexus GX. It's offered in 6 grades: Premium, Premium Plus, Luxury, Luxury Plus, Overtrail, and Overtrail Plus. During the break, Joao did this.
Wow, just tucking into this tight tube, super deep here. And oh my goodness, he gets the completion. Wow, I mean, look, he's riding on this foam ball right here. You can just see extended periods of time in the tube. And then Griff behind him. So, another exchange. This is what you come for, right? You just want surfing like this. You want those back-to-back exchanges. You want the judges to have something to think about, and they well and truly do, as well as this moment here. We've got another paddle battle on our hands. It looks like Joao's got the lead here. Both guys fired up after that.
Gotta love where the tour's at. All these rad rivalries that we have. Remember Joao Cianca's post-seat interview in El Salvador? He's like, don't hate the player, hate the game. You know, when that interference came in and Griffin was doing giant airs, he was getting 9s, you know, and it was rad. You're like, okay, rivalry on. And when Joao gets paddled at the reef, or if it gets physical, I've asked him about that. He's like, ooh, I love that. You know? And he knows it's just competition. You know, he doesn't carry it anywhere else. He loves when someone wants to, you know, get really physical or really competitive with him, because he knows that's going to bring out the best in him too. Right now, Joao with priority, winning that last paddle battle. Griff starting to look under priority. It's going to be an interesting 11 minutes here for Griff. Remember, he needs to keep going to get a spot in the final 5. Last 2 seasons, he's finished 3rd in the world. Paddle, late decision to hold back. For Griff at this size, it probably just looks like a fun beach break day at T Street back home from what he's been through those toe session wipeouts. Scores in now for Lastic Griff on that last exchange is 7-2-3. He does take the lead. Chianca, his last was a 7-3. Now needs a 7.34. It's a 15-point total to a 14.97 total.
It's cool. I mean, you know, Zhao's first wave locked in. He took the lead. Griff's last wave locks in. He takes the lead. I mean, these are the kind of heats you love as someone who's commentating or a fan watching at home. As a surfer, I mean, they're exciting because obviously the competitor inside, but do you see Griff just having a look there? But yeah, as a competitor, you're thinking, oh, I just want to run away with this thing, you know? But this heat has given us a lot to talk about.
Definitely. Let's focus on the live rankings and what's on the line. So if Griffin Colapinto hangs on to this lead and wins it over Joao, he will officially bump Kanoa Igarashi out of the final 5.
Oh, this is a tough day right now for Kanoa. If that was to play out, I mean, you've just dropped a couple of places on those rankings. Incredibly difficult to watch, especially when you're not in control. I do feel for him right now, but on the flip side of that, Griff, I mean, he is right now still in control of this heat, and this is what you want. This is the nail-biting stuff. These are the exciting moments. I mean, this is what, you know, these the race to the Lexus WSL Finals PG brings us.
That's what it's all about. On the other side of that, too, if Griffin loses, then Ethan Ewing officially clinches. Strider, this is so close and kind of wild that we're getting a little deja vu with the Griffin versus Kanoa story for a chance to be in the finals.
Yeah, you know what? This is as good as surfing gets. This is what I love. I mean, two of the standout guys that have been just on fire throughout this entire window, and now they're just going head to head, wave for wave, point for point almost. I mean, it's just like 100th of a point literally separating them. It's just wild to watch how closely they're competing and how close of their talent levels are on the backhand tube rides. This is like as good as it gets for, you know, two of the best in the world, and watching them, and then the consequence, the circumstance, the reality of what's on the line right now for Griffin. This is just insane to be able to perform, right, to step up your game, and be right there with the best in the world and be the best in the world with all of that weight on your shoulders. I mean, this is just insane. I'm loving every little second, every little paddle battle, every little look over the shoulder. Before this thing started, they were out the back hassling each other. I mean, this has been going on since just the very beginning of the heat. It's been tooth and nail, and I just love it. I mean, his brother's in the channel watching. Joao, Lucas Chumbo's in the water watching. Like, it's just like the tension is so sick, and we're just in here going over perfect barrels.
I love it, Strider. Great read. Griffin, meanwhile, under priority, is going to take a look here. Slowing things down, up and under, really deep for a moment there. He's trying to get more of this tube. Bonus section, read it well, and he's out. So smaller in wave height, but just so technical with his backside barrel riding. A Triple Crown champ, multiple wins around the world. Finishing 3rd in the world the last 2 seasons in a row, and a season that he was worried about making the cut.
Yeah.
Crumple that story up. That's long gone on his turnaround to a better result at Bell's, finaling at Margaret River, and then he just hit his stride.
Yeah, he did. That's actually just crazy to think about, right? I mean, the back half of the year, incredibly consistent for Griff. I mean, amazing way to sort of turn it around, because talk about momentum in the good way, but you can have momentum in the bad way, and it seemed like that was what was happening. And we went into Bell's potentially staring down the not making the cut as well. Let's break down this last of Griff's, smaller wave, but just showing the versatility of his backside tube riding, just how technical he is. Another make on the board, sort of just sniffing around underneath Zhao, giving him something to think about. Oh, hang on, he's like staying very active on the inside. Zhao obviously knows he's chasing he's got to have right now, I mean, just that little bit better than his last. He's chasing that 7.34. I think right now he's waiting for that special wave, knowing that there's only 6 minutes left of the clock So he's had very similar waves now. There's been a lot of similar waves in this heat. And you kind of want that bit of a breakaway moment to really cement the fact that you are in the lead. I think that's what it's going to have to take right now for Zhao. I think just because there's been so many similarities, you kind of need that point of difference.
5:45 on the clock for all the fans that are watching right now on YouTube or Facebook Live. Those streams will stop at the end of this heat. A new live stream will start for the quarterfinals and beyond. For everyone in Brazil, coverage will continue exclusively on WorldSurfLeague.com, the WSL app, and Global Play. For fans in the U.S., coverage will continue exclusively on WorldSurfLeague.com, the WSL app, and ESPN+. Quarters coming up next. That's Cowley Vost starting off against Griffin's younger brother, Crosby Colapinto. Important heat for the title race as well. Quarter 2 has Italo Ferreira. Remember, he's clinched his spot, still working out seeding. But Jack Robinson still in the hunt for a spot in the final 5. That's quarter 2. Cole Hausman will have the local boy, Mihimana Bray. And quarter 4, Ethan Ewing and the winner of this heat.
Oh, wow. And there's still seeding to be figured out. There's still potentially, maybe the opportunity as we see Griff.
Griff under priority, super late takeoff, almost dry beneath him. Wow. There was no transition at the bottom of that thing, below sea level. He's still dealing with the brunt of that, just popping up now.
Oh, that was gnarly. Just how late he was and how committed he was. It doesn't surprise me though. I mean, we saw so much commitment from Griff. We've spoken about it from those opening, that free surf in the lead up to this event waiting period. And yeah, that was nuts.
Absolutely nuts. Strider, when you get compressed like that on the inside shelf, I mean, where do you go?
Oh man, you are just in a wrestling match that you can never win. I mean, you're literally just getting tied up in knots underneath that. The way that, everything he needed to do, he did. He was just a little bit far behind the section, and the foam ball compressed so hard. When that West Bowl comes, it just basically converges and explodes inside the barrel. And when that explosion happens, if you're not just on the other side of the foam ball, it's almost impossible to make it out of the barrel. But obviously going down, but then you saw afterward the board just tombstoning, waving to us over here like, hey guys, and underneath he was getting choked out, arm barred, everything's going on underneath the water, and then finally, it decides to take your face off the mat and let you come up. And you can't, there's nothing you can do. You just got to let yourself get beat up.
And I guess the idea for Griff on that wave, under priority, you've got to get as deep as you can to try to change the scoreline that are already in the 7s. Good man, Waz. Thanks for the reporting. 2:50 to go. Colapinto might do it again here. He doesn't want to sit still in this situation. He'll just keep on swinging. Smaller wave on the inside. He got a nice little runway into this one. Oh. Wow. He finds a way to exit out over a few inches of water there. Impressive.
Wow, through the little doggy door there. That was clutch. That was, another millisecond later and he would have been clipped in the head with that exit. So I like this strategy from Griff, just kind of just hunting around, and I guess he just wants to stay connected, stay in the moment, kind of, at the same time him surfing, creating these numbers. Yes, he might not be improving that on that score. I mean, this last one potentially could rival that, but hearing those beach announcers announce numbers and you're hunting around, you're fighting these waves underneath the priority of Zhao. Let's have a look here. Small, tight entry, but then this thing just goes super round. Finds the exit, but only just. The exit here, it's literally milliseconds before clipping him straight in the head. He did well to ride out of that one.
Man, he's calm under pressure. The pressure coming in multiple forms. the lip at Chopes that's trying to guillotine you. The pressure of the title race. He's been present. He thought of that opening swell as a gift. Not everyone on tour wanted it as badly as Griff, as he went over the falls on Beast multiple times. Joao's been in that same conversation, enjoying the entire lead up to opening day. Those last couple of scores haven't changed his score line. Griff a 6.63 on his last, 6.27 on the one before. A minute to go. And now Joao thinking about maybe one more wave to try to push into the quarters. 52 seconds on the clock.
Oh, really feels like to me, I mean, it's interesting Griff's sort of, I guess, strategy right now, just hunting around on the inside. You know, you're hearing those beach announcers announce, you know, the scores. Yes, they haven't dropped up into his highest waves of the heat so far, but I mean, the 6.63, I mean, that's almost pushing it, you know, almost getting there. But I do believe Joao's got the right idea. He is looking for sort of that moment that's going to be very convincing in the judges' brains that he's going to take this heat win over Griff right now, because we've just seen so many similar waves. I think the good thing to take from this heat, though, is we've seen a lot of consistency in the swell. So I think that, you know, a bit more of a pulse that we heard Shola talk about this morning is sort of happening this afternoon.
As we count this one down, a tough moment for Kanoa Igarashi. As he came into this event as the 3rd seed, he's now dropped out of the final 5. Griffin Colapinto, for the time being, has moved up to 5th with a win over Joao Chianca, battling with backside 2 Bryden. Griff will take on Ethan Ewing in quarterfinal number 4. Up next, Cowley Vost takes on Crosby Colapinto at the Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC.
Yeah, we are the houseboat of my uncle. This morning I looked at the sky, I'm like, oh, not gonna be a good sunset tonight. But Mother Nature, you know? Welcome to my home. This is Tabuna, bro. Yeah, we are the houseboat of my uncle. It's a really cool place to come and relax. Here in Tahiti, we believe the sun is sacred. When the sun sets is the moment for the sun to re-energy, and it's really important for us to rest, to get ready for the next day. Another normal day in my life, and I'm happy to share with all my family, all my friends, and all my future friends. Another day in paradise.
Tereva David showing us the beautiful lifestyle on the island of Tahiti, and one of their favorite sons out in quarterfinal number 1 here at the Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC. Cowley Voss will be battling against San Clemente's Crosby Colapinto for a spot in the semifinals, and we got a special guest for you. We got Miss Teaupo right here, Kelia Galina. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, thank you for inviting me.
Happy belated 13th birthday.
Thank you.
You've set the record for the youngest CT competitor ever. You were 12 years old when you surfed in this event. How'd that feel?
It felt great. I was just really happy to be in the contest, and then especially at 12.
Yeah, 12. We got to give you some knuckles for that. Give me some knuckles for that.
Yeah,
that is
congratulations.
Awesome. That is awesome. That's the future right there. You see, you're watching the future right here. And another person that you got to tell us about, Kelia, is Cowley Voss out here in this heat.
Yeah. He's like super good out here. Like, he won the Olympics, and like that's crazy. Like already he's started off on a really good wave. Definitely what I expected over the foam ball. Yeah, he's just, I can't wait to see this heat right now.
Yeah, me too. This is Crosby Colapinto behind him. Ooh, pinchy one, Kelia.
Yeah.
But so Cowley getting the best of that exchange, but that's like we expected that from Cowley, right?
Yes.
What do you know anything about Cowley that you know that you can share with people that we may not know?
Go straight to the top. Deepest, darkest secrets. What's he get up to when he's not surfing?
I don't even know. Like, I don't really like with him when he's not in the water. Like, most of the time I see him in the water, so I don't really know that much about
Tahitian life. You guys spend more time in the water than anywhere else, and in the tube, spending some time. Crosby,
Wow.
That's the cross coming back, Stace.
Yeah, that was a great way to bounce back after a good start there from Cowley, but the brother Griff obviously cheering on. Griff just had a good heat. Here's another good wave, Kaipo.
Oh, okay, Leah, look at this.
Wow. Yep.
Yeah,
That's what I expected.
Wow, it is a tube fest, and the swell is showing up just in time for finals day afternoon. Quarterfinals are on. Little paddle battle here. I like that Colley's giving it his all, but likely Crosby's going to get priority, but we're going to be waiting for some meaty scores, Stace, I feel.
Yeah, I think so too. It's a really, really good couple of waves there. Crosby had the sort of dramatic exit. We'll see the replay here from the channel. Really nice technique. Got a good couple of pumps into it. Wow. And then did his way to come out. And the front on angle will show how deep he is here. Really tricky barrel to ride on the backhand. He had to come out really high up on the wave. And this is Cowley's wave behind Kalia. Take us through it.
Well, that was, yeah, it's like front side. I'm going to say it's a little bit easier than backside because you can like pump in the barrel and be more technical in it. I'm backside, so I wouldn't know too much about being frontside and barrel out here. But I have my really good friend who's frontside, and we always surf together. Trevor Nui, Simon's son.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, he's really good. And then he like is really technical in the barrel too. He's like knows how to go high, low, come out, pump. And then I think frontside is a little bit of a, let's say, it's easier, yeah. It's easier than backside.
And how old is he? He's part of your whole crew. I see you guys out here. He's such a good surfer.
Yeah, he's 12.
Wow.
Too, yeah.
You guys are gnarly. All 12-year-olds dominating out here. You should see the days and the surfing that's going down. It's just the next wave of Tahitian talent. But let's not talk about San Clemente talent right now. Into the quarterfinals, Griffin Colapinto. Let's hear from Griffin. He's with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thank you, Kaipo. Griff, you and Zhao have been the talk of the town over the last week. Two of the hardest charging surfers. As we're about to watch maybe your brother get a wave, talk us through this one.
Oh, he's going underneath it. Oh, it's foam balling. You guys got to wrangle that. I don't know if he's coming. Is he coming? Oh, no, he went on the freaking small one. No. That would have been nice to wait, but all good.
That's how it happens out here in the channel. All action, all the time. As we see another set coming through, your brother's got one of the best surfers ever out here at Kalibas. And he's spotted for a wave. Why not take us to this one?
Oh, here goes Cali. It's probably like a 5.83, that one. I don't know, harder to tell from the side, but yeah.
Commentator, judge, quarterfinalist, Griffin Colapinto. So again, going up against a guy like Zhao, I know you love to surf against the best of the best. Tell us what you're thinking before, during, and after that heat.
I mean, just laughing about this whole scenario, you know, all the implications and all this stuff going on. Just having a giggle, you know, when I get nervous, and sometimes the way for me to like cope with that is just by laughing. So I was just focused on that, and then I'm just been telling myself, life calls the shots. You know, I am trusting life. That's my mantra, and I'm not here to get in the way of that. So, you know, whatever the bigger picture is, I'm just gonna let it be. And yeah, I feel like it's very relaxing. You're not trying to force anything. You know, it's just like if the wave's gonna come to me, it's gonna come to me. If not, it's just not meant to be. So, in full trust of that.
Yeah, I wasn't even going to ask you about the algebra, trigonometry, scores, points happening on land right now, but for you, for the rest of the day, you could be surfing a couple more times. How are you approaching these next couple of heats?
Yeah, just in the flow of it, and just, I don't know, I don't really feel much like pressure of like, oh, this, I need to like make it, you know, or just like, if I don't make it, I make it, you know, with the final 5 and everything. I'm pretty sure, what is it, Ethan and I, whoever wins that heat makes it. I feel like that's probably it, but I'll just like let it happen. You know, it's pretty exciting. I'm a huge surf fan, so I'm going. This is epic for everyone. You know, just like the excitement of the points and the drama behind it all. So, yeah, it's fun.
Hey, we're on this ride together. Good luck and congratulations, quarterfinalist.
All right, thanks, Cote.
Yeah, there you go. Hey. Words to live by. Life calls the shots. Don't get ahead of it.
It's funny because he's like, it's everything with Griff, you know. He's letting it come to him, but he also knows every single point. He knows who he's got in the next heat. He knows that heat's going to matter. And I for sure know at the start of that heat.
Take a look at our brackets right here, quarterfinal brackets. We're in quarterfinal number 1 coming up. We're going to have a couple of past champs going head-to-head for a spot in the semifinals. I'm talking Italo Ferreira, Jack Robinson, Battle of the Goofy puts at quarter number 3, Mihimana Bray, Cole Hauschman, and then Ethan Ewing, Griffin Colapinto. What a lineup we have here. And what is that going to affect? Well, that will affect our live rankings right here. Italo Ferreira currently number 3, Ethan Ewing number 4, Griffin Colapinto bumping Kanoa Igarashi out of that top 5, final 5 conversation. Jack Robinson still in competition, can be the spoiler for Griffin Colapinto or Ethan Ewing, depending on who comes on that quarterfinal. So many scenarios that we're going to unpack them today, finals day at the Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC Kaipagura, along with Kelia Galina and Stace Galbraith. And Stace, I see a little change in the weather, and we're still waiting for some numbers for both Crosby Colapinto and Kauli Voss.
Yeah, you can just see a little ruffle on the ocean there. We did note that come up yesterday afternoon, and we're kind of sitting here with our fingers crossed that that isn't going to happen today.
Wow, the numbers are in. And it was a brilliant exchange, 2 brilliant exchanges between Kauli Voss and Crosby Colapinto. 833-777 for Crosby Colapinto, 7677 7-point ride Kelia for Kauli. So Kauli, the backsider, actually dominating right now in the way of Crosby Colapinto. You think maybe Crosby's waves were better? What do you think was the difference in those scores that you saw between the two?
I feel like one of Crosby's waves were a little bit bigger, and I'm pretty sure they score that good. So as the heat before, Joao was just getting a lot of waves, a lot of 7s on smaller waves and getting deep. As Griffin was like bigger waves, like more sets. So clearly the sets are getting scored really well, and yeah.
There you go. That's the breakdown. Bigger waves in the barrel. So like for like stakes, I mean, the bigger waves are going to score higher every time.
Yeah, particularly at a wave like this, where the obviously the critical nature of the takeoff and the way you have to drive through the wave. It's definitely important to make sure you're not swinging on everything that comes your way. It must be hard to do though, Kalia, when there's only 2 people out there. You must have had your froth on when you're in both your heats. Was that one of the things you had to kind of remind yourself of? Set waves only.
It was a little bit big during my heat, like for my standards. I was actually mostly looking for the nicer small ones, like for me, because I was just trying to get nice barrels. The first heat, I wasn't necessarily trying to win it because, I had Lakey and Molly, and then those are really 2 really good girls, and especially Molly, who's now in the final, so that was a hard heat, yeah.
But to get there, Kelia, you had to surf through the trials. You beat a lot of really good surfers in the trials. Including in the final, you had Kauli's younger sister, Aileen, in the final to qualify for the main event.
Yeah, that was definitely a hard final. I was a little bit stressed out before that. Because Aileen, she's really good. She's good in barrels. She's good in turns. So I was a little bit nervous, but I just kind of went out and tried to find some barrels. Even though it was really onshore and hard to find them, I tried.
Yeah, well, you know what? Let's take a look at some of the rides from that final. Here's Kelia in the barrel.
Wow, that drop was insane.
Was that the winning wave?
No, that's the first heat.
Oh, that's the first heat. What about this one?
Also I don't remember that wave.
Oh, you got barrel. All the barrels blend into each other.
That was the winning wave.
Oh, you just sat in that thing. So that was right after you had to wait a long time in this final with Aileen?
Yes. Yeah, I waited a long time for that wave. At first I was thinking maybe turns because it was a little onshore and the barrels were weird. But I knew if I could beat Aileen, I had to do it in barrels because I wasn't going to outturn her. She's like full of power, so I was just trying to find some barrels, and then I got lucky. That one sucked out. So I've seen you here for years as a Grom, always hovering around. How many jerseys do you have? How many WSL jerseys do you have? I feel like you might have a pretty big collection of those. I have too many, actually. I have a lot. This year, my dad was like, "Okay, like you don't need more jerseys. You're not gonna go out there and chase for more jerseys." So I got one this year.
Okay. Yeah, you're one of the best jersey chasers in my book that I've ever seen. not just a barrel rider, not just a big surf fan. You camp out in that channel like all day long.
Yep.
8 hours in the channel.
Yeah.
Wow. That's good stuff. What a blessed childhood you have over here in Tahiti. What's your favorite part about home?
Like just the village. Not counting the waves, of course. Waves are really good, but just like the village. It's really safe. I can just kind of go wherever I want in the village, anytime I want. Just go see my friends and hang out at my friend's house and stuff. So yeah, it's a really nice place to live at.
Yeah, it's a beautiful community here, and you guys shared some culture with us. Your grandmother helped us make shell bracelets just the other day. That was so rad.
Yeah, I'm actually wearing 2 of them right now, and a necklace that my mom made.
Oh, your mom made that?
Yeah, like my mom made this one right here, and this one I made, and then this one my grandma made. So
Yeah.
wearing.
They're so rad, and there's mana to these bracelets as well, just because I feel the shells came from the Tuamotus. Is this correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Then we made some pareos too. We did all kinds of stuff. We've been busy here. It's not just about surfing. It's about enjoying just the community here and the culture. It's been another beautiful trip. I love coming here every single year, Kalia.
How's your painting skills, Kaipo?
Pretty good. Yep. Artist too.
Yeah, I saw the pareo you made actually. It's really nice.
Thank you. Bringing some gifts back home. Well, Kaoli Voss is looking for a gift from the Pacific Ocean right now because he's got priority. He needs a big number at 8.43. An unexpected position for me. I would have put Kaoli by far the favorite in this clash with Crosby Colapinto, especially Stace, given off of their last heat where Kaoli scored 15.43 to get over Jordy Smith. Crosby got out of his heat with just 9.34 points. So under 10.2 wave total for Crosby to get over Leo. But this is a whole different situation. So I thought Kaoli would come here with a huge advantage, but it doesn't seem it's that way.
Yeah, and it's sometimes too like just that rhythm that you started with the heat. You know, I would kind of expect Kaoli to get going early, which he did. He went the 5, 6, 7, and then kind of built from there. But then Crosby's just ended up on pretty hard waves to ride, but they've given him the opportunity to score really highly, like the foam ball ride that he had to do to get over the 777. That was insane.
Yeah. Hey, Kalia, let's ring up Uncle Strider in the channel. I think he might have a question for you. Strider, ring.
How you doing?
Good.
Checking in. Hey, I just had a question for you. I know you've had a lot of support from everybody here in Tahiti, and your dad and everything. And I see that you got some mayhems under your feet there. But who was your first sponsor? Like who came in first? Was it the Black Bear Surf Club?
My very first sponsor was the Kind Tahiti, actually.
Oh, sick.
Yeah. I can't really remember what age I was. I don't know what age I was, but it was thanks to a photographer from here, Manel. He contacted them and he told them about me, and then they sponsored me, and that was my very first sponsor. Yeah, the Kind Tahiti.
Nice. I think Uncle Strider was baiting you on the Lost surfboards question too. You ride Mayhems and Lost?
Yeah. I switched over to them maybe like a year ago.
Do you know Uncle Strider's the very first Lost team rider of all time?
I did not know that.
Yeah, he's the very first team rider of all time at Lost. So you guys are all part of the Lost Mayhem family. And you got great support by Volcom as well, right?
Yes, yeah, definitely.
And of course Dad, Big Island Ryan.
Yeah.
There wouldn't be a Miss Teopo without Big Island Ryan moving over here from the Big Island to Tahiti.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Surfing machine. Here we go. This is a board change happening right now between Crosby Colapinto and Tommy Whitaker. What do you think that's about, Stace?
Oh, I'm going to have to take a couple of guesses here. Unless he creased the board on the first wave, or he creased it going over the foam ball, because he hasn't really fallen. So I'm not too sure, unless he feels like the board's too small or too big and he wants to go an inch up or down. I'm not too sure. My first thought is maybe there's a slight crease in it. Maybe he just took a bit of a beating on the inside after the first wave or something, but yeah, I'm not too sure.
Well, we'll get some investigation. We know that Crosby, also another surfer on the Whistler Shaper rankings, 3-time winner, Matt Biolis and the Mayhem crew over there at Lost. Matt talked a little bit about the boards that he was making for Tahiti, talking about a thick center line, thin rails, and increased nose rocker, flatter tail rocker to avoid that tail lift. Right now, we're halfway through the heat, over halfway through the heat, and we can reflect a little bit on what's gone down so far because we've seen some really good rides, Kalia, like this one of Crosby.
Yeah, that was really sick. I actually, wow. He was really deep in that. Cali's one too, that was pretty nice.
Nice high line for Kali Voss. And one more, I think this is the 7-point ride, Stace.
Yeah, a couple of really nice rides here from Cali, super deep on that 767. And then the foam ball on this one of Crosby was crazy, he just wrangled it.
And we talked about the boards a little bit, about, you know, a lower tail rocker, higher nose rocker, really subtle concave, avoiding the tail lift. I think that board worked really well on that foam ball because you could see how he was able to ride over that foam ball and avoid that tail lift. For more on boards, let's go to Strider Wazalewski in the channel and see what the board change was all about, Strider.
Yeah, we do have a crease right here. You can see it. Bang, just kind of having the buckle above the fins there, and also up here on the nose, like there's just a smash from the reef right there. So, you know, damage is being done. Quick board change really quick. Tommy Witz is his caddy out here. He's actually waxing up another board for him just in case, but, you know, Crosby's going hard in this heat, and the boards are taking toll.
Strider, you reckon he broke it going over that foam ball?
You know, that's a great question. Maybe on the one he didn't make, maybe on the inside one where he squeaked out and had to deal with all the water on the head. I mean, literally, these waves are so powerful. It could happen at any moment, and I'm proud of him. He's doing really well against the Prince of Tahiti, and I mean, this is a pretty heavy heat. You know, it's not an easy walk through it, and for him doing what he's doing is pretty insane. But we'll see. Kaoli is the master of getting the best wave, so plenty of time.
All right, well, there's 12 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock for Kaoli Voss to come back up against Crosby Colapinto. Crosby currently in the lead. We'll see how this plays out when we return to more from the end of the road. It's the Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC. As a part of our global WSL Ocean Initiative, we are partnering with the Tahiti ET Surf Club in consultation with the community here at Taupo. Here at Mahora Beach, combating coastal erosion, restoring natural vegetation barriers through replanting of native species, particularly the Naupata and Riri plants. This coastal experience has had severe erosion from large swells and rising sea levels over the years. Today we will continue to combat that erosion with those native plants being planted. Piper Girl with Kalia Galina and Stace Galbraith, and Kaoli Voss dropping into this one, funneled, barreled, and comes out needing an 8.43. What'd you think, Kalia?
Wow, that was a really big wave. It was a set, that was a nice barrel. I wonder what he's gonna get for that, actually.
We're gonna go to some part-time judge, coach, journalist, Stace Galbraith, for some feedback on this one, Stace.
Oh, it was an amazing wave, great positioning on the reef, really, really deep. He comes from, obviously, you know, a part of the reef that he knows so well, and the slingshots into this. We've seen this sort of be the hallmark of how he surfs this place. My only feeling about this wave is that just the wave kind of let him down. Like, it wasn't as thick and as round as some of the earlier waves that we've seen today going to the excellent range. And I also think technicality of Crosby's 833, like what you mentioned, Kaylee, in some respects being on the front side is a little easier, and then sometimes it can make the scores seem easier. And I'm not saying for a second that what he's doing is easy. It's just sometimes backside offers you those opportunities for like a surprise and a bit of a wow factor, a little bit more than the goofy sometimes. So we'll see where the scores land there, but my initial feeling is no.
Okay, well, yeah, the benchmark would be the 833. by Crosby Colapinto to stack up against. I'm sure the judges in the judges' tower right on the reef over here are making those comparisons.
Like, I don't think he could have surfed that wave any better.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, he surfed the wave perfectly.
This one draws off the reef. Cowley deep on this one. Appears he's not going to get the number on the previous wave. Deep. In the cone, in the funnel.
No.
Time warp. One more time. Couple of sections for Cowley. And snaps his finger. Previous wave for Cowley Voss. You can see in the scoreboard, the 787, not enough. He's still looking for 8.24. Did chip away just a little bit at the requirement.
I don't think he got the score on that last wave. It was a good wave, but a little bit further inside.
Oh no.
Oh my God.
Oh no.
Oh, good signs for the afternoon. That was a big open wave.
Good signs for the afternoon. Bad signs for Crosby. But look, he popped just right up, Kalia.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes you can get lucky on where you fall. Sometimes if you fall in that right spot, the wave will just shoot you right back out the back.
Wow.
So sometimes, it's rare, most of the time you just get smashed. But yeah, so yeah, that can happen.
Popped up like a wood duck.
Let's look through some replays, Stace.
Yeah, I mean, this wave is such a beautiful wave to surf. The drone angle is going to look amazing, but I'm in agreement with Miss Chopu here. He's looking for an excellent score, and the judges do not hand them out, you know, without having a good, long, hard think about that. And again, I think he's riding this wave perfectly, but even from the front angle, still kind of see the nose of his board the whole time.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
And that was textbook pin drop. Crosby Colapinto got out the back and got priority on Cowley Voss to control this heat in the final 6 minutes and 40 seconds.
Who's your favorite surfer?
On tour?
Nah, just in the world.
Who in the world?
So probably somebody on tour anyway. But,
It probably is. There's a lot of good surfers here.
I really like Ethan Ewing surfing.
Good choice.
It's really nice and smooth and super hard cars and snaps. You know? Yeah, I like that kind of style.
Yeah.
Yeah, good choice.
Yeah, big fan favorite, young E-Dog. He's
You watch all the
so
WSL
far.
comps? Nice. We like that.
What one's the hardest one for you to watch here in Tahiti?
Like,
Time-wise, you watch much of Europe and J-Bay and stuff? Or is that running through the night?
No, I watch sometimes early in the morning when we wake up and we go surfing. The contest will be on, like, the last few heats. And sometimes I'll, like, listen to that while I'm trying to sleep in the car, but yeah, I mostly watch all the events that I can.
Nice. Well, here's the last score, you guys, for from Cowley Voss. Not in his top two. Threaded a nice barrel, but comes under his 7.87 and his 7.67. A 7.6 averages out after we throw out the high and the low. So Cowley under the priority of Crosby Colapinto, looking for 8.24. I'm a little shocked on how this heat's gone, but I'm thoroughly entertained by both of these surfers.
Yeah, absolutely. And Strata made a really good point in the heat earlier with Al Cleland and Ethan about, like, rhythm in the sets and everything. And Cowley's obviously got second priority, but he can't, I mean, as skilled as he is, it just doesn't feel like in this heat at the moment he's going to be able to second priority his way out of this one. I think he's just got to wait for the next best set wave. And we saw that wave of Crosby's, which was amazing. And obviously Cowley was paddling back out, and Cros was a little out of position. So that they're out there. It's just a matter of whether or not he's going to get his chance in the next 4.5 minutes.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's the priority rotation and brilliant surfing by Crosby Colapinto that puts him in the pole position right now. There's so many things that we do here at the WSL, Kayla, and one of them that we do at every event is Rising Tides, and I think you've been a part of the Rising Tides a few times.
Yeah, I think since the first year we started doing it, I've been doing it. Yeah, did it this year again, and because the waves were a little bit too big on the reef, we did it at the little inside right that I surf every swell. I, like, never miss that. That's nice. A swell that hits there.
How cool! How cool is it? How cool is it to meet all the pros that come into town every single time?
Yeah, it's really cool. I love the contest time. Like, this year it was especially great because I was in it, and then that was just amazing. But even the following years before, I just loved the contest time, and I'm always looking up to the Tahiti Pro and when it comes here.
Yeah, and you know what, Kelia? We actually have a pretty high percentage ratio of stars from the Rising Tides moving on to the championship tour. So odds are in your favor. I know you got years. We got to get through school. We got to get through all that kind of stuff. You're just 13 years old. No pressure. But the odds have been pretty high, and they've been pretty good with the turnout from Rising Tides. So thanks to everyone who puts on the Rising Tides with the WSL. It's been a great program that we've had over the last few years.
What have we got here?
I think a set's coming in.
Priority with Crosby. Cowley going deep, going to force him.
Go, go, go.
And he goes.
Wow.
Knifes down this wave.
Make it. That's nice.
Oh, Crosby's having a hell heat.
Okay, well, the question is, though, is that better than a 7.77? He did hand over priority to Cowley Voss, who does have a chance with an 8.24, and now the lineup belongs to Cowley.
That was a big wave, yeah. It's going to be a nice score. I don't know if it's going to enter his 2 best ones, but I'm not surprised if it does. That was definitely a set, and yeah, it was a nice wave. Rode it good. Rode it really good.
So now, talk us through this replay, Stace.
Yes, like Kaylia correctly said, it's a big set wave. I think the judges will really like that. It's positioning, though, again, maybe it could have been a little deeper. He did well to kind of stall there, but didn't quite get maybe as deep as what he would have liked, but certainly used his priority well, because where Cowley was looking at that wave, from being that position as a front sider, you would not want to see him on that wave. So in that sense, he's definitely done a job well done there.
Yeah, great point. Sometimes you play offense, sometimes you play defense, right? And even if he doesn't improve upon his scoreline, that defensive mood to take that opportunity away to Cowley was really good, because now we're just down to a little over 90 seconds. Last of Blue actually improves, 8.3, so now he set the bar high. Yeah. 8.3, last for Crosby Colapinto, the bar is set at 8.76 for Cowley Voss to turn this heat.
Yeah, not surprised. That was a really nice wave, but Cowley, he can get this score. He just needs a nice wave, and I think it's really possible that Cowley gets it. Just the wave needs to come, but I'm really stoked. Like, Crosby's definitely got some really sick waves this heat, so yeah.
I know this is mind-bending right now for Cowley Voss, and look at the numbers there that the judge, one judge, almost a 9-point ride, goes up to an 8.7.
Yeah.
After being out there on the tower early this morning, like, there is such a noticeable difference, like what you were saying about the sets, like they're big waves, and that's definitely really, really noticeable when you're that close and you're seeing it live, and I think that's why the score went as high as it did.
Yeah, this is definitely a set, and like I said, it rode it perfectly, and definitely one of the biggest sets of this heat for sure, and yeah.
Well, that's good signs for what we got coming up this afternoon. So down to 10 seconds. I don't see any opportunity for Cowley Voss.
Wow, that was a little shocking, but I mean, dang, Crosby won that heat. He got the better waves, rode him good, and won it.
Yeah, so we got our first semi-finalist in the way of Crosby Colapinto. Excellent heat score for Crosby, 16.63 two-wave total. And Keely, I want to thank you so much for your time here. Thank you for joining us on the booth. We'll be keeping it abreast of everything that you're doing. Best way to keep track of you is Instagram?
Yeah.
At Miss Telpo. At Miss Telpo, Kelia Galina, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, guys.
We got more action coming your way. We got Italo Ferreira. We got Jack Robinson. Who's going to battle Crosby Colapinto? One of those two. Quarterfinal 2 when we return.
The thing about history is that whatever happens, happens. There's no denying it. It's the beautiful chaos. Hell and heaven canceling each other out. Triumph and defeat. This year, history will be told in 12 chapters. 54 men and women will write it. History will be written live at willsurfleague.com.
Yeah, we're writing history right here, right now. Crosby, Cole, and Pinto, part of that history, beating the incredible wild card and gold medalist Kauli Voss in the quarterfinals to earn his spot in the semifinal.
A very stoked Tom Whitaker. That's a massive win. Like, you know, to come up against the local wild card and to get a win over him like that, that's gonna feel really good. But yeah, obviously this matchup here, it just doesn't stop Kaipo. We're having a day. This is an amazing matchup.
Massive heat. Our defending champ, Italo Ferreira, coming up against Jack Robinson, our 2023 champ here in Tahiti. You got two guys who know what the podium feels like, and they want another chance at that podium.
Yeah, big time. And then there's also, you know, the added layer of what it means in this heat for Jack Robinson and his year. Is this the last event of the year for him, or is he going to make a big run through this draw and put himself into that final 5?
Yeah. So Italo Ferreira already has clinched his spot in that final 5. Seeding yet to be determined due to the results of this event. So Italo, maybe a little bit more free in this heat. He's got less on the line. He's an intense competitor, but maybe just in the back of his mind, he knows he's got the job done. So in the regular season.
Yeah, definitely agree. He should be surfing pretty loose and pretty free. There's a pretty good chance he'll just finish the year. You know, this heat's obviously important for that. If he knocks off Jack here, and then Ethan and Griffin are going to surf against each other, so there's only so many people that can actually overtake him. So yeah, you're right. It's still very important because, as you know, you get to starting the final 5 higher up. Obviously,
here's our live
energy.
Yeah, here's our live ranking, Stace, and the mission for Jack Robinson, number 7. He's up 1 spot, but he has to win this event to make it into the final 5. He would bump out whoever loses in the quarterfinal. That's going to be featuring, quarterfinal number 4 is going to be featuring Ethan Ewing and Griffin Colapinto, both of them above the line. But if Jack keeps on going, whoever loses that quarterfinal is, you know, the possibility of getting bumped from that final 5 conversation. That's the live rankings right there. So Jack's got to go all the way to make it to Fiji. And this is the first step right here in quarterfinal number 2. Yeah.
That last heat really showed a good contrast between like regular and goofy and how the judges are scoring the waves and everything. We saw a host of great scores. You know, Cowley had 15 points twice over, you know, throwing away 7s and Crosby getting some great waves and scoring excellently in the 8 range. So it's like the last heat had a bit of everything, and I feel like this heat is gonna do exactly the same thing.
Waves on the way. Italo on the inside, open priority to start this quarterfinal.
I'd say Jack's one of the most clever surfers in the world in this situation. He won't make a mistake here. And I'd be very, very surprised just to see him give Italo a free swing.
Watching the paddle, watching the position. And there's the last minute that you called it, Stace. Right underneath him. Oh!
He's got to be careful.
Wait a minute. Well, these two have had history, you know. We saw them in their clash at the WSL finals. I think it was just last year where Jack actually grabbed Italo's leg during a paddle battle, and Italo ended up getting priority in that heat because of that grasp.
Bit of a Dingo Morrison. Or was it CJ Hobgood? I can't remember. But yeah, not surprised at all to see that go down. It's just, that's, I think, one of the greatest things about Jack surfing. He's electric, he's amazing, he's got all the talent in the world, but he's also a mongrel. Like, he'll do anything it takes. If he thought that wave was the wave he wanted, he would, you're not there in his mind.
It's wild how he does that last minute spring. And here, this is what the judges are watching. This last minute spring by Jack to get underneath and inside of Italo, and then Italo, you know, kind of pleading the case. There you go. So I guess the question is that a block?
So the judges will look at scoring potential and positioning on the reef as much as the paddle. So to me, that wave, it's a pretty tough call to make from the booth, but to me, that wave didn't have the scoring potential. It's pretty high level gamesmanship, and a lot of people will be having pretty big opinions about that, and that's the great thing about this sport. Like,
But at the end of the day, the wave's got to have scoring potential, and from the angles we've seen so far.
All right, well, they gave Italo priority on that, so that was deemed the block.
Well,
so
see, now I'm confused, because if it was a block, it was a paddling interference. I don't understand how it can be one and not the other.
And well, that was just because it was open priority. So what happened was they just gave the priority over to Italo, but it didn't matter.
No,
because
a block would be when you're on the inside and you pull back.
Yep.
Jack was underneath him, so this call is perplexing to me.
Well, you know what? You know, it's an easy call. The easy call was that Crosby Colapinto had an excellent heat. 16.63 two-wave total. He's on to the semifinals. Let's hear from Crosby.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks, Kaipo. You know, Jimmy Cliff once said, the harder they come, the harder they fall. You just beat Kauli Vast at Chopo. That's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, it's pretty special to like beat someone who's so good at barrel riding and has this wave so down, you know, because he's final out here in the CT and he's won the Olympics. So it's like, I knew going into that heat it would be a shootout, and I knew like he's so good at just being able to like read the reef and hunt the insiders and get outside for the sets and read when the sets are coming, and he has like the whole channel cheering for him. So I knew it was going to be challenging, and I was just so excited, like so happy to get a couple waves. And my first two waves came so quick that I almost didn't really need to think, which was really nice, because it was kind of that flow state that it was just like happening, and just happy to get that 8 at the end and then walk away and go into the semis.
We'll put your name on that list of really good surfers out here. What's it like to wrangle a foam ball on your backhand? Your arm must be sore from hanging onto the rail like that. That was intense.
Yeah, it's like the full like blackout scenario where you just kind of like your instincts take over, and then next thing you know, you're like coming out of the barrel. But it's cool to get scores in conditions like this, because it's not super like easy right now. It's not like a defined out the back or on the inside. So just to get scores in those conditions and be able to read those waves, like I'm just happy with how I was able to like read the barrel, which was really cool.
You made that really fun to watch. Congratulations. Moving through, we might see you more on the glass by the end of this day. Oh, somebody's getting barreled.
Thank you.
Yeah, someone's getting barreled. That's for sure.
Wow.
Jack Robinson, after a little tussle at the beginning of this heat, is going to have the first meaningful score coming through here. Italo Ferreira pulls out the back, wants to hold on to his priority. 25 minutes remaining, and Jack finds a gem. Had to mine for that gem, however, but did find the gem, Stace.
Oh my goodness, he did. That wave was so amazing. Can't wait to see the replay. He got spat out of it so hard. Big applause from the channel. Really nice drop. Stall technique, obviously perfection. And then, oh my, that foam ball was so aggressive. And he did such a good job to stay high enough in that wave, but not so high that he would get sucked over. So that west bowl comes in, it's so much water moving kind of in the, you know, direction towards you that you're traveling, and just to keep your body down and the board going the right way is so difficult there. And that's such a good way to start your heat for Jack Robinson.
So after a little tussle at the beginning and a priority switch, now things are coming into order between Italo Ferreira and Jack Robinson. Italo deep on the reef, takes a look at that. He wants to hold on to priority as we wait for the opening score of Jack Robinson. Again, scenario for Jack Robinson for final 5 position, needs to win this event.
And we've seen him do it before.
2023, did it in brilliant style.
And his run through the Olympics here as well was nothing short of remarkable, and obviously he came up short against Cowley. That heat as well also had a tussle and a very, very similar situation to what we saw at the start of this heat. A wave went by unridden that both surfers wanted to be on. And so Jack's, yeah, like I said, he's no stranger to that kind of gamesmanship, and that's what I really love about his surf, and it's definitely the whole package. He doesn't have any weaknesses.
Yeah, 2023, Jack Robinson overcame a on-fire Gabe Medina in that final. And there's the numbers, 7.5 opener for the Western Australian. A strong start, Stace.
That's a great way to start, and the heart would have been racing. Jack's obviously a cool, calm customer, but again, getting back to the start of that heat, he had a little guilty look on his face, you know, and he did get a penalty for it. He did lose priority over it, so you know he needed to get into the swing of things, and that was such a great way to do it.
Things have settled into this heat at the 22-minute mark. Italo knows exactly what he needs to get back into the game right now, holding on to priority. This next choice is going to be super important and crucial in this heat. Under priority, Robinson up the reef, way up the reef, has to come around the corner here and just kicks out, takes a look at that. Ferreira drawing down the line, pulls into a cave, comes out. Italo Ferreira off the bottom, rail grab, yanks it off the top there for a little for a little exclamation mark at the end of that ride. Italo Ferreira right back into this heat. Nice answer back by the Brazilian.
Yeah, that was a great answer back for sure. And again, you see Jack looking to get pretty creative on the inside. Unfortunately, his wave didn't come to be.
Board change. Reynolds Hayes with Italo Ferreira in the channel. And we'll find out what happened with that board change. Ferreira made that wave complete. Maybe it was just feeling something on that last wave with that Timmy Patterson silver surfboard, also made by Tico and Teco over in Brazil. Here's a replay.
Nice set wave, driving deep from behind the section. Elected to come out early and hit the open face, which is a interesting strategy. I still think, like I said earlier, the waves are got tall enough and they're big enough to sort of still just warrant it being a tube shootout. I think any time you could spend behind the curtain in Tahiti, you're probably going to get more points for that, as stylish and as cool as that was. So yeah, it just goes to show the speed on him though. Like, and it's such a hard thing. Like, once you've got all that speed and you want to burn it off, nothing better than a big old carve.
Yeah, and you know, I don't know what Italo's thinking, but I can tell you that he probably wants to complete a wave after 3 misfires.
Yeah.
So he had a couple. He's got 3 offers. He got 3 fractional scores at the beginning of the heat. Wants at least to complete a wave, maybe an early exit, just to ensure that completion and kind of play the game, right? Get a number on the board, get close to Jack, and you know, you don't win world titles not knowing how to play the game. And Italo has already won a world title. Chris Cote's on the boat. What do you got, Chris?
Oh, thanks, guys. Well, check it out. You know, we're out here filming every single wave. We're sending emails and videos to our friends, telling them to tune in. We're also checking the numbers, checking the scores. Of course, our batteries are getting drained. That's why we're stoked to stay charging right here, the Mophie charging station. Now, it's not just the charging station. There's also the Mophie Charger of the Event Award, which right now is being held down by Molly Picklum. Got some surfing left to go on the day, so we'll see who takes that award home, and that is a very prestigious one. And right now, I gotta text my mom and tell her to tune in for finals day. I love you, Mom.
That's right. Mophie, and also Mophie giving us the charger, the Mophie's charger of the event. Could it be Italo Ferreira? Maybe. Deep on the reef here. Double arm drag, high line, punches out of there. Previous wave for Ferreira at 7.4. Italo Ferreira will go into the lead, or extend his lead after that wave. Jack Robinson right behind him. In and out with the spit. What an exchange that we are seeing here at the end of the road. Robinson kicking out early to gain some meters on Italo Ferreira on this paddle battle.
Yeah, just everything about Jack is so calculated. Like, you see the angle he's paddling back out. Like, he just wants Italo behind him. He doesn't want him to get a little slipstream up the inside. And Italo's got his shoulder strapped up pretty heavily at the moment, so I think that Jack is in pretty good nick at the moment. So I think he'll be fine to regain priority here. But just the gamesmanship of these guys is, yeah, I'm loving it.
You can tell both these guys want it, and it's not just surfing. It's everything else around it. It's playing the game. Here's a replay, Italo Ferreira
Yeah,
on his
love
5th
his
wave.
Positioning. Just driving through it. You know, the wave a little chandelier. He didn't have that classic sort of West Bowl look to it. He scoots around the back of the boat there. They're so close to the lineup sometimes. And then Jack's done a really good job of like picking the more critical waves, and obviously the spit is a really good indication of that. But he's not as deep as Italo. So yeah, the judges are going to have a fun time sort of dissecting those last 2 waves, because neither surfer has, you know, they basically both started with the same scores, so it's sort of whoever wins this next exchange is going to be in the lead.
Yeah, really going to come down to that. And, you know, we've had so much action. 17 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock, 35-minute heat. So just at the halfway mark right now, Stace. And I like what I'm seeing as far as the wave size increasing throughout the afternoon. The wind's looking good. We got fair consistency as well. We've had 2 sets so far in the first 17 minutes of this heat.
For sure, it's been good. You reckon like Italo's gone up an inch? What would be your guess?
Well, yeah,
or half an inch, like, because I don't think it's increased heaps, but it is like very hard judging from the boat versus actually being out there. So
yeah, well, Italo's going to hear that he just got a 6.67 for his last wave. Jack, we're waiting for Jack's wave, and a 6.57 or better will give Jack Robinson the lead. So just the mid-range scores and back up to the 7.4 for Italo Ferreira. Robinson waiting for his number to establish a situation in this heat halfway through. Replay here. Let's take a look at Jack's wave. We're waiting for this number.
Oh, what a beautiful shot. And yeah, just a beautiful wave. And just gives Italo a big spray in the face as he cruises past.
So it was hard to tell from this flight cam. IC replay is absolutely beautiful, but it was hard to tell really that wave. You know, when you look at it from above, it was a great barrel. It was a short barrel. It's a bigger wave though, I felt, than Italo's wave.
And it was a nice drop, and there it is. And I think it just goes to the critical nature of the waves that Jack's on, and I think that's what the judges are really appreciating right now. He's not getting as deep as Italo, but he's on waves that are you know, you've got to kind of, you know, they're harder to control, and he looks obviously really in control right now.
Yep, and he's in control of the heat. Heat control too. Jack Robinson, a 7.5, a 7.57. He's got the lead, and he's got priority, so really able to control the entire tempo of this last half of the heat, this last 15 minutes. So things are looking for everything in Jack Robinson's favor at this moment. Robbo looking on. Italo kind of just moving in and you know, maybe trying to bait him off the peak, or just get sneaky under priority. Ferreira needing a 7.67 to turn the heat.
I reckon we're going to be safe with the wind, Kipes. Starting to kind of puff up a lot out there, but from a pretty favourable direction. Earlier in the day, it was so still.
Yeah,
we've seen some swell increase. And
we want that normal trade winds, right, to come through here, as they're forecasted.
They are forecasted, but it just like yesterday, Arvo got a bit, you know, outside of the forecast, and it has been pretty variable the whole time we've been here. It's been absolutely stunning weather and beautiful mornings, but the afternoon's getting a bit roughly. But with that last set coming through and the wind starting to show its trade direction, I think we're for a great afternoon.
Well, can Ferreira come back against Jack Robinson? Needs a 7.67. Jack in control on the backhand, in the barrel. Conclusion after this. Beautiful, isn't it? The ocean here in Tahiti. We're the Tahiti portion of the island. The Tahiti flight cam flying us through right past the flotilla. Kuiper Girl along with Stace Galbraith on the call here. Quarterfinal number 2. Quarterfinal number 1 was won by Crosby Colapinto. He's into the semifinals. Right now, Jack Robinson is on track to meet Crosby in that semifinal number 1. He's got control in this heat, Stace. He's got the lead, he's got priority, and he's got some great positioning out here at the end of the road.
Yeah, he's done a great job so far in this heat. He's identified some really good waves, and the waves that he needs to be on to have that edge over Italo, who's such a hard competitor to get an edge on, because Italo's so well-rounded. He'll go the set waves, he can get scores on the smaller inside ones. He's just so versatile out here. He's the defending champ. All those things. Now, it's a backsider, and Jack knows you need a certain type of critical wave, and he's found them you know, at 2 out of 3 attempts, he's found that wave. So he's
Let's
on
look at
fire.
some stats on these two defending champs. When we talk about Tahiti, we're talking about 1 win each. Heat winning percentage, that goes to Jack Robinson. Excellent heat percentage, that goes to Jack Robinson. Best wave score, that goes to Italo Ferreira. And their overall head-to-head record, they're tied, 3-3.
Yeah, and they all know that too. They're all keeping score on each other. They know when they have their, you know, their wins and their losses, and then they might not exactly know the number, but they would know it's close. They wouldn't feel, neither one of these two would feel like they've got an easy kind of task over one another at any location around the world. So yeah, this is a fun one to kind of split that up and see who takes that head-to-head advantage. But it, you know, it doesn't feel like that long ago we were watching Jack Robinson like fall out of the sky with a bowl cut on like 20 footers as like a 14, 15-year-old. So, you know, just the one stat there that was like really, you know, cool to see was a percentage of excellent heats.
Yeah.
And you talk about putting the time in out here. Jack, you know, it was his second home through his teenage years. You know, it was Hawaii in the Hawaiian winter and Tahiti in the Southern Hemisphere winter. And
yep.
He's, it's really showing now.
Yeah, Jack, 27 years old. He's been surfing out here since he was probably 14 years old, so has got a lot of time. Italo, meanwhile, if he's able to get through this, he's able to win this event, he jumps into the number 2 seed when we talk about the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji. So, a lot on the line for both these surfers. Here goes Jack, using his priority, stretched out wall, in the barrel, high line exit, and does it yet again. Third completion for Jack Robinson, looking to better 7.5.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what, you know, my gut feeling on that at first look at that wave is from a judging perspective, but from just a wave selection perspective and how well he's using his priority. Every single wave he stood up on, like, has just spat so hard. Every single time he's just getting blown out of tubes, and it's you know, as a surfer, that's like, you know, that's what they're here for. So long kind of running wave, sort of a different shape to the ones he's been on so far, but still a great ride, and it just, yeah, unloaded on him as he exited the wave there.
Yeah, you can see the paddle of that takeoff there, Stace. Definitely wanted to keep Italo Ferreira off of that wave as well.
Yeah, yeah. And yeah, it's a great way to sort of just make sure that the other surfer never finds that rhythm. Whether or not he betters a score here remains to be seen. I don't think he will, but he certainly sort of, you know, stopped Italo from generating any kind of rhythm, that's for sure.
A lot of this is, you know, the feeling today, and actually in everyday competition this year, we've seen kind of the rhythm, the priority play, and who's in there. And, you know, there's been a lot of tight heats, but there's been a lot of one-sided heats too, where it's really obvious what surfer had the rhythm.
Yeah.
Look at this draw off the reef here.
Wow, here we go.
Ferreira. Game time for the Brazilian. Drops in, pulls in, section in front of him, another section, deep and underneath, but gets eaten.
Oh, my word.
And we'll look for the head pop up there. That was a beating right there. He got just mowed by the foam ball. This is going to eat up some time for Italo Ferreira. This is not an easy way out.
Nice. Hopefully he can sneak under this next one. I think he's got his shoulder really heavily strapped. And he looks like he's waiting for the ski there.
Oh, yeah.
And the poor guy is just getting pounded. I think...
Ooh, there's a tough pickup spot right here, but best in the business on the Red Bull jet ski, T-shirt Water Patrol. But actually, they're going to have to wave him off right there. Like I said, that's a difficult pickup spot. You look so close to the channel, but that's so shallow, and there's this side wave coming through right there that almost stops you from getting to that channel.
I mean, he's a machine. He's not hurt at all. He's just paddling back out on his own accord. I mean, a little grimace on the face there, but he kind of waved the ski off at this point anyway. And yeah, you're right, Kaipo, like that's where the right is going to converge on you right there.
Water view.
Water. Oh, his foot slipped, but he still managed to stay on his board, but oh my.
It was right there.
He was right there, but you'll see his foot, like when he pumped, it just moved off the stringer, and it kind of was just a little off the center line, which is the last thing you want when you're trying to pump through a barrel that big and a foam ball that big.
So paddling through the flotilla on his own accord.
I didn't read the surfers group text this morning, but I'm pretty sure he waved off the ski so that he didn't have to go around the long way. Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Even though he was still that close to the channel, they still have to
so.
go around. Smart play, but I hope he's all good because his shoulder is definitely strapped up pretty heavy, and it's a big effort.
Paddle pass, Reynolds Hayes right here. That's his coach in the corner in the black hat. Reynolds is going to be paddling next to Italo Ferreira, giving him some instruction, giving him some advice, giving him some encouragement as he makes his way back out.
That was such an impressive effort, wasn't it? He made it so far through that wave. And it's that's the 2 inches between getting a 10 and paddling back out and still chasing an 8.4.
And wave coming through here. Jack not even moving, wants to command this lineup in this final 5 minutes, Stace.
Yeah, and Jack's well proven. He's been in this position many a time. See how he likes to control his heats at the start and the finish, and he's done his job. He's got himself in first priority. Under 5 minutes left on the clock. He's feeling pretty good about himself so far, but he would know, looking at the back of that wave, he wouldn't know how far Italo got through the foam ball, but he would see how far he travelled from where his board was tombstoning, and he'd for sure know that he dodged a bullet there. It was a really, really great wave there for Italo. Unfortunately, couldn't make it.
Look at our live rankings again. It is the sprint to the WSL Final 5. Jack Robinson needs to win this event. Ethan Ewing, Griffin Colapinto, making it into the quarterfinals, have bumped Kanoa Igarashi out of that Final 5 conversation. Ethan Ewing, Griffin Colapinto coming up against each other in quarterfinal number 4. Italo Ferreira can take that number 2 spot off of Jordy Smith with a win here in Tahiti.
Yeah, this is these next couple of heats are going to be so important. I like the fact that Ethan and Griffin kind of have to have like a mono surf off to decide. They're not like losing to a wild card or someone who's rated 20th or someone who kind of might be really good here but has had a pretty rough year on the tour or whatever. And so they've earned their spots in the quarters, and now they've got to duke it out to see who's a guaranteed start in Fiji. So yeah, it's going to be an amazing heat, and the tail end of this one's going to be exciting to set it all up as well. Jack Robbo's right there. You can see him climbing up the leaderboard. He's already jumped a spot. Kanoa, unfortunately, going backwards 3, which is worst case scenario for him coming into this event. He was having a great season up until this point. And then, yeah, Italo, like what you just mentioned, it's massive for him to jump as many spots as he can too. So with the win here, going into Fiji number 2, that'd be the dream for him.
Well, he's got a little bit of a, there's a lot of mountains here on the shore, and Italo has a mountain to climb right now for that 8.4 under the priority of Jack Robinson.
You've been climbing that mountain out the back?
Yeah, we climbed that mountain, no problem. You see out there those pyramid mountains? There's some waterfalls back there. There's a very steep hiking trail as well. And it's not for the faint of heart, but the view up there is absolutely beautiful. The Mana. And yeah, and we talk about the the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji. That all gets underway August 27th is the start of that window. We got all the way from August 27th till September 4th for one-day surfing to crown our men's and women's champions. So that's going to be a really great ending to the season there in Fiji. Bula.
Bula.
Well, 2 minutes now, Stace, and we've seen 2-wave sets come through.
Yep.
And I guess that's what Italo has to hope for.
Yeah, he does. It's just a tricky one. He's just going to have to, wait his turn. I would say the first wave of the set has had a bit more like of a goofy foot appeal to it. And then the second wave of the set has been kind of moving off to the west a little bit more. So Jack will know that. Jack will make Italo commit to that wave as hard as he can to try and push him out of position for the second wave if it's there.
Got a little view of the next quarterfinal coming up. Mihimana Bray, the Tahitian wildcard, coming against San Clemente's Cole Hauschman. And here we go. Minute 15 remaining. And it looks like we got some lines, Stace.
Jack won't mind this positioning at all, because at that point he can almost make Italo take off. So I think Italo's got to be a little closer to Jack here to actually kind of make him make a decision without Italo having to commit too hard. They're a bit closer together now, but yeah, you don't want to... Italo doesn't want to be on the wave, otherwise obviously that'll just take him out.
Well, that what looked like a promising set actually went under both of these surfers without either of them even flinching on it.
Yeah, this last 5 minutes just seemed to go so fast, and I'm sure it would have felt like it was going at double speed for Italo. He had an, he had an amazing opportunity. I'm sure he'll be replaying that wave in his head.
Yeah, could have been a 9, ended up as a 1.77 for the incompletion. Got so close, just maybe a half a meter away of an exit on the foam ball. 20 seconds now. This should be an easy block no matter what, because there's only time for one more swell, and Jack can impose his priority on Italo Ferreira. So Italo Ferreira will take an equal 5th out of Tahiti, but he will be guaranteed his spot in the final 5 for the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji. Now it's official, and it's going to be Jack Robinson up against Crosby Colapinto in semi-final number 1, Stace.
What a heat that was, and what semi-final that is going to be.
All right, well, we're going to take a break. We come back. We're going to have a great heat in the water. Mihimana Bray up against Cole Hauschman. We'll bring in Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmentier, talk you through the action. Don't go anywhere.
We are in the South Pacific, French Polynesia, the largest island in the archipelago, a place called Tahiti. The road stops. It literally stops. And you get out of your car, you have to go over a river to get to the point to find yourself at Teahupo.
I'm really proud to be from here. There's a lot of mana. Mana is energy that is felt everywhere, whether you're on the beach, in the mountains, on the ocean, with the people. Like, there's just this special connection that we have because everything is so simple and everything is so raw.
Mana is like the spirit or the power, and it's substantial. And it's not just the scary waves, it's how fast things grow here. It's the water moving off of the steep mountain range. It's the abundant wildlife and plant life here. And the beauty is astounding. From sunrise to sunset, there's nothing like it in the entire world.
World's best enjoying their time in paradise, especially if your name is Jack Robinson. Goes to his support crew, keeping his head down. His wife Julia there has been waving to him in the middle of big heats, knowing that he has to go all the way and win this event to have a shot at a world title at the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji. Quarterfinal 3 starting now. Mihimana Bray taking on Cole Hauschman. Always shocking when you see a wild card fall out of the draw. They're so good out here on their home break. They represent their culture so well. Kauli Voss went down to Crosby Colapinto in this round flick. Now it's up to Mihimana today.
Yeah, I mean, he's, last Tahitian left in the draw. And you know what? It's hard because the wild cards here are so deadly because they become absolute specialists at these sort of waves. They've got, obviously, every single, part of this reef. I mean, they've put in all the time in all the different conditions. This happened right off the buzzer, so Mihimana wasting no time, threading this tube super deep. Smaller wave, but nice way to get started. He's got his feet in the wax. He's got a make. Let's have a look from this channel angle. You can really see just how nice and deep he was there. But, I think judges just leaving so much in the tank. They know there's those bigger set waves coming through. Just a nice way to start this one off, but looks like Mihimana's sniffing around without priority now. But, yeah. There's a lot more out there. We've seen a bit more energy, so a little bit more of a reserve score.
Pretty scary set of wild cards this year for this event. They're always dangerous, but there were times in the past where maybe the only event they would compete in was this event, so they're just free surfing and then have to figure out sometimes how to have crazy CT style heat strategy, which was sometimes hard to beat. The waves were pumping. You're like, well, there they go. They can just get really barreled and take out people in the world title race. This year you look at Kauli Voss, as far how much depth he had, being a Challenger Series competitor He's won events in Morocco, and then the same goes to Mihimana. I mean, this guy is finaled on the CS level in Saquarema. He's won the Sunset Pro over on the North Shore of Oahu. He's been competing since he was about 7 years of age, along with putting in all the time of his home break at Teahupo. As we look at Cole Hausman stepping up and just jumping off, not finding a barrel there, so priority with Mihimana. Cole learning a lot, coming here early during some really big days. He said he was just really inspired, you know, to get a few more reps in. This is still just his second year on tour.
Yeah, it's been exciting to watch, you know, this evolution. I mean, last year, we were talking before, he had the 9th, and I think he actually got a bite of the cherry on that. Finals day, we had the round of 16, right? And then it moved into the finals bracket. And Cole had a couple of waves on that finals day that were incredible. And for me, I was like, whoa, okay, like I saw his rise from the regional, you know, qualifying series to the Challenger series, then on the CT, but not in these sort of waves yet. And that really blew me away. And this event, I mean, he surfed really well.
I see replay here. Cole just up and down.
Yeah, quick in and out. Obviously a bit out of position there. Probably not the wave he's looking for either. So in and out, and leaves Mihimana out the back with priority.
Cole's got his parents here. They flew out to enjoy his last event of 2025. Doing great. He's already moved up into the top 10 on the live rankings. Last year as a rookie, had a great year, finished 15th in the world. Now in the top 10, just bumping out Baron Mamiya, who's dropped 2 spots. Let's catch up with Jack Robinson on the boat with Chris Cote.
Hey, thanks, guys. You know, when you see an athlete enter the flow state, sometimes you just got to stay out of the way and let them do what they do. And that's kind of the feeling we're getting right now from Jack. Tapped into the mana out there, a couple insane tube rides, and more work to do today. How are we feeling right now?
It was a good heat. Yeah, I knew everybody's tough, but surfed this wave so much. So, yeah, just happy to find some good ones, and yeah, let's go again.
Still in the now?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm chilling. So yeah, just surf.
All right, in the now. Let's see what this tactic you've been doing. I want to try this. A thankful and excited Jack Robinson moving on into the semifinals.
Well done, Chris. That's exactly the zone that Jack Robinson is in. The first time we ever felt that was in Mexico. In his rookie season, he needed a big result to actually stay on tour, and he won the event. And that was the first time we saw every post-heat interview. He just was shutting things down. He wasn't letting anything in. And it was a bit more intense, actually, in that Mexico event, but it worked. It's like a place he can harness his, this is the wind zone. This is where I'm present. I can shut out all the noise. That's why we've seen him in places in the Red Bull athlete zone when it's really busy and there's cameras everywhere. And I've seen him fall asleep with people around him. He could just kind of go to that place. Well, he's there now because he's got to win the event to get a spot in the final 5.
He's got a really big job, and he knows it, right? I mean, earlier on in this event, I think it was a post-interview coach I had him, and he's like, "Are you thinking about the numbers?" He's like, "No, I'm just staying here in the now." But he would know what he needs to do. And I think he just doesn't want to entertain that. He doesn't want to entertain the conversation. He doesn't want that crazy change in emotions. He just wants to keep that nervous system incredibly regulated, which is what he's doing. He's not having these, allowing to himself to be extremely elated with that win that he just had. It was a pretty crazy win over Italo. And he just wants to keep it neutral. And, I mean, it's worked for him before. We've seen him do it in 2023. Needed to get the win. Got the win over Gabriel Medina in the final and jumped up into that 5th spot. So he's done it before. It was a bit harder coming into this year's, Chopes event, but it's still, the opportunity is there.
Live rankings are really fun to look at when you're at the last event of the regular season. Cole Hausman up inside the top 10. Looking for his first top 10 finish. Last year finished 15th in the world. Just bumped out Baron Mamiya to number 11. Connor O'Leary jumped 1 spot down to number 12 in the world. So Cole knows there's some room ahead of him to move with Leo out of the event and also Felipe Toledo, those shaded names right in front of him. But Cole knows it's a huge day for his best friends from San Clemente. For Griffin, he's got a heat with Ethan Ewing coming up next. Crosby's in the semifinals, taking on Jack. So Crosby is going to be probably, really invested in his brother's destiny. Wow, a lot going on today, Flick.
There is. It's been really cool. It's been a really exciting day of competition. We always knew, coming into today, that round of 16, those last couple of heats, we're going to decide, a bit of fate there. But, I mean, these quarters, they've been amazing so far. To your point, Joe, I look at that semi-final number 1 and Crosby coming up against Jack, knowing that his brother could potentially be, in that semi-final number 2. And could he play spoiler is, the question. It is pretty nuts. As a surf fan, you love to see it.
Yeah, you look at that. If Crosby beats Jack, then he, settles things no matter what happens in the next heat with Ethan and Griffin. So we'll focus on this one now. Cole Hausman just picked up this wave.
Yeah, let's see a little inside track on the West Bowl. Nice, sort of big tube, really. I mean, Cole's a big guy, and he was standing fairly, tall in this one. Let's have a look. That thing just stayed so open. Those ones on the West Bowl really do. So kind of finding a nice moment on the inside. Probably Rebel, that Mihimana's 5.8, so he's staying at pace now.
So Cole Hausman looking for a huge result here. He said he kind of didn't feel the intensity of the season when the midseason cut got extended to 7 events. He had dealt with it the previous year in 5 events. And he said he finally felt the pressure that made him perform well at El Salvador when he made the semifinals. Water drawn off the reef. Priority with Mihimana. No takers there. So then Cole, with that bigger result, moved up into a better place, but still wasn't safe for the cut. Was able to fit inside the top 22 and then picked up his second CT win in Brazil. Doing a nice walking meditation with Griffin. They visualized themselves being in the final the following day, and it came true. Cole getting his second victory over Griff in finals. Their first was at Bell's in Cole's rookie season. Hausman again up, not finding a barrel, and he just has to step off. He's had 2 of those so far. In between his 5.0 he got on his second effort.
Yeah, it's pretty even Stevens at the moment. I think, go back to Cole's year. It's impressive to see him get that win in Brazil. I think the first win, 2 years ago at Bell's was iconic. We talk about how quickly he, came up through the ranks from that regional QS win to his first CT win was phenomenal. It was like something like months we're talking. And then, you think, okay, like he had a couple of nice results to back that up with, but it's like, okay, can he do it again? And to back it up the second year on tour, to get another win at a totally different location, beach break style, these crazy big calves on your forehand, sort of speaking to that versatility that we're seeing from him. And I'm also loving, that we've been able to see him charge here. Opening day, he put on a great performance. So he's just such a well-rounded surfer, I think.
It's been a great year for the big guys on tour. From Cole winning 6'3", 225. Jordy Smith, would be the next biggest guy. Cole's obviously got more weight on him, but still the same height at 6'3", winning 2 events this year. Those are huge statements. These guys that throw a lot of water, winning multiple events this season. Yago's not a short guy. He's a bit more lean, but with all that range, he's so flexible and had, 2 wins this season as well.
Connor O'Leary.
And then Connor is an absolute giant, winning over at Jeffreys Bay. Mihimana still holding priority, 5'8", It's nothing new for him to represent Tahiti in the main event. Nothing new for him being in the quarters. He's done that before. As we watch Cole take a look under priority. Drops to the bottom. Nice round section to pack. And Cole will find a backup to the 5.0.
Yeah, that's another nice completion, Cole. See Joey from IC just on that boat there. Best seat in the house, watching his team rider.
Gosh, they're fun to hang out with, aren't they?
Yeah, they love a good time, those crew.
They're so cool. Joey, lifelong surfer from Laguna Beach, California. And creating a brand with his wife called IC. Picking up Cole pretty quickly. And then adding Jack Robinson to the team. And he's got both his team runners still in the running. What'd you see on this one, Flick?
Oh, just sniffing around the inside, trying to make something happen, and he does. He gets another completion. Yeah, it's a smaller wave, but it has a nice draw on it. You can see that this tube stayed nice and open, and sort of just breaking away a little bit further. You know, once this score locks in, he's going to have 2 and probably see him go to the lead, whereas, you know, you can see Mihimana knows he's waiting for something a little bit more special now, I believe. I think even just knowing that he let that one go, you also rewind to the heat previous with Jack and Italo, you see the size, you know, they're all taking notes, the heats before, and seeing, you know, what this swell's doing, how it's filling in, and I think Mihimana seeing that, he's probably like, okay, I know there's good waves out here. I've already locked a 5.8. Let's see if I can wait for a good one.
Cole Hauschman could walk to a beach break from his house, a fun little neighborhood in San Clemente. You walk around it, you run into Ian Crane, Tanner Rizunko, Remy Todd. There's a lot of just great surfers in that little loop, and he could walk down the steps and surf some fun beach breaks. His family gets really involved with all the holidays in San Clemente, like Halloween. His dad usually has a hose. He's like hiding, and then you just get drenched when you're trick-or-treating. Yeah, great family. Sean's out there in the water on a ski with a giant beard. Didn't have a surfing background, had a soccer background, though. Great athlete, and got his son in the water early at Doheny. There's Griff. Just staying in the go zone. He's got a heat next with a long-time rival going back to the World Junior Championships when Griffin was runner-up to Ethan Ewing. That was the start of this whole thing.
Kayama, right?
That's right.
Wow. This is just so crazy. And these guys are still young, you know, they're still in their 20s and they've still got a lot more to give. And just to think the way that this is all played out, seeding, you know, the switch around of just, you know, Kanoa falling out, Ethan, Griff meeting up in this quarterfinal. It's pretty cool as a surf fan to watch this all unfold, and we're going to have this crazy heat coming up between the two guys that are, you know, vying for that spot, knowing that, you know, Jack's still in the draw as a potential spoil. So as we see Ethan on the screen now, that is going to be an amazing battle.
Giant heat, you know, for both these guys. They know it. They're trying to give each other some space. You know, with Kanoa Igarashi, if you're just joining us, he's fallen out of the final 5. First off, congrats, Kanoa. Incredible year. Definitely heartbreaking when you lose at the last event of the season. He went down to Mihimana in the elimination round. But remember, seeding's important as well for the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji, because the top seed starts off the matchup with priority. Cole scratching into this one. Nice, cool, comfortable, pull up and under. Comes out casually there and steps off. He's got a 5, and then his last score of 5.5, just staying active under the priority of Mihimana.
Yeah, he was feeling every bit of the 6.3 then. He had to sort of duck his head to sort of get underneath that lip. That one was just a smaller, tighter, armedy sort of barrel. But let's have a look. So scratches to get into this one. You can just see he really has to duck that head to fit inside that tube. Will it improve on the 5? Not quite sure. Let's have a look from this channel angle. When he was quite deep, he kind of hit the foam ball there for a second, as we see Mihimana.
Late takeoff, stomps it out the bottom and gets blown out. Mihimana blowing kisses to the crowd and the sky. He talks about the mana that's in his name that he feels here at Teahupo. Growing up, inspired by the Perez brothers, Kevin and Michelle Perez, who's sitting there in the channel. And Michelle looking just solid, confident, focused. Going to send a ton of great energy to Mihimana there. That was one of those radical takeoffs that the judges are really going to eat up.
They're going to eat that up. Super critical takeoff. Let's see how late this is. Love that, just straight underneath the lip. Super deep in the tube. Comes out with the spit. Wave height was there. Really open barrel. I mean, just so late. Perfect technique. Rides on that foam ball there. And I just love it when the barrel still stays so open. It's going to be a great score.
How quickly, Flick, did he have to make sure he had his rail to get going? Because that foam ball was running after him.
Oh, I just think in this moment, you're not thinking, you're just reacting as he just pounds through this section. This was amazing. It really was, the wave choice. I mean, he was waiting for something like this. And he knows it. He knows it's a 6 score. Good feeling. He's feeling the mana.
Commitment. Yeah, totally feeling it. Michelle Perez knew that was a lot of risk there for Mihimana. Dropping down to the bottom with the whole ocean folding on itself. He had no time to delay a bottom turn. Had to catch that rail and run. 8.5. Well earned for Mihimana Bray. Now under priority. Trying to better a 5.83. Nice, more casual up and under on this one, and how about that? He hangs on. Not a bad 2 minutes.
It's crazy, right? This is just a great demonstration of how quickly you can turn a heat. I mean, yes, it's early stages, but even in the dying seconds of a heat, you have the opportunity to, you know, take off on your wave, and on the way back out, within a matter of, what, 20, 30 seconds, you can find an inside west bowl, and the whole thing can be a completely different story. So I guess that's the beauty of this wave. You know, things happen so fast out here. And let's have a look at this. This is the wave that's going to be straight after that 8.5. Just, wow. That thing tried to buck him off, but he did such a good job at staying connected. Just beautifully done. Yeah, space of a couple of minutes.
Such a great read, and 2 different ways to get drained at Tehupo. Mihimana falls out of the sky on the first, perfect on a landing in a critical part of the wave. This time, more an easy up and under, but then packed it, almost got bucked off as he's looking to get his personal best as a wild card here at Tehupo. He's had a quarterfinal in the past. He was in this event even last season where he went down in the round of 16. But he's always had to deal with the heavy hitters of the tour. That's what wild cards always have to deal with, the top seeds. In this one, he's eliminated what was world number 3, Kanoa Igarashi, who ended up falling out of the final 5. He's also eliminated world number 1, Yago Dora, now with a giant lead over Cole Hausman. Haushi with priority, chasing a 9.43, but the local wild card is on fire. The Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC, is brought to you by IC Sunglasses, the official eyewear of the World Surf League. By Yeti, built for the wild. By Lexus, experience amazing. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by the Tahiti government, official tourism partner of the Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC. What a great place to watch. Top shelf on a boat in the channel. That's a dream come true as a spectator. Your adrenaline hits when you're just watching out there on a boat. You just feel the ocean lift, especially when it's bombing, and you almost for a second go, are we okay? Yeah. And you got a great Tahitian driver, and they're like, yep, you're fine, just relax. It's gonna be okay. They get so close to the action, and they're assisting and helping all the great photographers and guys getting great surf movie clips in the right spot at the right time. You got to come well prepared too. Remember what we saw in the opening round? Seth Moniz almost ran out of boards because, you know, you can't get back to the beach very easily. You're looking at one of the very best ever to surf this wave. Matahi Drolet is unbelievable on this wave. Toe size, small size, riding a foil, playing guitar in the barrel. The guy can do it all. Cole Hausman setting up this one, trying to burn some speed off. He's had a few of those in this heat play.
Yeah. They're tall in size, but they haven't really hit the reef right. Haven't really thrown over. So he's obviously looking for a bit of a bigger wave, bit of a bigger set wave, but no dice on that one. But back to the channel combo. It is absolutely nuts out there for your first time if you haven't experienced it. It really is. I think, yeah, you actually are quite scared. You're like, hang on a second, like I feel like we're going to get caught here. It's actually nuts, I think, if you ever get the chance to do it. I mean, it's this crazy flotilla. How everything works so seamlessly is amazing, you know. Obviously, you've got the Tahitian Water Patrol on the Rebel jet skis. Then you've got, like, the action boat. You've got spectators. You've got the beach marshal boat, an athlete Red Bull zone. It is crazy, everything, and how it works. And You know, then you've got crew from WSL running cards out there and batteries for the cameramen on the boats. It works pretty seamlessly, Joey. Got it pretty figured out.
Certainly does. Pulling up and under. Cole Hauschman, much better positioning on this one. Smaller in height, but just nice clean tube ride for the kid from San Clemente. Trying to break down a 9.43. So he's hoping to break out of the 5-point scale in this quarterfinal. His best result in the making here in Tahiti, just in his second start. What'd you like here?
Oh, I think positioning and just wave choice. The positioning for the takeoff was great. It allowed him to be super deep in the tube. And then the wave selection, I mean, those last few, those duds, they were a little bit taller, but they just didn't really throw. This was well done, but I think now we're kind of at a pretty crucial point in the heat as we see Mihimana looking pretty keen on this one.
Mihimana Bray, a big paddle, but ends up pulling back. Was Cole out there by the takeoff zone to have them switch priority? We'll find out in a couple of seconds here. Cole's waiting, he's looking at the tower. Mihimana's interested as well. Mihimana with the 8.5 and the 6.43. Having priority out here is so intense because it can change the rhythm of the entire matchup. And after a few seconds went by, Cole does get priority.
Yeah, wow, okay, so judges obviously deeming Cole was out the back. And advantage to Cole here, because I was going to say it was going to be very difficult for Cole to sell Mihimana, who's such an expert on this reefer wave, to get priority to sort of even be in contention for a 9.43, right? I mean, you can do it in 2 minutes. We saw Mihimana get the 8.5 and the 6.43. But I just feel like when you're coming up against a wildcards with just so much experience out here, it's hard when you're trying to sell them a wave, and right now, this has worked in Cole's favor.
That was really critical.
Yeah.
You know, if Cole wasn't right there and didn't really dig deep to have those extra paddles, be like right next to Mihimana on the takeoff zone, Mihimana probably could have held it. You know, if they see plenty of room and Mihimana's still in the pole position, you can kind of get away with a long look like that. But seeing that big paddle from Mihimana and Cole being there, that'll switch in Hauschman's favor. Hauschi's last score is his best so far, 6 under priority. So now not chasing anything in the 9s, needs an 8.93. But he did have a 9 in the opening round in the battle he had with Ethan Ewing. I talked to him about that the other day at a different reef pass. He was just enjoying a little small wave session with his fam out in the channel, and he's like, oh, those are the heats that you just dream about your whole life and realize it's happening in real time. To get a 9, but not just that, to be able to answer back against a guy like Ethan Ewing. Well said so far, that's one of his favorite heats of his entire career.
Well, it's so cool when you qualify for the tour, and so many guys were saying it on the opening day. This is why we're on the tour, you know. We qualify, and, you know, it's best surfers and the best waves in the world, but, you know, sometimes swell forecasts cooperate, sometimes they don't. But then when it all comes together and you have these beautiful moments, you're like, okay, yes, this is why I do it. And it almost feels like, yes, you're competing, you know, against your opponent, but it is just this moment with you in the ocean, and you really are getting to push yourself in what really feels like essentially a free surf, you know, when their waves are that good, and you've got so many opportunities to, you know, show the world kind of what you're made of. And I think, you know, that was definitely one of those moments for Cole.
Mihimana Bray still in the pole position, wanting to protect the hometown lineup here at Teahupo as a wild card. He lives right in front of a beach break down the road called Papara. There are a lot of training camps there. He would run into guys like Hiro Teranatufa all the time. Hiro was in the main event here in the past. Also has been an important coach for the French team and helps all the local Tahitians get up to speed. So Mihimana has a nice beach break to work with and comes over here to the end of the road as they'll hold their positions on this one, Flick.
Yeah, that one had a funny little warble through it. Obviously, Cole's chasing a big score, you know. I mean, essentially he's looking for a set. We haven't really seen any big scores, not really. You know, you're looking for that medium to bigger size wave right now. So I think we're just going to see Cole hold position.
Big opportunity for Mihimana to take this one for the Tahitians. We know Vahine Fierro's done it. on the women's side. Cowley came very close against Miguel Pupo in 2022. Manoa Drolet came very close in 2008. It was an all wild card final when he was runner-up to Brazil's Bruno Santos. Mihimana starting to get into the ocean with surfing at about 6 years of age. His mom bodyboards and his dad surfs, so it was just part of their weekends. He said he was hooked immediately. Started competing at 7. Got the love for competing by winning some local events and even a Tahitian title. Cole looking, see what he does with this well-earned priority. He'll step into this one, starting to try to burn off some speed. He's going to turns again, so the challenge of wave selection has been evident here in this quarterfinal, picking a lot of waves that he hasn't been able to find the barrel.
That and I think this is where experience comes into play, because I feel Mihimana can sell Cole, you know. He can move to a different place on the reef that, okay, Cole might be thinking, you know, obviously Cole's put time in here, but nowhere near as much as Mihimana. And Mihimana can sort of dictate where Cole might want to sit, where, you know, if he takes off on a wave or not. We sort of saw that there. I mean, Mihimana wasn't paddling for it, but he was definitely looking as if he was interested. And then Cole thinks, okay, well, is this something good? You know, maybe I will roll the dice on it. It was a bigger set wave. So, I mean, smart from Mihimana to sort of sniff around, and now he's got priority, so a little bit more in control.
2:10 on the clock. Mihimana knows he's in a great place. Been competing for a long time. Flew to Australia when he was about 11 and started doing the Pro Junior Series. He's 29 now. The region sort of shifted a bit, and then he started focusing more on events on the North Shore of Oahu, like Sunset, where he picked up a Sunset Pro victory. He upset Griffin Colapinto out here previously as a wild card. Also Felipe Toledo in the past. And in this one, Yago and Kanoa. And he's got 90 seconds to hold off Cole Hausman. Starting to move around a bit. Great spot where you can check in with your coach, and your coach happens to be one of the best surfers in the world. Michel Perez had an injury in the sessions leading up into the event on those toe-size set. He's still charging so hard. No such thing as retirement for a guy like Michel Perez.
Oh, I just think the surfer in you, especially, you know, when you put so much time in here, it just doesn't die when moments like that present itself. With the forecast as good as it was, sometimes, especially if you're going to have a crack at towing, you're like, yeah, I can do that. Just give me one more go. Just give me one more go. You know, and I mean, it happens to the best of the best, and you're moments away from absolute glory or an absolute crazy wipeout. And yeah, he had a bit of a gnarly wipeout, but he's okay now, so that's good. So we see Mihimana just using that priority.
So he'll keep Cole off this wave. He'll just jump off the lip line, put himself nice and deep behind the curtain. Curtain clamps on him, but still punches free. You can see how creative Mihimana could get. He can go, okay, I'll airdrop to make this score more exciting and still get barreled. He gets the exit, and now we're into the countdown. Mihimana has had a quarterfinal in the past. Round of 16 last year. 9 seconds away from his personal best result as a wild card. Here at the Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC. Mihimana gets it, moves on to the semifinals, and eliminates world number 10, Cole Hausman.
This is cool. Obviously, community, you know, Tahiti behind him, but in terms of prize money, he's inching towards quite a fair chunk, and that's going to be great for him on the Challenger Series. You know, it helps for travel, helps getting around the world.
Job well done. $100,000 on the line. Whoever wins this thing. Ethan Ewing, Griffin Colapinto coming up next.
The thing about history is that whatever happens, happens. There's no denying it. It is what it is. And no matter how hard you try, you're never entirely in control. It's the beautiful chaos. Hell and heaven canceling each other out. Triumph and defeat. This year, history will be told in 12 chapters. 54 men and women will write it. History will be written live at worldsurfleague.com.
Here comes quarter four. Ethan and Griffin ready to ride his own history right now as he grabs the rail. Nice low compact stance. Can he make it? He does. Opens up with a big flyaway kick out and join the pit and chokes once again as his roll has been unbelievable this last week at Chopes, getting the waves of his life, the wipeouts of his life, putting himself inside the final five. As it's not completely set yet. Remember, Jack Robinson's looming in the mix. Who already got past Italo Ferrer in this round, so it's up to Ethan Ewing and Griffin Colapinto to see who will be in the semifinals with Mihimana, Joe Turpel with Felicity Palmatier for the call. Griffin, Ethan, these guys have created so many highlights and entertainment over the last handful of years, and Griffin capitalizing on getting the first keeper.
This is cool. I love to see it. I mean, we've been talking about the matchup. Oh my goodness, that angle from the channel. Before it didn't do it justice, just how deep he was. He was grabbing on to the horns with that thing, holding on for dear life. That thing was crazy deep.
With that wild foam ball ride. That's why that angle inside the pit is so important. The judges use it too. What a start for Griff. Locking in an 8.33. Already putting pressure on Ethan Ewing. Now let's catch up with the local wild card. Mihimana is with Chris Cote.
Yeah, local is right. A 3-minute jet ski drive to Mihimana's house from here. Mihimana, Kanoa Igarashi, Yago Dora, Cole Hausman, you are tearing your way through the championship tour today. Are we all just living in your dream right now?
Yeah, it's amazing, you know. I'm just blessed. It's an amazing day, and yeah, I'm so happy, you know. 2 years ago, I got into the quarterfinal, and right now one more, so there's 2 more to go, and just keep the same energy, the same game plan, and yeah, still work to do.
And I know your head is obviously filled with information about this wave. How are you reading it today, and what is the mana giving you as you make your way through heats?
The Ahupo is powerful. There's a powerful mana, and I feel like today it keeps on giving me, and yeah, I've been surfing this wave my whole life, practicing every day, first in, last out, and today it started to pay off. So yeah, just gotta stay connected with her and keep doing the work.
Well, 3 up, 3 down already. Congratulations, Mihimana Bray, semi-finalist.
Thank you so much, Chris. He kind of has that calm delivery. Similar to Jack Robinson, staying in the go zone. He mentioned to Chris there his personal best result as a wild card on his home break, and all those years of hard work paying off big time. He'll have the winner of this heat. It's either Griff or Ethan Ewing, as we have a paddle. Ewing with priority, but just a little bit more inside is Colapinto. Beautiful bottom turn, then grabs the rail, coming up behind the spit. This guy is on a roll. Already excellent with the 8.33, providing a solid backup pit there. Ethan Ewing, meanwhile, hasn't got to his feet yet.
Deuces, that's 2 from 2. Holy, this is crazy. I mean, that was amazing from Griff. As we see Ethan out the back, having a look. You're too deep for that one, but whoa. Okay, the read to just be that little bit positioned just underneath Ethan. The first one, the 8.33, and now to back it up under priority. Wow, I mean, that's a 2-minute heat right there. That was crazy.
Both of these barrels he's gotten, Strider, have been under priority.
Yes, you know what? Watching him find those waves, identify them, he's been coming in here before his heats, and he's been watching every wave, and like before all of it, he's just watching those inside ledge waves, and he's been reading them and understanding which ones are going to be good, which ones aren't, and he's been picking the cherries. Let me tell you, he's been right in the tree, just scoops around and finds that low hanging fruit and just grabs it, chews it up. spits the pit out and loves it. I mean, it's insane to watch, and he just paddled by with a lot of pep in his step. He was like, have that's right. Okay, I got this. This is where I'm supposed to be in the moment, happening as it's going down. He's dangerous right now.
So dangerous, Strider, in a big, important heat for his career, for Ethan's career. And another important update for the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji. Whoever wins this quarterfinal will clinch their spot. Right there, that's on the line. If you lose, then it's up to Jack to take that spot off of you. So Jack would still have to go all the way to win the event, and that would just be a stressful rest of your day if you're waiting in the balance.
You want to control that destiny. You want to be winning this heat, right? You know, this is pretty nuts. I think, yeah, two more scenarios to play out. The winner of this clinches, and whoever loses just waits to see what Jack does.
These guys have, you know, for a majority of their careers shared the same major sponsor. That has changed in the last few seasons, but they've made movie parts together. So they've been competitive from those World Junior days onto the tour, and then into making movie parts. You know, there's that classic trilogy remake where Griff and Ethan were just absolutely battling. Seth had hurt himself at the time. If you haven't seen the movie, you should watch it. It breaks it all down. And Ethan's kind of having a shocker. Griffin's kind of like pushing him and going, come on, go harder. And then Ethan's like, you know what? It's not going to end this way. And this is just a movie part. You know, it's just like the competitive juices really were firing. Ethan answered back. And you know, there's so much into what leads them to this point in their career. As we just saw that number drift in quietly, it's another excellent heat for Griff. 8-4-3, 8-3-3. And you'd wonder how Ethan's feeling. We know he's cool, calm, and collected. But to know you let Griff go on 2 excellent waves, and now you find yourself with your back against the wall in one of the most important heats of your career.
Rattling, that is what that is. It is rattling. I think right now, Ethan has to go big. A couple of snowmans have been locked in for Griffin. You have to be on those. I mean, you know what? What was interesting is what Strider said, is that Griff was watching before his heats those ones that were hitting that inside west bowl, because they weren't those traditional sets you see, you know, on that sort of back ledge. They were ones that had snuck in. They'd come around to that west bowl, and Griff was able to identify that. So there's a couple of ways to do it. It seems to me, obviously, Ethan has got it in his brain that he wants one of those ones from out the back, that more traditional sort of takeoff zone. So 25 mins, he's looking for 8s. Griff is pushing Ethan right now.
You can see why they're so close on the live rankings. We all remember Griffin's slow start to the season, and the opposite was happening to Ethan Ewing. Ethan had a better result than Griff at Pipe, at Abu Dhabi, at Portugal, in El Salvador. That was the whole story of Griff just not finding wins, and then it just kind of flipped. At Bells, Ethan probably turned in the best modern day rail performance in history of the event, but he got a 5th where Griffin got a 3rd, and then Griffin basically got better results from there on out for the rest of the season. Griffin pulling himself up to 5th. Ethan in 4th. Whoever wins this heat clinches a spot in the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji.
Oh, wow. I mean, my heart today goes out for Kanoa, really. I think, I look at that. He's dropped down 3 places since the start of this event, and that is so tough. I mean, he's had such a good year, so yeah, it's a tough day for Kanoa, as we see man on the screen, Jack Robbo, who still can play spoil to one of these 2 guys in this heat right now. He's looking pretty chill still. He's keeping the lid on it.
A floating Red Bull Athlete Zone. And he finds a little corner there. Just behind that Red Bull sign was his longtime coach and mentor, Matty Bemrose. Also with Leandro Dora. Those 2 kind of manages both of them with just his focus, making sure he got what he needs, making sure all the boards are prepped. And then his support crew extends to his family, his wife out there, his son Zen on land at the moment, but he can't wait for Zen to be out there next year giving him support from the channel. Jack needs to go all the way. Something he's done when the world title race was on the line. That interesting heat he had with
almost like a brother to him and Yago Dora, sharing the same coach. Yago's father, Jack, upset Yago that year. Gabriel Medina had to win the event that year to get into the Final 5, and Jack won it again to show up at lower trestles. But the whole theme of this year has been, with the event being at Cloudbreak Fiji, you just automatically think of Jack Robinson. You know, even if he comes from a low seed, he's going to be a favorite to win.
Oh, 1,000,000%. I think you just think Western Australia, big lefts. I think Nalu. I just can't draw any more similarities than really that wave. So I think if he was to make it in that final, you know, that 5th seed at the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji, look out everyone in that draw.
Well, what a contrast as we watch these guys grow up from the World Junior Championships. Everything on the line, Griffin versus Ethan, 1 foot surf in Kayama back in 2016.
Oh, just babies. Look at Griffin. This is so crazy. And I mean, such good surfing from just, and it's amazing to think, you know, if someone could tell them, you know, back then in 2016, hey, fast forward 2025, you guys are going to be battling out quarterfinal number 4 for, you know, a spot at the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji. They'd probably be like, really? Really? In pumping waves?
What a dream come true for these two guys to be matched up. It ended up being Ethan's day. Became a World Junior title, prestigious list. Got lifted up and qualified for the tour soon after. When Ethan was on the boat earlier with Chris Cote, and Chris brought up the story of the rookie class this year with Marco Mignot earning the Rookie of the Year honor, Ethan was just so impressed. He reflected back on his rookie season where he found it really challenging. You know, not to get big scores, he had quite a few of them, but just to win heats to requalify. He fell off in that first year on tour and came back as a world title threat. Locking in, let's go the rail. Ethan Ewing's opener will be a beautiful make. Waiting a long time to get started and letting Griff go on 2 bombs. And now Ethan finally gets in the mix.
It's cool. He needed to get a wave on the board just to, you know, time is clicking down, and he needs something really to stay at pace with Griff right now. So let's break it down. Nice drop, easy and cheap. I just love that pump before he grabbed the rail. And you can see it was really deep. I mean, my first takeaway, yes, okay, maybe those couple of waves didn't really have that same height as what Griff's did. You know, I'm comparing him to the 2.8s. You know, but it's still going to be a solid score. You know, he's got to break a combination, potentially. Maybe. We'll see. Small wave. But it was about time that he sort of took off, because I think, you know, Ethan sort of has that sort of thing where he can sit in a heat and just drop the anchor and wait for this crazy wave. So now he's got one on the board, and we'll see where this score lands.
Great one to get started. Ethan Ewing, 26, from North Stradbroke Island in Australia, now into his 6th season on the championship tour. Wearing the number 33. Reminds you of Bede Durbridge, longtime mentor, growing up in the same board riders club. And the first time ever we had a mother-son combo winning a major event. His mom winning bells 40 years before he did. His mom passed away when he was just a little kid, and he always held that bells trophy right next to his bed and dreamed of doing the same thing one day. Did it over Ryan Callanan in an all-Australian final. The whole bluff at Bells was in tears, an emotional speech back when he did that. A very important event for his entire family. But has a lot of contenders when it comes to surfing. Remember when he went to G-Land, brought his brother Curtis, the goofy foot version of himself. 7-1-7 start for Ewing. So Griffin's waves are better. Not comboed. And still needs a 9.59 as we go to the IC replay on the split screen.
Yeah, so for me, I think Griff's wave selection, I mean, I love the pump with not grabbing the rail for Ethan, but then for Griff, I think this tube, I mean, look at how much he's riding that foam ball. You can sort of see Ethan exits that tube a little bit earlier. Griff, for me, he's riding the foam ball, wave just that little bit taller in height, so just nice to break down those differences there. But I mean, you could not be deeper in the tube than what Griff was.
Insane read there for both these guys. And, you know, with Ethan getting a 7.17 sounds great, but, you know, chasing a 9.59, it would have to be the best score of his career at this wave. Griffin with a stranglehold on the lead and priority. Winner of this heat clinches a spot in the final 5. And whoever loses, it's not over. They just got to wait to see what happens with Jack Robinson, who's actually coming up next in semifinal number 1 against Griffin's younger brother, Cross. Winner of this heat takes on the local hero, Mihimana Bray, who's already turned in his best result in the making. And he's got his own goals of being the first local on the men's side to win this event.
Yeah, this is this is so crazy, right? I mean, we've still got, I don't know, 16, 17 minutes left of this heat to see what happens. But essentially, I mean, Jack is still in control of that destiny. He's coming up against Crosby, and Crosby right now is looking like he's in amazing form. He's just taken down Cowley, right? And Cowley coming into this Olympic gold medalist, and with just, what we saw the 2 days before the contest from him, his whole family, guy to beat coming into the draw. Crosby's taking him down. Now he's coming up against Jack. He's looking in form. So all eyes will be on that semi-final number 1.
Such an opportunity to show the world what you're made of, isn't it? You know, when you go against guys that have done that before, with Cowley Voss, gold medalist, runner-up, you're always going to be the underdog. And then you beat him. That's huge. So it almost feels different now. Crosby's growing reputation even today, now that he's drawing Jack Robinson. You know, Jack's done it before. His reputation has been in our minds for 2 decades. And now Crosby's just different now. You're like, wow, he can hold his own. Doesn't get rattled by the big names. Backs himself. When he's asked about, what his friends and even brother are doing on tour, he's like, well, I do have my own goals. He's like, I'm in it for myself too, and what he wants to accomplish. So that heat got even more exciting with what Crosby's been doing in these last few rounds.
Oh yeah, for sure. He's impressed me. He impressed me on his rookie year. I mean, it was incredible to watch just how well he surfed. The couple of moments we saw, that he got to match up with his brother Griff, and then I think the maturity in his surfing, and even just himself. I think we've been able to clearly see that trajectory, and yeah, this event in particular. The warm-up before the contest, Crosby impressed. We've been talking about Griff, but Crosby was out there too, giving it a serious nudge. So, and their dynamic of pushing each other as well as brothers is awesome. Obviously, Crosby being that little bit younger, but drawing inspiration from Griff and being pushed just as hard.
So Crosby beating Olympic gold in the last heat. Now he's got Olympic silver in the first semifinal. As we take a great view of above the judges' tower. You can see how shallow that inside shelf gets. The local Tahitian Water Patrol know exactly where to go over that reef, and we'll do the lap around the lagoon with the surfers if they have to. We do a lot of practice runs in the lead up to the event. They're very busy during the tow sessions. Big thanks to the entire Water Patrol. Really making a lot of these rides of a lifetime possible. The surfers feel the strength of being well supported with them, keeping an eye on them as they always meet you with a smile. They'll come up and shake your hand in the water. Say a big Yorana. And we can't thank them enough, Maruru, as they're floating, watching on the Red Bull ski.
There's ever a time to do it, and if there's ever a time you're going to push yourself, it is during an event or that tow session that occurred just before. It does not get any safer than what it is today. You've got everything on hand. So if there's ever a day to push it, it's now. There's a couple of days before the event. We saw some incredible rides go down, but definitely not possible without the safety of the Tahitian Water Patrol. Oh my goodness, look at this set.
Beautiful conditions continue. You can see the water drawing off the reef. It's starting to pull it off that shallow section.
Oh.
Griffin with priority, not in position to go. Isn't that gorgeous?
It was definitely a bigger wave, that's for sure. Biggest one we've seen in a while. So that one, though, it didn't really stay too open. Kind of was a bit crumbly. It's just so cool when you do see it loom up from out the back, because they come out of nowhere. we talk about that drop off that's not too far out the back there, and then all of a sudden, you can't really see much, but then all of a sudden, you know, that horizon sort of changes that darker blue color, and you're like, whoop, okay, we've only got literally 10 seconds before this thing is about to detonate on the reef. Where do I want to position myself?
Giant heat, still with some time on the clock for the world title race. Whoever wins this matchup clinches their spot in the WSL Final 5. So far it's Griff with a 16.76 combined total. Be right back.
When you're really connected on a wave, it's kind of like a spiritual moment. Like some higher power is taking your body and using it. I've worked so hard to get all aspects of my surfing to the highest level that I can and create no weakness, because then I feel like I deserve it. That's how much I want it.
Sometimes a loss is a good thing. It just keeps you hungry.
That was my biggest dream ever. I don't want to let that kid down.
The male pro Portugal champ.
Seeing through all the adversity that you went through, on the other side, there was something beautiful. One of the things I see in Cade that I also had in myself is overcoming the nerves, harnessing them, turning them into fire. What motivates me to care and give back is just like how much I love these guys. They push me just as much as I push them. The more you care, the more focused you are.
Griffin Colapinto, Lexus team rider, knows what it takes to be clutch in big events and big moments in his career. He's also been on the other side of it at this same venue at Teahupo. Remember, the winner of this heat clinches a spot at the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji. Ethan Ewing has been runner-up in the world in the finals format in the past in lowers, runner-up to Felipe Toledo. And Colapinto, a couple of times, has finished third in the world on his home break. Felt a lot of energy from the home crowd to try to get a title in San Clemente. As we'll catch up with what Ethan was doing during the break.
Yeah, so this one here, small inside wave, that was the 4.5. And then this one here, 6.5. So squeezed a little bit more juice out of that one. Bit longer in the tube, but still chasing that hefty score, 9.59. So he's just, look, right now, Ethan almost needs, I'd say, is this almost the best wave of the contest so far? You're looking, you know, it's got to be close, so he's got to need something very special. And I mean, you know, you got to start drawing, you draw comparisons to the couple of 8s Griff's got locked in, has to be better than those. So I think he's probably going to wait it out now, knowing, you know, he's sniffed around the inside, he's got a 6.5. Needs a couple more lines to start rolling through.
Such a big heat for Ethan Ewing. And we know we've had some coaching changes for a lot of surfers this year. He had moments where he's working with Snake, shifted focus with Mike Parsons at lowers. He's got Simon Thornton behind him, helping him with wave selection at this event. As you can see, Jack Robinson grabbing his jersey and preparing for Crosby Colapinto. He's got to win the entire event to get that 5th spot. He's had a 17th and 9th and a win, this being his 4th start. And in place that where he's relied on the mana and his connection to that energy to help him go all the way in 2023. Also a new IC team rider, Jack Robinson, getting a part of a really cool team, which includes our good friend Jesse Mendez, as we look at the live rankings for the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji. This is so important. Jack up to 7th. Kanoa fell out of the mix after losing in the elimination round. We'll wait to see what Jack does in the semifinals. If he loses, then it's over. We know our final 5. We'll figure out the seeding. But whoever loses this heat will be a bit stressed out, knowing Jack's reputation out here.
Yeah, you're not going to be feeling safe, that's for sure. I think it's just such a big moment right now, and I mean, they're not in control of Jack. I mean, right now you've still got 6.5 minutes to sort of be in control of your own destiny, and that's all you can really do. I think, unfortunately, whoever loses this is just going to be, it's going to be painful, because you're most likely going to be in the channel watching what's happening. And also, I think that's when you start going back through the year and you start doing your coulda, shoulda, wouldas, you know, and you go back through, and that agony kind of lasts a while. It doesn't just go overnight, you know. This is big implications here, and those sort of feelings, they're really irritating, and you can't just switch them off. So I think, yeah, whoever loses this is going to be having a hard time in the next sort of 40 minutes, 50 minutes.
These two have had some fun matchups in the past. A big one in the finals, Ethan Ewing beat Griff in match 3 back in 2023. That was the run where Ethan went runner-up in the world. And in regular season events, Griffin's won all 3 of their previous matchups, even including a semifinal in Rio earlier this year. Let's check in with the Waz.
Thanks, Joey. Yeah, just watching this heat and then kind of breaking it down in my head that this thing was over basically in the first 2 minutes for Griffin coming away with a 16-plus total already. I mean, you think about that, the kind of confidence and the comfort that you would digest from that, and the gut ache that you would have if you're Ethan Ewing. That's pretty heavy. I mean, Ethan got some severely pitted on the inside, but didn't even come close to the scores that you know that he was getting, and it's just like pretty tough. I mean, this thing, it'd be really hard for him to come back to get the best score of the event so far, basically, in these conditions. So thing could be in the Yeti pretty soon.
Yeah, it's a wild one, Strider. Griffin was such a quick start, and you know, during the break before we saw this heat, Griffin just was up and down, so that started priority. Ethan had first priority, but Griffin just responded, just took off on his next wave. It was an 8.33, and then to do it again without priority, just much better positioning and a read of this lineup. Ethan 6.5 on his last, 4.5 before, and still needs a 9.59 to make a comeback with a spot in the final 5 on the line. Ewing, just a tough time in the back end of the season, including tough ones in Australia when he was back home on the Gold Coast, a 17th at Margaret River main break as well. And then Griffin just at least a round better for every other stop that put him himself in this position. Whenever you're here in Tahiti, you got to keep your eyes open wide. Flick likes to swim with these guys.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. You got the humpback whales that are coming up here to this time of year to have their babies to mate, and it's pretty incredible if you're lucky enough. I mean, look how close that is to the guys in the lineup. You're lucky enough, you can go and, you know, have the experience of swimming with them, and I think there's nothing more humbling or will make you feel more insignificant in this world than doing something like that. It is super, super special.
So beautiful watching them flow through the ocean. You come here to Tahiti, you can meet some locals. Always ask to get yourself on a great boat. A lot of boats you can hire and get out with a local that'll take you to places where you can see magic like this. It's all a part of the mana and the energy of this beautiful place in Tahiti. Here on Tahiti Iti, which the whole island itself is the biggest population in the French Polynesian archipelago. Getting down to the end of the road stops, and there's a really cool village. You get to meet some wonderful families that a lot have been a really big part of this event where it comes to housing world-class surfers. A lot of them are loaning out their boats and skis, working this event as well. This morning on Dark, you saw a little tinny with some backpacks in there because school's back in session. Riding their boat to school. Well, they had to get to the road to then get in car and go from there. 2:15 to go. Ethan without priority is just starting to fish around the lineup, chasing a 9.59.
It's tough. Strider mentioned the conditions. You know, you can sort of see a little bit of ever so slightly texture on the face of these waves. I think it's pretty crucial right now for Ethan. 2 minutes on the clock. He wants to find one that's nice, that draws off the reef properly. I think these sort of first wave of the sets, unless it's one that really hits the reef perfectly, they have that sort of crumbly nature to them and they're clampy. So looks like Ethan's having a bit of a look now.
Ethan Ewing locks in. This one nice and hollow. He's got some great speed to come out. A smaller wave, though, where he knows he needs a 9.59. And Griffin holding court with a couple of big 8s. He hasn't even taken another wave since. We're holding priority and a very strong lead.
He is so strong, and I think, you know, this isn't the score for Ethan, but he has the right idea. He's looking for something that is clean, that's drawing off the reef properly. But, you know, today, and the event so far, 959, that's one of the highest, you know, waves. So it's got to be something extremely special, but the conditions right now, there's just ever so slightly, a little bit of texture. And it really does affect, you know, how open these waves stay. And you know what? Credit to Griff for sort of noticing that the ones on that west bowl are really drawing off the reef nicely, allowing him to stay open and really find those caverns. And maybe might be one more wave with 44 seconds on the clock.
Important one here for the world title race. Griffin has priority, so it's up to him as he's moving right underneath Ethan Ewing. Ethan just positioning himself just in case. Trying to put pressure on Griff to make a decision here, and Griffin will use priority and ends up not even going. So that was the block. Ethan has 20 seconds now. Ethan chasing a 9.59 to try to clinch a spot in the WSL Final 5. Coming down to this wave. Ethan, let's go the rail, drops into this one really deep. Ewing going for a higher line, then a low road exit, still fighting for it. The man from North Stradbroke putting in an incredible effort to stand on his feet and not giving up until that horn went off.
You can see the determination, right? I mean, he positioned as deep as he possibly could. He threaded the tube. I mean, he's ended up on dry reef right now. This is a really, really sketchy situation to be on, but he didn't give up, that's for sure. A lot of dedication right till the end there. I mean, is it that 959? You know, it's a big ask for that sort of a wave for sure. Let's have a look. Great positioning. I mean, the way he drives through this, he did the best he could with what he had on offer. It's not the score. You know, yes, there's a bit of heroics here for really hanging on to make sure he stuck that wave. But, yeah, this was just a bit tough for Ethan. I mean, to your point, Joe, earlier, it all happened within those first few minutes, you know, the loss of priority, and Griffin just really capitalizing on that with those 2.8s. So, yeah, that heat was over in those first few minutes.
Love the effort from Ethan Ewing. He was like, just in case, I'm just trying to hang on, as he had the entire whitewater ball just tackling him at the end. And he's like, why not? This could end up being the reason of making it in the Final 5 or not. But yeah, looking like Griffin's start was just so brilliant. Wide open pits, good reads, clean exits. We'll still wait to make it official. Whole story was whoever won would clinch their spot in the Final 5. Two good friends going head to head once again, and Ethan tried to give himself a shot at the tail end of the heat, and numbers are locking in for the Australian. It's a 7.03. Not enough, and officially Griffin Colapinto has clinched a spot in the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji. After a year, he was worried about the mid-season cut, and everything just flipped. What a road it's been. As his coach said, hey, let's work on the back nine, knowing that the back half of the season could change everything, and Griffin has officially done it.
Wow, that's absolutely incredible. And it reminds me of sort of Italo last year, you know, almost didn't make the cut, and then it was all the back half where he really came through strong. So, I mean, Griff's really found that momentum, and a cool little moment right now between Eth and Griff. That was such a crazy heat, and yeah, congrats to Griff.
Well done to Griffin Colapinto. He's got more surfing to do today, but first let's just think about a season it's been for the young man from Southern California as we congratulate him on his road to the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji.
Griffin's start to the season, a beautiful mess, is probably what you'd call it.
Griffin Colapinto, he's down in like the mid-20s on the rankings, and it's been difficult to watch.
His worst start to a championship tour season ever.
This year's been a tricky one. It's been really hard to like trust that everything I'm doing is going to pay off at some point.
It's going to take that breakout result chip.
He doesn't want to face the cut deep in the 20s on the rankings.
Drives up into a chunky section, and it's a huge statement laid down.
Griffin can lean into miracles. He can kind of do the impossible.
Colapinto ducks under, stands on the tail for a second. Oh my goodness! Falls in the tube and comes
Looking
out.
for something big.
Spring loaded, full rotation, and a perfect landing for Griff.
In body, out of body, locked in.
Griffin Colapinto, you've clinched your spot with the Lexus WSL Finals.
When I wake up, check the wave. If it's firing, I go surf. If it's not firing, my dad and my two uncles, back in the day, they were with their friend from Chopo. They're one of the first to serve there. It's all family, you know, it's a family affair. My uncle Poto taught us or saved us. My cousin Neno taught me. My cousin Keanu Phil. My brother drive the boat. Surfing keeps us connected. And everybody come from overseas. We welcome them like family too. And it's good to share the knowledge, to share the beauty of the barrels of Chopo. We wake up in the morning and we thank the universe for this life we're living, you know. We are lucky and we are grateful.
Lexus Tahiti Pro, it's semifinals time. Jack Robinson on the gas pedal. Can he come through this one? And he does. What a way to start off a semifinal. Jack Robinson up against Crosby Colapinto, battling for a spot in the final five, battling for a spot in the final. Robinson, firing start. Kaipaguro along with Stace Galbraith. Wow.
Wow. That just wiped off my post-lunch slump immediately. So did that Ethan Griffin heat too, by the way. That was fireworks. But wowee, that was such a hard tube to ride.
So here's the semifinal number one set up. Chance at the final for Jack Robinson or Crosby Colapinto. Crosby coming into his heat after overcoming Kaoli Voss in an excellent manner in quarterfinal number one to get into the semifinal with Jack Robinson. Jack firing the first shot. We'll see where the number comes through. While we're waiting for that number, let's hear from Crosby's older brother. He's into the semifinals. Griffin Colapinto with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Chris is entering the zone right now. Give him a second. All right, we're back. All right, hey, Griff. So that was a huge heat on so many different levels. What was going through your mind before you paddled out there? Going against Ethan Ewing in waves like that, it's always going to be a challenge. But you must have had some serious mechanics in your brain.
Yeah, there's some mechanics for sure. There's just, yeah, Ethan's been putting together such great heats. He's had 2.8s almost every heat. Kraz is going here. I think Jack got a good one though, so see how this pans out. But yeah, anyways, pretty much, yeah, I mean, that was a pretty cool scenario for Ethan and I. Like, whoever won that heat makes the final five, right? Correct?
You want me to say the word?
You might as well.
Clinched.
Thank you. But yeah, pretty much like I knew that going into the heat, and Jack I think needs to win to pass Ethan now, and he's on such a roll and he's done it before here, so I was like, okay, this is mandatory pretty much right now. And I don't know, just the way I started that heat was a true gift, you know. I kind of went on a bad way, but it just put me in a perfect rhythm, so that's surfing sometimes.
Now, I saw you kind of enter your meditational state. Do you see different things in the earlier rounds than you see on finals day, or is it the same message over and over?
Yeah, kind of just mostly gratitude, you know. Just the way I started this year was my worst start ever. I was, after the fourth event, actually, funny story, I was in El Salvador and I was laying there listening to the post show as you and Strider on the post show, and you and Strider were talking about how I'm having the biggest shocker ever this year, and you go, wow, that would be a real bummer to see him go from final five to falling off tour. And I just like, right then I just like, it's like, I'm not having this. I got up, I went straight to the gym and just pounded out a workout solo and just like had to get it out, you know. And sometimes I feel like, you know, it's how you react to the adversity that makes the difference. And like those little moments over time, I feel like made things go my way in situations where I need them to go my way. So, you know, just being super grateful for the way life works. And now I'm in the semis, watching my brother in the semis, and, you know, it's happening.
Hey, well, you're welcome for that. And I just got to say, you made one of the most critical comebacks and turnarounds in the history of surfing. With that bad start, now surfed your way into the Lexus finals in Fiji. It's about to go down, but you got more work to do here. What are you gonna do next?
Yes, indeed. I'm just gonna stick to the same program. Just go out there and have fun and ride waves. You know, there's so much opportunity out there. Deep ones, outside ones, inside. Like, just ride waves and just let all the practice that we put in, you know, come forth and see how it shows.
Heck yeah, practice makes perfect.
Oh, wait, real quick.
Congrats.
Shout out to all my friends and family back home. You guys are the best, giving me so much love and support. It means so much to me, and I couldn't do it without you guys, so thank you.
Here we go. And a high line for Jack Robinson, grabbing on the backhand. Already has an excellent score in. You can see the scorebook at 8.83, the opening for the WA surfer. Quick to get a backup there. Wave number 2, and Griffin Colapinto in that interview doing a pretty good explanation of our complete scenarios right here at the semifinals. Jack Robinson needs to win the event to get into the final 5. I see the backup right here on this replay.
He's 3. This is the first one from the channel. Wow. I mean, that was about as hard as you could get, just with the wind and how the swell is at the moment, how deep he came from behind that section. Didn't get a clean entry into it, but found the hollow part of the wave. And you can see how much that wave meant to him just as far as his overall campaign.
It's a 5.83 for Crosby.
Crosby getting on the board here with this one. It's a nice start. It's kind of, you know, these guys have put their waves together the opposite way around. That could be Crosby's backup. He's definitely going to have to join in the excellent club, though, because Jack here is going to get a modest score to help that 8.83.
That's the backup for Jack Robinson. We're still waiting for that score.
I mean, Jack's essentially 3 waves away from winning this thing. And depending on how, you know, this heat plays out, he might already have the total there that takes it. You know, starting with that big of a score, it's going to have him fired up. You can see the emotion as he came out of that wave.
If Jack wants to make his way to Fiji, he needs to win this event. That's the scenario right now. Ethan Ewing in that number 5 spot. Griffin Colapinto just coming off that interview. If Griffin is able to make it out of his semifinal number 2 against Mihimana Bray, Griffin Colapinto will go into the number 3 spot on the rankings and be the 3rd seed there, where we look forward to the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji. So that's kind of the situations as we look at our live rankings for that. And a 6.07 checks in for the backup of Jack Robinson. So Jack Robo in a really strong situation right now, Stacey.
Yeah, he definitely is, and it's cool news about hearing like Griff's impact on where he lands in the final 5 still going in the draw. There's still so much at stake here.
This is it right here. This is our live rankings. Jack Robinson needing the win to get into that 5th position. A finals appearance by Griffin Colapinto will bump Italo Ferreira out of that number 3 position and put Griffin Colapinto in there.
Just to, you know, I think coming in on finals day, obviously number 1 would be great, but 2 or 3 is not the worst either, because you're not surfing all day, but if you get a bit of a roll on, you've got a heat under your belt, and you're still going to have plenty of energy to surf, you know, a best of 3 match in that last one, which you're going to have to do.
Yeah. So coming into that title match, you need to basically, if you're the number 2 seed or anywhere below that, you need to win that title match and then force it into a best 2 out of 3 situation. If you're the number 1 seed, Yago Dora, talk about waves away. Yago Dora is actually 2 good waves away from a world title.
Yeah, wow. And he's got a couple of weeks to think about that.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Pretty exciting. It's pretty daunting. It's everything. It's been a great year for Yago, and yeah, we're still obviously live here to see who he's gonna and what those brackets are gonna be once the tour gets over to Fiji.
So a little bit of a ruffle, but just the fact that Jack Robinson's able to squeeze out an excellent score of 8.83 is really good signs here, and the swell hanging tough. Tide's been filling in throughout the afternoon. Things looking pretty up right now with Crosby Colapinto with priority. Looks like he may be interested in this one, Stace.
Yeah, Jack's forcing the issue there.
Here goes the Cros. Doesn't pull in on the takeoff, comes around the corner, snap stall, gets into the barrel, spends some time behind the curtain. Clean exit for Crosby, and he will get a complete score line now in his heat. Needs a 9 to go into first. He's not going to get that 9, but we'll see what kind of damage he did on wave number 2.
It's such an awesome wave, isn't it? Even with the wind on it right now, just with the little swirl that's happening out there, you're just getting to see the different styles of approaching the tube riding, and that setup there from Crosby was one of the first times, maybe the only time this week we've seen someone have to kind of really come around it on the backhand, but then crank on the brakes and just set himself up perfectly for this wave. He's just sort of identified the crumble there at the start and came around the corner. He's put himself right in the pocket of that wave. Beautiful hollow tube. A great wave there for Cros. It won't be the 907 that he's chasing, but with any luck he can just sort of chip away at it and hopefully better the 583.
I think that wave was a beautiful illustration of this slab reef pass hybrid in that he came in and it was kind of crumbly at the start, but as the wave wraps around this reef pass, then it hits that hollow section and it actually gets cleaner a little further down the line.
Yeah, it's such a great point you make. It's just that angle of the wave and the wind, and it's just, the wave's too good not to barrel.
Yeah.
Even with a bit of wind.
Even with a bit of wind.
It's like, nah, I'm still going to tube. And almost makes the tube, like with Robbo's wave, even more dramatic.
Right.
And like, there's so much more he's got to fight through to make it work. And that's just a kick in the teeth. Another 583. So he hasn't lowered the expectation of his requirements. So, yeah, I think Crosby's been on a roll, but something tells me that 883 at Jack was a really special wave, and I don't know how many of them we're going to see throughout the rest of the day. That was, a massive score to be holding in this heat. So Crosby's capable of getting a 907, but it's just going to be up to the waves at this point.
Yeah, we'll call it. Jack Robinson, call him the surfing shaman. He cast a spell on that wave just to get through all of those curtains, all of those chandeliers coming through. He's got heat control. Lead with Jack Robinson as well as priority at the 20-minute mark.
You called it, Kaipo.
What?
He hasn't done it yet, but once he started talking in that whisper.
That whispery shaman voice,
that
right?
Whisper.
Means he's in the zone.
Yeah.
And, really, I mean, geez, what an opener for Jack Robinson. And the thing about Jack is, with his career, just 5 years on the championship tour, in 5 years, winning 8 events, including 2023 here in Tahiti. Once he gets in that forward kind of momentum and that space, he's really hard to beat.
Yeah, he obviously has a few, 8 event wins, and he obviously wants a world title. But in that, when he was going through his winnings, especially early on in those first couple of years, he was sharing stats with guys like Tom Curran.
Yeah.
Quickest surfer to win 4 events, and most, an Aussie in recent times, and all these amazing accolades when you're comparing him to like, Ethan or Julian Wilson, or, we haven't seen Mick and Parker on the tour for a while, but he really just come on and was just like blistering, and he's put his name like up in those bright lights. And like I said, he doesn't have a title, like the Aussies that have come before him, like Joel and Mick, but he looks so ready. And here this week and this next sort of 2 hours for him is obviously going to be massively important to making that happen and getting himself to Fiji. Yeah,
and he's got, just classic event wins, right? He's won in here in Tahiti. He's won classic events like Margaret River, basically back-to-back because he took a year off.
Yeah, I'll give him that. I'll give him that. That's back-to-back.
And then he's rung a bell.
Rung a bell. He won in G-Land, which is sort of like a wave, obviously super popular in the 90s, and you see those young guys like when he went there with Leo and Kanoa and like all these videos, and you see these guys growing up in these styles of waves, and then to see them like winning and performing there, it's it's crazy, like full circle.
Yeah, and on the North Shore, think about Jack Robinson. He's won at Sunset, and he's won at Pipeline. That's a rare bird right there.
It is, and he did it twice in the same year to qualify.
Yeah,
he won the 3,000, and then he won the 10,000 at the end, which is, for his point in that career, he was really improving at surfing beach breaks, but it was still definitely a weakness for him. And for him to kind of put all his eggs into that Hawaii basket and have it pay off like that was so impressive. And you've spoken about it a lot, this event. Like, there's certain locations around the world that mean, they mean a lot.
Might mean a little bit more.
Let's call a spade, and Hawaii is that place.
Right.
And Jack Robinson in Hawaii as a non-local is
Tahiti's,
special.
Tahiti's that place as well.
It is.
You know, like
It
that's
really
going to be
is.
on the list.
Yeah.
You know, you're proud when you win an event. You know, either at Pipeline or at Taupo. You know, you're proud.
Yeah.
And it's the same amount of points, but the respect you get, your peer respect, is off the charts.
Totally. And there's all these different trophies too. Obviously, Bell's is probably the one that people might have as number one on their list, and just the heritage and the years. And Jack's got one of them as well. And it's like not a wave that 5 years ago you would think Jack Robinson would do so well at, but he's put a lot of time into, you know, developing his weaknesses. And he's been exciting to watch.
Strider Wazalewski out in the water. What do you got for us, Strider?
Just checking in, a little wind report. You know, kind of just tipping on the little trickle of wind. It's, you know, kind of like a west wind, and you know, with that, it kind of, you know, you guys kind of touched on it a little bit with the draw of the wave, and it's not really affecting the barrel and making it more dramatic. So I'm kind of digging this little bit, but I think it's dying right now. It's actually just kind of like, I'm watching the flags, you know, the WSL, the Lexus flag, if they're all IC flags, they're all just kind of like laying down a little bit right now. So I think we're in for a good little like positive little pull on the glass, the afternoon glass off, which is going to be insane for the women's final. I mean, that's right. I almost forgot. Don't forget about it. The women's final is coming up really soon.
Are you calling a Largo?
I can't wait. I cannot wait. Yes, a Lago. It's on.
All right, yeah. Hopefully we get champagne hour for our women's final. It's going to be Katie Simmers up against Molly Picklum in that women's final. There we got Katie getting ready. And looks like Garth Tarlow from O'Neill at the helm of the jet ski.
He's had a great year, Garth. Everyone on Team O'Neill's been on fire. You see big looking wave here, Kaipo. The boys are scratching.
Oh boy, this is the sea monsters we were talking about.
Oh,
it's a full Kraken. Let's see. Jack Robinson drops in. Big, roomy, wide spin on the back. And Robo. Kiss that 6 goodbye.
Oh, well, goodbye. That might be the second wave he was looking for.
Wow. And the anticipation, right? When that thing just draws and you can see that big lump coming off of basically the underwater cliff, hitting the shallow reef, drawing all the water off the reef. So heavy.
You know, and like, you know, you mentioned it earlier, paddling out to waves here is so difficult. Not really what you want to be doing, but Jack's let's be seen with all the paddle battles that he's had and how much like he moves around the lineup. He's an incredible paddler. And the technique there at the start, I mean, I haven't seen him have to muscle into a wave like that all event, and it was because of the setup. He had to kind of get out to it, and so he really had to get his backside into the wave on the drop there, and he just timed it perfectly.
So he was gone from the front on angle. He was gone. We get to look into the tube this angle those days.
Yeah, it's just the commitment on the front foot as he's coming down the face of the wave there, like fully committed. And as predicted by Sharla, he's called it.
Yeah.
Been some bigger waves coming through.
Yeah, more energy. So I want to look at, is that a Arakawa? Must be, right?
Yeah, it's one of the faithful Arakawas. I don't know how big it is, but it's obviously an old favorite, and yeah, very recognizable spray there. And yeah, I mean, he's got the Andy spray and the Bruce sticker, and it fits him well.
Wow, well, Jack Robo showing us how it's done. And homage to AI, Andy Irons. And you know what? Andy Irons would be really proud of that, because that was a huge number for Jack Robinson. A 9.27. Look at the numbers and how they shuffled out.
This is insane. Like, Jack Robinson is just on fire.
Look at the heat total, 18.1. Out of 20 possible. That is just another all-time heat here. Another one for the record books for Jack Robinson. I'm not saying the door's closed for Crosby Colapinto.
He's gonna need a crowbar though.
But exactly.
Yeah, this is just a masterclass from Jack so far, and even just how he's constructed this heat. 883, 607, 927. It was yeah, an amazing start for Jack, and now he's just, I mean, I got it completely wrong. I did not see a wave like that coming through in this heat. When he got the 883, I thought he could probably get a 2-point ride and the heat will be over, just with how strong the wind was.
Yeah.
But we kind of got lucky and the wind backed off a bit and the sets have started picking up. It's unfortunate for Crosby that wave did come through and it just wasn't his turn, to go. And that's just sort of how the cookie crumbles. Sometimes Jack's ended up with the two clearly best waves, and it's left Crosby needing to surf a 12-minute heat.
Yeah, Jack Robinson, that 9.27 is going to be in the record books for him. However, not the highest wave score for Jack Robinson. He's one of those surfers, another, rare occurrence in a CT career where Jack Robinson has a 10-point ride to his credit.
Yeah.
But also did not make it out of that heat that he scored the 10-point ride in against Alan Cleland Jr. over there, backdoor pipeline.
Oh, that's right. That start of the year. Yeah, that felt like years ago. And I don't think he's got the maximum out here, has he? He's only got another mid-9, 9.63 or something to his name.
This is, so the 9.27 would be Jack's highest, actually the heat total right here. The 18.1 is his highest heat total in Tahiti. And that's saying a lot because he's a former Tahiti champ. He's been, in 2023, he was tossing out excellent scores left and right. And it looks like he's doing again, well on his way into the final. And chance of that final 5. Talk about that story for Jack Robinson if that was to all play out today.
Oh, I mean, if you're Ethan Ewing, again, I don't know what you do. Do you sit and watch? I don't think Ethan's still in the lineup. I reckon he'd probably be home, but do you chuck it on the TV? Do you just chuck the headphones on and wait to see what your coach or your dad tells you? Like, it's just it's high drama, but at the end of the day, it's going to be awfully painful for one of these two lads, and we'll know in a couple of hours.
Yes, we will. And swell, as Surfline gave us the heads up this morning, swell energy increasing this afternoon, so that's a really good sign. The consistency, though, I feel like because of the period of the swell, still some of these lows.
Yeah.
And I feel you pointed out earlier, Stace, in that really your rhythm in the heat is really important.
Yeah.
And Jack getting that excellent score right off the start set him to be the in-rhythm surfer in this heat.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not the first time he's done that either, too. I think his heat against Barron also, too, where he got started with, earlier in the event, feels like a week ago now, which it was, but it's like his abilities, like Medina, they just know when to ride a lot of waves and when to just kind of hang on. The ocean's going to have a moment here, and they always just seem to be in priority when that wave comes.
Yeah.
They're just so good at creating that rhythm. It's such a hard thing to do. It's almost, to a degree, it's uncoachable. It's just with a lineup like this, it is time.
It's a
in
whole
the lineup.
It's a whole
it's
nother
everything.
sense.
Yeah.
Well, Crosby Colapinto, he needs 2 waves right now. He's in a 2-wave combo. He needs 18.1. Can Crosby come back and get back in the game? We're going to find out conclusion of semifinal number 1 coming up right after this.
In the 80s, there's this crew of surfers. Yeah, these surfers. They decided to draw a line in the sand to protect the waves they loved. From that first wave save, the Surfrider Foundation has grown into a coastal protection powerhouse. We take on the big guys, the major polluters, the powerful corporations. You name it, we've been there. Become a Surfrider member today because the ocean needs more friends.
That's right. The ocean, our natural playground, plays a crucial role in our health and our survival. Unfortunately, this precious resource is under threat from pollution, single-use plastics, and the impacts of climate change. And now, more than ever, the ocean needs more friends. Go to surfriderfoundations.org, donate today, and become a friend of the ocean. Surfrider.org. Go there, Stace. Become a friend. You're already probably a friend.
I've definitely got the sticker at home.
There you go.
But I might need to sign up again. But yeah, it's an iconic logo. Been around forever. And yeah, it's a great place to hang out, particularly here.
Yes. Ocean climates, right? One of the concerns here in Tahiti is ocean temperatures rising, leading to stressed out coral, and which leads to coral bleaching. So anything we can do to kind of like mitigate some of that climate change and stop some of that. We want to keep the coral alive and healthy. Remember, a healthy coral is like a brown, beige kind of coral. Once they're really colorful, they might be beautiful to see, but that coral actually, when it has all those bright colors, is actually in stress right there, right before it gets bleached. Hey, I want to see a replay of a 9.27 for Jack Robinson right here.
Yeah, what an amazing wave. What an amazing view the boats have got right there. That wave broke a little bit further out. He didn't have to scratch onto the inside for it, so all the boats would have just been looking straight into that one. And a little tip of the cap to the judges. I love watching guys like Jack and John and Gabe when they have to kind of work a bit harder for something, and Jack did for this one. He kind of had to paddle out to it and swing late. And yeah, he got his backside into the wave nice and early, and then was really, really committed right from the takeoff. And yeah, it just goes to show like how good his technique and style is, even in a moment where he didn't have that like perfect glide in.
Yeah, I think Jack's got a 9.4 previously in competition, but when you look at the two wave scores here for Jack Robinson, 9.27, 8.83, 18.1. That's Jack's highest heat total in Tahiti. So talk about, you know, kind of peaking at the right time. That's what Jack Robinson's doing.
Oh, he's just sent this is sending the craziest message to the competitors, like who are obviously just sitting in the channel getting ready for the semi number 2, Mihimana and Griffin.
And you know what? It's I'm a little bit disappointed just because, you know, I was hoping for a potential all Colapinto final. Oh, look at this. Cool moment here with the powerhouse surfer, Cole Hauschman, handing over his jersey.
So
That's
sick.
The latest up-and-coming superstar here in Tahiti. There's a whole bunch of kids that are so good out here, and all the reefs, actually, on this side of the island. Pretty incredible.
Yeah, such a good variety of waves here, too. We heard Kaylia talking about the river mouth. And the, you know, heaps of fun beaches further down the line. And then, obviously, as the kids get a bit more confident and the skills progress, they come out to waves like this, and it's just, yeah, they're getting younger and younger and younger. We've obviously seen our youngest ever tour competitor this week, and you know what a special moment that was, and an absolute pleasure to have in the booth. She was wise beyond her years, and yeah, young Tahiti Groms have got some amazing role models to look up to, particularly from this part of the world.
Like
yeah,
that.
That's one of them right there.
Mihimana Bray coming up against Griffin Colapinto, semifinal number 2. Mihimana in the past has made the quarterfinals here. 2023 actually made the quarterfinals, but this his best result here at the end of the road. And you know, the channel, the home crowd wants him to go all the way, but he's got a big challenge in the way of Griffin Colapinto, coming off a monster heat total in after his quarterfinal with Ethan Ewing. And 3 minutes now just for Crosby Colapinto to settle in and enjoy the final 3 minutes for Cros for his last event of the regular season.
Yep. And he hasn't had a shocker. It's just the way the heat worked, and he's had 2 completions. He's got 2 decent scores, but Robbo's obviously got he's in tune with the wave, and he's put on an amazing performance.
Well, one thing I want to go into note with Crosby Colapinto, he did his second year in the championship tour. He did an amazing job. Injured his elbow at the beginning of the season, missed the first 2 events. So you only get 1 throwaway. Missed 2 events and still made that mid-season cut.
Yeah.
So Crosby Colapinto, hats off to you for a great 2025. And we look forward to seeing what you're going to bring to us in 2026, Crosby.
Yeah, absolutely. Like the confidence he should take out of that would be immense. And you know, he might not be thinking about that right in this moment as this heat kind of winds down, and it's not looking likely he's going to be able to turn it around. But yeah, that's a huge psychological win, you know, just to be able to pull through like that.
Yeah, you would think your year's over, you know?
Yeah, you'd be going, okay, I'm going to go surf a few CT heats and look to maybe just try and get back onto the Challenger Series. But nah, not Crosby. He definitely got it done the hard way with, like you said, missing 2 events, and then you only get the 1 throwaway, so you're already like well behind the 8 ball there.
And look at Crosby's years: semifinals in El Salvador. He made the semifinals at Margaret River, and he's made the semifinals again. So 3 semifinals in 1 year. That's a solid, that's put together a great season.
That is a great season. And then, yeah, just getting back to his start, the first event he came back in, he only got a 17th.
Yeah.
It wasn't like he, you know, came out back first event and put on a big result on the board. He basically put a throwaway on the board.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, that, like you said, then once he got to El Salvador and chucked that third in there, that's when it all started to sort of change around for him.
Yeah, good stuff coming out of San Clemente. Also, you know, the end of Cole Hausman's year happening here. But hey, second year on the championship tour, top 10 performance by Cole Hausman. San Clemente guys, they got the powerhouse still right there. That whole movement's still alive and well here on the championship tour. But this moment, Stace, I think we got to really celebrate Jack Robinson with what he's been able to do out here, and that 9.27, 8.83. Jack Robinson, well-deserved spot in the final.
Yeah, you can see Crosby congratulating Jack there. He sort of knows that, yeah, the clock's probably, it's gone past the point of him getting 2 waves. That was probably about 2 minutes ago, but it's like one of those things you always hope that there's a miracle out there, but not today for Cros. But yeah, it's an interesting day for Jack. He is locked in.
Locked in the zone, and 2 good heats away now for Jack Robinson. If he can replicate that, take a win, earn a spot in the final 5. So many things would happen for Jack Robinson today. It'd be Jack Day.
Oh, it would be, definitely.
Well, there he goes. We've got our first finalist, Jack Robinson. Who's going to meet him in the final? We're going to find out when we come back. Semifinal number 2, Mihimana Bray, Griffin Colapinto go at it at the end of the road.
We are in the South Pacific, French Polynesia, the largest island in the archipelago, a place called Tahiti. The road stops. It literally stops. And you get out of your car, you have to go over a river to get to the point to find yourself at Teahupo.
I'm really proud to be from here. There's a lot of mana. Mana is energy that is felt everywhere, whether you're on the beach, in the mountains, on the ocean, with the people. Like, there's just this special connection that we have because everything is so simple and everything is so raw.
Mana is like the spirit or the power, and it's substantial. And it's not just the scary waves, it's how fast things grow here. It's the water moving off of the steep mountain range. It's the abundant wildlife and plant life here. And the beauty is astounding from sunrise to sunset. There's nothing like it in the entire world. Bring the mana. We got Mihimana Bray up against Griffin Colapinto, semifinal number 2. These 2 surfers are going to battle it out in these next 32 minutes for a chance to make the final up against Jack Robinson. No waves ridden yet between the 2 of them, Kuiper Guerrero along with Stace Galbraith. And we got some waves on the way with this open priority. Looks like Griffin's in probably the better spot. We'll see how this goes. Mihimana decides not to go. There you go. Griff comes around the corner, snaps under the lip, chandelier, he has to get through. Little spit there. Talk about making something out of a really difficult wave.
That was sick. That was really, really cool. I don't think it's going to be a huge score, but that would have felt so sick.
And just the skill to get around that. That was some troubled water. I mean, taking off Crumbly, had to come around the corner, kind of snap on the, here's it one more time.
Mihimana's got to be very careful there. But Griffin went around and just set that wave up so sick. It had this like extra little chandelier bit that threw right out. And yeah, this slow angle from the down low is going to look so sick.
So the under the lip snap to set that up, and then that kind of negotiation through all that foam.
Oh, the turbulence. Yeah, that was really cool to watch. And not a bad way to start your heat. Obviously, you know, not everyone can go out there and have an 18-point robo heat. Some of these heats are definitely going to still be a bit more modest in scores, just as we see that wind swirling around a bit, and it's creating a little bit more texture on the face. But yeah, Griffin making light work of that one.
But you've identified that trend, and that trend continues right now. Quick starts are so valuable out here.
You identified that start, my friend.
Oh.
54%.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I think that's great. And I think it worked in the last heat. It's, you know, Griffin's off to a decent start here, 4-1-7.
Yeah, it's 4-1-7 for the effort. Likely not going to be in his scoreline at the end of this heat. But just to get, I mean, we talk so much about momentum and kind of getting on a roll and being in rhythm with this wave. It seems like Griffin's at least starting that rhythm. And now these guys are racing towards the West Peak Stace.
Yeah, this is where Griffin can get sort of a bit creative out under priority. You can see him creating a bit of a distance there between him and Mihi. And yeah, obviously Mihi Mana knows this place really well. He'll know what to do with this situation.
Jack Robinson in the final. He's with Chris.
That's right, Jack Robinson, finalist here in Tahiti, cleaning off the ICs. So a 9.2, Bride. I mean, that can't ever get old, right?
No, so blessed, so thankful just to be in that moment because so much work to get here, and yeah, just really enjoyed that one.
Yeah, and it looked like a really magical moment. You had the whole family out on the paddleboard in the channel. How does that feel coming in and seeing your baby, seeing your wife smiling after getting a tube like that? This is a good day to be Jack Robinson.
Oh, it's surreal feeling. Yeah, like I said, you know, we worked so hard to get here, and just to have everyone here and see that, it's like, oh, that fills me up, so it fills my heart, yeah.
All right, do you have any dedications or thank yous before you head out to the final?
No, I'm good. I still got some more work to do, so I'll go there and surf again.
Okay, do it.
That's right. Don't break his flow. He's right in it, and in the barrel is Mihi Mana Brea with his answer back to Griffin Colapinto's 4.17. Jack Robinson. He's got the shaman whisper going over. The job is not done for Robinson.
Oh, I got you back, Cote. We'll get him later. Completely shined on the thank yous, and that's because the job's not done, and he knows how close he is to get it done. He knows he's the form surfer of the day. He's got a great read on the lineup. His equipment's looking great. It's his to take now.
What do you think about Mihi's ride right there? That's his opening ride for the Tahitian.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's comparative to Griff, and he's had a kind of a mixed bag of heats today, and I still think I see a little bit of nerves with Mihi Mana. I think you know, it's one thing to be really good on the Challenger Series, but it's the CT guys that are just so much better at competing, and they know that. And obviously, I know Mihi had a bit of a rough one this morning, but he's had a great heat since then. And now he's into this heat with Griff, and so every heat's a fresh start. You kind of got to take what you learn in the next one and move into this one. And yeah, I don't think it's going to be a huge score. It'll probably be comparative to Griffin's first one. And he's just, yeah, he's on the board. But again, for him, like the new challenge for him as he paddles out is, I can see the final. Yeah. And as a local boy, local wild card, that's all you can hope for, an opportunity to win, and he's so close to being there.
Yeah, and also knowing that this is a great result, his best result here, but not be satisfied. Yeah. You notice, I mean, that interaction with Jack, a lot of surfers would be celebrating the fact that they're in the final, be like, woo,
yep,
I'm in the final.
Yep.
Jack not satisfied, he knows he still has more to do.
He'll do the dedications after the win.
That's true.
Yeah, and that's like again getting back to like the relationship that these guys have with either traveling partner or shaper or coach or you know wife, husband, whatever they may be, whatever your support network looks like. Just keeping you grounded and you know, celebrating the wins when you have them, but then also realizing that there's still work to be done. And it's been a big day of surfing. We've been off for a few days, so everyone should be pretty well rested. But still, these heats can take it out of you. It's you know, we're still seeing people getting lagooned and still seeing people getting heavy wipeouts and stuff. So yeah, anything you can help you get centered is gonna work well.
He identifies this insider, threads through that barrel. He's gonna take a two-wave lead on Griffin Colapinto to apply some pressure to the CT surfer.
Yeah, that's gonna feel good for Mihi Mana. He's had two completions really close together, and just yeah, the pressure that goes back to Griff now is, does Griff start playing this game of like the 4, 5, kind of 6 ranges, or does he take this priority and know that these monsters out here, as we see Griff looking at this one, letting it go. There, it does look like there's a bigger lump behind it. Might just be a little too far out for the west bowl, maybe. Oh no, it's steepening up.
Stroke into this one, Griffin Colapinto. Drops down, grabs the rail, yanks up on the Mayhem, gets high, little foamy there. Doesn't get as deep as he would have liked, but does get the completion, waiting for scores for both surfers now.
Yeah, it's definitely advantage Mihimana on that exchange, and then also to flip to priority as well. So yeah, that was the decision that Griff had to make, and you know, he'll probably be kicking himself after that one. It didn't really open up, but here's a nice insider from Mihimana Kaipsi driving through this one.
Yep, 5.5 for this wave that we're seeing on the replay right here, and the lead to Mihimana Bray. We are waiting for this score on this wave here for Griffin.
Yeah, it looked, you know, on the outside, it looked like it was going to stand up and be a really great wave, but obviously just the chatter on the inside and the turbulence there, not really allowing it to like fully open up.
Yep, 2.17 for Griffin Colapinto. He's still trailing the Tahitian wild card. Sniffing under priority here. Here goes Griffin, dropping straight into this one. Strong bottom turn, hook under the lip, and comes out right there. That was some technical barrel riding. I love the calmness, the long, stalled out bottom turn, the hook under the lip. 5.76 gives Griffin Colapinto the lead. I think he got the lead in my book.
I mean, it was like an excellent wave to enjoy and watch.
But maybe not the score is what you're saying.
But we'll have to see the angles here. It was a classic setup. Grab rail, bottom turn, yanks on the handbrake, right on the foam ball. I mean, that angle is excellent. That makes it look like it's going to be a really decent score.
Come on.
That was amazing. Yeah, I wasn't too sure how much sort of foam ball action he got from the front end, but that's what the beauty of this place is. There's so many camera angles. The judges taking that into account over everything. So yeah, that was fun to watch, and with how technical it was behind the curtain, what he did there to make that ride, it's going to be a great score.
Still staying active, taking a look at yet another one, and it comes through with enough, a 6.5 for Griffin Colapinto. Strider, how was that?
You know, I think just knowing that you have to deal with it, you just got to, oh, look at this nugget coming in. Oh, Mihi, oh, that thing was deep.
He made it.
Oh, wow. What do you think, Strider? Mihimana Bray, deep underneath, threaded through that barrel. What an answer back.
Yeah, you know what? This thing is far from over. The wind just clicked back offshore again. So we had it swirling from the west, then it went kind of southwest, then it went like south-southeast, and now bang, we're back to offshore winds. I mean, it couldn't be blessed. It's a beautiful thing. And then this needs to start loading up on the inside corner over here, and we could see some of those big dark ones again too, man. It's like, God, this place just has so many faces. Chopu just consistently has a different mask on. Every 45 minutes, every 30 minutes, you're just changing the face of it to see what it's going to look like. What's the women's final going to look like? I cannot wait.
Well, thank you for the great news, Strider, and we can report to you that Mihimana Bray needing a 5.18, but hold your horses. Griffin Colapinto in the barrel, spit out again for the San Clemente surfer. Previous ride, though, we're waiting for that score from Mihimana Bray. That came in at 7.17. Mihimana takes the lead. Griffin Colapinto looking to fight back. Needs a 6.18 on that last wave. Back and forth, Stace. Back and forth.
Griff just looks like he's on a surf trip, just taking off on anything he likes the look of, and every wave has kind of got a different look to it. He's riding it differently. But yeah, now the scores are starting to creep up. The boys are activating here and really starting to surf this lineup like they're semi-finalists trying to fight for a spot in the final. These last exchanges have been amazing.
I would say so. Another look here. This is a 7.17, Mihimana Bray.
Yeah, nice airdrop, driving deep from behind the section. That's the advantage of being on the front side. You can kind of get away with a late drop and late to under the hood, and then get on the front foot and drive from behind it. And then Griffin here, same thing, kind of had to pump from behind. A smaller tube, still a nice ride. He doesn't need the biggest score of the heat, but I'm just wondering if maybe the wave height might keep that one down a little bit.
So still waiting for the score for Griffin Colapinto. A priority switch goes in Colapinto's favor with a paddle from Mihimana Bray. Still waiting for the score. Griffin Colapinto, it comes in at a 6.93. This was the priority switch that we're watching on the replay, Stace.
Yeah, okay. Pretty easy one there. Definitely a couple of good strokes and a couple of good kicks. And then, yeah, great score coming in there for Griff. He's turned the heat.
Turned the heat with that 6.93. Needed a 6.18. He got that and then some. And the priority switch, which is giving heat control to Griffin Colapinto. And now look at Now he can take kind of the apex role in this heat. Paddling deeper, he can control the lineup, he's got the lead, he's got priority, things are going his way, a few more lines coming through too.
Yeah, and like these boys are performing so well on the waves. They both had one little slip up. Griff with his wave selection, then Mihimana with the priority there. So it's kind of back to like even playing field now, where they both had one little slip up, and then with the time remaining, which is heaps of time left, 20 minutes, they can both kind of build on their first column scores there. As we see Griff having a look here, Kipes.
Use the priority here, deep on the reef, see something, it's an inside drainer, and it drains all the way through without its rider. So curious decision, I want to say, by Griffin Colapinto.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing too, but then I was surprised to see how high that other score went with the 6.93, and Griff probably, he's used that information too. He's going, oh, well, I got a big score on that wave. Well, not a big score, but a decent score. I'll go this one if it's got good shape. And I'd say the one thing that he's doing pretty well on those smaller rides is like he's coming out with the spit, like with heaps of speed and like heaps of like momentum through the pit over the foam ball. So yeah, but as we see, there's some big waves coming out the back, Hypes.
Big wave coming through. Mihimana not far enough out, has to dip underneath that one with the duck dive. Still hangs on to priority. And with that, I'm going to check in with Strider Wazalewski in the channel. Strider.
Oh, that was, I think that was one of the first mistakes that I've seen Griff kind of make, really. I mean, you know, he's playing smart heats and doing really great work, but that wave, I guess it wouldn't have been a mistake if he would have threaded the needle and come out of that tube. But man, that thing, I was sitting here watching it with Katie Simmers, and the thing absolutely just walloped him on the inside of the barrel. It squeezed him and then sent him into the lip. And it just looked like just violent. I mean, from the inside, looking into the barrel, it just looked so violent. So, you know, luckily, you know, Mihimana wasn't far enough out for, luckily for Griffin, Mihimana wasn't in position for that big set that came through. I think there's still going to be more really big sets. You know, we've saw the forecast, we heard the forecast from Charlotte Perry from Surfline, taking a look at the models last night. It looked like it definitely blows up a little bit. So the swell that we're surfing right now, you know, it didn't directly come to Tahiti. It kind of skirted off underneath it. And so we're kind of getting these side sweeps of the swell. And it looked like this afternoon we got this big blow up of swell that kind of pushes in off the side of it. So I think we're just going to see the waves get bigger, the wind just turned offshore, and it's just going to be pumping all the way through finals right now.
Yeah, Strider, we did get a vision of Griffin Colapinto on that ride, and he definitely got body slammed, but he's straight back out there with Mihimana Bray. Bray with priority. He's a 6.26 Stace to take the lead. If Mihimana is able to get that 6.26, if Mihimana is able to make the final, it will be the third time a Tahitian wildcard would have made the final here. First time was an all wildcard final with Bruno Santos and Manoa Jole. That was back in 2008, and then recently Kaoli Voss with his final with Miguel Pupo in 2022. So a lot of local pride riding on Mihimana Bray right now.
Yeah, big time. And there's been, you know, so many good surfers to come from this part of the world, and the surfers every year that don't make it in to the, you know, to the main event, it could easily be in contention. Like, there's so many good surfers from around here. So, and Mihimana knows that. He knows this opportunity is massive, and he wants to makes the absolute most of it.
Red jersey with priority, paddling out to this wave, looks in, and he's going to let Griffin Colapinto, who's in a better position, catch this wave. Comes around the corner. Griffin with that snap stall. Wow. Messes with his hairdo a little bit on that exit. Just the exhaust coming out of the barrel.
Full double spitter.
Probably not going to change the situation.
No, just another fun wave to be on, another fun wave to ride, but I don't think it's not really going to improve his scoreline at this point.
Take a look at it here from the channel.
Yeah, nice airdrop, big swoop underneath it. Standing up tall, hands off the rail. We haven't seen a lot of that today. Most guys opting to hang on for dear life through the chandeliers, but that one opened up nice and wide for Griff. It's kind of unique to see like Mihimana be a little further in with first priority. But I kind of understand what Griff's thinking here, and if Strider's right, which he often is with the rhythms of the ocean, sitting a little further out could be the call here for the next 15 minutes in this heat, because the the boys have got their 6s and 7s.
Yeah.
They really don't need more. You know, we only count 2 waves, so.
Oh, Mihimana's going to strike here under the ledge in the barrel, long streaking barrel. For Bray grabs the rail of the Chile board, straight across, ends with a couple of turns right there before the reef goes absolutely dry. 6.26 is what Mihimana needs to turn the heat. He actually just surfed to turn the heat right there, and I think it's going to be pretty close.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really close. It's either going to be a really good decision to go that wave, or that's the kind of rhythm that can turn it the other way on you, because if a huge one comes now, he's going to be kicking himself. But that's just the way it goes. No, you don't have the future vision. But I would say the height of that wave is going to keep the score down. But what was great about this tube is how deep he was, and how much he was like driving through it and driving through the West Bowl here. Didn't really have to like have any crazy negotiations with the foam ball. Nice carve as he comes out there. But I agree with you, Kipes. If he gets it, it's right there. Really well-ridden tube, but just still didn't have that like height and width that you'd expect to see for it to be like a guaranteed, 7+.
Yeah, we've seen, that 7+ kind of range on the waves where you have those big, sketchy drops paired with a big open barrel, right?
Yeah.
And that one was kind of more of a south one. Kind of got into it pretty easy. Did pump. It was a technical barrel ride. Pumped through that barrel. And
for sure.
Paired it up with a couple of nice turns. So just standing by for that score and see where it goes.
Yeah, so the judges know this is an important wave in the context of the heat, because it's going to set up this sort of, back 13.5 minutes. And they're both at totals now that are very, very respectable totals. Like if the Ocean has a moment or, they pack a bomb and don't make it, this total could be it. So this is a really, really important score. So the judges are taking their time here. They're going to watch all 4 waves that are currently counting and then compare it to that.
Coming up, the women's final, Molly Picklum, #1 in the world, and a surfer that's going to enter the Lexus WSL Finals. Fiji as #1, coming up against #3 in the world. We'll also see her in Fiji for the finals, Katie Simmers. And we know these two surfers bring out the best of each other every single time they're matched up. Katie and Molly can't wait for the women's final.
Give them an hour.
Sure.
This has been the matchup. This is the matchup of the event so far. This is easily the 2 form surfers.
So back to the heat in the water. The number are in for Mihimana, a 6.5 for that tube he was able to thread, and that was enough to give Mihimana the lead over Griffin Colapinto. There's the judges' scores. One went as high as a 6.0. Colapinto needs a 6.75 to take the lead back.
Wow, look at that wind. It's like straight offshore.
Good signs for the rest of the afternoon and the 2 finals we have coming up after this semifinal. Here goes Griff. Drops into this one. Strong offshore wind makes that wave funnel through the inside. Easy exit for Griffin Colapinto, 6.75. I say he's got the number.
Really, really technical drop there. Really, really nice drop. And again, if it is the number, it seems again, I don't know what you reckon, Kipes, right around that. No, I'm not sure that it'll be a knockout punch, but it's a great wave and a beautiful drop there. Slid down the face, stalling nice. And as you said, just clean as a whistle on the exit there. This drone angle is going to look so cool. Yeah, similar to Mihimana, didn't really have any crazy sort of foam ball interaction that he had to deal with, but certainly great technique and putting himself behind the curtain for as long as he could. There's something about this wind at the moment. This is making the wave not look as critical as it might be. And it's a really, really nice tube ride, but it just looks so pretty. Waves are so blue. Wind is just straight offshore, which is not a wind we've seen this week.
So still waiting on scores.
They've got every score under the sun to compare. They've got a 6.5 from each surfer, and then a 6.93 and a 7.17, and then a 5.5. So they'll take their time again, but it's not like it's a mystery as to where it sits in that group. They should have a place for it in there.
Oh my! Look at these sets coming through. Offshore wind, and look at the draw actually pulling the surfers backwards on the reef. Colapinto identifies it. It's going to airdrop and wow, you saw that. There was just so much water moving up against that wave.
Oh my! Too far in. Look at these sets. Strider called it. There's the energy.
Wow.
Griffin's
Griffin's
probably going to get lagooned here.
Yeah, he's paying for that one. And you know what? He's going to have a happy price to pay. Not that that's a happy situation, but the previous wave for Griffin, a 7.23 for Colapinto, coming through for a lead in the heat.
He might be all right here to just paddle. A bit of luck, he can get through this next one. But yeah, great timing. Kaipo spot on, 7.23. Needed a 6.75, so pretty convincingly getting the score there. Every judge said that he'd get it. Some judge said it was right there. Everyone else gave it the nod. And yeah, what a great heat. What a back and forth battle it's been.
It has been back and forth between Griffin Colapinto, Mihimana Bray. A seesaw battle right now. Griffin Colapinto is on top with that 7.23 and paid the price with just a fractional score. Well, you got to talk about the Mophie Charger of the event. Put Griffin Colapinto's name in that. That's charging. Oh.
The Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC, is brought to you by Mophie, empowering you to live a life untethered. Power On. By Vini, official telecommunications partner of the Lexus Tahiti Pro. By Air Tahiti Nui, official airline partner of the Lexus Tahiti Pro. By Banca de Tahiti, official bank partner of the Lexus Tahiti Pro. And by Lexus, experience amazing.
Semifinal 2 out in the water at the Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC. Griffin Colapinto in the lead over Mihimana Bray. It's been a seesaw battle in this semifinal number 2. The swell certainly on the rise. Mihimana Bray with priority here, paddling into this one. And it's a big, roomy barrel for the Tahitian. Second section and comes through there. 7-point ride gives Mihimana the lead. The channel thinks he got it, says.
Yeah, and rightly so. From the channel, that wave would have looked amazing, and it certainly looked amazing from the front view as well. Trying to cast my thoughts back to that heat with Crosby Colapinto, where he got an 8.3 at the end of it. The judges really liked the height of the wave, really liked the fact it was a set wave. And I'm really excited to see how this replay looks here.
Things really flaring up in this semifinal number 2. The wind's gone straight offshore, and the waves have shown up.
Yeah, beautiful view from the channel. See him trying to slow down there with both arms. Probably was a young'un when the Hobgoods were just owning this place. And kind of the only thing I'm worried about this wave is that it wasn't like as critical of a wave as some of the waves that have been ridden in this heat, just as far as like, you know, thickness in the lip, and it didn't have like a huge spit. And the other thing too is the judges don't mind if you're stalling to then drive through the barrel, but when you're stalling the whole time, they can kind of deem that as being like not super critical. So it was a great wave, awesome view from the channel. Would have felt good to be, you know, in that tube, but in the context of this heat, I'm a little bit worried that the wave just didn't show up enough for him on that occasion.
Okay, well, we'll be waiting for that score. Judges reviewing some of the replays before assigning a final number to that. Meanwhile, Griffin Colapinto drops into this one. Body drag through this section. It's a cavernous section. Wow. Colapinto out with the spit. And more applause from the channel. Colapinto looking to better, basically a 7-point ride, looking to better a 6.93 to make the job that much harder for Mihimana Bray.
Yeah, and I guess that's kind of the example there of just the 2 different waves. And you know, Mihimana's got to go that wave from before. I feel you'd be a genius to let that wave go in his position. And then, you know, 60 seconds later, Griffin gets this wave, which is a much more classical Chopu slab-looking wave. And I do think the judges will appreciate this last one of Griffin's better than Mihimana. So even if he turns the heat, I think Griffin will likely turn it back.
What'd you think, Stace? You got a second look at that?
Yeah, I mean, I always like to have a second look. You know, I just love
Here's
it.
the third look for you.
This is a beautiful angle. and the wind is holding that wave open amazingly. It's, I do want to say though, I don't think either of them are like making it super easy for the judges to decide a winner here. I think they're both surfing really good. No one's had that like crazy knockout moment though. Like, you know, like we saw, you know, Robbo or Crosby and these other heats that we've had. This has been really fairly matched, and it would be a fun heat to judge.
Waves continue to pour through here. High line through the first section, second section, third section for Mihimana Bray. Well, if he didn't convince you for that 7-point on the previous wave, maybe that did the number for the Tahitian surfer.
Oh, he just got it on the other one. He needed a 7 flat, and he got a 7.07, which seems super fair. It was a set wave. It was a big wave. He got awesomely tubed.
He may increase his score line, but remember, this is what we were waiting for. Griffin Colapinto still needs a score from the judges, and Colapinto can take back the lead with a 7-point ride, and then we'll see what Mihimana needs. So this is far from over. This is just back and forth and back and forth.
Crazy heat, crazy battle. And, you know, yeah, Griffin's wave, the characteristics certainly looked like a bigger score. Only incrementally, but, and then here's this last at Griff, sort of pumping from behind the section. Big open wave, big venomous spit. He didn't come out after the spit, but he certainly put himself in a good position. And then here's the most recent ride of Mihimana, which is yet to be scored. And so this is where the judges have got the comparisons.
So coming out of this replay, the score for Griffin Colapinto on that replay wave, the last wave he surfed, did put him back into the lead with a 7.6 for Griffin Colapinto. So Colapinto with that 7.6, you can see it from all the judges. One judge went as high as an 8. Now the situation, Mihimana Bray needs a 7.66. Still no indication from our judges as to the score for Mihimana Bray. We saw that on the replay. It looked like a 7.66 to me, Stace. My opinion, we're going to see what the judges decide. They're taking a look at multiple replays.
Yeah, I think it's another 7-something. It's a great wave.
7-something, yeah.
It's a 7-something. It's all in there. And I think if you're Griffin, you don't know the score yet. You might not get this score for another minute. You've got priority. You've got to assume the worst in this situation. You've got to assume he's going to get it.
Yeah, you got to. In your mind, you need to improve upon a 7.23.
Yeah. And so I think for Griffin, it's like you got to sit on the top peak, the back peak, where the big sets have been coming in, and just hope that there's one that comes up there, because they have been there in this heat. Obviously, we've seen that. Everyone's got one. I don't think this is like a situation where Griffin's going to freak out and rush to the inside and try and sort of surf his way out of it. This is going to be super close.
Oh, super close. Could be up, could be down. 2 judges up. And it's 7.6. Not enough.
Wow.
Not enough for Mihimana Bray.
Needed a 7.66. That's heartbreaking.
6/100ths under for the Tahitian wild card.
So 2 say yes, 3 say no. Average is just under.
Heavy.
And I reckon there's pretty much been that split. I mean, I don't know this for sure, but just looking at it loosely, there's probably been that opinion with the judges on every single exchange. Yeah. You know, every score that's come in has been so close.
14.83 versus 14.77. That is a battle, and it's been a battle back and forth through this entire semi-final number 2. But right now, with 20 seconds remaining, it's just going to play out to Griffin Colapinto. He's going to be in the final with Jack Robinson.
It's crazy, and it's important for Griffin to make this final here, because Jack does have an opportunity to improve quite high. Should have Griffin got knocked here, Jack could have gone quite high up in the ratings. So this is an important one for Griff to keep that number 3 seed heading into Fiji.
Oh man, what a final we're going to have coming up for the men. It's going to be Griffin Colapinto up against Mihimana Bray up against Jack Robinson in the final. Griffin Colapinto, Jack Robinson in the final. Mihimana Bray walks away with an equal third from Tahiti. Up next, our women's final. It's going to be Katie Simmers up against Molly Picklum when we return.
Katie Simmers, the Molly Picklum story. That is a rivalry that is going to be going on for a long time. We'd love to see that.
And Molly, good golly, knows how to pickle Picklum.
Okay, Katie. I love her surfing and I love versing her because it's a real surf off most of the time.
I feel like Molly makes me surf better. Her energy just like lifts me up almost.
Comeback begins.
11th place.
It's time for the finals. Molly Picklum and Caitlin Simmers have been standing by all day to complete the regular season. What a year it's been for these two. Molly Picklum, world number 1. Caitlin Simmers, world number 3. They're going to see each other at the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji in about 2 weeks from today. Let's kick off the finals. Starting things off, a big takeoff. Driving off the bottom, nice stall in the open face for Caitlin Simmers, getting us excited. Late takeoff was technical, wasn't able to find the barrel there, but already warmed up quickly here in this 35-minute final, scored on their top 2. As they're both trying to win the last event of the regular season, but also carry all that momentum from a win into the world title showdown. Joe Turpel and Felicity Palmatier for the call. These two have changed the game of pro surfing in the last few years, and we're loving that we're seeing them go head-to-head in the final at the Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC. This is what Molly did during the break.
Molly, opening wave of the women's final right now. Small little frothy tube here, just getting things started. She does get that completion, and once again, just on display that beautiful technique, backhand tube riding. And then behind her, Katie taking off on a bomb, sticks the drop, but kind of looks a little bit squirrely as she did stick that. Fins sort of a little bit engaged, disengaged. So nice little 1-2, but I feel that there's a lot more left in this tank.
Definitely, what a start. They push each other so much, and we've gotten to see that in major events and finals. You know, this is their 3rd time matching up in a final together. You know, we saw recently in Abu Dhabi in that pool kind of skate jam format, and then the one that changed everything at Pipeline, Molly and Katie going head-to-head when Katie made the famous quote, "Pipe is, well, for the girls." Flick, that was something we'll never forget, and they've still got about 20 years in their career. How good is this?
It's so cool. I think we're going to see this rivalry continue throughout the years, and I think, I mean, it's just so epic that we're getting to see it, you know, the women's surfing showcased once again at Pumping Chopes. And I mean, even though their opening day of competition, which was day 2, you know, there was some nice size there still. And right now, I think it's a really cool choice to just leave that women's final there dangling that little carrot, because they're getting some epic conditions. You know, we have seen a few solid sets start to roll through, especially in that last heat. So beautiful conditions and great way to end the final.
Griffin Colapinto just made the final. He's on the boat with Christopher.
I mean, the gifts just keep coming in, but they have to be earned. Griff, first of all, you earned ultimate core lord status in the free surfs leading up to the contest. Now you've just earned your place in the finals here today. The universe is just providing.
It sure is. Thank you. Yeah, frick, definitely put it all on the line for the free surfs, and Jack's in the final. He was towing the whole thing, so yeah, I think just kind of just goes to show, just like, don't think about the contest and just do what you love, and it all unfold just the way you want it. But yeah, super excited. First final with Jack, and yeah, the waves just got offshore, so could be an all-timer.
How far are you willing to push yourself? How deep are you willing to take off to get a win here?
As deep as I have to. I don't know, we'll see. He juked out Crosby pretty good in that last heat, so I know he's a pro at that, and we're always playing little mind games with each other. It's pretty funny. This whole time I've seen him over here, like, I could feel there's something going on, especially because we were both chasing down the final 5. So, yeah.
Is there room in the flow state for both of you?
Oh, for sure. The last few heats we've had together, the waves are kind of pumped. So, we'll see if the flow state provides. Cote.
Our finals are set. Everybody is hyped. This is going to be a classic. Get prepared. Ready to watch.
Thank you, Chris. Wow, you can hear it in the chuckle in Griffin's voice. Wow, him and Jack have had some fun history as we look at the live rankings. Colapinto, he's already clinched his spot. We're waiting to see what Jack can do in the final. Jack's in a must-win situation. If he wins the final over Griff, he takes Ethan Ewing out of the title race.
You know, I'd like to say, what are the odds? But the odds are quite high, you know, for some, it's just unbelievable, you know, both the surfers, Griff and Jack, because, you know, it wasn't confirmed until, you know, Griff makes that jump up there and beat Ethan in that last heat. But then, you know, now he's still got sort of Jack hovering around there, and Ethan's got to watch this fate sort of play out as we see a set start to roll through the lineup, both women scratching. But yeah, it's crazy, you know, you say, what are the odds that, you know, Jack can get this done? He was such an outside shot. And yeah, once again, he's made the final, but still, the job is not done.
Very good
Griff
point.
can play spoil.
Griffin Colapinto has moved up to the number 3 seed. So he wasn't in the final 5 when he got here. Now he's not just 5th, 4th, he's 3rd in the world right now. Impressive. You know, you're trying to check out any possibility of losing. The higher the seed, the least amount of matchups you have to serve. Dora's in yellow. So he's just thinking 2 waves for a title this year with the update on the rules that we heard at Jeffreys Bay. Remember, Molly's in that position now as the number 1 seed. She's felt the energy and how quickly that day goes by in the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji. She's been in it at lower. She's had a heat with Katie where she lost, but she knows how fast it can go as she's finished 5th in the world the last couple of seasons on tour. But it'll feel completely different for Molly. You know, she's never been like the end boss waiting to see who her matchup will be with. So she's really looking forward to feeling that energy.
Yeah, it's a total different ball game, right? I've said it already. Her and Yago are two waves away from a potential world title, and at a completely different location. You know, Fiji, it's a wave of consequence. It's a left. It requires commitment. You know, variety of turns. You've got progression, barrel riding. As we see another big set start to roll through the lineup, Swell is on its way.
Yeah, sleepy start this morning as far as consistency, and just the better waves have just been building throughout the afternoon. Molly with priority had a 4.33 start. Katie had the air drop but didn't get barreled, so that was a 1.67. And since they're both comparable in their backhand tube riding technique, being regular footers, can you decide which one is better, or are they just different in their approach?
Oh, there's differences for sure. I think, if I think to Katie, obviously everyone talks about the creativity, those different sort of lines, but I think the cool thing about her is the adaptability, because she can bring those creative lines to a 2-foot beach break, 2 chokes, right? And we saw that on the opening day of the women's, just her different lines. But then Molly, on the other hand, technically in my eyes, I do see her as someone who has progressed the fastest on the women's tour. And, you know, she's emulating those top, you know, men and women who have done it before her. There's no shadow of a doubt in my brain. I think it also comes down to their personalities. Their personalities are totally different, right? I think, well, what they show to the world, I think Molly's quite honest, and, you know, in her post-set interviews we see a lot of that, and how hungry she is and how she's worked, and she's quite vocal. Whereas Katie, you know, she is getting a bit more open, but from what I see, she's quite reserved. But it's interesting because you wouldn't be a world champion without being that competitive deep down. So maybe she just keeps a bit more of a lid on it. But yeah, I think the difference is I think it's just that creative line from Katie, but very evenly matched when it comes to technical backhand tube riding.
Under priority, Caitlin Simmers will grab the rail, that Chris Borst design, put her head down. It's still running through the inside reef, but without the Californian. So 2 tries to make a pit, and that one will be incomplete. But why not check it out under the priority of Molly Picklum? And I guess when you compare the last couple of years out here for these two, they've, well, watch this. Molly Picklum, bright yellow jersey, world number 1, doesn't get to pull in on the takeoff. Still committing. Now setting that rail, and she guns her way out of a beauty.
Oh my goodness. That was an amazing wave. I think from the takeoff, you know, just the way that she entered that, I was like, ooh, where's this wave going? But she had a vision down the line. She could see this thing lining up on the West Bowl. That was a cave. That was one of the longer tubes that we've seen her got, it was probably one of the longer tubes, this whole event, right? I mean, obviously we're talking about a different day as we see Katie getting on the back of the Red Bull jet ski with the Tahitian Water Patrol. So she'll take the long way out through the lagoon and around the back. But I think this wave here, yeah, the takeoff, I'm thinking, okay, she's going to get around this. She does. She sets her rail. She locks. She loads. The thing opened up. This thing went square on that West Bowl. This angle is the one I was waiting for. This angle from the channel, you can really see how deep she was, right? Just how open this tube was. Great read, great vision down the line. And just another angle here from this IC replay, the drone shot, beautiful. I mean, this is the first substantial wave of the heater. I think it's going to go pretty high. This was an amazing wave.
What a beauty. Simply amazing. Molly Picklum. I love how she just backed herself to commit, because on this West Bowl section, that thing was a cave. Locked and loaded. Stepped down to the low road, and another insane read for Molly Picklum, breaking all of her own personal stats and enjoying the feeling of a flyaway. I don't even know how she's going to separate the insane waves she's had this week here at the end of the road. Getting through a credible opening round heat where she turned in her best combined total to date. She got her best number at Tahiti, but also of the season against Vahine Fierro. Now she's got an 8.83 to add to her excellent scores. Strider, she's been amazing here.
Yeah, you know what? I paddled over the edge just to look down into the cavern. Like, it was literally like looking down into a cave, and she just hooked it, grabbed it, and just stuffed it, and just made sure that she was gonna be threading and feeling it. She was all speed in there and just knew she wanted to come out, obviously, but really making sure of it. And then paddling by, the energy was flying, and I'm thinking in my head, okay, now it's time to get back out there. But her coach, Tereva David, said, hey, one more like that, then we go to the outside ledge. So basically, they have a plan in place. That's why they're sitting where they're sitting. It's why they got that last wave. They're going to get one more there, and then they're going to go to the outside ledge and wait for it. They want the big ones, but they want to make sure that they stack up the heat before that.
So smart. Love it, Waz. We're looking at the number on the breakdown. 2 judges through 9s, or 3 instead. 9.3 was the high score that gets tossed, and one of the 8.5s. 8.83. Molly switching gears this year with coaching, changing things up a bit, and getting Tereva David to be in her corner. He was so busy the last few years as a coach leading up into the Olympic Games. Absolute charger out here. Loves sharing his home and home break with all the surfers that come to the end of the road. Big start for Molly Picklum. Katie Simmers trying to break a combo. When you just focus on their stats here at Te Hupo'o, this is Katie's second final appearance and first for Molly.
Yeah, this is cool. I think, you look at that heat winning percent. It's crazy because you look at that heat winning percentage too. It's so swung towards Katie. And then you think about how Molly's performed during this event, and it's been amazing. I mean, she's had an incredible run with big heat totals throughout this whole event. Look at that highest wave score, obviously the 997 coming from that opening day of competition. Molly putting in an absolute clinic there. But, I think one of the coolest things about this matchup is just a few days ago, I was over on Moorea, and all of a sudden I was actually at a dock waiting to go on a whale expedition. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Katie and Molly popped up together, just hanging out. And I was like, what are you guys up to? And they're like, you know what? We're just going to, it's actually Tikanui came in, local from Moorea, came and picked them up. And they're like, yeah, we're maybe going to go look for some whales together, go for a surf one of the other local breaks around Moorea. And so just a few days ago, they were hanging out, just 2 friends going for a surf, checking out the whales. And then in 2 days' time, here they are competing in the final. So it's pretty rad that, they can be that close and be hanging out and go on little expeditions together. And then the next moment, it's game on.
Are you allowed to do that in a rivalry? Of course you are, right? I mean, It's different. And they love each other. They push each other. They want to beat each other. And I guess when you look at these two, They know that they're changing the game. They're at the top of the world as far as rankings, but also Katie being the youngest world champ ever. Molly Picklum having the most consistent season on tour out of anybody on what started as the top 17 before the cut went to top 10. And let's kind of feel a little bit what we are going to see at the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji. Remember, all high seeds start off the matches with priority.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool looking at this. I see 2 world champs already, 3 potential new ones. You know, the world champs are going to, you know, they're going to have a bit of, hang on a second, I'm already, I'm a world champ. Let's see if I can make it number 2. But, you know, what I find interesting is just that new rule change coming in recently where if you're that yellow seed, all you've got to do is just win that first heat and then you've got the world title. If you don't win, then it goes best of 3. But I think that just makes things so interesting. I mean, also it might add more pressure too, just knowing that it could be just 2 waves, could go either way. And I can't wait to watch it unfold.
Yeah, that's a big one there. If you are in yellow, if you win the first title match, it's over. If the challenger wins, then it goes to best out of 3. So Molly Picklum knows she'll have that advantage. A really rewarding regular season performance. And for Molly, she wants to pick up another win. Came close at J-Bay, runner-up to Gabriella Bryan. And remember, the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji first day is August 27th. That's 2 weeks from the day. They have all the way till September 4th to pick the best day in the waiting period. Because it's just 1 day. Once it's called on, that's it. And we'll crown our champs this year. Last year of that Final 5 format before everything changes next season.
Wow. Talk about big change. I mean, kind of feels like we're going back to the roots. We're going back to the core. We're finishing the tour in Hawaii again at Pipe. And a couple of changes, especially that last event at Pipe being worth, what, 1,500 points. So it actually adds a little bit more. Right?
Exactly, 1.5 times the points. So instead of 10,000 points for a win, it's 15,000 as we look at an opportunity maybe for Katie Simmers. She is paddling hard into this one. Grabs the rail super deep on a beast of a wave. Wow, what a hard charging effort from Katie Simmers. One of the bigger waves we've seen all day.
That was incredible. And then right behind her, Molly Picklum.
Grabs the rail, controls the takeoff. She is going to come out right in front of Katie. Simmers taking the next one on the head again. And Molly, after the 883, getting rid of a 433. And Katie will be popping up right there, grabbing her board. Tahitian Water Patrol watching her. They're already communicating, and she's going to try to punch under this section. It is so shallow there, and she'll be in the channel in just a moment. So Katie, couple of tries, and then takes off on an absolute bomb and gets clobbered in the effort.
Katie comes out of that thing, that's a 10. This thing was crazy. She was so deep, perfect technique, giant set wave. She would have been right on that foam ball. I mean, she just got eaten alive right there, but that was just such an amazing effort. And then behind her, Molly, second wave of the set, super groomed. If she was on that foam ball, you could see it. She just gets exploded out of that tube. So she's backed up the 8.83 nicely. Let's have a look from this angle. Just nice barrel. I mean, I just love it when you can visibly see the emotion on the women's faces. Just another well-chosen wave from Molly, and well-read. Just demonstrating that backside tube riding, just so technically well. She's so good.
The board looks great, man. It really tracked well on the takeoff, had the speed that she needed, and also really gripped the wall well, where she had a real solid line. Years past, you know, Molly had a couple of quarterfinals out here. We went over that, but she's often was trying to really slide out and set up super deep. She's made some big adjustments this season, and her lines have just been solid. She knows where to take off to maximize the scoring potential, and she just continues to throw down excellent heats. 17.26 combined total. That beats what she did in the opening round of a 16.9 total, and getting very close to the best heat of the year. Betty Lou still holds that at 17.83 from back at lower trestles in the quarters. Let's catch up with the Waz.
Wow, Katie Simmers is a foam ball away from a perfect 10. Molly, her game plan's playing out perfectly. Now her team said, okay, time to go sit on the outer ledge. Let's do this. We're about to see a showdown go down right between these two young ladies out there on the outside ledge at Pumping Chopu. I think this is some of the best conditions I've ever seen out here for, you know, these ladies, and it's going to be insane. It's pumping. I mean, we have got set after set, and I feel like even though Katie does not have 2 scores on the board, or even really 1, I think that she's still in this, because the look on her face on that last one, she wanted it so bad. I feel like there's plenty of time for her to do that twice more and make it. So we're going to have a good finish out here. I can't wait.
Love it, Strider, man. They're pushing the limits once again. We keep saying it, but you give them the platform, and they're absolutely charging. We've seen what they've done at Pipe together, making finals. Katie winning that one, Molly with a 10 in the semis. And then here, matching up in pumping conditions at Chopes. They're still pushing the limits. Hats off to the entire women's tour for changing the game once again in heavy water waves. Katie Simmers looking under priority. She just got smoked by the foam ball, and she still wants to swing for more barrels, Flick.
Yeah, she got very rinsed on that last attempt. I mean, wow. Just to have the guts to turn and go on something like that, it was a set wave, it was big, the barrel was open. It's just speaking volumes to the level of women surfing on the championship tour, and every single year we come back here, the performance and the bar just keeps getting raised. And yeah, this heat right now, we're seeing it happen right in front of our eyes.
You'll talk to locals around here, and they'll tell you the early stories of Te Ahupo'o, and they'll remind you that the first to paddle out there was a local woman who was surfing in an event at the river mouth and then made a big paddle out to the end of the reef to check it out. An awesome story that we get to hear when we come out here to the end of the road. And how about this angle again?
Oh, what an effort. I mean, that's where we get to see just how big that barrel was. She was riding on the foam ball. You know, sometimes a miracle happens and you do get pushed out. And like Strider said, and I agree, that would have been a perfect 10 without a shadow of doubt. It was such an amazing effort.
11 minutes to go in the final. Here, the last event of the regular season, the Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC, and 2 of the best ever going head-to-head here. Molly Picklum, world #1, and reigning world champ, current world #3, Caitlin Simmers, still with more time on the clock. We'll be right back. Our friends at Mophie want to see the charger of the event. We've got a lot of contenders, kicking off with Cowley Vost in the opening rounds.
Oh, wow, packing mega tubes. It just reminds you just how big, how consequential the opening day was. And yeah, local, knowing every part of the reef. Then next up, we had Pickles. We were just talking about this moment, 9.77, really raising the bar for women's surfing at Chopes. Beautiful technique. I mean, just visibly seeing that emotion on her face is just epic.
Jack Robinson being a contender from his effort throughout finals day.
He's looking stealth. This is for sure. He's tapped into that magic that he sort of finds, that when he does, watch out. It's so dangerous. I mean, really right now, he just looks really deadly. I mean, it's going to be an amazing final that he's got coming up with Griff, but I mean, all 3 moments there just makes you realize how good a surf forecast we had coming into this event, because you look back at those amazing moments and looks like we might have a situation.
You'll find out the Mophie charger of the event on the Corona Surf post show to follow the men's final, as we see the Red Bull skis activated with the Tahitian Water Patrol. That shows us that we had a very important exchange go down during the break.
Molly Picklum again, packing a mega tube. What a tube pig. Are you kidding me? Again, this is absolutely insane. Hey, it's almost double the size from this morning. I mean, Molly has tapped into the good juju, and then behind her, Katie, so Stalls really trying to maximize that tube time, and then just, oof, really awkwardly comes unstuck here and then looks like she's copying this next one directly, almost on the head, trying to get away from that big, oh, that was a massive ball of foam that sort of collected her there. She gets back on the Red Bull jet ski.
And then whipped around the lagoon. So that's what we caught up after the break, seeing them just gunning to put her out the back again. She'll have a quick chat with her coach, Tommy Whitaker, and try to catch her breath. I mean, she's definitely taken the most wipeouts in this heat, and absolutely charging. Maybe one of the bigger waves of the day where she got bucked off on the foam ball, and another slide out on that last wave, which took more waves on the head from the 19-year-old. Strider, she looks a bit gassed at the moment in the channel.
Yeah, you know what? I don't mind her taking a minute to sit down and take a breath, because the reality of what just happened was just a steam train came over and just rolled right through it and just destroyed her. I mean, it was insane. And the next wave hit her. She got picked up and taken around the inside, but that was intense. And you know, watching the whole scenario break down, it's just like this is pushing surfing to the limit for the women, and I feel like they've done an amazing job, and they're not done yet. Katie just said, let's go, put her head down, paddle back into the lineup. Molly is now waiting for the darkest, biggest thing she can see, and she's gonna go. That's what her oh, we gotta get out of here. That's what her coach said.
Yeah, Strider, be safe there on the inside. That's so true. You can see Molly check in on Katie as well. What a warrior. Caitlin Simmers putting herself back into position. Talk about hard charging. A 19-year-old world champion, knowing this was a huge opportunity to get the wave of her life with Molly Picklum, one of her best friends and best rivals of the tour. I mean, just quickly, we got to celebrate what Molly's doing, Flick. I mean, 8.83, 8.43, last wave, and 8.33 that she's thrown away.
You don't want to jinx it, but every wave's been a make so far. I mean, it's been impeccable. You can't fault it. I think right now, the words from the coach is you know, let's wait for a big, dark, outer ledge one. So, I mean, she's going to wait. She's going to try and improve on this situation. It's been amazing to watch. She's the most informed surfer in this event, and continuing that momentum the whole way through. And, you know, we had that one big day for the women where they surfed, you know, some of them 4 times, 3 times, which was giant. A few days off, you kind of lose that momentum. And so for her to come back and pick up right where she left off and just drop 3 8s is incredible. I think on the flip side of that, to Katie's, you know, I guess to talk up Katie here, she's not going to die wondering. Let's just put it that way. She is absolutely leaving no stone unturned. You can't question her commitment. It has been incredible. Like the one that she packed, that big one, wow, on the backhand, that takes real guts.
Total charger. So brave, so committed. What a tour we have. Katie Simmers is just catching her breath, still putting herself out there, even though she's got a big combo. Molly keeping an eye on her there with priority. And a big shout out to the greats that came here to the end of the road, like in the late 90s with Kate Wilcombs winning the Gotcha Tahiti Pro in 99, and then Keala Kennelly's got to be so proud of the effort of the athletes this season. KK winning in 2000, then went back-to-back in 2002 and 2003. Perfect scores all over those big wins. Lane Beachley got a win out here. 7-time world champ, winning in 2001. Chelsea Hedges, Melanie Redmond-Carr, Courtney Conlog, all part of the past champs in history. Caroline Marks and then Vahine Fierro last season. Katie in her second appearance in the final out here. Molly just turned in her personal best in every round, it felt like. I talked to Molly Picklum the other day. I'm going, okay, this doesn't even count what's going on in this final right now. I'm like, the other day, where does that sit in your life, in your career? Is it top 5? Is it top 3? She's like, definitely top 3. And, you know, she's gotten 10s at pipe. She's won 3 events. You know, she's been in the final 5. She's done so much. And she might be changing that now with what's happened so far in this final.
I think overall performance throughout an event, the pipe event was special. There's no doubt about it. That will go down in history, the heat she had with Betty Lou, that semi-final. But this performance throughout the whole event, every single heat that she showed up through, she's just been blowing us away. Strategy-wise, positioning on the reef, the knowledge of the reef. I think backside tube riding, technically she is the best on the women's tour. Just her read, the ability to transfer speed from that back foot to the front foot while holding your rail, different sort of techniques. I've really been blown away by it. And the progression from last year too.
Will this be a match at the Lexus WSL Finals? Fiji will find out. Remember, Gabrielle O'Brien is the #2 seed in that event. She'll be feeling that format for the first time in her career. First start in that format as well for Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson. And then the world champs, like you mentioned, from Katie, who's been there, done that, Caroline Marks. Both of them have won in this format. When Katie won her title, she was #1 in the world. When Caroline won hers, she was down in the ranks and came through quite a few heats as the #3 seed. Different platform, though, for the world title at Cloud Break. And a minute to go as we have a big celebration for pro surfing today. Last event of the regular season in 2025 is one for the books. A final with two weapons, the Australian and Molly Picklum and Oceanside's world champion Katie Simmers. And the numbers don't tell the story for what Katie did in this heat. The bravery, charging on the foam ball, putting it all on the line to change the game. And then for Molly, absolute brilliance of execution and precision, throwing away 8s in this final.
So, does the bet still stand in this heat? The bet from Pat. Does it stand?
Does she have to say something?
She might have to say a certain little phrase. Does it still continue on to the next final that they have together?
The quote heard around the world from Katie Simmers at Pipe. And both of them a part of a groundbreaking performance here in Tahiti. We'll find out soon. We'll be talking with both of these athletes first in the boat, then at the presentation. Standing ovation for these two in the channel and around the world. Congratulations. Molly Picklum, your champion of the Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC, world #1, owning this event from start to finish as she heads into the title showdown at the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji.
Wow, what a big confidence booster too. You know, you're going from one wave of consequence to the next, and just it just cements it, right? Like, I'm world #1. I've just won the last event. 2 weeks' time, I'm going to be competing for my world title at another wave of consequence. And I'd say she's going to be feeling pretty good.
Well done for Molly Picklum. And as a world #1, you want the last memory of a heat as a huge win in waves of consequence. So well prepared for what she might have at Cloud Break if it's bombing. One of the best barrel riders on the planet right there. Just picked up her second victory of the season. And you think about the track record she's on right now, Flick. Win in Brazil. Final once again in J Bay. Winning in Tahiti. She is on a hot streak right now, and she's going to get a big congrats from Strider.
How about you?
Really happy.
Oh, you're a legend. How are those barrels?
It was sick. Honestly, it was so nice to just make a couple waves and not get so flogged. I felt like I earned my stripes this event, and so happy. I wish Katie obviously made one. It would have made it more exciting. The poor girl was so buggered at the end there, but I've been on that side of the stick, and I'm so happy to get another one up.
WSL would like to congratulate you. Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC. I'm really proud of you. You did an amazing job. Congratulations.
I'm so stoked. Like, what a special place, Tahiti, and you just feel all the energy. It's just so nice, and I don't know, I'm staring at the mountains right now and staring into perfect blue barrels. It's just the dream. It's where the dream comes alive, and Fiji next, but I'm so happy. I'm so stoked.
You're super mellow for an iconic moment like this. What's going on in your head?
No, I'm so stoked. Like, I just feel like I was processing really well the whole way through, so it's not like it all hit me at one time, you know. But I'm so happy, and Tadeva and the crew and Austin for helping me just have a hell of a time. I've been staying with Geordie and all the Red Bull guys, and it's just been an epic time. I've really enjoyed every minute of it, and yeah, it's like the cherry on the top. I had so much fun before that win, and then to get the icing on the cake is just the best.
How about we go to Fiji?
Let's go. I'm so psyched. Go home for a couple days, pack some new boards, Darren's going to make a few quick ones because I broke so many here, and head over there and same thing, you know. I'm going to enjoy it for what it is. I finished number one this year. It's a massive step in the right direction, and yeah, hopefully I can get that, you know, cherry again in Fiji.
All right, well, congratulations. We'll see you in Fiji. Unreal performance. Thank you for being so amazing. Back to you guys. Molly Picklum, your champion.
Molly Picklum owning Chopes this entire week here at the Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC. We're not done yet. Jack Robinson versus Griffin Colapinto coming up next.
The thing about history is that whatever happens, happens. There's no denying it. It's the beautiful chaos. Hell and heaven cancelling each other out. Triumph and defeat. This year, history will be told in 12 chapters. 54 men and women will write it. History will be written live at willsurfleague.com.
Welcome to the men's final and the last final of the regular season in 2025. This is such a great rivalry. Jack Robinson from Western Australia taking on San Clemente, California's Griffin Colapinto, representing the USA. Both represented their countries in the Olympic Games last year, and man, they've had some fun in heats in the past. Griffin mooned Jack last year in the heat they had at Cloudbreak last season. They like talk to each other. They're always kind of bumping each other in the locker room. It is a great rivalry. They love it. They push the surfing to the limits, and now we'll see who's going to end up on top. Joe Turpel, Flick Palmatier, and Stace Galbraith joining us for the call. Stace, this has been a special day for pro surfing. First off, your reaction from what Molly Picklum and Katie Simmers just threw down.
Oh, well, firstly, I hope I hope Katie's okay. I know Molly's okay. She just won the thing. She's feeling amazing. But, yeah, shout out to both of them, both charging so hard. And in particular, the wave that Katie fell on, that would have been like getting hit by a bus. That was such a huge wave, and how committed she was and where she fell. I know she didn't get a score on the board, but I think she will be holding her head up proud after that one. And then for Molly, for her getting that momentum into Fiji, where she hasn't had the numbers over Katie in the past, it's a pretty good time to get the edge on her.
Yeah, it's a big one. You know, for Molly, she had 6 losses in a row to Katie Simmers. Got her first win at Trestles this year over Simmers. That was her second. So it's still 6-2 Katie's favor as we move on. Jack taking on Griff. We've seen this happen before, Flick, where Jack sat his back against the wall. He's had this wave as a platform to go all the way when he beat Medina, beat Yago as well before that to make the Final 5. It's kind of eerie how we're almost seeing a similar path to the Final 5.
Yeah, I know. I said before, you know, what are the odds? The odds are kind of high. I mean, he's making it clear as day that he is an absolute wizard out here. There's no doubt about it as we see a set start to roll through the lineup.
So priority set, and this one just whoever wants to go deeper. Right now, Griff kind of holding court. Both out of position for that one. And you got to think, Stace, I mean, we started with the round of 16 today. Jack Robinson's caught 13 waves. Griff's caught 20.
Yeah, and Griff's taken in that 20. He's taken a lot of beatings. Jack's been a lot more, professional, finishing a lot of his rides. Whereas I kind of think Griffin's probably fallen as much as he's made his waves, which is sort of, there's nothing wrong with that until you get to this point in the final, and that's what all the training's for. That's what all the rest is for, because Griffin, he went so hard in those warm-up days. I think a few days off for him would have worked wonders.
Yeah, he kind of touched on that on the boat with Chris just moments ago. And, I think a lot of people are wondering why go so hard, when you got a title on the line, when you're taking 30-footers on the head, going over the falls, going over Eli, Olsen on the toe set. He had another one where he had to jump because there was a recreational surfer kind of in his way on the lip line. But he's dealt with a lot, and he keeps kind of reminding himself, yeah, that's how you warm up for events. That's how you warm up for title race. Not for everybody, Flick.
Well, you look at both these guys. I mean, Griff, hands down, I mean, he was paddling. And, I mean, he was putting himself, he was in harm's way of those toe bomb sets. And then on the other side of that, Jack also paddling, but also grabbing the rope. So I think these two guys here, were two of the hardest charging guys.
Yep.
When that swell rocked up beforehand and there was all this buzz of big wave surfers flying in, these two here on the screen right now have miraculously made it through to the final were the guys that were going the hardest on those days, and kind of goes to show just how much they want it.
Stakes on the line for the last heat of the season. The final between Jack and Griff. Both came into this event under the cut line for the final 5. Both accomplishing a lot as they're starting to move a little bit. Priority not established yet. Little Lump's gonna just go underneath him there as they're just anticipating the whole ocean folding in half. Here we go. Here's the stakes. Griffin's jumped up to the number 3 seed. So if Jack wins this final, not only does he clinch a spot in the final 5, he'll go all the way to the number 4 seed. So that would knock out Ethan, but then he'd also start off the first title match with priority over Italo in the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji.
There's a couple of advantages there. Not only is he making it for a chance to fight for a world title, but that priority as well is so valuable.
I think Griffin's got an opportunity here as well, right?
Yeah, Griffin sitting in that 3rd spot. What a great spot to be in. Remember, Dor has the yellow, but paddling now. Jack Robinson scrapping into this one. Wide open pit. He's deep on it. Robbo wants to make it after the spin.
My goodness gracious me.
What an amazing act on the backhand. The Eric Arakawa with the Andy Irons airbrush on the bottom, giving him the mojo that he wanted here on finals day. That was impressive.
Whoa, this is one of the deepest tubes we've seen on the backhand ridden today by the man. Yes, smaller wave, but technically this thing was round. Look how deep he is. This is incredible. I mean, and another make for Jack.
Wow, it's all in positioning, like just expert positioning on the reef. Griff had the inside the whole time. He was being pretty staunch, wasn't giving it up, but Jack just kept on kind of pushing him back up and then coming back in. Then a set came and then they flagged it, and then he's ended up underneath him here, which is just goes to show how much he knows this wave. And look at how beautiful that tube was, and a massive spit. It's just his wave selection is uncanny, and then Griff behind. We'll catch up with that in a minute, but yeah, this angle looks amazing.
Oh, just wave selection too. I mean, you said positioning from the takeoff just to get the depth, but really to have the awareness that this thing, yeah, a little bit smaller, but this is going to be perfectly cylindrical on the reef. It's going to give me that exit. I mean, the spit you're not really in control of, but that also adds to the dramatics.
He is in control of it, yeah, live.
Griffin Colapinto grabbing the rail. Nice drive, nice line. Another make there for Griff on his 22nd wave here on finals day. And then the giant number drifting in for Jack Robinson on the start. Oh my goodness.
Every wave he gets spits so hard, like without doubt.
It's insane.
Yeah.
Jack with a 9.5, and here's Griff's answer back, Stace.
Yeah, he almost got a little hung up on the takeoff there. It just added a little bit of drama to the wave, and it's a nice score on the board. And it's a bigger wave, but yes, just didn't have that same kind of run to it that Robbo's did. But it's a great start for Griff to get a completion.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you, Stace. I think he kind of, you hear competitor drop a 9.5. You kind of want to get something on the board before he, the momentum starts to shift Jack's way. So for him to get the completion, it's going to feel good. But I mean, when Jack's dropping a 9.5, I mean, the very first moments of his heat.
Gosh, he's like the new Iceman on tour. You could just see how calm and quiet he was in every interview today. He knows what's on the line, but he's blocking it out to just be focused. He'll open an ear to Leandro Dora. He'll open the other ear to Maddie Bemrose, and he'll just smile and hug and kiss his wife, Julia, and his baby boy that made his way out to the channel. 9.5, one of the best numbers he's had this year.
He might be blocking out what's happening, but there's no way you can block out Matt Bemrose. Even if those ears are closed, he's still getting in there.
You could hear him if you're quiet. Bemmy.
Love you, Bemmy.
Has some of the most infectious enthusiasm for professional surfing. Absolutely shreds. And just really cares about the people that he works with. Griffin's last wave an 8, Jack a 9.5. Strider, how good's pro surfing?
Oh, come on. They're paying us for this job. Are you kidding me? Oh man, I love it. The reality is that first wave of Jack, that Tahitian hula dance that he did going through that barrel, that was incredible. How fast he got going and how he held the line, and just like the last bit of it, just, you know, for him to push through and make that was just, I mean, it was such a beautiful wave. And then Griffin's bomb, the big one, it was, you know, definitely worthy of a solid, excellent score. A little note that Leandro Dora and Julia, Jack's wife, have been rubbing the top of Bemi's bald head before every heat. Just so you guys understand, they've got a little thing going out here in the water, and I've been watching it, and it's just amazing to see. What a day for pro surfing, and I just can't wait for the rest of it. Let's go.
Gosh, love that. The little lucky charm of Matty Benrode's dome there. Might have to give that a shot before you paddle out for a surf, Stothius.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, due for one. I haven't seen Bemi once this trip, actually. So, yeah, I might see him the Savo, depending on what happens here with Robbo. But, I mean, I feel like I've got to put my hand up and say I undercooked that wave of Griff. Huge score. And it's game on. You know, that first impressions, it didn't really strike me as an excellent ride. But then after hearing, like, Strider's enthusiasm for the ride and then watching the replay, it's like, well, Jack had a great start, but it's just a 1.5 points in the lead. It's in a simpler term. And it's like, well, these guys are... This is not like the heat where Robbo got the 8.83 against Crosby. It kind of felt like it was over pretty quick. This is game on.
Here we go. That's the magic. Julia grabbing the skull of Matty Benrode.
I thought that was the buoy.
The same. And Jack's feeling the magic of that. It's working. Right into a 9.5. He's got priority. Griff, an 8.0. Pinto in his first final here at Teahupo. Jack's done it before as a past champ. And like you mentioned, Stace, earlier, a bit on the line as well for Griff as far as movement with seeding. If Griffin does win, he will move from number 3 to number 2. You know, talk about a last back half blitz of performances to get himself here. Yeah. And then if he wins, that means Ethan Ewing's in as the 5th spot.
Yeah, wow, there's so much on the line. And it's so nice to see the waves provide, you know, opportunity for everyone, and then that's the real show. And, you know, we will see the best surfer win. That's the beauty of this place.
I think what's cool is it really has come down to the final. And there's still scenarios to be played out. I mean, this could have been settled in the round of 16. It could have been settled in, you know, so many ways this could have played out, and we could have been watching still a great final with great surf. But right now, we're watching a great final with great surf with still so many implications. It just makes it so much more exciting.
Yeah, I thought we might see one surfer drop in or out. But I didn't expect to be sitting here within, you know, 20 minutes to go in the final, last comp of the regular season, last heat of the regular season. And like you said, it's still live. You know, there could be still so much movement.
And both had stings this year. You know, for Jack, even though he had a 9.5 at Pipe, you know, or a 10 at Pipe, Al had the 9.5. He lost when you took the top 2 wave totals, and he actually spent more time on the shore than I've seen him deal with a loss before. He knew in those conditions what was on the line, not just for the barrels and visions he would have had, but to get a jump start on the title race.
Yeah, it plays into his wheelhouse, these kind of conditions. You know, I think the bigger, the more gnarly, the more crazy, the more guts that's required, and, you know, no hesitation. That is Jack, really, and that's what he's born and bred on. And I think knowing what slipped away with Al and the fact that he had a 10, I mean, that would have really, really hurt. You know, that's the sort of event that he wants to be capitalizing on those results.
I see replay. This is Jack's best number he's had in his career in Tahiti, Stace.
Wow, that's just another feather in the cap for Jack, and such a beautiful, pretty wave, and then a bit of a chandelier there for drama.
This thing was amazing. I mean, you can just see how beautifully this wave is drawing off the reef here from this angle, this drone. And like you said before, Stace, maybe Jack is in control of his bit, because it seems like every wave he has, he comes out with this crazy spin and chandelier. So, yeah, great start here for Jack.
Thanks for coming.
Big props to our entire production team. These guys work so hard up at dark, finishing up at dark. Incredible camera operators on hand on the Action 3, Rod Kuriata. We've got Sam Foster, camera op Action 4 operator. How good are these drone shots? Yannick and Maiko doing a killer job this year. Huxley Wilkinson, camera off action, #1 on the boat. So a lot of those inside the pit looks and the foam ball reads. Good man, Hux. Also got Sam Smith swimming with that thing that looks like an ice chest all day long, making sure everyone's seeing the visions of the best waves in the world. It's a big operation for these guys. You know, showrunner Milby Shannon, you know, his eyes are bloodshot at the end of the day looking at these screens. Darren Goff, the director for this event. Man, such a solid team put together to finish off the regular season. Those guys wouldn't have it the other way. They don't want breaks.
No, and not to mention Manly's greatest ping pong player, John O'Stein.
Yeah, Jono's a weapon, man. When he's at, you know, other events, he gets the most steps.
Yeah.
Like running up the bell
And he still
stairs
doesn't have any calves.
1,000 times.
Still got no calves, no definition.
I think you guys can tell that they're mates. Yeah. 18-15 on this one. 9-5 from Jack Robinson. A lot on the line. If he wins this final, he will be up to the #4 seed and will have a chance to compete for still his first world title. He's been in the Final 5 format, but with the change of the platform of Cloudbreak, the talk at the start of the season was like, this could be Jack's year.
Totally. I think Cloudbreak, I think big left-hander, just what we've grown up watching Jack, you know, sort of hone his skills on his backside tube riding. That's why he's so good at waves like this. I think the Bluff, I think Nalu, there's so many waves in Western Australia that I could rattle off that, you know, really have so many similarities to Cloudbreak, from, you know, shallow reef to big roping tubes over, you know, just, it's just really, I feel, you know, when he went into trestles, it kind of looked like it kind of wasn't playing into his wheelhouse, you know, and I think...
You can say it, it's all right, I know you love him.
But when you know, he obviously gives it a crack, and it, of course, to make it there is one thing, but then when you think about him at the possibility of competing at the WSL, you know, the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji, I mean, it seems like a match made in heaven.
Yeah, he never looked relaxed on his border trestles. He kind of was looking a little like ahead of himself and not really, you know, in tune with like his equipment and the wave, and just there was just a lot that he, you know, wasn't suited to him. But Fiji is a different story, Flick.
Punching out of this one is Griffin Colapinto. Has just a 1.51 that he was chasing, so maybe he was just hoping for a flip of the standings, but Jack's on the one behind it. Grabs the rail, the Arakawa, burning off some speed, disappears for a moment, puts the hand up with the spit out of the cannon, and then hops out. 2 looks and 2 completions for Jack Rombo.
The spit is just crazy. You've called it, Stace.
The thing that I'm a little worried about for Griff, and what is really good for Jack here, is that the wind and the texture just look like it's having another little moment. Maybe the raspberry can help us out with that. But the importance of that ride just then, for the context of this heat, like the gap in those 2 top scores of 1.5 points could be really emphasised if the wind has a bit of a wobble here with 15 minutes to go.
Great call, Stace, as we take another look front on. Griff here, Flick.
Yeah, so Griff on this first one, little foamy tube. He does get the completion here. So he's backing up his 8, but then behind him, second wave of the set, this one a bit more groomed. Jack, great read on this one again. And yeah, to your point, Stace, I think it's going to become more crucial to make sure you are on that maybe second one that is a bit more groomed. Just Jack having that awareness here, just, I mean, another great tube ride. He's going to back up the 9.5 nicely, and I really do like I like the point, Stace. You can see, I mean, great angle here to see that little bit more texture just on the ocean here.
Scores coming through for Griffin Colapinto, 5.67. And so Jack only needed a 4.17. We'll see the lead change again now with 15 minutes to go. And now Griffin could change gears in the back half of the final, now having priority to see how he'll use it here if he decides to wait for a set. One of the best rivalries that we have going on tour, coming down to the end of the season. Jack winning at Bells earlier this year, but then falling to a 33rd at the following event of the season. So big ups, a couple of downs. It's been a rocky road, but having Tahiti as the season finale always is going to be a strength for Jack Robinson. And for Griffin, he was always supposed to be doing things like this in Tahiti. He's always been brave. He's always charged. It's kind of like his reputation at Pipe as well, where he's getting the waves of the free surf and then something happens in those early rounds. But That's all changed for Griffin this week.
Yeah, that's been a huge point for Griff at Tahiti and Pipe over the years. He just hasn't had the rhythm in heats, or for whatever reason. I think he's probably guilty of just wanting it too much, and I think that's a completely fair thing to have. But then when you get in that headspace, you're not really just making those simple decisions of like, okay, this is the waves that I need to be on, and all these things. You see him go out in his heats, and he's still like he's in his free surf, like he's kind of got the head on, the eyes are in the back of the head, and he's just sending it on anything. Like even this year at Pipeline, he got so demoed on that wave, and it was just bad luck.
So true, looking back, what a year it's been. 13:40 to go, lasted Jack 7.4. Been waving his hands there, he's asking for the update from Cedric on the tower. Griff needs an 8.91 now, and remember, Jack wins this heat, wins this final, gets his second title here at Chopes. He'll clinch his spot in the Lexus WSL Finals. Fiji doesn't just clinch, he'll actually move all the way up to number 4 and start that heat with priority against Italo Ferreira. If he doesn't win and Griffin comes back, Ethan Ewing will survive as the 5th seed. Camera team working well. Cy Millington, he's on camera 2, action cam. He's got a big tower on the point here. Keeping a good eye on these two guys in the final as well. As now Griffin will pace with priority right next to Jack. They can feel each other's energy. Griffin being much more vocal, kind of letting that in a little bit more today. Heat by heat, round by round. Jack just quieting things down. And I'm sure he's not trying to have a convo with Griff at the moment.
Yeah, I think he'd be keeping that same sort of mentality for sure. I think he's got the blinkers on, and he just wants to stay really in that zone. Still 12 minutes on the clock. Anything could happen. It is Chopes. Heat can get turned around in 2 minutes. We've seen it happen all day. You don't want to be celebrating too quick. Kind of actually looks like maybe they were having a couple of words to. Oh no, Jack's just looking back. A few words to himself.
Jack's just talking to the mountains there.
Yeah.
Yeah, he feels the energy. Always taps into the mana. Strider, how you doing out there?
Oh, I'm fabulous.
How's your job satisfaction rating right now, Strides?
It's pretty high. It's pretty high. It's up there. We're looking pretty good right now. The channel looks amazing. Sun's glistening. Water's perfect. And the action, it's not bad, huh?
Yeah, life is good. Life is good. Griff's now got priority, and he's got his 8, got his 5, 6, 7. What are you seeing happening in the back end of this final?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of open up the door to and get back into that conversation you guys were having about the 2 hardest charging guys, pretty much from the event that coming into it after those really big days, which is going to set you up mentally to be ready for those really big ones when they come. And because there's some large waves coming in at the moment, and when they do arrive, they look so intimidating, but these guys are not intimidated at all, like not even at the slightest, and that's something to note. I mean, after all that stuff that they went through earlier this last week and watching it, now they're just in that position of, I'm going to go no matter what. And that's something of spending that time out in the water with those big, heavy monsters. And when they arrive, they're just like ready to ride them. They're just it's like How to Train Your Dragon. They're just going to throw out a loop, jump on the back of it, let's go. You know what I mean? And I love it. And
it is interesting, Strider. Just thinking about how Griffin approaches this. I mean, the wipeouts he took in the lead up.
Oh, sorry, guys.
You all right? Yeah, pack that up.
No, we're going to pack it up.
Swing.
We'll talk to you in a second.
We're going to move out of the way.
We'll see if Strider could join us in on this. But, you don't see Kelly. You don't see John. You don't see Jack Robinson go through what Griffin went through, willingly went through, beating after beating. Like, you're just not seeing them. You're seeing selectivity. You're seeing, good reads and obviously with a lot of courage and being brave. But it kind of just stood out to me. Colapinto going through that much.
Yeah, I'm with you. He went through the torture chamber.
And you just don't see that from, a lot of the champs in the past. Willing to take that many falls.
Totally. And it's obviously they've got the skill to do it, and they film in those type of waves, and they're well accomplished and winning eddies and all these types of things. It's not an issue, but just like 2 days before the most important event of the year, you don't see it. And even Jack, he really towed a lot. He paddled a couple, but he mainly towed and had a good morning and had a good day. But Griffin seemed to just paddle for 2 days straight, and so did Crosby, and so did Jauchienko. Barron is in that mix too. Like, there's a couple of mad dogs on this tour. There's more than a couple,
Yeah, and
It
I
is
mean,
crazy to watch.
We mentioned before, you know, in the week, those meaningful moments in history, you know, from all the pioneers and chargers that showed what was possible for this generation, you know, Corey's, the Irons, you know, Kelly, the list goes on, you know, Conan and Kobe Aberton in the early days, you know. But this time now we're almost getting used to it, you know, from seeing what Barron and Seth were doing in the lead up. You know, we talk about wipeouts from Griff, but he probably got the wave of his life maybe more than once in the lead up to this event too. I mean, I feel like it's fair to say that the lead up to this event changed the game again.
I think what we also are seeing is you have your guys like Jack, you have John, who, you know, I mean, John is a great example. You know, it's the crossover from big wave into shortboarding, and that there isn't, that kind of gap is becoming closer and closer. John is responsible for sort of closing that gap, you know, the Eddie Akau win, now, you know, world titles. You've got Jack, you've got Cowley, Olympic gold medalist, competing in the Eddie Akau. It's, that gap is getting closed, and I think, you know, even you think Kai Lenny, just the different disciplines, you know, he was paddling that day, he was towing that day, he was going switch that day. That gap is just getting brought closer and closer together, and I think everyone's starting to realize, hang on a second, like, you want to be the most well-rounded surfer you possibly can, and I think Griff looks to, you know, guys like John, to Jack, to Kelly, to be like, I want to do that, so if I want to do that, I've got to put the reps in. I just think that that's what's sort of happening in pro surfing right now.
Yeah, it's a really good point you made.
Good call, Flick. Yeah, Griff treating it like a beach break, just jumping out of the sky, even throughout finals day today. Coming off a crazy matchup with Joao Chianca in the round of 16. You know, he's had history as well with Mihimana Bray, where Mihimana's knocked him out of the event, an important part of the season, and that was an absolute battle today as well for Griff. Now 7:20 to go to decide who will be in Fiji. Flick, I mean, if you're Ethan Ewing, are you watching right now?
I would. I'd rather see what goes down, and I'd rather watch it myself than be told by someone else. I think, you know, I couldn't look away, actually. It'd be nervous, and you'd be hating every second of it. You'd probably have no nails by the end of it. But you don't, I don't know, it's just personal choice. I'd watch it.
Yeah, I know what you mean too, but it's such a unique position to be in, isn't it? It's heartbreaking. Like, it really is for, you know, guys like Kanoa and Ethan right now. They're sitting here, and obviously Kanoa's already had his fate sealed, but Ethan's still live in the draw with 6.5 minutes on the clock. But obviously, you know, Jack's doing his job, and it's going to be elation for him and devastation potentially for Ethan. But yeah, that's the sport we're in.
Coming down to the wire for Griffin Colapinto. If he can find the score and open up that spot for Ethan Ewing, he will take the number 2 seed at the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji. But that's with an event win. If he stays runner-up, he'll be the number 3 seed. If then Jack would win, he would take the number 4 seed. Italo would drop to the 5th seed. And that's what we're waiting to see. With 6 minutes on the clock, these guys have had a few matchups in the past. They've all been semifinals. Griffin won at Sunset when Jack was heavily favored. Griffin got him at Cloudbreak, and then Jack got him this year in a semifinal at Bells. At that point, that was Griff's best result of the season, helped him get past the midseason cut. But that win for Jack sent him all the way to take in one of the most iconic trophies in pro surfing. 5:25 left in the regular season. Molly Picklum already taken the title right before, hitting 3/8 on that way to her first victory here at Te Hupo'o. Katie turning in her second appearance in the final at the end of the road as we just celebrate paradise here on the TD Flight Camp.
There is nowhere else in this world that I've experienced just this absolute beauty that is Tahiti. I mean, the way those mountains abruptly rise from the coastline is absolute craziness. And then juxtaposed on the other side, you've got this crazy beast of a wave. It really is just such a dream to be here. It's a dream to call this a job and to work here and to be calling heats, especially when we've had the forecast that we've had for this event.
Yeah, Strider mentioned something about getting paid. Is that?
Yeah.
That's the look back to the mountains that Jack is always checking in with as well. Remember, I mean, these guys started from the round of 16 Jack got past Marco Mignot, then got past Italo Ferreira, the defending event champ, and then a fired-up Crosby Colapinto. Strider, 4:15 to go.
4:15. Wind was a little bit west, kind of came on shore like it did earlier, but now it's switching around again. It looks like it's coming out of the east, southeast again, so that's going to kind of bring us into that inside bowl offshore area. So, you know, the quick changes happen out here, and as it's gone through its cycle, I feel like, and I'm hoping for one more big gnarly set to come through with 2 waves in it. Let's just see it. Let's just talk about it so it happens. I want to bring it on, and I want to get a little hit on those mountains you guys are talking about, how abruptly they go up in the sky right there. Well, that's the same thing that the ledge does right here. It just goes straight down. You just basically mirror those mountains just outside right there underwater, and that's what you'll have the bathymetry as. So pretty intense situation underwater here.
Laying it down right there, Waz. Bathymetry, one of my favorite words. Everyone's like, wow, you're super smart. You know, whenever you say that. It's the topography of the ocean floor.
Huey Vaughan helped me spell it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Kelly put him on the spot.
And he spelled it right.
And he nailed it.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
He's a
on
genius.
a live broadcast.
I love that. Under pressure, too.
Oh, heavy pressure. About as much pressure as Griffin Colapinto's under right here, Joe. Look at this wave.
Decision time in the season. Colapinto with priority doesn't go.
Probably a smart decision, I'd say. That one looked like, you know, Strider spoke to the texture on the face here, that little bit of onshore puffed up for a bit. Just not really groomed that one, so Griff looking for a nice...
Jack trying to pretend that he doesn't want this wave. Griffin's having a hard paddle here.
Griffin looking, using priority, pulls in, still traveling. This one stretching on him and also clamping. Was that his last chance? Use priority, ends up underwater. Jack takes priority, and his lead's going to feel even bigger.
Jack saw what Mihimana did earlier in the day to Yago, and you watch him, look at him, look at the top of the screen, he's already paddling down. Like, he will close that gap to within an inch of Griff's life. He's not going to let him do Mihimana.
Oh, no way. There is no way. I mean, with what's at stake right now, there is no chance. I mean, he's going to be sticking to him like glue.
Minute 55. Jack, not interested in that wave. He's interested in shutting this down with priority.
Because Jack's 9.5 wasn't like his big outside set. It was kind of that perfect in between, like ledge wave. It was just had a beautiful run on it. So it's like he knows that Griffin's capable of finding something like that.
Jack's starting to close in. He doesn't need these waves. He knows it's much more important to have priority with the lead that he has. So he's watching Griff. He knows he can sit there. Minute 25. Jack wins this heat. He moves into the WSL Final 5 up to seed number 4. If Griffin can find a wave with a minute 10 under priority, Ethan Ewing would be saved and Jack would just miss out on a spot at Cloudbreak. It all starts in 2 weeks from today.
How's the heart rate, Felicity?
Well, if I saw a set on the horizon, I'd be getting pretty excited for the last exchange, to be honest. But right now, I mean, 45 seconds on the clock. It's unbelievable,
What
really,
a clinic.
defeat.
2 waves, 9.5, 7.4, closing out the heat. That's so impressive.
Gosh, insane day, isn't it? You know, we had Callie Vost in the draw today. You know, Mihimana on a tear. These local specialists absolutely charging. These guys surfing through 4 rounds, and now 25 seconds left in the regular season. Jack with priority in the red jersey. Griffin's over it, so is Jack. Getting closer to the decision for the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji. Jack Robinson, an outside shot to make it into the Final 5 through 4 rounds of competition, including the best number of his career at Te Ahupo'o. Jack Robinson does it again. 2-time champ of the Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC. And Robinson's going to Cloudbreak, where he'll be the number 4 seed in the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji.
It's just deja vu, right? I mean, he was even with even more of an outside chance this time around compared to 2023. So we see Julia on the screen, wife, just so stoked for Jack. But it is weird. It's scary good. That's what it is. It is scary good, and it sends such a crazy message to all the competitors. But Jack's strike rate out here is unbelievable.
Stace, when we're on Dawn Patrol, we kind of were putting out what was on the line for Jack, for his reputation, you know, to win when it's firing.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, also seeing those scenarios that he had before, where he had a late charge in the title race. He did it again in bigger surf this time, but also being that clutch on a finals day, that's insane.
So crazy. You spoke about the loss at Pipeline. I reckon they're the kind of things that would motivate him to be on his best today. Waves are firing. It's his to lose. Play it smart. Be on the best waves and just lean into all your strengths. And he's absolutely nailed that today. He's been flawless.
What a warrior. And just so cool to see that Andy Iron spray job on that Eric Arakawa. Jack finding so much inspiration from the Irons brothers. And he's always just been a class act. I was talking to Mason Ho last night. He spent some time with Jack on his podcast with Jamie O'Brien, but also seen him grow up. You know, he calls him a little big bro. You know, Mason a little bit older than Jack, but he said Jack's always had respect. And he would notice in big sessions when the waves were really scary, teenagers and the older guard would have fear in their eyes, and Jack would handle those smiling. And he'd wait for his turn. And when he got it, he would capitalize. And Mason finds a lot of inspiration in what Jack's been doing and how he handles himself globally. And you're seeing a big smile from a man that turned in a brilliant performance. He's going to share it with his family here.
It's good to see some emotion out of Jackie boy. The whisper's gone, full loud voice now. Enjoying the moment with Zen and Julia.
That's what it's all about. That's what you do it for, right? The family man. Kind of doing a Parco where he's bringing the whole family with him on tour. Doesn't want to be without him at any event on the calendar. The Robinson family enjoying Strider.
So good.
I have to say, the Lexus Tahiti Pro Champion, presented by IC. You're an amazing human. You came into this with a shot, and you took it, and you just hit it right in the bullseye.
Yeah, right where we're meant to be. Just want to thank everyone who supports me, and all love, you know. It's I'm just taking it in right now, and I had, you know, a mission, and I went for it, so yeah.
Well, on top of all that, you've clinched the #4 spot going into the finals for Fiji.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm very, very blessed, and very blessed to be going to Fiji. Just yeah, it's, you know, comes down to the last one, and right there again. Let's go.
My favorite moment was when you're in the channel and you looked out to your wife, and you looked at her, and you just had pure love flying out of you. I feel like that happened the whole event.
Yes, yeah, the whole event. You know, I was just doing me, just free, and that's it. It's just free.
Yeah, Zen wants the mic. Let's go. Hey man, congratulations. We love you. Great work, and we can't wait to see you in Fiji.
Thank you.
Yeah, bro. Go celebrate. You.
Jack Robinson does it. Happy Zen, happy Julia. Jack joins a special list of multiple-time event champions. That includes Bobby Martinez, Andy Irons, Gabriel Medina, and Kelly Slater. Congrats to Jack Robinson, his entire support crew, now the #4 seed in the Lexus WSL Finals Fiji. Let's go through all the big drama, the big highlights of the last day of the regular season on the Corona Sarah Post Show. Coming up next.
Jack Robinson falling out of the sky. Let's go! That comes out! How did he do that? Are you kidding me?
For Jack, you know, he's competed for the world title a couple times already, but he's been off to a tough start.
It's not all just based on just a result. It's based on how you bounce back from things, how you rebuild yourself.
He's probably Australia's best chance, I think, at a world title at the moment.
Jack Robinson clinches his spot in the Lexus WSL Finals.
That's right, it's the Corona Cerro post-show Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC Finals Day. It was a crazy one out here at the end of the road. The flotilla still buzzing with energy. We're gonna wrap it all up in this Corona Cerro post-show. We got lots to talk about, and we got our final 5 all set. This is Corona Cerro. It's 0% APV. It's got natural ingredients, and it is absolutely delicious. That's Flick Palmentier. That's Stace Galbraith. I'm Kaipo Guerrero. We're going to go through this because we had an epic day here at Taupo. Flick, it was epic.
Oh, it was amazing. The whole event was incredible, really. I think we've got the surf gods to thank. Thank you, Huey, because the forecast that we had coming into this event was all time, right?
All time.
The surfers, the women, the men, everyone just rose to the occasion. The bar on the women's tour was raised. Today, we just saw something phenomenal go down for the second time in a row. It doesn't get any better.
Excellent scores. Excellent scores in the women's final. Excellent scores all day with the men's, Stace.
Yeah, it was non-stop action all day. My jaw's still on the floor. I can't even fathom how much of an animal Jack Robinson is. And yeah, grateful to watch it all go down and some insane performances. And yeah, the highlights that we're going to get to see, you know, it's great to relive them.
Our men's final 5 is all set. Let's review those final 5 heading into the Lexus WSL Finals. Fiji, Italo Ferreira. He's earned his spot in the final 5. This was a 7.5 Flick.
Yeah, this was, oh my goodness.
It was like first wave of the comp, I think. This is so sick.
Just rewind and watch that. It's just massive cabins.
Jack Robinson, talk about a performance. A 9.27, a 9.5 all today at the end of the road.
Yeah, he had an amazing day. He had an amazing week. And what an enjoyable feeling that must be.
Guy goes from number 8 to number 4. Made the cut. Also, Griffin Colapinto came in here below that cut line, number 6. Griffin Colapinto's in the final 5.
It's the first time we've had 2 guys jump up into that, you know, finals conversation. I mean, Griff impressed me from even before the event started. One of the hardest charging guys.
That was an 8.43. Jordy Smith, we're going to see him at Fiji 9.5 Stace.
Oh, it's an awesome wave there from the big bad brew. Wow. And George has had an awesome year, and why not go out with a bang in Fiji?
Yellow leader's jersey in Fiji is going to belong to Iago Dora. 2 good waves away from a world title for the Brazilian surfer.
This is so cool. I mean, he's got it all. I mean, absolutely charges. He's got variety. He's got an amazing rail game. And then in the air, the variation that he brings, so well-rounded.
Yeah, for sure.
And here we go. This is how we're going to play the game, Stace. Match number 1. Jack Robinson will have priority over Italo Ferreira.
Straight fireworks straight away. You know, Italo really had such an amazing start to the season, and I think he'll be, again, like we saw him go on a rampage last year.
Yeah, go ahead. Winner goes against Griffin Colapinto. Flip.
Yeah, I mean, Griff for me, I look at Jack and Griff, hats off. For those 2 to jump up into this position to even fight for a chance, absolutely incredible.
Yeah, Jordy Smith also is going to be in that next match. And as well as Griffin Colapinto, and ultimately the title match all coming down to Iago Dora. But today, let's celebrate Jack Robinson with an incredible feat. Coming here, number 8 in the world, Bravo, with his road to the final. Started this morning, Flick, round of 16 up against Marco Mignol.
Well, I mean, you can pretty see, too, the conditions have just improved and gotten so much bigger since this morning. Jack just looks so tapped in, though. The completion make, you brought it up before, Stace, was so great to watch. I mean, very calculated, very connected, very reserved with his emotions, not giving us much because he wanted to keep a lid on it.
Stayed in the bubble. There he faced Italo Ferreira in the quarterfinal stage.
Yeah, it's like he had a bit of everything. You know, he had the close heat with Marco. Marco had a great wave at the end, but Jack survived. And then he had a pretty scrappy start here with Italo, but he didn't let it fluster him, and he got a great score off the back of that. And obviously, you know, advanced through this heat as well.
Yep, and then the semi.